You have successfully embarked on your journey of survival on the island. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received an S-level legendary reward, a Raptor F750 heavy-duty pickup truck. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a beautiful woman, and the check-in system has advanced to the next level. Congratulations, host. Synthesis successful. You have obtained the S-Divine artifact, the Quantum Universal Cutting Knife. Congratulations, host. Your island castle has been completed. Please take possession. What is going on? Why is it that while I am merely paddling a bamboo raft, he is already cruising on a grand yacht? Why is it that my basic needs remain unmet, while he feasts on a lavish banquet? Why am I still residing in a cave, while he dwells in a castle? Apologies, but my luck is simply extraordinary. Chapter 1, starting with a Raptor F750. Where is this place? Yichin awoke from his slumber only to find himself sprawled upon the beach. The island? Check-in. Welcome to the parallel world of island survival. A total of 999 participants have been assigned to 888 different deserted islands, and your sole purpose is to strive for survival. Daily check-ins will yield various rewards. Ordinary level, rare level, exceptional level, perfect level, epic level, legendary level, and super level divine gifts. Will you proceed with today's check-in task? Yichan felt somewhat dazed, only catching the last few words. Check-in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received an S-level legendary reward, a Raptor F750 pickup truck. Please take note of this. An S-level legendary reward? A pickup truck? Yichan was astounded, for 30 meters away, a heavy-duty pickup truck was indeed parked. This reward is quite enticing. With a thunderous roar, Yichan slammed on the accelerator, and the rear of the Raptor F750 belched forth a cloud of black smoke. After traveling a mere 700 or 800 meters, the system's notification sound echoed. Survivor detected. Please choose 1. Combat. 2. Submission. 3. Recruitment. A woman's scream pierced the air ahead. Yichan abruptly slammed on the brakes, and before him stood a woman clad in a thin shirt and tight shorts. This woman, her figure, even through the hazy windshield, Yichan could discern her perfect curves, long legs, and a slender waist, seemingly quite ample. The white, snug shorts accentuated her long, pristine legs, which appeared to be over 1 meter in length. Arriving on the island and receiving such a grand gift felt like an invitation to crime. However, combat, submission, recruitment? What do these mean? Current check-in system, level 1. 70 chance of obtaining an level ordinary reward, 15 for a level rare reward, 10 for a level exceptional reward, 4 for a level perfect. Reward, 0.99 for an level epic reward, 0.01 for an S-level legendary reward, and 0 for a super S-level divine gift. Special reminder, killing one or recruiting one will enhance the check-in system level and allow for priority allocation of the other check-in rewards limited to level. Exceptional rewards and above. It seems today my fortune is exceptionally bright, achieving an S-level legendary reward with a mere 0.01 chance. Please, don't kill me. While Yichan reveled in his luck, the woman before him gazed at him in sheer terror. I choose submission. Congratulations, host. The survivor Yangminger has chosen to submit to you. Your check-in level has risen to level 2 check-in system. 65 chance of obtaining an level ordinary reward, 15 for a level rare reward, 13 for a level exceptional reward, 5 for a level perfect reward, 1.5 for an level epic reward, 0.5 for an S-level legendary reward, and 0 for a super S-level divine gift. Yichan was momentarily taken aback. Without uttering a word, the other party had chosen to submit. His check-in system upgraded just like that? This is splendid. Yangminga? Upon hearing this name, Yichan's eyes widened. The celebrity Yangminga. Are you the star Yangminga? Yangminga responded with a pale face. No wonder. That figure, that appearance. Cough. Yichan forced himself to regain composure. This is not the time for daydreaming. The priority is how to survive. Otherwise, even if all the world's celebrities were offered to him, he would have no life to enjoy them. Have you checked in today? Yichan inquired. Yangminger trembled as she nodded. Do not be afraid. I had no intention of harming you. Furthermore, fate brought us together. Strength lies in numbers. I am Yichan. By the way, what reward did you receive from your check-in? Seeing that Yichan did not appear to be a menacing figure, Yangminger took a step closer and pointed behind her. Yichan followed her gesture and was left dumbfounded. What was that? A pile of empty water bottles. What is this? Check-in reward? Yichan laughed and cried at the sight of the towering heap of bottles. Yes, It's an 11 ordinary reward. In your truck? Yang Ming'er furrowed her brows in confusion, pointing at Yi Chen's Raptor F750 received from check-in. Now it was Yang Ming'er's turn to be taken aback. Indeed, comparisons can be quite disheartening. While her check-in reward was a heap of empty bottles, his was a pickup truck. Stop dawdling, get in. The sky is about to darken. Do you intend to sleep here tonight? Yang Ming'er shook her head, glancing back longingly at the pile of empty water bottles. Fine, let's take them with us. After all, he was a truck owner. Would he really complain about a few bottles? Once Yang Ming'er settled into the passenger seat, Yi Chun realized that this top-tier celebrity was indeed a rare gem. An angelic face matched with a devilish figure. So this is what is meant by natural beauty. Remote trading system activated. All island survivors can exchange resources through the remote trading platform via barter. Chapter 2. Amassing wealth begins with selling water. Yi Chen's thoughts were still lingering on Yang Ming'er when the sign-in system chimed in again. Soon, a floating operation panel appeared before Yi Chen. Within 2 minutes, various items emerged on the trading panel. A 10-meter climbing rope requires 1 bottle of mineral water. A lighter requires 2 bottles of mineral water. A detachable barbecue grill requires 2 bottles of mineral water. A dagger requires 200 grams of biscuits or bread. The trading post was indeed bustling with activity, offering all sorts of peculiar items, evidently acquired by survivors through their sign-ins. At a glance, Yi Chun understood that drinking water and food were the most scarce commodities at present. Feeling famished himself, he naturally did not consider engaging in any trades. The two of them drove eastward along the beach. Not long after setting off, Yi Chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something glimmering. With a sudden screech, he slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding a collision that would have sent the unfortunate girl crashing against the windshield. Turning his head to look outside, Yi Chun was astonished to find that the dazzling object was, in fact, a lake. Wait, a lake? Could it be a freshwater lake? Yi Chun jumped out of the car and dashed toward the lake. Upon reaching the shore, he took a sip of the lake water. It was sweet and refreshing. It was indeed freshwater. The first step in survival on an island was to locate freshwater resources, and he had stumbled upon such a vast freshwater lake. Yang Ming'er followed Yi Chun to the lakeside. Thirsty, the two began to drink heartily. The discomfort of a parched throat was unbearable. Come, follow me. Let's grab some mineral water bottles. Having resolved their thirst, Yi Chun waved toward Yang Ming'er. Bottles? Yang Ming'er seemed momentarily confused. Selling water, with bottles and a freshwater lake. What is there to worry about? Who said empty bottles were useless? It appeared these empty bottles were, in fact, a source of wealth. Realizing this, Yang Ming'er quickly helped Yi Chun retrieve the previously overlooked mineral water bottles from the pickup truck. They diligently filled all the empty bottles with water. Once finished, Yi Chun eagerly reopened the trading system. 1 bottle of fresh water requires 100 grams of bread. 1 bottle of fresh water requires 100 grams of biscuits. The most pressing matter was to fill their stomachs. Before long, Yi Chun successfully exchanged 4 bottles of fresh water for 200 grams of bread and 200 grams of biscuits. Here are 2 portions for you. Fill your belly first. Yi Chun generously tossed a portion of bread and a portion of biscuits to Yang Ming'er. You eat more. I only need 1 portion. Yang Ming'er merely took 1 portion of bread. Yi Chun was not insistent. Perhaps she was trying to maintain her figure, having satiated their hunger. The sky gradually darkened, prompting Yi Chun to decide to stop and rest. As newcomers, safety was always the priority. We'll sleep here tonight. Yang Ming'er pointed somewhat dazedly at the lawn outside the car. Yi Chun shook his head and gently pressed a button. The backrest of the passenger seat began to recline slowly. We'll sleep in the car, with shatterproof glass, leather seats, and spacious interiors. Why would I sleep outside on the ground? Yang Ming'er was evidently still a bit shy, neither daring to turn to face Yi Chun nor to turn her back to him. So she lay flat, staring at the roof of the car. Yi Chun, however, was unconcerned and quickly fell into a deep sleep, only to be awakened by the system's voice. Ding! Synthesis system activated. Immediately, another floating screen appeared before Yi Chun. 2 daggers, 1 kitchen knife. 2 kitchen knives, 1 blueprint for a hatchet, 1 hatchet. 2 hatchets, 1 blueprint for an electric saw, 1 air-powered electric saw. 2 rafts, 1 kayak. 2 kayaks, 1 blueprint for a motorboat, 3 solar panels, 1 solar-powered motorboat. This synthesis system was quite powerful, as long as he had materials and blueprints. Building an empire was not merely a dream. Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement and decided to forego sleep, opening the trading panel once more. The price of bottled water continued to rise, yet demand far exceeded supply. While most people struggled for a single bottle of water, Yi Chun had just filled his belly and was lying comfortably in his luxurious vehicle alongside a beautiful celebrity. Just after midnight, he eagerly began the sign-in process again. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving a rare reward. A super ceramic soup pot. Please check your inventory. What is this? Super? An unsolicited advertisement? Could it be that this sign-in system is sponsored by Super? A loud clatter interrupted his thoughts, causing the pickup truck to tremble slightly. Yang Ming'er seemed startled, sitting up abruptly. What was that sound? She asked, pointing in the direction of the noise. It's nothing, probably just my pot arriving. Yichen replied calmly. By the way, big star, you should sign in too. Just call me Ming'er, or Xiao Ming, she replied. Alright, Ming'er, quickly check your sign-in reward. Yang Ming'er solemnly straightened up, clasped her hands together, and began to murmur something. Yichen couldn't help but chuckle at her. It seemed she took the sign-in as a wish-making opportunity. Ding, the sign-in by Yang Ming'er has yielded a perfect level reward. A perfect level reward? Could it be that one must sincerely make a wish before signing in? Chapter 3, the perfect level fishing rod. Yang Ming'er received a perfect level freshwater fish fishing rod component, equipped with hooks and a rod, with a 50 probability of catching freshwater fish of level 4 or higher. Limited to 10 uses per day. Wow. The perfect level sign-in reward, and she managed to obtain a level 4 probability. As Yang Ming'er had chosen to submit to Yichen, he gained priority access to materials of level excellence and above. The fishing rod and soup pot meant they would have fish soup tomorrow. They slept soundly until dawn. Yichen turned over, and upon opening one eye, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A pair of bright, expressive eyes was gazing intently at him. Good morning, Yang Ming'er greeted him. Truly, a beauty is a beauty. Even early in the morning, she radiated an ethereal charm. Yichen rubbed his eyes and yawned. Well, it turns out that a bottle of bottled water can now be exchanged directly for a dagger. The price is rising. I have a whole lake of fresh water. However, it seemed that bread prices had also increased. No matter, today we won't eat bread. Let's change it up. Eating that bland bread every day is rather dull. Then what shall we eat? Just as she began to speak, her stomach audibly protested, having only consumed a piece of bread the night before. Come, today we will grill some fish and make fish soup. Yichen boldly strode towards the lake with the fishing rod in hand. However, merely having a fishing rod was insufficient. He lacked bait. If he were to go searching for worms, it would be a waste of time. Scanning the trading system, Yichen found no one selling bait. He casually entered a chat room named Ryu Xingchun and began to type. Looking for bait. Does anyone have it for sale? Message me privately. Before long, Yichen indeed received a private message. I have bait, but only 150 grams. What do you have? Yichen promptly replied. I have a few bottles of freshly exchanged freshwater. Then, for bottles of freshwater. Too expensive, I don't have that much. Forget it. Yichen employed a strategy of feigned disinterest. 3 bottles, I can't go lower than that. I only have 2 bottles, that's all I can offer. Alright, that works. I'll list it in the trading post. The trading post, in essence, was a place of deception, where bargaining was the norm. Having successfully negotiated the price, Yichen exchanged 2 bottles of fresh water for a small jar of fish bait. Although it was merely a small jar, it would suffice. The 150 grams of bait were enough for 60 to 70 uses. Yang Ming'er appeared even more excited than Yichen. Have you ever gone fishing? She inquired. Yichen shook his head, murmuring, I spend my days busy with filming and attending events. I've never even had the chance to watch someone fish. Then observe closely. Yichen said, attaching the bait to the hook. With a graceful flick of the rod, the fishing line traced an elegant arc through the air before plunging into the lake. Within 10 seconds, a notification chimed. Ding. Successfully caught a common flower carp. Please reel it in. The fishing rod provided by the system was remarkable, enabling him to catch a fish so swiftly, complete with an automatic alert. Yichen promptly began to reel in the line. Yang Ming'er eagerly watched the taut line on the surface of the water. I caught it. I caught it. As Yichen lifted the fish from the water, Yang Ming'er was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. The common flower carp weighed 1 pound. First, let us fill our stomachs, and then I'll teach you how to fish. Yichen re-entered the trading interface. 1 bottle of bottled fresh water for a portable grill. 1 bottle of bottled fresh water for a lighter. 1 bottle of bottled fresh water for a dagger. Soon, several private messages flooded in. Brother, how about 2 bottles? I have a grill, but your price is too steep. Yichen scoffed in response. Take it or leave it. I'm not blind. Everything except bottled water and food is plummeting in price at the trading hub. Alright, I'll buy. Damn it, who is stealing my water? Is there any left? Please list another bottle. Goodbye, see you next time. Yichen accepted the grill, lighter, and dagger, closing the trading interface. He wasn't a peculiar collector. He had no use for multiple grills. Having secured the grill, he lit a bonfire, and the 1-pound flower carp quickly transformed into a delicious grilled fish. It's so good, so fragrant. Yang Ming'er exclaimed, singing its praises. Now it's your turn to try. Watch closely. Flick the rod, lift the pole. Yichen demonstrated once more. Another flower carp was hooked. Yang Ming'er clearly lacked practical experience, struggling to cast the line after several attempts. Yi Chen gently wrapped an arm around her, guiding her hands to help her cast. Ding! Successfully caught a bluefish weighing 5 pounds. Yi Chen was taken aback. Could it be that fish were drawn to beautiful girls? The extraordinary bluefish weighed an astonishing 5 pounds. Yang Ming'er seemed invigorated, casting the line twice more and reeling in fish each time. The promised 50% success rate appeared to have transformed into 100% in her hands. By noon, the two had caught a total of 7 fish. Yi Chen set up his super soup pot and began preparing fish soup. While all the remaining fish were listed in the trading hub. Wait, a 5-pound bluefish? Unbelievable. Wait, another 3-pound crucian carp. Who is this master? This seems to be the same person. Another extraordinary blackfish. Envy, jealousy, and hatred abound. I haven't eaten anything all day. The chat room erupted in chaos, while Yi Chen and Yang Ming'er shared laughter over their fish soup. Ding! You have received a private message. Please check. Yi Chen opened the message. I wish to propose a trade. What kind of trade? Yi Chen replied. I possess a blueprint for an extraordinary mountain axe and would like to exchange it for your bluefish. A mountain axe blueprint? Yi Chen quickly recalled something and opened the synthesis system. 2 kitchen knives could be combined to create a mountain axe. The mountain axe could effortlessly chop bamboo, trees, and other materials, serving as a handy weapon for self-defense against wild animals and ill-intentioned humans. The system's explanation of the mountain axe was succinct. If you list it in the trading hub, I will trade with you. Yi Chen unhesitatingly chose to engage in the trade for a simple reason. First, the extraordinary sign materials were already scarce, especially blueprints. Second, the mountain axe could serve dual purposes as a tool for chopping and as a simple weapon for protection. He had no attachment to the 5-pound bluefish, as his perfect fishing rod ensured he would never run out of fish. Upon successfully exchanging the bluefish for the mountain axe blueprint, Yi Chen eagerly reopened the synthesis system. To create the mountain axe, he required 2 kitchen knives, and each kitchen knife necessitated 2 daggers for synthesis. Yi Chen searched the trading system and acquired a dagger for the price of a bottle of water. He now possessed 2 daggers. After synthesizing one into a kitchen knife, he found that the 3rd and 4th daggers were difficult to come by. Buying daggers for 2 bottles of fresh water, he called out in the chat room without hesitation. Yang Ming'er was startled to see Yi Chen wielding a kitchen knife and accidentally spilled the fish soup. Oh no, I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, flustered, though lacking seasoning. The fish soup was a welcome meal, and spilling it was unfortunate. No problem at all. Did you get burned? Yi Chen replied, unfazed by the mess. As he checked on Yang Ming'er, she seemed fine, though her shirt had suffered from the mishap. The thin fabric clung to her form, revealing her figure awkwardly. The situation grew quite uncomfortable. Does anyone have female clothes? I'm looking to collect a few. Yi Chen returned his gaze to the chat room, casually calling out for daggers and clothing. Wait, clothing? Female clothing? Is there a rich 2nd generation on this island? I can barely fill my stomach. And they're collecting clothes for women. How unfair. Master, how many girls do you have? The chat room erupted into light-hearted banter once more. Yang Ming'er bashfully covered her chest with her hands, fearful of exposure. Before long, someone privately messaged Yi Chen. I have a size for a dress. How about 3 bottles of fresh water? The sender seemed quite direct. This signing system is indeed impressive. It offers everything. This seems a bit. Cough, cough. I haven't received any decent clothing yet, just this one. Yi Chen consulted Yang Ming'er for her opinion. Clearly, she was uncomfortable. Not only did she carry the scent of fish, but she was also damp, which was quite distressing. It's all right. It's quite good, thank you, given the circumstances. Changing into a fresh outfit seemed the best course of action. All right, I'll trade with you. With the girl's agreement, Yi Chen readily accepted the other's offer. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a female outfit, a maid outfit. A maid outfit? Yi Chen was left speechless. He never would have imagined this outcome. Cough, cough, here you go. He could only feign ignorance as he handed over the maid outfit. Yang Ming'er examined it, and it seemed she too recognized the awkwardness of the situation. Now, the atmosphere was genuinely uncomfortable. She found herself at a crossroads, neither wanting to accept nor reject the outfit. After all, someone had spent a considerable amount to acquire it for her. It would be unreasonable to be picky. Yet, the maid outfit was quite. To alleviate the tension, Yi Chen pretended to stroll over to the beach, keeping a distance of over 50 meters from Yang Ming'er. After a moment of hesitation, she leaned against the pickup truck and began changing. 5 minutes later, Yang Ming'er emerged from her transformation, clad in the maid outfit, and stepped into Yi Chen's line of sight. A beautiful woman is indeed a beautiful woman. She looks stunning in anything she wears. At this moment, Yang Ming'er exudes a blend of sensuality and playful charm, intermingled with an air of mystery. I'll take another look later, if I find something nice. I'll pick up a few more pieces. No worries, this one fits quite well. Anyone can discern that her words are merely a polite gesture. Fortunately, Another business venture for Yi Chun has also materialized. Someone has privately messaged Yi Chun, "I have 2 daggers, 5 bottles of fresh water, 1 price." "All right, no problem." Yi Chun, hailing from a prominent family, did not hesitate in the slightest. After all, it was merely a few bottles of water, and he possessed a whole lake of fresh water. With 2 more daggers at his disposal, Yi Chun synthesized a kitchen knife once again. Equipped with dual knives, he resolved to be more cautious this time. Fearing to startle Yang Ming'er, he turned his back to her and began exploring how to synthesize a hatchet. Ding! Congratulations, host. The resources you possess can now synthesize an excellent grade hatchet, basic version. Would you like to synthesize it immediately? The system proved to be quite user-friendly. Synthesize. Yi Chun eagerly replied. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a hatchet, basic version. 2 hatchets can be further synthesized to enhance chopping efficiency. It seems this hatchet is indeed upgradable. Ding! System notification. The chatroom Sun, Moon, Stars has successfully synthesized an excellent grade hatchet. Special reward granted. Chapter 5. Weapon prices soar. Level up the Sun, Moon, Stars sign-in system by 1 level. Wow, that's impressive. Instantly advancing a level. It turns out that synthesizing high-level items for the first time comes with system rewards. The chatroom erupted in excitement. Yi Chun himself had not anticipated such a special reward. The individual who had previously sold his blueprints must be regretting it now. Level 3 sign-in system. 60 for common rewards, 16 for rare rewards, 13 for excellent rewards, 8 for perfect rewards, 2 for epic rewards, 0, 99 for legendary rewards, 0, 01 for divine rewards. While the majority of individuals still operated at level 1 of their sign-in systems, Yi Chun had already ascended to level 3. The probability of obtaining high-level sign-in rewards had also increased, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of receiving a super divine reward. Clad in a maid outfit, the somewhat reserved Yang Ming'er also received a system prompt. She shyly tugged at her skirt and inquired, "Level 3? Yi Chun nodded and remarked, "With great power comes great responsibility. We must focus on strengthening our defenses. Every situation has its duality. The individuals in the exchange and chat room could provide benefits under specific circumstances, yet a competitive relationship existed between them. Were it not for the system evenly distributing everyone across different islands, some might have already resorted to solving problems through force." Yi Chun swung the hatchet at a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. With a crack, the trunk splintered. An excellent grade tool was indeed extraordinary. "Help! There are wolves." Suddenly, a distress message echoed through the chat room. "What is going on? How are there wolves?" Others began to exclaim in alarm. Ding! The 24-hour system protection period has expired. Survivors, please exercise caution. The system issued a special warning. The atmosphere in the chat room became tense. "We haven't even secured basic necessities yet. How can we confront wild wolves? Help! I think I saw a wild boar. Thankfully, I'm hiding in a tree. Hey, is that first person still around?" Unfortunately, the first person to call for help fell silent. "Ming'er, get back to the car. For safety's sake." Yi Chun immediately instructed Yang Ming'er to get in the vehicle. He was completely unaware of the wildlife situation on the island, and the car was their safest refuge. Yi Chun had a vehicle and weapons, ensuring a degree of safety, but other survivors were far less fortunate. Looking to buy daggers, is anyone selling? As a primary weapon, daggers quickly became a hot commodity. With the hatchet as his weapon, Yi Chun naturally did not covet the diminutive daggers. "Do you know how to use a weapon?" Yi Chun, though not expecting a prominent star to be adept with axes and halberds, still inquired. Yang Ming'er shook her head, somewhat dazed. However, moments later, she excitedly exclaimed, "I can use a bow. I've even won awards in competitions." Yi Chun was pleasantly surprised by the star's hidden talent. He quickly scanned the synthesis system, and indeed, there was an option. Wooden bow, level sign-in weapon, also obtainable through synthesis. Wooden bow requires 2 bamboo sticks and 1 rubber band. Given the difficulty of acquiring weapons through the trading system, Yi Chun discovered that someone was selling rubber bands. 5 rubber bands requires 2 bottles of drinking water. For rubber bands, requires 2 bottles of drinking water. Yi Chun swiftly snatched up both listings. "Hey, who took my rubber bands? I was just about to withdraw them. Damn, my rubber bands were also snatched. Wow, you're amazing." When Yang Ming'er saw Yi Chun clutching 9 rubber bands, she realized that the person who had taken the business from others was none other than this remarkable individual before her. "Thanks for the tip," Yi Chun said, giving her a thumbs up. The wooden bow was merely a level weapon, but 2 wooden bows could be synthesized into a crossbow. 2 crossbows, along with firearm blueprints and metal blueprints, could then be combined to create a pistol. Lacking bamboo groves nearby, Yi Chun could not craft a bow at that moment. He seized the opportunity to drive his pickup truck around the lake before sunset. On the northern shore of the lake, he discovered a vast grassy expanse spanning thousands of square meters, with a cave to the north of the lawn. Crossing through the cave from south to north led to a beautiful sandy beach. Yi Chen surveyed the area. This location would serve as an excellent site to establish his base. The cave to the north provided a natural barrier, while the lake to the south safeguarded his rear. His only tasks were to fence off the paths along the lake and construct a wall with fencing on the northern shore of the cave, thereby transforming the expansive grassy area into his own kingdom. Yi Chen was lost in thoughts of the future when suddenly, a low howl of a wolf echoed from afar. There truly are wolves. Chapter 6. A sleepless night with a beautiful companion. The wolf's howl startled Yang Ming'er considerably, even while seated in the sturdy pickup truck. She trembled all over. It's all right. This is a world-class pickup, very sturdy. Besides, we have weapons. Yi Chen tried to reassure her. It was evident that erecting a fence around the area had become an urgent priority. As night began to fall, the two exchanged bottled water for some food. Distress messages from survivors continued to flood the chat room. It seemed that for most, this night would be far from pleasant. Yang Ming'er remained tense, gazing out the window until darkness enveloped the land, rendering everything invisible before she finally calmed down. Meanwhile, Yi Chen nonchalantly turned on a light inside the vehicle and resumed his study of the synthesis system. The synthesis system was quite extensive. It appeared that as long as the materials were sufficient, there was nothing that could not be synthesized. However, it seemed that synthesis was linked to sign-in levels. Without adequate sign-in levels, one would not qualify for synthesis even with enough materials. Currently, the most scarce resources for the majority of survivors were food and water. But for Yi Chen, it was various blueprints and some seemingly useless items that were, in fact, quite valuable. For instance, various simple tools, as well as pots, pans, and everyday necessities, even the most basic materials such as ropes, iron wires, wooden planks, and plastic products. Yi Chen envisioned the development of his small kingdom in several stages. The foremost task was to establish a defensive network, ensuring complete isolation between the interior of the kingdom and the outside world. The next step was to transform the cave into a secondary residence and storage area. Ultimately, he aimed to continuously upgrade his small kingdom, making it not only impregnable, but also a treasure trove where anything could be acquired. Presently, the most crucial step was undoubtedly the establishment of the defensive network. Ying, rest early. There's no need to worry about safety. Tomorrow we have work to do, and this place will be our home, Yi Chen assured. Ying blinked her large eyes at him, seemingly understanding yet appearing somewhat perplexed. Tomorrow we will first cut down some trees to enclose the lawn. The materials we need to focus on at the trading post include ropes, iron wires, and simple tools. As he briefly described the tasks for the following day, he began searching for the necessary resources in the trading post. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed nearby, seemingly closer than before. Ying shivered and instinctively burrowed into Yi Chen's embrace. In that confined space, a stunning beauty clad in a maid outfit nestled against him, challenging even Yi Chen's gentlemanly composure. He gently patted her shoulder twice to reassure her, saying, "It's all right. This glass is sturdy enough to withstand even a bear." However, his words seemed to have the opposite effect, for upon hearing the mention of a bear, Ying clung to him even tighter. Her ample bosom pressed against his chest, and Yi Chen struggled to maintain his calm, wrapping his arm gently around her shoulder. Sleep, sleep, I'll keep watch. Rest easy." He had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. After all, they were comrades under the same roof now. Any romantic developments would need to occur naturally, based on mutual feelings. While Yi Chen endeavored to control his hormones, the lives of other survivors were far from easy. "Help! I think I hear wolves too. I feel like there are some here." The fear was contagious. Even those in areas devoid of wolves felt the weight of unseen eyes watching them. As midnight struck, Yi Chen remained focused on studying the synthesis system with the beautiful girl in his arms, who had now completely turned his limb into a pillow. She began to mutter in her sleep, hold me tight, there are wolves, there are wolves." Clearly, she was having a nightmare. Yet, Yi Chen was also struggling, his arm nearly numb from her weight. Check-in. After finally adjusting his position, he initiated the check-in task for a new day. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received an excellent level reward, a shovel." Though it wasn't a legendary grade reward, the shovel was precisely the tool Yi Chen had longed for. With plans to build a fence at dawn, digging holes would be essential, making this shovel an invaluable asset. Ying remained lost in her dreams, and Yi Chen opted not to disturb her. He immediately began to check if any new items had appeared in the trading post. Given the recent wolf sightings, many survivors had remained awake throughout the night, and even without the threat of wolves, numerous individuals were eagerly awaiting the first opportunity to claim their check-in rewards. As expected, just a few minutes past midnight, an array of peculiar items appeared in the trading post. Drinking water, food, and weapons remained the three most sought-after commodities. Even if someone listed items, they were almost instantly snatched up. Yi Chen scanned the offerings and noticed a unique item. 7th chapter. Check in a dog. One roll of iron wire, 100 meters. This seemingly unremarkable item caught Yi-Chen's attention, as he needed iron wire to tie his fence. Without hesitation, he purchased it. After a few more rounds of scanning the trading post, he found nothing of interest and decided to close his eyes and sleep with Ying-Ming-R. Ying-Ming-R's sleeping posture was far from demure, with her limbs sprawled across Yi-Chen. There was no other option but to accept this situation. Yi-Chen had not anticipated that the dignified star on television would display such a lack of decorum in her sleep. He drifted in and out of slumber until dawn. As he saw Ying-Ming-R groggily open her eyes, he cleared his throat twice. Instantly, she realized her awkward sleeping position and shrank back, lowering her head. Let us check in and see how your luck fares today, my beautiful friend. Yesterday, Ying-Ming-R had an extraordinary stroke of luck, and Yi-Chen was filled with anticipation. After a lengthy wait, the system remained silent. It appeared that there was little hope for anything significant. He surmised that it was either an ordinary level or a low-level reward. Suddenly, 2 barks startled Yi-Chen, causing him to shudder. Following that, a furry paw reached toward him. What is this? Where did this little dog come from? Ying-Ming-R looked on with delight at the small dog perched on Yi-Chen. You signed in a dog? Yi-Chen was taken aback, realizing that this stunning beauty had deviated from the norm and obtained a dog as her reward. Could living creatures also be part of the check-in system? Indeed, it was a puppy of a shepherd dog, classified as a rare grade. Though the system indicated it could upgrade under certain conditions. Upgrade? A dog merely lives, ages, and eventually passes away. Can it truly upgrade? How astonishing. Hey, don't chew on my bread. That is my breakfast. The puppy seemed unbothered by its new environment, eagerly munching on Yi-Chen's bread. Though small in stature, it had a hearty appetite, finishing a 100-gram loaf in mere minutes. You just devoured my breakfast. But what can you actually do? Yi-Chen was a practical person. He had not come to the island for leisure, although he found himself in a more comfortable situation than most survivors. The unexpected arrival of a pet to care for was somewhat overwhelming. How adorable. It was evident that Ying-Ming-R had no resistance to cute animals. Let us name it Xiaoha. Yi-Chen was at a loss for words, naming a shepherd dog Xiaoha, as if it were a husky. Yet, he couldn't bear to dismiss Ying-Ming-R's wishes. After all, roasting the dog was out of the question. Fortunately, his supplies were ample. Yi-Chen returned to the trading post to exchange for some bread and biscuits. With a shovel in hand, iron wire acquired, and a hatchet at his disposal, he felt confident and prepared to begin work. On the other side of the cave, Yi-Chen successfully discovered a bamboo grove. He used the hatchet to carve out 2 bamboo poles for Ying-Ming-R, then combined one with a rubber band to create a bow. Constructing arrows was more complex, requiring bird feathers, but with no birds in sight, he resorted to using thin bamboo as makeshift arrows. Ying-Ming-R seemed quite satisfied with the bow, standing beside Yi-Chen as a temporary guardian. Yi-Chen swung the hatchet, beginning to fell bamboo. In the span of the morning, Yi-Chen cut down over 100 bamboo stalks, and together they loaded them onto the pickup truck, transporting them to the right side of the lake. The lake had 2 narrow corridors, each about 5 or 6 meters wide. Yi-Chen's plan was to seal off one side and create a bamboo door on the other, allowing his powerful 750 pickup truck to come and go. With a beautiful girl fetching him tea and water, Yi-Chen found his efficiency remarkably high. However, by the end of the morning, he had barely managed to complete the fence for one corridor. At noon, Yi-Chen lay on the lawn basking in the sun, cradling his axe. Yang-Ming-Er set aside her bow and arrow and rushed to the lake with a fishing rod. The pair, 1 person and 1 dog, were thoroughly enjoying their fishing experience. I've got a bite. It's so heavy, I can't pull it. Suddenly, Yang-Ming-Er exclaimed. She struggled to tug at the fishing rod, yet the line showed no sign of movement. Yi-Chen immediately abandoned his axe and rushed to assist her. Goodness, together they exerted all their strength. What kind of fish could this possibly be? Woof. Little Ha barked a few times and suddenly leaped into the lake. Little Ha, don't run off. Yang-Ming-Er cried out, clearly distressed by the dog's impulsive plunge. Yet, it seemed that this sheepdog was a natural swimmer, paddling through the water with remarkable skill, quickly reaching the spot where the fishing line had fallen. With a splash, Little Ha plunged into the water. After Little Ha entered, the pressure on Yi-Chen and Yang-Ming-Er appeared to diminish significantly. Quick, pull with all your might. The two began to haul in the fishing line, which became taut as they coordinated their efforts. Little Ha occasionally surfaced, only to dive back under, clearly entangled with something beneath the waves. Almost there. It's coming to the surface. With a surge of strength, Yi-Chen yanked with all his might, sending a spray of water into the air. Soon, a massive freshwater fish, measuring an impressive 1.5 meters in length, came into view. Ding! Successfully caught a legendary giant catfish. Weight, 100 pounds. Chapter 8, Legendary Grade Giant Catfish. When Yichen widened his eyes at the weight indicated by the system, he was utterly stunned. 100 pounds. A legendary grade fish, 100 pounds. Ming'er, you're incredible. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yichen scooped Yang Ming'er into his arms, nearly lifting her above his head. Yang Ming'er immediately blushed and lowered her head shyly. Realizing he had lost his composure, Yichen gently set her down, only to encounter a new dilemma. Ming'er, this fish is so enormous. How are we going to sell it? Last time, a 5-pound fish had very few buyers. This one weighs 100 pounds, and no one will be able to afford it. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ming'er suddenly pointed at the large fish and exclaimed, we can roast it and cut it into small pieces to sell. This way, more people will be able to afford it. Brilliant. Yichen slapped his thigh, realizing he had overlooked such an obvious solution. It seemed that this stunning beauty was not just a pretty face, but possessed a sharp mind as well. Meanwhile, Little Ha had already jumped out of the lake by himself. Yang Ming'er immediately picked up Little Ha, showering him with affection, making Yichen feel envious. When would he receive such treatment? The giant catfish continued to flop on the shore, though it seemed close to death. Yichen exchanged 4 bottles of freshwater for a dagger. They divided their tasks and began working. Yichen swiftly dispatched the giant fish, starting to cut the meat. He scraped off the slime, severed the head, removed the bones, and ultimately sliced the remaining flesh into over 40 pieces. Yang Ming'er had already set up a barbecue grill and gathered a pile of firewood. Little Ha, this large piece of meat is a reward for you. Yichen generously tossed a 2-pound chunk of fish meat to Little Ha. This time, Little Ha did not hesitate, devouring the delicious treat. Actually, I'm not hungry. How about we check the trading post first? Yang Ming'er politely declined Yichen's offer. He did not press the matter. Eager to see what price such fish meat could fetch. Delicious, juicy legendary grade giant catfish fillet, 500 grams. Price to be determined, private message for inquiries. To his surprise, the system automatically described the fish meat. Upon seeing someone listing a legendary grade item, the chat room erupted. Wow, a legendary fish. Who is this? Is this person for real? Is it that big shot from yesterday again? This world is so unfair. Why is there such a vast disparity among people? Big shot, please take me under your wing. Big brother, please spare some fish meat. Almost immediately, Yichen's private message system flooded with notifications. Great deity, I'll trade you my light bulb for fish meat. Big shot, do you need a telephone? Big brother, how about Hawking's A Brief History of Time? Yichen was nearly overwhelmed. He also felt a pang of sympathy for these poor souls. What kind of rewards are these? Light bulbs and telephones? This is an island, aside from lightning. There's likely no electricity whatsoever. A brief history of time? For most people, the current time isn't a brief history. It's merely a pile of dung. With no rewards from signing in, they could only wait for a new day to dawn. Those unfortunate souls would gladly trade a day for just a minute, so they could sign in constantly. After half an hour of sifting through private messages, Yichen's eyes were weary. But he finally spotted a few useful items. 20 meters of hemp rope, 1 pair of scissors. Rope has myriad uses, and scissors are a common tool that will eventually come in handy. Less than 10 minutes later, Yang Ming'er prepared 4 pieces of grilled fish, each weighing over a pound. Yichen successfully exchanged these 4 pieces of fish for a small bundle of hemp rope and a somewhat rough pair of scissors. They grilled nearly 20 pieces of fish, leaving over half of the fish remaining. Little Ha certainly had a hearty appetite, devouring 3 large pieces of meat on his own. Yichen and Yang Ming'er consumed 3 pieces of fish meat, while the remaining 10 pieces were exchanged for compact biscuits for easier storage. Although the fish meat was delectable, it was not suitable for long-term storage. On this island, with the sweltering daytime heat, even the tastiest fish would likely spoil within 2 days. As Yichen pondered how to handle the remaining half of the fish, his private messages flickered again. Opening it revealed an unusual offer. Chapter 9, An Awkward Gift. I would like to trade a set of ladies' lingerie for 2 pieces of fish meat. Yichen turned his head slightly to glance at Yang Ming'er, who was playing with Little Ha. Today, Yang Ming'er had changed back into yesterday's shirt, putting away the maid outfit. What size is it? Yichen replied. Yes. It's a black lace set from Victoria's Secret, came the reply. Yichen felt a wave of embarrassment. He had no knowledge of such things. Casting another glance at Yang Ming'er, he seemed to recall seeing her measurements on some gossip site. Fine, I'll trade with you. Yichen decisively cut 2 more pieces of fish meat and went to the trading post to capture the other party's item in a snapshot. There's nothing else useful here. You can use this. Yichen tossed the exchanged item to Yang Ming'er. She opened it and froze. Receiving a maid outfit yesterday and lingerie today. Things were indeed getting quite steamy. However, the gesture was well-intentioned, and she couldn't be rude. Thank you. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward once more. It seemed that I had just witnessed someone hanging a set of women's lingerie, but it had vanished in the blink of an eye. Was it snatched away? The chat room appeared to be brimming with idle spectators. That set had only been displayed for a few fleeting seconds, yet it was caught by someone. What a peculiar item. Lingerie, no less. On this desolate island, I am the only one here. I could easily go without wearing anything. Could it be that the esteemed figure acquired it? It seems that only those of high status have companions of the opposite sex. How enviable. It appears to be quite an exquisite piece. Is the day and night star deity present, or has he gone off to frolic with a lady? The less fortunate souls in the chat room were practically drooling with envy. Yang Ming'er, feeling a touch of embarrassment, could no longer continue watching and opted to feign interest in amusing Xiaoha instead. To avoid disturbance, Yichen promptly disabled the private chat system. After all, if something truly valuable were to appear, the gossiping nature of these individuals would surely raise a ruckus, making it impossible for him to miss out. Having filled his stomach, he lifted his trusty axe and resumed his labor. He needed to complete the makeshift bamboo door before nightfall, ensuring safety by the lake. Yi Chun was drenched in sweat, completely disregarding Yang Ming'er. Here has some water. By 3 in the afternoon, he wiped the sweat from his brow as Yang Ming'er handed him a bottle. He turned to accept it, but his gaze fell upon her. She had transformed the color of her thin shirt to black. How unfortunate. Thankfully, Yi Chun remained composed. Otherwise, a typical person might have nosebleed from the sight. The originally thin white shirt now had an unexpected black garment peeking through, which was rather peculiar. Was she afraid that others wouldn't notice? Yang Ming'er bashfully covered her chest with her hands and muttered softly, "Next time, if there's another chance. Could you perhaps buy a lighter color?" Yi Chun scratched the back of his head, realizing his inexperience. He had not even considered such details. It was evident that Yang Ming'er was an exceptionally neat girl, promptly washing her previous shirt. Yi Chun then recognized that he seemed to be lacking in various essentials. For instance, a washing machine. Of course, at this stage, that was merely a fanciful thought, but a plastic bucket, a bar of soap, and a washboard were certainly worth considering. He needed to think ahead about his own trousers and clothes as well. Before he knew it, it was past 4 o'clock, and he had yet to complete his tasks for the day, especially since carpentry was not his primary occupation. If we can't finish today, we'll roast some fish and eat before resting in the car. Without needing further instruction, Yang Ming'er had already begun to prepare the fire. Suddenly, Xiaoha barked towards the southwest of the lake. "Xiaoha, stop barking. Dinner is ready, and you're not starving, so why are you making a fuss?" Yi Chun scolded Xiaoha. However, Xiaoha lifted his neck high and stared sternly at Yi Chun. "What are you looking at?" Yi Chun continued his reprimand with a sense of bravado. Without warning, Xiaoha lunged forward, tugging at Yi Chun's pant leg and dragging him towards the cave. Hey, don't pull. These are my only pants." Yi Chun was genuinely alarmed. He couldn't afford to run around the island like that fellow in the chat room, completely undressed, especially with a stunning beauty by his side. He needed to maintain his image. Xiaoha, unfazed, continued to tug at his pant leg, realizing he couldn't pull Yi Chun, and instead turned to Yang Ming'er, beginning to gnaw on her ankle boots. "You little rascal, are you looking for a fight?" Yi Chun picked up a bamboo stick, ready to discipline Xiaoha. Yang Ming'er seemed to understand, shouting at Yi Chun, "Is Xiaoha urging us to return to the car?" "The car?" Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the southwest direction of the lake. Could it be that someone was approaching? Chapter 10. The beautiful archer slays the alpha wolf. Xiaoha abruptly dashed in front of Yi Chun, barking furiously towards the southwest. A chilling wolf howl resonated closer and closer to Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er. It dawned on Yi Chun that wolves were indeed nearby. "Xiaoha, run. I'll cover you." Yi Chun positioned himself with his axe in hand, standing protectively in front of Yang Ming'er. However, upon seeing the pack of wolves, his earlier bravado dissipated. It was not just one wolf approaching, but a pack of 8. With only 2 humans and a dog, alongside a woman lacking in combat prowess, engaging them head-on would be utterly futile. Xiaoha, undeterred, continued to bark at the wolves. Yi Chun, recognizing the gravity of the situation, began to retreat slowly. The safest option was to return to their pickup truck. "Xiaoha, don't act recklessly," Yi Chun gently called out, fearing that Xiaoha might charge forward. Fortunately, Xiaoha seemed to comprehend, remaining stationary and barking without advancing. Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er gradually began to back away. Yang Ming'er glanced at the pickup, noticing she was the closest, with less than 50 meters between them. The alpha wolf howled again, signaling the pack to spring into action. "You go first." Yi Chun shouted to Yang Ming'er while grabbing some fish from the barbecue grill and tossing it towards the wolves. Although the fish was precious, Yi Chun had to sacrifice it to buy time. Sure enough, the airborne fish successfully diverted the attention of most of the wolves. 6 or 7 of them abandoned their pursuit of the humans, instead fighting over the fish. Only the alpha wolf and a slightly smaller wolf continued to fixate on Yi Chun. Yang Ming'er retreat. Yi Chun kept his eyes on the 2 wolves, once again urging Yang Ming'er to make her escape. Xiaoha had locked eyes with the alpha wolf. Yang Ming'er hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed Yi Chun's command and ran towards the pickup. Yi Chun took the opportunity to strike first with a loud clang of his axe, startling the two wolves and halting their advance. Xiao Ha, retreat. Seizing the moment, Yi Chun called for Xiao Ha as he dashed towards the pickup. Xiao Ha obediently turned and followed Yi Chun. By now, Yang Ming'er had reached the pickup and called out to Yi Chun, hurry up. As Yi Chun and Xiao Ha turned, the two wolves realized that their threats were merely bluster, and they lunged forward with renewed vigor. Though Xiao Ha was small, he was twice as fast as Yi Chun and quickly leapt into Yang Ming'er's arms, leaving Yi Chun trailing behind. With the wolves gaining ground, Yi Chun suddenly felt a rush of wind by his ear. In an instant, a bamboo arrow sliced through the air, striking the alpha wolf squarely in the chest. The alpha wolf let out a pained howl before collapsing. Yi Chun stood in stunned silence. This stunning beauty truly had the audacity to shoot. He was still present, and she had already fired. Had her aim been slightly off, he might have been devoured by the wolves before being pierced by her arrow. Without time to lament, he seized the opportunity to leap into the pickup. With a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut, finally allowing himself to breathe deeply. They had narrowly escaped. Of the 8 wild wolves, the alpha lay gravely injured, while the remaining 7 lost their leader and were reduced to chaos. Yi Chun's greatest loss was the massive catfish that had gone to waste in the jaws of the wolves. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Yang Ming'er anxiously scrutinized Yi Chun from head to toe. Yi Chun shook his head, internally bemused. If he were truly in peril, it would likely be due to this girl's frightful arrow. However, the recent incident involving the wild wolves was entirely his own oversight. With the defensive works yet unfinished, he brazenly commenced grilling fish. The tantalizing aroma of the fish would surely attract the wolves, especially with the gruesome remains of a dead fish still bloodied by the riverbank. The mingling scents of fresh blood and roasted meat could undoubtedly be detected even from a distant isle. Relieved that the scare had passed, Yi Chun exhaled deeply. I am unharmed. Check if Xiao Ha is injured. Following this incident, Yi Chun resolved never to underestimate Xiao Ha again. This shepherd dog had undeniably become a cherished member of the family. Xiao Ha appeared unscathed, though it seemed to be hungry once more. Turning around, Yi Chun found the little creature gnawing on his bread again. Truly a good dog, albeit with an astonishing appetite. Having just consumed 3 sizable chunks of fish, it was already ravenous again. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor. I am Mingming, for slaying the alpha wolf, earning 2 perfect-grade alpha wolf fangs and 1 wolf pelt. Chapter 11. Exchange for perfect-grade seeds. Upon receiving this system notification, both Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er were left dumbfounded. The chatroom erupted into fervor once more. Did the alpha wolf just get slain? Who is this remarkable individual? Incredible. We only see wild wolves when fleeing, yet someone dared to slay one, and the alpha, no less. Alpha wolf fangs. This seems to be one of the components for crafting a super divine grade multifunctional quantum cutting knife. Data enthusiasts immediately recognized the fang's significance. Yi Chun, intrigued by the system's description, gently accessed the data on the fangs. Alpha wolf fang. Perfect grade synthetic component, a crucial element in crafting the super divine weapon. The multifunctional quantum cutting knife. A super divine weapon? Although Yi Chun could not ascertain the cutting knife's capabilities, the notion of a super weapon sounded impressive. For safety's sake, he decided against exiting the pickup. Moreover, the daylight was fading. It was wiser to remain securely within his sturdy vehicle. The wolf fangs and pelt were automatically assigned to Yang Ming'er. Yi Chun inspected the pelt, which appeared quite decent. It would serve well as a blanket once he acquired a bed in the future. Wow, someone just posted high-grade supplies again. The chatroom buzzed with excitement. Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er immediately entered the chatroom. Perfect-grade vegetable seeds. Upon seeing this, Yi Chun's eyes lit up. To sustain a long-term existence on the island, he would eventually rely on cultivating crops. Although he possessed a perfect-grade fishing rod and ample fish, a prolonged absence of vegetables would surely be detrimental to health. The seller seemed quite unscrupulous, charging the price of 2 bottles of freshwater for a single seed. Wow, this price is outrageous. I cannot afford it. Such a tiny seed demands 2 bottles of water. What a scam. The chatroom soon filled with complaints from those struggling to meet their basic needs. Yi Chun meticulously examined the system's description of the perfect-grade seeds. Perfect-grade vegetable seeds, genetically modified seeds that, given suitable soil, sunlight, and moisture, can yield 20 seeds of varying grades and at least 2 kilograms of vegetables within 7 days. Truly worthy of the perfect grade, the growth efficiency was remarkable. Maturity in 7 days, transforming 1 seed into 20. Yi Chun promptly sent a private message to the seller. Brother, how many seeds do you have in total? He quickly received a reply. Not many. The system only rewarded 20 seeds. I will take them all. What is the price? Yi Chun replied without hesitation. Bro, that 1 tea come cheap. Yi Chun countered with an even higher offer. For 20 seeds, I will give you 40 bottles of fresh water, along with 200 grams of bread and 2 fish weighing no less than a pound each. I believe no one can top my offer. Big guy, I must keep some for myself, right? I'll cover your food for the next 10 days, providing you with at least 2 fish daily. Yang Ming'er gazed at Yi Chen's message with confusion, her eyes wide. Clearly, the seller initially offered 20 seeds for 40 bottles of fresh water. Yet Yi Chen had escalated the price to an unimaginable level. All right, I won't fuss over it, but you must keep your word and not play tricks. No problem. A total of 40 bottles of water can be provided in advance. I will need time to catch the fish, but the bread can be given early. If you're concerned, I can convert the fish into freshwater for you. Yi Chen readily agreed, promptly listing the resources he promised on the trading platform. Although Yang Ming'er was puzzled, she refrained from interjecting. Only after Yi Chen received the 20 seeds did he smile and explain, if I'm buying it all. This is called monopolization. Monopolization? Clearly, Yang Ming'er, having debuted as a star, did not grasp the intricacies of this commercial strategy. Acquiring all 20 seeds versus just 19 is fundamentally different. By monopolizing the market entirely, once the vegetables are available, he alone would dictate the price. In a market devoid of competition, he would be the sole price setter. Hey, where are the seeds? Why are they gone? I wanted to buy some. I also want seeds. Why can't I find them? Damn, I just gathered 2 bottles of water, and in an instant, they vanished. Soon, the chat room was filled with agitated voices. I'll offer 3 bottles of fresh water. Brother, please list them. I'll trade my 2 daggers for seeds, plus a bottle of fresh water. I'll raise my offer too. Seeing no responses, the crowd began to increase their bids. Yang Ming'er then understood why Yi Chen had so decisively purchased all the seeds at such a high price. She turned her face, gazing at Yi Chen with admiration. This man is indeed formidable. If it were her, she would have haggled for ages. However, it seemed that if time dragged on, new competitors would inevitably emerge, and the cost would surely escalate. Yi Chen's swift and decisive approach was undoubtedly the optimal strategy. At this moment, Yi Chen had already envisioned a grand blueprint in his mind. This island, this very place, it is to be my foundation. Chapter 12. A pair of men's underpants. After a long day, Yi Chen and Yang Ming'er were exhausted and could not muster the strength to stay awake until midnight for the sign-in. Lying in the pickup, they awoke to bright daylight. Yang Ming'er, familiar with the routine, dove into Yi Chen's embrace once more, her neckline loosened, revealing a glimpse of springtime. Yi Chen gently rose, ensuring that the animated Yang Ming'er was settled, then checked the fuel level of his pickup. The vehicle had been gifted by the system, but fuel was not included. When the pickup first came into his possession, Yi Chen had noted that the fuel tank held barely half a tank of diesel. Although he had not driven long, most of the fuel had been converted into electrical energy, leaving him with less than half a tank. It appeared he would need to find some diesel. Otherwise, this pickup would truly transform into an immobile fortress. Yi Chen opened the trading platform once more. The price of freshwater in the trading platform had begun to decline over the past few days, clearly indicating that an increasing number of survivors were able to acquire freshwater resources through alternative means. Yi Chen also spotted fruits on the trading platform. Coconut, 300 grams, requires 1 dagger. Banana, 300 grams, requires 300 grams of bread. As the frequency of check-ins increased, the variety of food became more abundant. It seems that living solely by selling water is coming to an end. Yang Ming'er appeared to have awakened, rubbing her eyes and rising from her seat. Woof! Xiaoha! While munching on bread, barked at the 2 of them. Yi Chen glanced at his breakfast, now transformed into dog food, with a hint of frustration. It was time to continue checking in. Mimicking Yang Ming'er's pre-check-in ritual, he clasped his hands together and offered a prayer to the heavens. Ding! Congratulations, host. On a successful check-in, you have received a level excellent reward, 10 pounds of fertile soil. Please check your inventory. Though he did not receive the diesel he hoped for, he was instead gifted with soil. Yi Chen opened the description to examine it closely. Fertile soil. Utilizing level excellent fertile soil for crop cultivation will increase efficiency by 50, with a 10 chance for the harvested crops to be upgraded by 1 level. This seemed promising. He was planning to attempt sowing today. Originally, the maturation time was 7 days, but with a 50 increase in efficiency, it could be reduced by at least 2 days. The sooner he could grow vegetables, the higher the prices he could command due to their rarity. Having completed his check-in, Yi Chen turned his gaze to Yang Ming'er. The girl was busy rubbing her fists, praying and kneeling. After a long wait, no system notification sounded. It was clear that she had received a level or below reward. It seemed that prayers did not always yield results. Yi Chen maintained a positive attitude, not expecting Yang Ming'er's level 1 check-in system to frequently grant him anything of substantial value. However, Yang Ming'er's expression had turned somewhat awkward. What's wrong? What did you get from your check-in? Your face. Yi Chen questioned, puzzled. After some hesitation, Yang Ming'er pointed to a small package on the back seat. Her brows knitted together, and in a shy whisper said, This is for you. What is it? Yichen casually grabbed the small package from the back seat. At that moment, he understood why Yang Ming'er looked so strange. The package bore bold letters. One pair of men's underwear. The system was indeed quite considerate. Yesterday, he gifted her lingerie, and today she returned the favor with underwear. It seemed that the exchange was quite fitting. Thank you. Yichen managed a strained smile, stowing away the expensive branded underwear. After a light breakfast, the two descended from the pickup. With Xiaohao around, there was no need to worry about a wolf pack ambush. Let us drive the pickup over. If we encounter wolves again, we can quickly take refuge in the vehicle. After yesterday's encounter, Yichen prioritized safety above all else. Throughout the morning, he and Yang Ming'er busied themselves with the fence near the lake. It must be said that a male-female pairing made work less tedious. By noon, the fence was finally completed, including the gate on the southwest side. Now, the safety of the lawn had significantly improved. Unless wolves crossed the lake, it would be difficult for them to enter the lawn now. However, the current fence was merely a preliminary measure, capable of deterring wild animals, but not humans. Yichen envisioned an ultimate plan for a wall, a towering 3-meter structure equipped with an automatic alarm system and all-encompassing surveillance cameras. Yichen, new items have arrived in the trading post. While Yichen was lost in thought regarding his masterpiece fence, Yang Ming'er called out. He immediately accessed the trading post. 1 candle requires 200 grams of bread or 2 bottles of water. 1 ceramic cup requires any food item weighing 200 grams. 1 bottle of mosquito repellent requires a knife. Indeed, the trading post offered a plethora of new items. However, the focal point of discussion among everyone revolved around one item, the solar panel. Chapter 13, the 4 conditions for upgrading check-in levels. Level perfect material, solar panel. Mini solar panel, a level perfect material composed of basic silicon and aluminum, capable of providing 1 unit of energy per day on average. Multiple panels can be upgraded and integrated. While it may be a miniature item, and a single panel may not accomplish much, it represented hope for many survivors seeking power supply. Hey, what is the price? How many do you have? Immediately, someone began inquiring about details in the public channel. A user named I Am the Most Wild Man replied, "There's only one. And I'm not sure about the price. Highest bidder wins." Clearly, this individual possessed some business acumen, opting for an auction-style sale rather than rushing to set a price. Should we buy it? Yang Ming'er recalled Yichen's exchange for level seeds and seemed to think he would take action again. However, Yichen's behavior left her perplexed once more. No need. Buying 2 candles is more practical. With that, he spent 4 bottles of fresh water to acquire 2 candles, grabbed his shovel, and sought a flat area to cultivate. The chatroom buzzed with activity. I'll trade my kitchen knife and 500 grams of bread for it. I'll offer 10 bottles of water and 2 fish, plus 300 grams of bread. I'll exchange my newly checked-in level bicycle for it. The number of bidders increased, and the prices soared. Yichen, bearing his shovel and dragging a bag of fertile soil, with his precious 20 seeds in tow, found a level patch of grass in the southwestern area of the lawn and began his cultivation. Yang Ming'er kept a watchful eye on the chatroom information. After nearly 20 minutes, she made her way to Yichen, who had already cultivated a 10-square-meter plot. It seems it hasn't sold yet? Yichen wiped the sweat from his forehead and nonchalantly stated, "It's normal. Rather than waste time in the chatroom, it's better to get some work done." Yang Ming'er thought Yichen was referring to her, feeling ashamed and a bit lost. Even if the battery panel were given to me now, it wouldn't be useful. It's like giving you a pile of batteries. What can you do with them right now? Rather than spend a fortune on something temporarily impractical, it's better to invest time in other pursuits. Come on, stop dawdling. I just exchanged for a plastic bucket. Go fetch some water, and we'll plant our precious seeds soon. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Yang Ming'er ceased her focus on the chatroom and trading post, taking the bucket to fetch water. After a busy morning, Yichen successfully sowed the seeds and watered them, now awaiting the harvest. After a hearty meal, they discovered that the solar panel from the user I Am the Most Wild Man had still not sold. Yichen scoffed. Human greed knows no bounds. It seemed that this solar panel would not sell after all. In the afternoon, Yichen took a brief nap. Half awake, he felt a tap from Yang Ming'er. Yichen, the system has new news." Upon hearing this, Yichen immediately became alert. Ding. System notification. The requirements for upgrading the check-in system have been updated. 1. Kill or recruit other survivors. Killing 1 person will raise the check-in system by 2 levels, limited to before level 7, and grant a random level special reward. 2. Recruiting 1 person will elevate the check-in system by 1 level, limited to before level 7, and allow priority access to rewards of level and above from the recruited individual. Special notice. After recruitment, even if the recruit betrays, the recruiter still retains the right to priority distribution of rewards of level and above. Requirements 1 and 2 cannot coexist. Once the choice is made to kill others, the option to recruit for check-in level upgrades is no longer available, and vice versa. Upon hearing the news, Yang Ming'er timidly glanced at Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. Do you think I would harm you? Moreover, it is only the short-sighted who would contemplate eliminating their rivals. Clearly, the immediate gains from killing are far outweighed by the benefits of recruitment. Besides, she is a world-class beauty. What man would be willing to kill her?" After spending the past few days with Yi Chun, Yang Ming'er gradually understood the kind of person he was, and it seemed she truly had no reason to be concerned. Yi Chun continued to examine the notifications from the system. The first message read, "Survivors who are the first to synthesize items of excellence level or above will receive appropriate rewards based on their synthesis achievements." Yi Chun was a direct beneficiary of this. However, what captured everyone's attention was the final notification. Successfully collecting the resources issued by the system can enhance the corresponding sign-in level. The note specified that all collected resources must be placed at a designated location by the survivor. Once the location is set, it cannot be changed within 72 hours before submission. Upon seeing this message, the group in the chat room immediately dismissed the prolonged debate over the solar panels. It was clear to everyone that raising the sign-in level was the utmost priority. For all survivors, the majority of survival resources stemmed from system sign-ins. If one could not elevate their sign-in level, they would be unable to access higher-tier resources. Ding. The system has issued the resource requirements for upgrading from sign-in level 1 to level 2. 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks of any level, 10 kilograms of sand of rare level or above, and 100 leaves of palm trees of rare level or above. Ding. The system has issued the resource requirements for upgrading from sign-in level 2 to level 3. 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks of rare level or above, 3 liters of any edible freshwater, 2 kilograms of vegetables of rare level or above, and 1 kitchen knife of rare level or above. Yi Chun widened his eyes, fixated on the system interface. The crucial requirements for ascending from level 3 to level 4 had arrived. Ding. The system has issued the resource requirements for upgrading from sign-in level 3 to level 4. 30 kilograms of sea salt of any level, 10 kilograms of clay of rare level or above, 2 freshwater fish of excellence level or above, 3 bows of rare level or above, and 1 pickaxe of excellence level or above. Due to the fact that the highest sign-in level among all survivors is currently level 3. The system will not issue subsequent upgrade task lists until a survivor breaks through. The leaderboard will be updated in 72 hours. These last 2 pieces of information were immensely significant for Yi Chun. "We are currently at the highest level," Yang Ming'er exclaimed, even more excited than Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded but rested his chin in contemplation. He could meet the requirements for the last 3 items needed for the upgrade from level 3 to level 4. He had no problem obtaining excellence level fish. He could produce rare level bows with the materials he possessed, and he already owned a pickaxe of excellence level. As for the sea salt of any level, he had a pot. By taking seawater and boiling it down, he could easily acquire the required 10 kilograms of sea salt, as the system imposed no quality requirements. The only challenge for Yi Chun was the clay. Where could he find that? He opened the data on clay. Clay, mineral clay, or ocean clay. Mineral clay can be obtained from kaolin mines, while ocean clay can be found in shallow waters near coastlines. What on earth was a kaolin mine? Where could he possibly locate one? It seemed he would have to venture into the sea to attempt to dig up some soil. After contemplating his upgrade plan, he turned his attention back to Yang Ming'er. "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Yang Ming'er looked puzzled. "Aren't you planning to upgrade? Me?" Yang Ming'er finally realized. Even though she had already been recruited, she could still upgrade her sign-in system. "I need 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks of any level, 10 kilograms of rare level sand, and 100 leaves of rare level palm trees." Yang Ming'er murmured her upgrade resource list. "Do not worry, we have what we need." Yi Chun raised his prized pickaxe high. For other survivors, palm leaves were relatively easy to obtain, but chopping down 50 kilograms of palm tree trunks and gathering 10 kilograms of sand was no small feat. First, most people lacked proper tools. Second, the majority did not possess transportation. The system had explicitly noted that collected resources must be centralized, and once a location was designated, it could not be changed for 3 days. Moving 50 kilograms of trunks and 10 kilograms of sand would require considerable manpower. However, these troublesome tasks were trivial for Yi Chun. He had an axe, a bucket, and a pickup truck capable of transporting several tons. With the system releasing the task resource list for upgrading the sign-in system, all useful resources related to the tasks immediately skyrocketed in price. Freshwater resources, daggers, kitchen knives as synthesis tools, containers like plastic buckets and ceramic jars for holding sand, and even the ropes for bundling palm leaves all saw rapid increases in value. Yi Chun was unfazed, as he had already prepared freshwater, an axe, buckets, and ropes. In fact, He could cultivate the vegetables needed for the level 3 upgrade in a few days. After fishing, we will hang them on the trading post. And then we can drive out for a little exploration. Perhaps we will find something good. Yichen leisurely began to fish. Are you not in a hurry to upgrade your sign and level? Yang Ming'er observed Yichen casually fishing, seemingly unperturbed about upgrading her own sign and level. There's no rush. I probably still need to check the sea. Going to the sea? Is it because of the clay? Yes, searching for a mine on land is too difficult. It is better to try our luck by the sea. As Yichen spoke, another excellence-level fish was hooked. Yichen had practically cornered the fish trading market. Although players had begun selling freshwater fish today, their fish were of a much lower grade than his, evidently due to the quality of their fishing rods. His was a perfect level rod. After exhausting his fishing quota for the day, Yichen kept 2 one-pound fish for dinner and listed the remainder on the trading post. Let us get in the car. It's just right for us to explore the road. We might find something good. Yichen packed away his fishing rod, took his pickaxe, bucket, ropes, and other supplies, and called for Xiaoha. The trio, 2 people and a dog, drove away from their base towards the lake. Where are we going? Yang Ming'er still looked a bit confused. To find palm trees and sand. Perhaps there will be some by the beach. Yichen pressed down on the accelerator, and the pickup truck suddenly sped up, crossing the jungle and heading straight for the beach. On a tropical island, palm trees were probably the most abundant. Upon reaching the seaside, Yichen spotted numerous palm trees. With both sand and palm trees available, all that remained was a bit of physical effort. Yichen swung his pickaxe at a palm tree with 2 strikes. With a resounding thud, a palm tree towering several meters fell. To facilitate transportation, Yichen chopped the trunk into 7 or 8 segments, successfully obtaining 50 kilograms of trunk from just one tree. What he did not anticipate was that the palm leaves and sand, initially thought to be the simplest resources to acquire, would pose a challenge. Chapter 15. I could even sell the trunks. Yichen plucked a few palm leaves, only to receive a system notification, ordinary level palm leaves. This was quite awkward. It turned out that palm leaves indeed had their specifications. Yichen crouched down once more to closely examine the trunk of a palm tree. The system indicated palm tree trunk, ordinary level. It seems we need to search for another tree, Yichen said, scratching the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. Having learned from previous missteps, Yichen was now meticulous in his examination before attempting to fell a tree. After inspecting 3 or 4 trees, he finally discovered one marked by the system as excellent level. Upon looking up, Yichen exclaimed in awe at its impressive height. With considerable effort, he managed to chop down the tree. Let us have a drink. But what about that tree? Yang Ming'er sweetly handed him a bottle of water. Yichen gulped down a few mouthfuls and glanced at the 2 trunks he had just felled. Let us put them up for trade. Trade? Is there really a demand for them? Of course there is. Not only will there be interest, but there may even be a bidding war. Yichen replied confidently. A bidding war? Doubt was etched across Yang Ming'er's face. Yichen chose not to elaborate, directly listing the excellent level palm tree trunk on the trading platform. Excellent level palm tree trunk, 70 kilograms. Price to be determined. Wow, someone is selling trunks, 70 kilograms. What is the price? I'm at my wit's end. I've been hacking away with a dagger until my hands are nearly broken. You still have a dagger? I have nothing. I'm going mad. To Yichen's surprise, as soon as he listed the palm tree trunk, the chat room buzzed with excitement. Boss, I'll offer 500 grams of bread. How about it? What price are you selling? Can I trade a barbecue grill for it? Soon enough, Yichen's private inbox was flooded with messages. Yang Ming'er was astonished. She hadn't anticipated that a mere trunk would attract so much attention. Are they just lacking the tools to chop down trees? Yichen shook his head, smiling as he replied, it's not just that. Even if they managed to fell a tree, they would still have to consider transportation. However, if they exchange through the trading system, it alleviates the burden of transport. Understanding dawned on Yang Ming'er. The resources one collected had to be transported to a designated location, while items traded through the system could be delivered directly, bypassing the logistics altogether. No wonder so many people are clamoring to buy this trunk, she remarked. What if we take it down after listing it? Would the resources change location? The girl was quite eager to learn. No, it will return to its original place. Not a centimeter will be moved. Yichen had already pondered this, but regrettably, the system's creators appeared to have thought it through even more thoroughly than he had. So if you sell something to me, can't the goods be freely transferred? Yichen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to have such crafty ideas. You could give it a try. Yichen did not dismiss the peculiar notion. Yang Ming'er listed an ordinary level trunk, pricing it at 2 ordinary level trunks. Such an absurd price would likely be ignored by any sane individual. Yichen clicked confirm, and the system promptly notified him. Illegal transaction, a serious warning. Do not attempt again. Indeed, the system was formidable, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. It automatically deemed the transaction illegal. quashing Yang Minger's attempt to transfer resources through the trading system right from the outset. Boss, do you want some diesel? A new message immediately caught Yi Chen's attention. How much do you have? He quickly replied. Diesel was a treasure, and he couldn't believe someone had managed to obtain it. Not much, only 10 liters, rare level supply from a sign-in. Can I trade it for your trunk? No problem, Yi Chen agreed, completing the transaction and securing 10 liters of diesel. Although 10 liters was scarcely sufficient for the fuel-hungry pickup truck, it was better than nothing. Confirming that sign-ins could yield diesel, Yi Chen casually listed a few bottles of water, particularly noting he was seeking diesel, treating it as a free advertisement. Having dealt with the palm tree trunk, he collected 100 leaves from rare-level palm trees, leaving only the rare-level sand to procure. As he scooped up a handful of sand, Yi Chen discovered that even this small amount varied in grade. How do we handle this? Sand has no distinguishing features. Yang Minger groaned as she looked at the grains. Complaints began surfacing in the chat room. Darn it, after finally securing the palm tree trunk and leaves. I'm stuck here with this wretched sand. What is the situation? Do we really have to sort through the sand manually? 10 kilograms. At this rate, it'll take forever. The system clearly stated that 10 kilograms of rare-level sand or above was required. Some reckless individuals filled 100 kilograms of sand, only for the system to ignore them entirely. It seemed that without sorting the sand by grade, the system would not acknowledge it. This posed a dilemma for many. It was unexpected that the most inconspicuous sand would obstruct everyone's progress. Yi Chen knelt down, carefully contemplating the sand beneath him, and ultimately fixed his gaze on Yang Minger. Chapter 16. While others seek basic needs, we strive for prosperity. Minger, where's your maid outfit? What? The maid outfit? Yang Minger was startled and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Quickly, go fetch it. Do I have to wear that? Yang Minger shyly lowered her head. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. What was she thinking? I'm not asking you to wear it. Just bring it over. I have a plan. Only then did Yang Minger regain her composure and quickly return with the washed and dried maid outfit. Yi Chen grabbed a handful of sand from the beach and sprinkled it directly onto the maid outfit. What are you doing? That is still wearable. Women are like that. She had thought Yi Chen wanted her to wear it and was embarrassed, yet now she hesitated to let it get dirty. Don't worry, once we finish this, I'll give you 10 outfits. It's just a maid outfit. As long as you like it, I can get you racing suits, nurse outfits, naval uniforms, whatever you desire. As he sprinkled the sand, most of it remained on the maid outfit, with only a small portion falling through. Yi Chen immediately crouched down to examine the sand that had passed through. An astonishing occurrence unfolded. The sand that had made it through was all of excellent level or above. Quick, bring over a bucket. Yang Minger promptly fetched a plastic bucket. Yi Chen began tossing handfuls of sand onto the maid outfit. Though the process was not highly efficient, none of the sand that passed through the outfit was below excellent level. An hour later, he had successfully gathered 10 kilograms of excellent level or higher sand. The system merely required sand of rare level or above, but did not specify an exact grade. As long as no ordinary level sand was mixed in, it would suffice. You're amazing. Yang Minger genuinely admired Yi Chen at this moment. Such a tricky problem had been effortlessly resolved by him. Where have you decided to set the resource gathering point? Yi Chen inquired. I haven't decided yet. It said that it can only be changed once every 72 hours, so I was cautious. Well done, let us transport the items back first. Try setting the resource gathering point on the pickup. Yi Chen's idea was simple. If the movable pickup could serve as the resource gathering point, it would greatly facilitate future material collection. Before darkness fell, they returned all the materials needed for upgrading to the grassy area in front of the cave. Yang Minger designated the pickup as the resource gathering point. Ding! Host Yang Minger successfully set the resource gathering location. Yi Chen started the pickup again, moving it forward by 50 meters. Alright, let us see if we can upgrade the system. Everything was in place. Yang Minger attempted to access the system and submitted the upgrade material list. Ding! Material submission successful. The sign-in system is upgrading. Ding! Your sign-in system has successfully upgraded to level 2. The secondary sign-in system has yielded various rewards. 65 ordinary rewards, 15 rare rewards, 13 exceptional rewards, 5 perfect rewards, 15 epic rewards, and 5 legendary rewards, with no divine rewards obtained. Success has been achieved. One can indeed set the resource gathering point on the pickup truck, significantly reducing transportation time in the future. Yi Chen is increasingly satisfied with the legendary sign-in reward he has received for his vehicle. While others can only fix their resource collection points at a constant location, he possesses the ability to establish it on a mobile pickup. With such a remarkable artifact, who could possibly rival his upgrade speed? Today concludes here. The operations will cease, and in a few days when the vegetables mature, he plans to elevate his system directly to level 3. Yi Chen is brimming with confidence. Level 3? Aren't you going to upgrade first? I am not in a hurry. We must first earn some profit. Yi-chun has already devised a plan in his mind. As darkness gradually envelopes the sky, with the protection of a fence and Xiao Hao on guard, Yi-chun and Yang Ming'er are free from worries. The two set up a barbecue grill to cook fish. Seeking to purchase sand? What on earth is happening? I am actually stumped by this wretched sand. Damn it. Is it really that troublesome to upgrade from level 1 to level 2? How will I manage in the future? A group of individuals in the chat room is incessantly complaining. The money-making opportunity you mentioned, could it possibly refer to this? Yang Ming'er seems to have spotted a business opportunity. What do you think? There is plenty of sand available. This business is guaranteed to profit, so why not seize the chance? Yi-chun wishes he could exchange all the resources from these people for sand. This fish soup is quite tasty, though a bit bland, Yang Ming'er casually remarks. Yi-chun promptly sends out a message, seeking to purchase seasonings, salt, MSG, soy sauce, vinegar, and Lu Wei Xiang. Those who possess any, please message me. Upon receiving this message, the chat participants are utterly dumbfounded. Seasonings? We haven't even secured our basic needs yet. And now someone is collecting seasonings? Goodness, who is this? Such arrogance, pretending to be impressive. However, when more people see the name Ryu Xingchun, no one dares to think this person is merely boasting. Big boss, are you in need of a little brother? Please take me in. Ryu Xingchun. I am also a girl. I wish to submit to you. This is a clear disparity. Yi-chun pays no heed to these individuals. Instead of idly chatting, it would be better to engage in something productive. Yang Ming'er, feeling somewhat embarrassed after her casual remarks sparked such a commotion, says, Yi-chun, I was just speaking offhandedly. Securing our basic needs is not easy, so how can we hope for seasonings? Basic needs unresolved? Yi-chun looks perplexed. That is them. We have already resolved ours. We pursue a higher quality of life, Yi-chun declares with conviction. By the way, let us acquire a few sets of women's clothing. Both inner and outer garments are needed, the more the better. Soon, another line of text appeared in the chat room. Everyone was utterly astonished. A girl wants to change her clothes. Could it be? Chapter 17, Huiyuan Kidney Treasure. Unfortunately, Yi-chun shouted for a long time but received no response. It seems even the system did not anticipate that the current survivors would require seasonings and change of clothing. Yang Ming'er, comfortably reclining in the pickup seat, quickly fell asleep. Yi-chun eagerly awaited midnight. Sign in. The moment the clock struck midnight, Yi-chun could hardly contain his excitement and began the sign-in process. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving an epic level reward, a blueprint for a jet ski. Please check your inventory. What is luck? This is luck. A blueprint. And an epic level 1 at that. The new day has just begun, yet some rejoice while others lament. Damn it. Once again it's a level reward. You given me 3 bamboo poles as if I should air my clothes. But I only have this one outfit. Are they telling me to run around naked? What is this, a night-use sanitary napkin? To hell with it. What is the point of giving me Lego bricks? I'm starving. Who has the leisure to play with Lego? Ha ha ha. I received a pack of chocolate. Hee hee. I have 3 pounds of lamb. I can finally have a barbecue. Yi-chun once again posts a request for 10 bottles of water, seeking to purchase a bamboo raft. After posting, he extinguished the candle and lay down. Yang Ming'er seemed to be dreaming again, and just as Yi-chun lay down, her delicate hands swiftly reached out to hook around his arm. Truly a clingy little enchantress. There was no choice but to embrace her and fall asleep. Not long after, Yi-chun was awakened by the sound of wind and thunder outside the car window. With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Oh no, a thunderstorm is approaching. The previously soundly sleeping Yang Ming'er was also startled awake by the thunder. Our vegetable seeds. Yang Ming'er's first thought was of the precious seeds they had just planted during the day. We cannot go out. It's too dangerous during a thunderstorm. The area for the seeds is very small, and the likelihood of being struck by lightning is low, so there is no need to take that risk. Yi-chun quickly interjects. Is it safe for us to hide in the car? Will lightning damage the vehicle? Yang Ming'er looks at Yi-chun with concern. It 1T. Even if a car is struck by lightning, the current will flow around the exterior and into the ground, keeping those inside safe. Yi-chun's physics lessons were not in vain. He possesses some common knowledge. Before long, heavy rain began to pour down. Water cascaded down the car windows. Lightning flashed continuously, illuminating the dark night sky. This pickup truck once again demonstrated its advantages as a legendary level reward. Despite the storm raging outside, the interior remained as steady as a mountain, without a single drop of water, and it was quite peaceful. This sudden storm arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Half an hour later, the clouds dispersed, and the moon peeked out once more. Yi-chun slowly opened the window. Fresh air rushed in. How refreshing! Yang Ming'er eagerly inhaled the fresh air. Well then, since we are awake, let us sign in. After signing in, we can continue to catch up on sleep. Tomorrow, we shall enjoy a day of playing in the sand. Alright. Yang Ming'er upgraded the sign-in system to level 2, now brimming with confidence. Sign in. With no need for further prayers, she shouted loudly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving an exceptional level reward, a Huirin kidney treasure. The once fresh air suddenly became tense. Yi-chun was also taken aback. Could it be that the sign-in system sensed his needs? This is indeed a timely gift. I'll sleep a bit more. Good night. Yang Minger's face flushed all the way to her neck, and she immediately turned away and lay down. It seems this big star might still be. However, the current situation is indeed somewhat awkward in this dark and windy night. The system has delivered such a gift to a man and woman sharing the same space. How could he possibly feel at ease? Cough, cough. Yi-chun also cleared his throat and lay down. There's no rush. What S meant for me will eventually be mine. Forcing a sweet melon does not yield good fruit, so I'll take my time. That night, Yi-chun was uncertain whether Yang Minger had fallen asleep. He, however, was wide awake. When dawn broke, Yang Minger got out of the car early to wander outside. Good morning. As he got out of the car, Yi-chun began to greet from a distance. Come quickly, come quickly. Initially thinking that Yang Minger would avoid him, to his surprise, the girl stood at a distance waving vigorously at him. What is going on? Yi-chun jogged over to Yang Minger. Upon looking down, he finally understood. The seeds they planted the previous day had already sprouted. Such efficiency is astounding. After a brief scan, the system provided a reminder. The vegetables nurtured by the nourishing rains of thunderstorm level require 6 more days until harvest. If rare-grade fertilizer or higher is applied, the harvest time can be expedited, along with improvements in quality and quantity. Fertilizer? Yi-chun immediately opened the trading platform and surveyed it thoroughly. Chapter 18. I can sell sand at a high price. Unfortunately, there were no fertilizers available for sale at the moment. It seems there were many items he lacked. With the vegetables not yet ripe, he could not elevate Yang Minger's sign-in system to level 3. Additionally, he required a kitchen knife. Currently, he possessed a dagger. But to synthesize a kitchen knife, he needed to procure another. Acquiring kitchen knives and daggers, more is better. Yi-chun casually listed a few items while calling out in the chat room. ISNT that the big shot? Big shot. What do you need the kitchen knife for? To chop people? Yi-chun had become the star of the chat room. Whenever he spoke, no matter the subject, a swarm of people would flock to inquire about his well-being. Oh no, the big shot is going to chop someone. Who is the unfortunate one? You don't understand anything. The big shot is going to prepare a feast. Indeed, with so many fish and beautiful women around, he must be planning to cook something delicious. Yi-chun was utterly speechless at their assumptions. It can only be said that gossip is a physiological need for many. Even knowing they might starve tomorrow, they would still indulge in gossip. Private messages for kitchen knives and daggers, and those in need of rare-grade sand should name their price. The highest bidder wins. Once Yi-chun made this announcement, the chat room erupted. Rare-grade sand. Master, is that for real? Do you actually have that? I'm in need of rare sand. Big shot. What do you lack? Are we going to sell sand? Yang Minger hesitated for a moment before looking at Yi-chun. Yi-chun shrugged nonchalantly. Since I'm idle anyway, I might as well earn a little extra. Yang Minger looked at him with a wry smile. This man actually considered it a side hustle. That was indeed Yi-chun's intention. What is most abundant on the island? Surely it is sand. Selling sand for profit. Can there be a better way to earn extra income? It was akin to finding treasure. Before Yi-chun and Yang Minger could even kneel down to sift through the sand, Yi-chun's private inbox was already flooded. Yi-chun once again displayed the illustrious maid outfit, leisurely sifting through the sand while checking messages one by one. Big shot. Do you need water? I can trade 10 bottles of mineral water, Kunlun Mountain mineral water, quality guaranteed. Yi-chun ignored it. Would he lack water? Sorry. He had a lake of it. Not a jug, but a lake. As for whether it was from Kunlun Mountain or Baishui Mountain, he simply did not care. Big shot. Do you want bread? I also have compressed biscuits. Another person offered to trade supplies. Sorry, not interested. Yi-chun had no appetite for dry bread and compressed biscuits. Big shot. I have a set of lingerie. Would you accept? Lace, bright red. No, the color is not to my liking. Yi-chun replied regretfully. The girl had specified she wanted light colors. Still picky about colors? The other party was taken aback. They hadn't even escaped the poverty line. And yet the other side was already scrutinizing the color of lingerie. Yi-chun had filtered out 10 kilograms of rare-grade sand. But nothing useful had appeared in the trading platform. When the first bucket of 10 kilograms of rare-grade sand was finally produced, Yi-chun discovered something useful, a mechanical watch. With his busy schedule, sometimes he couldn't even distinguish between morning and afternoon. Having a watch would be extremely useful for managing his time. I'll trade with you for that. Upon seeing Yi-chun's reply, the other person was elated. The first lucky recipient emerged. The rest immediately began clamoring. Big shot. Do you still have sand? What do you need? Just let us know. Yes, big shot. How much sand do you have? Is there any for us? For the sake of sand, these gentlemen were truly relentless. Producing only 20 kilograms a day, ordinary items need not apply. Blueprints, tools, seeds, and practical supplies take precedence. Dagger and kitchen knife are also acceptable. Yichen did not wish to tire himself out, nor did he want to wear Yang Ming'er down. This delicate young lady could only manage a couple of hours sifting sand on the beach each day. He couldn't bear to watch. Once the message was sent, joy and despair erupted simultaneously. Soon, the second batch of rare sand was exchanged for a kitchen knife. For Yang Ming'er, aside from the yet-to-mature vegetables needed for leveling up from 2 to 3, she had everything else. Yichen prepared to start digging for clay. With a shovel in hand, he approached the seaside and casually took a few scoops. Unfortunately, all that was dug up was sandy soil, with no clay as required by the system. What's wrong? Is it not working? Yang Ming'er approached with a clean plastic bucket. It seems this is more troublesome than I imagined. Yichen also felt a bit of a headache. He had thought that digging a little at the beach would suffice, but it appeared to be more complex than anticipated. Anyone with a raft, looking to acquire a raft? Yichen called out directly in the chat room. Are you going out to sea? Don't worry, I'm just taking a look near the shore. Yichen's thoughts were simple. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. If he didn't understand the island he lived on, how could he talk about establishing his own little kingdom? The idea of traveling around the island on a raft seemed too distant for Yichen, who had just begun to live comfortably, but a simple walk along one side of the coast was still feasible. Besides, to find the necessary clay for advancing the sign-in system, he couldn't just stay on the island and expect it to come to him. Big shot. I don't have a raft, but I have bamboo. 20 pieces, do you need it? Another message popped up in Yichen's inbox. Chapter 19. Encountering a quirky individual. Yichen waited for a long time without receiving any messages about someone selling a raft, though one person was offering bamboo. A bamboo raft could work. He happened to have wire and rope. Alright, but 20 pieces of bamboo alone won't suffice for 10 kilograms of sand. What else do you have? Yichen was not one to engage in losing trades. Big shot. I'm also poor and don't have much else. Do you want 1 or 2 bottles of water? Big shot. How about this? You take me in, I don't have any other skills. But I can do menial work, I'm fine with that. Yichen hadn't expected the other party to offer to join him. However, he wasn't foolish enough to trust someone based solely on a few words. This was a treacherous survival path. Yang Ming'er was a girl and had appeared on television. So he didn't need to be overly cautious around her. As for these strangers, he needed to be careful. Moreover, the system had stated there were a total of 888 islands. What were the odds that the person speaking was on the same island as him? Yichen casually replied, let us discuss bringing people aboard later. We might be separated by hundreds of islands. Sure, big shot, I'll send you the bamboo first. Before Yichen could respond, ding, successful transaction with the Dawan. You received 20 pieces of bamboo. Yichen was taken aback. When did he agree to the trade? Furthermore, what had he traded? He looked around and seemed to be missing nothing. Upon examining the system notification again, ding, the Dawan received no items. Yichen was utterly speechless. The other party had directly gifted him the bamboo. Brother, why did you just give this to me? My esteemed friend, fret not. If you find it necessary, please take it. It serves no purpose for me to retain it. Bestow it upon those who may find it useful. This embodies the essence of utilizing resources to their fullest potential. This left Yichen feeling quite awkward. While he was meticulously cautious, the other party seemed utterly unconcerned. Do you require some sand? It's rather late today, but I can procure 10 kilograms for you tomorrow. Since the other party was already on their way, Yichen did not hesitate. After all, it was merely 10 kilograms of sand. He could consider it as a gesture of friendship. No worries, my friend. You can keep it for now. I have no use for this little amount of sand. I lack even a dagger and cannot manage to secure a tree branch. But I do have plenty of bread and found a cave. It must be said that this individual known as the Dawan possessed an exceptionally good mindset, seemingly devoid of any desires for the future. Mere bread is insufficient. You ought to hasten and upgrade your skills. Yichen kindly reminded him as he began his return journey with 20 bamboo poles. One can only say that the world is vast and full of wonders. This survival realm is not solely comprised of deceit and treachery, as there are still a few innocent souls among us. Not wishing to accept the bamboo from the other party without offering something in return, Yichen sent over 3 bottles of fresh water. You are truly generous. I only require 1 bottle. Shortly thereafter, Yichen received 2 bottles of water in return. This was indeed a peculiar situation. With 20 bamboo poles in tow, Yichen returned to his camp, where the two prepared a fish soup to satiate their hunger. Are you not going to change? Yichen asked, feeling content and drowsy in the seat of the pickup truck. Yang Ming'er shyly handed him an item. Upon inspection, Yichen realized it was a pair of high-quality men's undergarments. Did she expect him to change? He began to ponder. Yang Ming'er seemed to understand his thoughts, shaking her head repeatedly and saying, it's beneficial for health to change and wash regularly. Yichen sighed, realizing he had overthought the situation. She was not hinting at anything, but rather expressing her discontent with him. After all, how many days had they been on the island? It was indeed time for a change. I've filled the water for you. It's outside. I will lie here in the car for a while. And you can rest assured I will keep my eyes closed. Rest assured? Yichin thought to himself, what is there to be concerned about? I would rather you observe. I would not even charge admission. However, once Yang Ming'er lay down, she did not spare him another glance. Alas, he was offering a free show yet received no attention. Yichin picked up the valuable undergarments and approached the plastic bucket filled with water, taking his time to wash his clothes. After completing the task, he realized he was still lacking several items, such as a clothesline and clothespins. With a sense of exasperation, he typed a message in the chat room. The great day Moon Stars has arrived. What does the esteemed one need a clothesline for? You know nothing. The esteemed one is likely engaging with the lady. This is a perfect conclusion, came the cheeky response. How does it feel, esteemed one? The gossipers immediately began to speculate. It seemed that whenever Yi-chun acquired something, they would inevitably jump to conclusions. With a resigned expression, Yi-chun returned to the pickup truck. I've finished washing. Do you wish to wash as well? He casually inquired. To his surprise, he received no reply, only the sound of sobbing. What was going on? He hadn't done anything wrong. Chapter 20. A young lady has been abducted. Ming'er, what troubles you? Yi-chun was utterly perplexed. Thankfully, it was only the two of them in the vehicle. Otherwise, outsiders might mistakenly believe he had wronged her. Yang Ming'er continued to sob softly for a moment before wiping her tears and murmuring, I miss home. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun let out a sigh of relief. It was merely homesickness. Just think of this as a survival game. Besides, you have me here, what is there to fear? We lack for nothing and can treat this as a vacation. He gently patted Yang Ming'er. Slowly, she turned to face him, her tear-brimmed eyes locking onto his. With a sudden burst of emotion, she threw herself into his embrace. Yi-chun, taken aback, was astonished that a young lady would so freely offer affection in this age. Do not cry, dear. However, she was in distress, and he could not take advantage of her vulnerability. Yi-chun could only wrap one arm around Yang Ming'er. Unexpectedly, after a while of comforting her, she seemed to tire from her tears and fell asleep on his shoulder. Yi-chun found himself in a daze, dozing off while holding her. Just then, a system notification flickered to life. Ding! The Dawan has successfully completed a trade with you. You have received 20 seeds of exceptional quality. Yi-chun glanced at the time. It had just passed midnight, and this gentleman had come bearing gifts once more. 20 seeds of exceptional quality were invaluable at this moment. My friend, you are too generous. Yi-chun felt genuinely embarrassed. The Dawan quickly replied, Esteemed one, please accept this gift. Why do you not plant them yourself? I have sent you 2 compressed biscuits and a bag of bread. Yi-chun gently placed Yang Ming'er down and tossed a few items to the Dawan in return. One must reciprocate kindness. Such is the principle of courtesy. Thank you. Esteemed one, the weather on this island is quite bizarre, with winds and rain. I find myself sheltering in a cave. Fortunately, there are ample caverns and a towering mountain, where a grand pine tree stands. The Dawan seemed quite chatty, going on and on. I will check in now, and we can chat another time. If you need anything, do let me know. Yi-chun was not keen on late-night banter with a man and needed to focus on signing in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a perfect grade reward, a high-powered binocular. Binoculars? What a splendid item. He had been contemplating a leisurely paddle along the coast. And these binoculars would be an essential tool. Ming'er, I have signed in. Yi-chun exclaimed excitedly, rousing Yang Ming'er from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Yi-chun fiddling with the binoculars. Is this what you received from signing in? Impressive. I could certainly use this today. Yi-chun felt a swell of pride. Ding. Yang Ming'er has successfully signed in. Congratulations, you have received an epic grade reward, a medium-sized solar panel. Yi-chun was still reveling in his perfect grade reward when Yang Ming'er had astonishingly acquired an epic grade solar panel. Ming'er, you are incredible. Yi-chun expressed his admiration. It seemed that beauty truly correlated with virtue. Yang Ming'er appeared somewhat bewildered, still waking up as she muttered, what did I receive? A solar panel. And it's a medium one. How remarkable. Suddenly, Yi-chun's private messages flickered again. Opening it, he discovered it was from De Dawan. What is happening? What trouble has arisen? I saw a young lady. It seems she has been abducted right on my island, and those 2 men wield knives. She may be in grave danger, and I am preparing to rescue her. Do not act impulsively. Tell me what you have at your disposal. Yi-chun waited a moment, but received no reply from De Dawan. Hello? Are you there? Do not act rashly. Yi-chun had come to regard De Dawan as a comrade of sorts. After 2 days of interaction, this lad was genuinely a simple soul. Now, with De Dawan's sudden silence, Yi-chun felt an unsettling urgency. What has happened? Yang Ming'er noticed Yi-chun's serious expression and immediately inquired about the situation. A friend from a chat room seemed to have seen a girl captured on his island, and he was preparing to rescue her. Upon hearing this, young Ming'er trembled all over. She had been fortunate to encounter Yichen back then. If she had truly met two villains like that girl, she would have been at a loss, not knowing how she would meet her demise. The esteemed one. The person had vanished and could not be found. After another 10 minutes, the Dawan finally brought news, though it appeared to be unfavorable. Chapter 21, The First Time at Sea. You must prioritize your safety for now. If you lack anything, let me know. I will first provide you with a dagger and 3 bottles of fresh water. Yichen unconditionally handed over the dagger and 3 bottles of fresh water to the Dawan. Thank you, esteemed one. If I see those two villains again, I promise to deal with them. Do not act recklessly. The dagger is for self-defense, not for chivalrous rescues. Before thinking of saving anyone, ensure you are a hero yourself. Yichen was evidently far more composed than the Dawan. While rescuing others is commendable, it is imperative to ensure one's own safety first. If you cannot guarantee your own safety, how can you talk about rescuing others? Fine, I will heed your advice. I shall remain hidden in the cave. This place is quite secluded. The Dawan indeed listened well. The girl has disappeared? Naturally, as a woman, young Ming'er was even more concerned for the girl who had encountered the villains. Yichen comforted her by patting her shoulder, such is fate. Let us rest a bit longer. We have much to accomplish today. After ensuring the Dawan was taken care of, Yichen reclined once more to rest. Young Ming'er seemed still worried about the unfortunate girl. When dawn broke, as Yichen opened his eyes, he found a pair of beautiful eyes gazing at him. Yichen, do you think we can go rescue that girl? Rescue? Yichen was at a loss for words. It was indeed a case of having a beautiful figure, but lacking sense. In this unfamiliar island world, where would he find anyone? They had not even fully explored the island they were on, yet she was thinking of going to another island to rescue someone. It was a fanciful notion. Only this Navi girl could conceive of such an idea. Yichen refrained from disheartening young Ming'er. This girl was quite innocent. One could hardly fathom how such purity could survive in the entertainment industry. Well, we just happened to be walking along the coast today. Let us see what luck we have. Sure. If we find that girl, I will have a companion. The foolish girl truly believed in it. Yichen felt a wave of exhaustion. After nibbling on a few biscuits, he began a busy day, fishing and watering the vegetables. He took up a shovel and cultivated an acre of land, planting the superior seeds that the Dawan had given him. Superior grade vegetable seeds, improved seeds of olive vegetables. Given suitable soil, sunlight, and moisture, one seed can produce 20 seeds of varying grades and 1 pound of superior olive vegetables within 10 days. Although the efficiency and quality of the vegetables were inferior compared to the perfect grade seeds, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. In the current environment, how many could enjoy vegetables? Let us go, we're heading out to sea. Young Ming'er, full and excited, waved at Yichen. Silly girl. Going out to sea? The raft is not ready yet. Yichen shook his head helplessly, retrieving steel wire to bind the bamboo raft. They worked until noon. The first bamboo raft of the island was born, although Yichen himself found it unsightly and clumsy. Just as he was about to drag the raft into the water to test it, a system notification chimed. Ding! The Dawan successfully completed a transaction with you. You have received a bag of rare organic fertilizer. Immediately after, the Dawan's message arrived. Esteemed one. I found a bag of fertilizer at the trading post and exchanged it for a bottle of water. You are planting vegetables, so this should be useful. Yichen was truly grateful. This brother was indeed thoughtful. In the blink of an eye, he had traded the bottled water he had given him for fertilizer. Yichen quickly took out 2 more bottles of water from the truck and sent them to the Dawan. Brother, thank you. I have some matters to attend to. I will circle the sea. Take care and be safe. Understood, esteemed one. I will keep an eye on the trading post. Let me know if you need anything. As I am free anyway. The Dawan volunteered to be Yichen's little assistant. Alright, focus on keeping an eye out for blueprints, seeds, tools, and rare materials and equipment. Good, esteemed one. Rest assured, I will watch over things while you take the girl out to sea. Yichen felt somewhat embarrassed. Did the Dawan genuinely think of him as a wealthy heir, taking a girl out to sea for fun? How could he think of such a thing when there were serious matters to attend to? Ming'er, you stay with Xiaoha in the truck and wait for me. I will walk along the coastline, and once he go far, I will return after crossing that rock wall ahead. Upon hearing that Yichen was about to leave her behind, young Ming'er's face clearly displayed her displeasure, her brows knitting together. Listen, this truck is a treasure. If you come out to sea with me and someone takes it away, we will suffer a great loss. Yichen coaxed and persuaded until he managed to keep young Ming'er on the shore. With the truck and Xiaoha keeping watch, her safety was assured. Yichen, confident in his swimming skills, dragged the bamboo raft into the sea and began his first venture at sea with a makeshift bamboo paddle. The purpose of this journey was quite simple. First, to attempt going to sea for the first time, preparing for future island exchanges or even landing on other islands. Second, to explore unknown territories beyond the rock wall. Third, to attempt to dig for clay near other coastlines. Setting off. Chapter 22. Discovering a small island. Armed with a shovel, a plastic bucket, binoculars, 2 bottles of fresh water, a compressed biscuit, and a piece of bread, Yi-Chen set off alone on the bamboo raft. Yi-Chen always prioritized safety, closely adhering to the coastline as he progressed. Every 500 meters, he would jump off the raft to dig a few times into the sand with his shovel, but regrettably, even after crossing the obstructive rock wall, he still found no trace of clay. Beyond the wall lay the vast ocean, with a steep coastline to his right. Yi-Chen could not land, so he continued paddling forward. After 10 minutes, Yi-Chen caught sight of the end of his small island. It appeared that going straight ahead would lead directly into the ocean. He began to turn right along the coastline. The steep rocks soon vanished, revealing a vast expanse of white sandy beach. 50 meters inland from the coastline was a large grove of coconut trees. Yi-Chen looked up and saw that each coconut tree bore numerous coconuts. Coconuts are indeed valuable. Although Yi-Chen understood that relying solely on coconuts for hydration could upset one's stomach. However, drinking 5 or 6 sips of coconut water daily and eating some coconut meat would be quite delightful. The trunks of the coconut trees were robust. Without good tools, it would be impossible to fell them. Yi-Chen did not rush to chop down a coconut tree to take back. The purpose of this journey was not to search for coconuts. Yang Ming'er was anxiously waiting for him back at the other end of the island. He had no time to waste. Yi-Chen pulled the bamboo raft onto the beach, sat down briefly to replenish his hydration and energy. After resting for a moment, he picked up the shovel again to continue searching for clay. After toiling for a long while, even the crabs hiding in the sand had been unearthed. Yet there was still no sign of clay. Yi-Chen felt somewhat disheartened, unable to believe that clay was so elusive. He plunged the shovel into the sand and sat on the beach, taking his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Behind him was a dense jungle, filled with vegetation. He would not easily venture into it alone. If he were to encounter venomous snakes or ferocious beasts, it would truly be a case of calling for help in vain. After surveying the situation in the direction of the forest, Yi-Chen shifted his gaze towards the ocean. To his astonishment, a casual glance revealed a remarkable discovery. Through his telescope, he discerned what appeared to be an island across the waters. Although the sea was shrouded in mist, obscuring visibility, Yi-Chen was nearly certain that it was indeed an island. Could it possibly be one of the 888 islands? If that were the case, might there also be survivors residing there? The proximity of this island elicited mixed emotions in Yi-Chen. Like many survivors, he harbored a desire to encounter fellow survivors while simultaneously fearing the potential dangers they might pose. Yi-Chen raised the telescope once more, scanning the area. The mist over the sea seemed to be gradually dissipating, revealing the island's outline. He noticed a particularly prominent peak on the island, significantly taller than the surrounding terrain, atop which stood a grand pine tree. Wait a moment. A towering peak. A massive pine tree. Could this be the island of Dadawan? Yi-Chen immediately recalled Dadawan's previous words. I hide in a cave every day, fortunate to have several caverns, and there's a mountain, extraordinarily tall, with a large pine tree on top. Yi-Chen swiftly opened the chat room and sent a message to Dadawan. Bro, are you there? However, after anxiously waiting for 10 minutes without a response, his unease grew. Could it be that Dadawan had encountered those malevolent individuals? The sense of anxiety intensified, prompting Yi-Chen to decide to return as quickly as possible. He was not only concerned about Dadawan's predicament, but also worried about Yang Ming'er. He hastily glided back to the other side of the cliff. Ming'er? He called out, but received no reply. Running onto the shore, he glanced into the pickup truck, only to find it empty. Panic began to set in. Ming'er, Ming'er, Yi-Chen shouted. I'm here. Came a response 3 minutes later as Yang Ming'er emerged from the bushes. You scared me. What were you doing? Didn't I tell you to stay in the truck? I went to the restroom. Oh, Yi-Chen felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that his earlier outburst might have been unwarranted. What's wrong, big shot? At that moment, a message from Dadawan arrived. I need to ask you, is there a large pine tree on a high mountain on your island? The sides of the mountain are quite barren, and the branches on the left side of the pine tree are noticeably more abundant than on the right. Yes, there is a large pine tree, but I feel the right side is more lush. The right side? Oh, I meant the north side is more abundant than the south. Yi-Chen quickly rephrased. North and south? Where is north? Yi-Chen was left speechless. It seemed Dadawan was indeed quite confused. Look up to find the sun. It's nearly noon, and it's in your direction. Above my head. Definitely not directly overhead. After some back and forth, Yi-Chen finally helped Dadawan ascertain his position. Yi-Chen was on the west side of the pine tree, while Dadawan was on the east side. Thus their left and right were reversed. Does that mean we're very close? Dadawan was quite excited upon hearing this news. It can't be wrong. Yi-Chen felt a strong sense of certainty. That island was undoubtedly where Dadawan was located. Chapter 23. The plan to cross the ocean and land on the island you stay put in the cave. I'll figure out a way to come and get you. Yichen had made up his mind. Since he was confident that the island belonged to Dedewan, he intended to go and take a look. Was that girl also on the island? Could they rescue her? Yang Ming'er had been preoccupied with thoughts of the girl who had encountered trouble. She should still be on the island. Few individuals would currently possess the capability to venture out to sea. Yichun considered himself one of the most resourceful survivors, but he could only manage a few circles along the coast. Without a motorboat, the risks of venturing out to sea were substantial. Yichun opened the synthesis system once more. 2 rafts, 1 kayak, 2 kayaks, motorboat blueprint, 3 solar panels, 1 solar-powered motorboat. He had already crafted 1 raft, possessed the motorboat blueprint, but still needed 2 solar panels. Purchasing rafts, purchasing solar panels, high prices offered. Yichun immediately began to shout in the chat room. Big shots are preparing to set sail, while we haven't even secured basic necessities. Where are you planning to go? Yichun's sudden appearance made him the center of attention in the chat room once again. However, until sunset, when Yichun and Yang Ming'er returned to their shelter, he had not received a single message regarding the sale of rafts. What do we do if we can't find any? Yang Ming'er seemed even more anxious than Yichun. Yichun scratched his head, feeling quite awkward. He wanted to upgrade the sign-in system, but lacked clay. Yang Ming'er wanted to upgrade the sign-in system, but lacked vegetables. They both aspired to venture to another island, but were hindered by the need for rafts and solar panels. Clay and vegetables were not something they could procure immediately. Tomorrow, let us craft another raft, synthesize a kayak, and I'll go fetch Dedewan. If possible, we'll bring both him and the girl back. Yichun pondered for a moment before making his decision. Using just a kayak seems too dangerous. What if you run into those 2 villains alone? Yang Ming'er was clearly quite worried. It should be fine. I'll discuss the details with Dedewan tonight. Just then, a message from Dedewan arrived. Boss, I've seen those 2 men again. They seem to be on the east side of the island. Dedewan had even changed how he addressed Yichun, from big shot to boss. They hadn't even met yet, and he was already calling him that. Have you seen the girl? Yichun asked hurriedly. No, but since they are still here, the girl should still be on the island, unless... Dedewan paused. Yang Ming'er's brows furrowed, her expression suggesting she might cry. Don't worry. I believe they wouldn't resort to killing the girl. Yichun remained convinced that no one would choose to commit murder solely to upgrade their sign-in system. Although the system indicated that killing a person could directly elevate one's level by 2 and yield rewards, recruiting someone could also elevate one's level by 1, along with the rights to daily resources of exceptional quality or above. The fact that the other party was a girl meant that unless those 2 men were inherently violent, a normal person would not choose to kill someone for a mere level increase. After hearing Yichun's words, Yang Ming'er felt somewhat reassured. Dedewan, I'll start constructing the 2nd bamboo raft tomorrow, but it will likely take at least a day. I still need to find bamboo and bind it together. I'll send you the telescope first. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully completed a transaction with the celestial bodies. You have received a high-powered telescope. Boss, why are you giving me a telescope? I can't see far here. It's all trees. Dedewan appeared quite confused. Tomorrow, make sure you stay safe and try to go to the top of the mountain. It's the highest point, and you can use the telescope to observe the situation to the east. Once I finish the kayak, I'll come to meet you. Yichun had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Boss, you're amazing. Got it. I'll head to the mountaintop first thing tomorrow. Dedewan expressed his admiration for Yichun, acknowledging that he would not have thought of this approach. The 2 of them finalized their discussion. After the sun had set, Yichun was far from idle. In preparation for crafting a wooden raft the following day, he began to gather iron wire late into the night. Together with Yang Ming'er, they kindled a bonfire on the lawn and cut the iron wire into manageable lengths for easier binding the next day. Before retiring for the night, Yichun took stock of his current assets. In terms of freshwater resources, he remained well supplied. He had stored 10 large blocks of compressed biscuits and 2 large loaves of bread. As for legendary materials, he possessed a heavy-duty pickup truck, the Maritime 750. Among his epic-level resources was a medium-sized solar panel and a blueprint for a speedboat. His perfect-grade items included a freshwater fishing rod component, a high-powered telescope, which he had lent to Dedewan, and seeds for vegetables, which had already been sown. The number of extraordinary-grade materials he owned was too numerous to count. A mountain axe, fertilizers, vegetable seeds, a bamboo raft, scissors, a watch, a shovel, a kitchen knife, and 4 freshwater fish. As for the miscellaneous items, they were countless: daggers, ropes, steel wires, and even women's clothing, along with his own high-end goods, including a box of Hui Rin Shinbao Pian. Chapter 24. The Survivor Ranking List. At midnight, a notification from the system sent the chat room into a frenzy. The survivor ranking list has been activated. The system will comprehensively score each survivor based on their sign-in levels, acquired resources, living conditions, and more. The current leaderboard was as follows. First place, Ryu Xingchun. Yichun's name was prominently displayed at the top. The prominent figures in the chat room immediately began to shower him with compliments. Yet, Yi Chen's gaze remained fixed on the system. Second place, Survivor number 1. Third place, The Return of the Reaper. Fourth place, I am Ming Ming. Yang Minger was ranked 56th. This position indicated that most likely, 55 individuals had ascended to the second-level sign-in system. Yi Chen scanned down the list and did not see Da Wan's name until he reached the 823rd position, suggesting that this fellow was indeed quite impoverished. Yi Chen also discovered an intriguing detail. The total number of survivors remained at 999. This left only two possibilities. Either no survivors had perished up to this point, or the system maintained a constant count of 999. After careful consideration, Yi Chen deemed the first possibility highly improbable, nearly impossible. Setting aside the chance of being killed by other survivors, the risks of encountering mishaps, such as food shortages, lack of drinking water, or wild animal attacks, were sufficient to prevent any individual from surviving unscathed. Thus, the first possibility was ruled out, leaving only the second. The system would perpetually maintain the number of survivors at 999. If someone were to die unexpectedly or be killed, the system would automatically replenish the count. As anticipated, a bewildered voice soon emerged in the chat room. Where's this? How did I end up here? I was just sleeping on a cruise ship. Another unfortunate survivor arrived in this strange world of island survival, full of confusion. Hey, another newcomer. Little one, submit to your elder's authority, ha ha ha. There were those who scoffed and others who harbored goodwill. Such is reality. Time to sign in. After reviewing the leaderboard, Yi Chen turned his gaze to Yang Minger, who was still perusing the rankings. How many people do you think have reached level 3 like you? This girl had quite a few thoughts. I don't know. The system only provided the rankings without specific level details, and the level of sign-in is merely a component of the overall score. The system made it clear that factors influencing the ranking are not limited to the sign-in system. The amount of resources you possess and your current living conditions also play a role in determining your final score. Ding. The system will issue corresponding reward materials based on the current rankings. Please proceed to your designated collection point to retrieve them. The ranking reward system updates weekly, with rewards distributed at each update. There are rewards for rankings. As this system notification appeared, the chat room erupted once more. It seemed the rankings were not mere illusions. Ding! The first place, Ryu Xingchun, receives an epic level reward, 1 solar panel. The second place, Survivor number 1, receives a perfect grade reward, a multifunctional cutting tool. The third place, The Return of the Reaper, receives an extraordinary grade reward. The chat room exploded again. However, most individuals received only items below the grade level. I envy the top 3 figures. I only got 2 bottles of water. I just got 5 bamboo sticks. Those ranked lower naturally had little of note to show for their rewards. Yang Minger, ranked 56th, received only a few basic supplies for bowls of instant noodles. As for Da Wan, ranked 823rd, his situation was even more dire. The system politely granted him a rag. Hey boss, do you want this rag? By the way, I also signed in for 2 rolls of Oreo cookies. The rather generous Da Wan offered the rag to Yi Chen. Yi Chen responded with a look of helplessness. Brother, you should keep it for yourself. Yang Minger, meanwhile, began to pray once more, seemingly preparing for today's sign-in. Ugh, more useless items, she muttered, visibly displeased. What is it? Yi Chen inquired. An ear scoop. Yi Chen stifled a laugh. Don't laugh, hurry up and sign in. I don't believe you'll get anything above grade level. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a perfect grade reward, 20 grape seeds. I apologize for disappointing you, but I have indeed signed in for a grade level reward. Yi Chen grinned at Yang Minger, who now pouted even more. Get some rest. We must bind the bamboo rafts tomorrow. Yi Chen, someone seems to have obtained a kayak, Yang Minger suddenly exclaimed with excitement. A kayak? Yi Chen was equally astonished. 2 bamboo rafts could be combined to form a kayak, and with 2 kayaks, alongside the speedboat blueprint he already possessed, and 3 solar panels, he could craft a speedboat. Chapter 25, A Little Person. Really? You should go ask if he is willing to sell it. If we acquire it, we only need to procure 1 more solar panel to create a speedboat. Who knows, we might even receive a special reward. Yang Minger appeared quite exhilarated. Indeed, as Yang Minger suggested, if they successfully acquired the kayak, they would be very close to crafting a speedboat. As the first survivor to create a speedboat, the system might grant a special reward. Alright, I will inquire. Yi Chen promptly opened the chat system and contacted the survivor who had received the kayak reward. Known as Survivor Kuko Kulu, ranked 28th. Excuse me, are you selling your kayak? I could trade you some resources. Yi Chen asked, filled with anticipation. Not for trade. To his surprise, he quickly received 2 cold, dismissive words. However, the price is negotiable. Water, food, or even grade sand would be acceptable. Yi Chen refused to give up. There is no need. The other party succinctly rejected him again, leaving Yi Chun feeling somewhat awkward. Please reconsider. The other individual did not respond further. No chance, they're ignoring me. Yi Chun sighed. I'll give it a try. Yang Ming'er, seemingly undeterred, took the initiative to message the person. Heh, are you two in cahoots? But she received a rather curt response. This isn't a matter of being in cahoots, is it? Heh. The other party appeared unwilling to engage with Yang Ming'er any further, merely snickering before falling silent. Forget it. Worst case, we can make 2 more wooden rafts when we have the time. For the moment, acquiring bamboo rafts directly seemed unlikely, and with his urgency to return to the island to retrieve de Dewan, he had to abandon the idea of using a speedboat for now. In the chatroom, a multitude of individuals engaged in fervent discussions about the leaderboard, while Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er found solace in each other's embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber once more. The disparity between the affluent and the impoverished was glaring. The prowess of the great figures in the realm of stars was indeed astonishing. Truly, they were directly rewarded with epic-level accolades, leaving us mere mortals in their dust. We could only pay homage to these titans. While Yi Chun slept, the chatroom remained abuzz with chatter. Humph, it's merely a level battery, just sheer luck. Amidst a flurry of flattery, a sardonic remark unexpectedly emerged, starkly contrasting with the surrounding sentiments. Who are you referring to? My boss is exceptional. Night Owl, still online, immediately leapt to defend his leader upon hearing a provocation. What a fool. Your rank is pathetic. Let me see. Oh, merely 28th place. If you're so skilled, why not strive for the top? Night Owl checked the individual's ranking. Coca-Cola, ranked 28th. With a scoff, Coca-Cola fell silent. Yi Chun continued to embrace the stunning beauty, sleeping soundly until dawn. Night Owl's messages had already inundated Yi Chun's private inbox. Boss, I have set off. Boss, I am nearing the summit. Boss, I have reached the peak. Boss, I see nothing. Boss, wait, I see something. In an eastern cave, the girl is still alive. Finally, there was a glimmer of good news. All right. I anticipate arriving on your island by tomorrow. How is the girl? Night Owl raised his binoculars to survey the area and responded. It appears they have not restricted her freedom. She can move about normally. Those 2 men likely believe she cannot escape while on the island. Can you discern the nature of their relationship? Is it an alliance or a recruitment scenario? It seems they are accomplices, frequently entering and exiting together. Yi Chun pondered, concluding that they must indeed be in a conventional alliance. Observe their routines to identify any patterns, such as when the girl is alone. Since Yi Chun was contemplating ascending the island to rescue Night Owl, he naturally wished to liberate the girl as well. Whether he could recruit her remained uncertain, but it was certainly preferable to her being under the control of those 2 villains. Understood, boss. Rest assured, I have ample rations for today, if necessary. I can spend the night here. Night Owl was diligent, setting off at dawn, and it was only just 8 o'clock. He was even considering staying overnight at the summit. Do you have enough water and food? Do not worry, I have brought supplies. Night Owl had already exited his cave, and it was too late for Yi Chun to provide him with additional food. The resource distribution points were fixed. They would not lead directly to the summit. Fortunately, Night Owl had prepared adequately. Yi Chun had conveyed all necessary instructions, and, after a simple breakfast with Yang Ming'er, set off in his pickup truck, laden with their belongings. The primary objective today was to locate a bamboo grove to procure bamboo for crafting a raft. Boss, someone provoked you last night, but I dealt with them. Night Owl munched on a compressed biscuit while conversing with Yi Chun through his binoculars. Just ignore them. Yi Chun preferred a low profile. He would let the winds of fate blow as they may. Such petty individuals were best left unacknowledged. What a fool, calling himself Coca-Cola. Upon hearing that name, Yi Chun felt a sense of familiarity. Chapter 26. The epic reward arrives. Yi Chun watered his precious vegetables and cultivated a new patch of land to plant grape seeds. Ming'er, you should wait in the pickup. What's wrong? I need to fertilize. It has a rather unpleasant odor. Yi Chun dragged out the bag of fertilizer that Night Owl had given him. A star like Yang Ming'er, who likely couldn't even describe a hoe, would certainly find it distasteful. What's that smell? It's not pleasant. This naive girl seemed quite curious. Boss, there's a new development. The 2 men have left. While Yi Chun was fertilizing, Night Owl relayed more information from his island. And the girl? Is she still in the cave? I haven't seen her come out. She should still be inside. As long as they were outside, things would be manageable. Yi Chun had already formed a plan in his mind. The system's chatroom served as a gossip haven for some, but for him, it was merely a free communication tool. If he ascended the island tomorrow, he would instruct Night Owl to scout from the summit while he concealed himself near the opposing cave. Once the adversaries left, he would infiltrate the cave to rescue the girl. With the strategy in place, all that remained was the favorable winds of opportunity. Shortly after 10 o'clock, the fertilization task was completed. Ding! You have applied superior grade fertilizer to the perfect grade seeds and excellent grade seeds, successfully enhancing maturation efficiency. The current perfect grade vegetables require 3 more days to mature, while the excellent grade olives need 8 more days. Despite its unpleasant odor, the fertilizer proved invaluable. In 3 days, his first batch of vegetables would be ready for harvest. Having attended to his precious seeds, Yichen loaded Yang Ming'er, the little dog, and their belongings into the pickup and set out in search of the bamboo grove. Great figure of the stars. When will the superior grade sand be available for sale today? Indeed, Great One, I am in dire need of that sand. Many buyers eagerly awaiting the rare grade sand in the chat room, having not seen Yichen offer it for sale, were anxious and inundated him with private messages. I have important matters to attend to today. I am unavailable for the time being. Please check back tomorrow. Yichen was acutely aware of priorities. On a grand scale, he aimed to save the suffering populace. On a smaller scale, rescuing these 2 individuals would significantly benefit his survival on the island. He was currently in need of manpower. Great One, what are you busy with? Yes, Great One. Whatever you need, just command, and we shall comply. At first glance, these chatroom denizens seemed quite loyal. It's just a minor personal matter. However, Yichen was not foolish. He would never divulge his plans within the chatroom. Who knows how many petty individuals were lurking, watching him. Boss, the 2 men have returned. It seems they went fishing, and they have a large net. Night Owl continued to relay news from his island. All right, keep an eye on them. I will construct a bamboo raft. Once it's ready, I'll paddle over to fetch you. Understood, boss, you can count on me. I am watching closely. It must be said, while Night Owl may not be the brightest, he was diligent in his tasks. He lifted his binoculars every couple of minutes, ready to report any movement from the other side. With Night Owl serving as an observer from a superior vantage point, Yichen now had a clearer understanding of their situation than the adversaries themselves. There's a bamboo grove, a vast expanse. Yang Ming'er's keen eyes were not deceiving. From a distance, she spotted a large bamboo grove to the left of the beach. Excellent. Yichen slammed on the brakes, grabbed his axe, and leapt from the vehicle. Xiaoha, take watch. Ming'er, help me sort the cut bamboo. Yichen was filled with enthusiasm. Although he didn't have a ready-made bamboo raft, crafting one with his own hands would suffice. An hour later, with the axe's assistance, all materials for the bamboo raft were gathered. Boss, they have returned. And I saw the girl too. Damn, they are actually hitting her. Night Owl relayed the information from the eastern side of the island, his words laced with outrage. What happened to the girl? It seems she was slapped. How despicable. Hitting a woman, what kind of scum is that? Night Owl remained fiercely indignant against injustice. Ming'er, we must hasten. We need to complete this bamboo raft before sunset. We are setting off first thing in the morning. Yichen, deeply concerned about any potential changes in circumstances, felt that rescuing Da Wan and that girl as soon as possible was imperative. The 2 had scarcely eaten lunch, only nibbling on some bread before they busied themselves with the construction of the raft. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the hideously crafted bamboo raft was finally completed. Let us carry it back and synthesize it. The synthesis location was predetermined. Only by submitting the required materials at the designated resource collection point would the system accept the command. Together, they lifted the bamboo raft onto the vehicle. With a firm press on the accelerator, Yichen sped towards his camp. Upon returning, he found the sun already beginning its descent. Ming'er, while there's still light, you should quickly catch today's fish. I will handle the synthesis. After a long day, he still had not completed his daily fishing task, which could not go to waste. System, synthesize kayak. Ding. Congratulations, host, synthesis successful. You have obtained a perfect grade material, 1 kayak. Kayak, 2-person, length 650 centimeters. Width 55 centimeters, weight 18 kilograms, equipped with 2 paddles. Ding. System notification. Chatroom Ri Yuxingchen successfully synthesized a perfect grade kayak. Special reward from the system, epic grade reward. Running speed increased by 25. Chapter 27, grade skill reward. An epic grade reward. And it was a skill reward. Once again, the chatroom erupted. What? You can also gain skills. This is outrageous. I was also building a bamboo raft, but I was a step too slow. Wow, Ri Yuxingchen is on the rise. Yichen himself was somewhat taken aback. He had never anticipated that the system would also offer skill rewards. An increase in running speed by 25 seemed inconspicuous, yet those familiar with the history of the 100-meter sprint world record understood its significance. The record had been lowered from the 10-second barrier to the current 9. 58 seconds, a mere zero. 42 seconds, representing years of effort. The first sub-10-second record was set at the 1912 Stockholm Olympics, and the record of 9:58 seconds emerged at the 2009 Berlin World Championships. In nearly a century, humanity's maximum speed had improved by less than a second. Yet, Yi Chun had effortlessly enhanced his maximum speed by 25 simply by synthesizing a kayak. Not only the chatroom members, but even Yi Chun himself was astounded. Yang Ming'er, throwing down her fishing rod, hurried back to Yi Chun, her face a picture of disbelief. Yi Chun warmed up briefly before taking a few strides to test his speed. Indeed, he felt a significant qualitative enhancement. He was almost tempted to claim a sprinting championship at the Olympics. "You're amazing, boss. You're amazing." Da Dawan began to flood the chat with exclamations. If anyone were to admire Yi Chun the most now, it would undoubtedly be Da Dawan. "Is being fast really useful?" Yang Ming'er timidly inquired. "Of course. It might come in handy tomorrow." "Is being fast useful?" "Obviously it is." Yi Chun replied. "In martial arts, speed is paramount. In survival, speed is even more critical. As long as you can run fast enough, safety is assured, and only with safety can one contemplate the future. It's getting dark, let us catch the fish first." Yi Chun steadied himself. He sprinted towards the lake with astonishing speed, reaching the lakeshore in the blink of an eye. Casting his line, he prepared to fish. "Boss, they're starting a fire on the beach. It looks like they're barbecuing." Da Dawan dutifully cheered for Yi Chun before focusing intently on monitoring the two men. "Da Dawan, it's getting dark. You should head down the mountain and back to the cave for safety." Seeing the sun nearing the horizon, Yi Chun worried for his safety, hoping he wouldn't be caught by wolves before he could rescue him. "All right, I'll head down now and come back first thing tomorrow." Da Dawan rolled up his bedding and obediently set off. Yi Chun took about 15 minutes. Taking advantage of the remaining twilight to complete his fishing task for the day, 2 extraordinary-grade freshwater fish, 2 rare-grade fish, and 1 ordinary-grade fish, it was passable. "Let us roast some fish tonight. After we eat, we should rest early. Tomorrow is crucial." Yang Ming'er nodded slightly, but seemed troubled as she gazed at the kayak on the ground. "Yi Chun, this kayak seems only capable of holding 2 people. What shall we do?" Yi Chun had anticipated this issue once he received the system notification of successful synthesis. A 2-person kayak was, by nature, designed for 2. However, time was of the essence, and every day Da Dawan and the girl remained on that small island increased their peril. Upgrading the 2-person kayak or elevating it to an epic-grade motorboat was not a task to be accomplished overnight. With no time to waste, he thought, "We'll squeeze together. It should be fine. If necessary, I'll bring some bamboo tomorrow to increase buoyancy." This was the only feasible solution at present. Yi Chun could only hope that Da Dawan was not overly heavy and that the girl on the island was slender. The two, along with Xiaoha, managed to catch 2 2-pound freshwater fish and returned early to their pickup truck. "Xiaoha, I'm heading out tomorrow. You must protect your mistress well." Yi Chun affectionately ruffled Xiaoha's head. Xiaoha obediently licked Yi Chun's palm twice. "You must be careful tomorrow. I'll wait for you by the shore." Yang Ming'er gazed at Yi Chun with reluctance. Observing her expression, Yi Chun noticed her eyes glistening with tears. This woman is truly emotional. I haven't even set off yet, and she's already feeling sentimental. "Oh, come on, it's just a small matter. I'm only going out to bring back 2 people." Yi Chun pulled Yang Ming'er close, and they lay down together. "Once we bring them back, we will have 4 people. Thereafter, we will have assistance in all matters, and this good life is just beginning." While Yi Chun was engaged in discussing dreams and life with the girl, Da Dawan, who never rested, returned. "Boss, it's foggy on our island." "Foggy? That's not good news." Chapter 28, the night vision goggles in hand. To ensure he had enough energy for the next day, Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er retired early. Upon waking the next morning, Yi Chun's first action was to open the chat system and inquire about the situation with Da Dawan. "What is the situation there? Has the fog lifted?" "Boss, the fog on the island seems to be gradually dissipating, but there is a thick fog over the sea. Can you still make it?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chun immediately jumped down from the pickup, traversing through the cave towards the beach. Once he emerged from the cave, Yi Chun was utterly astonished. Where was the sea? Before him lay a vast expanse of fog. He could not even discern the coastline, let alone the islands several miles away. In such weather, venturing out to sea would be perilous. "Boss, have you checked in? I signed in at dawn and received a box of chocolate pies." Da Dawan's words reminded Yi Chun. Regardless of the situation, he should check in first. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have received an epic-grade reward. Head-mounted night vision goggles. Head-mounted night vision goggles. Military-grade high-tech wearable binoculars capable of seeing through fog and rain, allowing for rapid target acquisition even in complete darkness. What a stroke of fortune. The system has truly provided me with exactly what I need. Unbelievably effective. Da Dawan, rest assured, I shall come to fetch you today. With this miraculous artifact, what was once a disadvantageous foggy day has transformed into a powerful ally. While others are blinded by the mist, I can see everything clearly. Yi Chun swiftly returned to his pickup truck, where the head-mounted night vision binoculars awaited him. He donned the device and peered once more into the fog-laden distance. This apparatus is truly remarkable. What I discern through these night vision goggles is even clearer than what my naked eyes could perceive under normal conditions. It is no wonder it is a military-grade product. Yi-chun, it seems there is fog today. What shall we do? Yang Ming'er appeared to have sensed the peculiarity of the weather. Fear not, I possess this. Ming'er, await my good news at home. After satiating his hunger and equipping himself with a dagger and a few bottles of water, Yi-chun prepared to set forth. Yi-chun, take Xiaoha along. Woof woof. Xiaoha seemed to understand, barking at Yi-chun as if in agreement. With his keen sense of smell, he would surely be of assistance. All right, Xiaoha, be obedient and refrain from barking. Ming'er, stay inside the pickup and do not wander off. Yi-chun still harbored some concern for Yang Ming'er. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Once all instructions were conveyed, Yi-chun drove the pickup towards the beach. Together, they unloaded the kayak. Yi-chun boarded the kayak and waved goodbye to Yang Ming'er. Return early. When you do, I will tell you what I signed for today. As Yi-chun paddled far away, Yang Ming'er piqued his curiosity. He had forgotten that he was unaware of the supply she had signed for today. At this moment, Yi-chun had no time for such thoughts. Wearing the night vision goggles, he effortlessly navigated through the fog, quickly determining the direction of the island. The Dawan, I have set off. Yi-chun sent a message to the Dawan. You've set off? Boss, with this thick fog, can you discern the direction? The Dawan appeared astonished. I have the equipment. I can see more clearly than when there is no fog. Is that true? I will head to the mountaintop to observe their movements. The Dawan wasted no time, grabbing his binoculars and provisions before sprinting up the mountain. Yi-chun, accompanied by Xiaoha, proceeded slowly towards the island. Although lacking materials to construct a motorboat, he had to paddle manually. However, it must be said that this kayak was significantly faster than his previously crafted bamboo raft. Moreover, with the night vision goggles, he could clearly discern the direction even amidst the dense fog, ensuring he would not stray off course. The duo advanced rapidly through the sea mist. The Dawan, we estimate we shall reach the island in 10 minutes. After paddling for 15 minutes, Yi-chun sent a message to the Dawan. So soon, boss, you are incredible. I have yet to reach the mountaintop. The Dawan had not been idle. Upon receiving Yi-chun's message, he had hastily rushed up the mountain, only to find himself outpaced by Yi-chun. No worries, once you arrive, signal me, and I shall continue to paddle east along the coastline. Yi-chun needed to utilize the fog to his advantage, getting as close to the opposing cave as possible. After another 10 minutes of paddling, the Dawan sent another message. Boss, I have arrived, but I do not see anyone. Perhaps, due to the fog, they do not plan to venture out. The Dawan had delivered bad news. Understood. Continue observing. I am nearing the eastern shore of the island. If I rescue the girl, you must immediately descend and wait for me at the northwest side of the island. Understood. Unlike Yi-chun, the Dawan was not burdened with valuables. He carried only a dagger, a pair of binoculars, and some food and water. As they approached the cave, Xiaoha seemed to sense something and darted to the front of the kayak, wagging his tail excitedly. It appeared they were close. The rescue operation begins. Chapter 29, The Fragment of the Treasure Map. To avoid detection, Yi-chun deliberately steered the kayak slightly away from the coastline. Through the night vision goggles, a sizable cave came into view. Inside the cave were 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman. Clearly, this was the location he sought. With the night vision goggles, there was no need for Dawan's guidance. The adversaries would be oblivious to his presence while he could easily observe their situation. The girl appeared to be adding firewood to the cave's campfire, while the 2 men seemed quite comfortable, lounging and chatting. It appeared these men were living quite well, treating the girl like a servant. Xiaoha, I have a task for you. Draw them southward. I will rescue the girl and head north. Once you have led them away, return swiftly. Yi-chun regarded Xiaoha as an equal partner in this endeavor. Xiaoha wagged his tail vigorously, eager to comply. It seemed the items obtained through the signing-in process were indeed extraordinary. This dog was truly exceptional. Yi-chun carefully maneuvered the kayak closer to the shore, dropping Xiaoha off 50 meters northeast of the cave. Upon landing, Xiaoha dashed toward the cave. Yi-chun, wishing to remain undetected, steered the kayak further away from the shoreline. Woof woof. Xiaoha barked insistently at the entrance of the cave. The 2 men, having grown weary of their conversation, seemed oblivious to the commotion. Hey, it seems there is a dog outside, remarked a young man with dyed yellow hair, nudging the middle-aged man who was peering at the girl. Let the wild dog be. The middle-aged man was unconcerned, his focus entirely on the girl. Woof woof. When Xiaoha saw that his barks had gone unnoticed, he boldly entered the cave. Hey, you mangy dog, dare to steal my bread? Just wait until I get you. The yellow-haired man was now enraged. Xiaoha unabashedly snatched a large piece of bread from in front of him. What is happening? The middle-aged man was perplexed, only to see the yellow-haired man chase after the disappearing dog. Hey, the middle-aged man immediately pursued but, burdened by his size, quickly found himself panting for breath. Hearing the barking grow fainter, Yi-Chen knew the plan had succeeded and swiftly paddled the kayak back to shore. The contrast between the two pursuits was stark. The middle-aged man moved like a sloth, while Yi-Chen darted into the cave in a matter of seconds. The girl, bewildered, was gazing outside when a shadowy figure appeared before her, swift as an arrow. "Do not scream. I am here to rescue you." Before she could utter a sound, Yi-Chen covered her mouth firmly. "Who are you?" The girl seemed timid, though tall and possessing a pleasing appearance, albeit with somewhat mismatched glasses. "I am Ryu Xingchen. My friend knows you have been captured, and I am here to rescue you. This is not a place for conversation. Come with me." Yi-Chen had no time for pleasantries, pulling her hand as they dashed toward the cave's exit. The girl's strength was no match for Yi-Chen's, and they sprinted out together. Once aboard the kayak, Xiaoha's figure quickly reappeared. "Xiaoha, jump up." Xiaoha leaped onto the kayak. With the rescue completed, it was time to fetch to Dewan, marking a successful chapter in their adventure. The girl suddenly pointed towards the cave and began to shout loudly. I forgot. I forgot. Forgot? What did you forget?" Yi-Chen was now utterly confused. That map, the drawing." "Drawing? What drawing?" Yi-Chen felt even more bewildered. "It's a treasure map, a reward for the sign-in task. I hid it in the cave." "A treasure map?" Yi-Chen was taken aback. "What on earth?" "Yes. It's a treasure map, a legendary level reward. Although it's just a fragment, the system said that if we collect all 8 pieces and find the treasure, we can obtain the artifact." "What?" Yi-Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the girl in front of him. A fragment of a treasure map? An artifact? He couldn't believe his ears. The girl was talking about an artifact, not just any item of a certain level. The information was overwhelming, and he struggled to keep up. He had thought the supplies he signed in for were impressive, but it turned out there were hidden gems everywhere. "I must go get it. I can't let those 2 bad guys find it," the girl exclaimed, preparing to jump into the sea. Yi-Chen immediately pushed her down. "You keep rowing north, don't stop. Tell me the location of the treasure map, and I'll go find it." It would be reckless to send this petite girl back to retrieve the treasure map. It would be like leading a lamb to a tiger's den. "It's under the stone bench where the fat guy is sitting, in a crevice." Unexpectedly, the girl was quite adept at hiding things. "Got it, I'll go get it now." Relying on his astonishing running speed, Yi-Chen boldly jumped into the sea, heading straight for the cave. Chapter 30. Losing both the woman and the soldiers. What the hell is going on? The middle-aged man, panting heavily, returned to his lair only to find the girl missing. What happened? The blonde also rushed into the cave, breathless. Just as he intended to sit down and rest for a moment, he noticed the middle-aged man starting to curse. "It's you." That girl slipped away. The middle-aged man shouted angrily at the blonde. "Come on, it's not a big deal. This isn't the first time. There are just the 3 of us on this island. She can't run away. Can she sprout wings and fly? I say, why compete? Just let her have me." "Nonsense, who has old here? Besides, that girl is always crying and whining. It's annoying. Just wait a couple of days until her spirit breaks. Then I'll see how I deal with her." The middle-aged man seemed to have his own plans. "Let's sit for a while. No need to rush to find her. If she gets hungry, she'll naturally come back." The blonde was rather casual about it as he sat down and reached for the bread he had placed on a rock, only to find it gone. "Damn it. Where did that wild dog come from? It even took my whole piece of bread." The blonde recalled that the piece of bread he had just bitten into was long gone, and he felt a surge of frustration with nowhere to vent. "Forget it. It's just a piece of bread. Once I reach level 3 for check-ins, I'll show you a legendary level reward." Damn, just thinking about it was frustrating. The two continued their casual conversation when suddenly, from the corner of his eye, the blonde spotted a figure darting into the cave. Yi-Chen had been observing from outside for some time, waiting for the right moment, and with lightning speed, he dashed into the cave, snatched the fragment of the treasure map from beneath the stone bench, and ran. Both the blonde and the middle-aged man were dumbfounded. "What is going on? Our brains can't keep up with this. A person just popped up out of nowhere? How did this happen?" The middle-aged man had confidently claimed that there were only the 3 of them on the island. How did another person suddenly appear? Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered with their confusion. With the item in hand, he fled without looking back. "Hey, it seems he's holding something." The blonde, sharp-eyed, caught a glimpse of what Yi-Chen had. "What is it?" the middle-aged man asked, still in a daze. "I don't know." The blonde looked around, but found nothing unusual. It seemed the cave only held a few valuable tools, a mountain axe they had paid dearly for, and some food and drink. "Damn it. How dare he provoke me? Even if he took just a worthless rock, I must get it back. I'll make him pay." The middle-aged man was clearly enraged. Broad daylight, boldly coming into his territory to steal. At this point, it hardly mattered what the other had taken. It had become a matter of pure provocation. Seeing the middle-aged man chase after Yi-Chen, the blonde grabbed the nearby mountain axe and followed suit. "Damn it, if you have the guts, don't run," the middle-aged man shouted as he pursued Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen, however, paid him no mind. Why would he stick around after getting what he came for? To stay behind and celebrate the new year with him? The more the middle-aged man yelled, the faster Yi-chun ran. His speed rivaled that of Sonic. Damn, this is exhausting. How many legs does this kid have? He runs faster than a leopard. The middle-aged man was not good at running to begin with. And now he was out of breath after only a short distance. Where's everyone? The blonde shouted, wielding the mountain axe as he caught up. Up ahead. The middle-aged man gasped, pointing ahead with effort. All right, I'll go chase him. The blonde, relying on his youth and stamina, charged after Yi-chun with the axe raised. Yi-chun reached the designated spot and dashed into the sea. Stop. Where do you think you're going? The blonde followed him into the water. But his short legs could not compare to Yi-chun's speed. Besides, he was weighed down by the mountain axe, which was no light burden. Even Usain Bolt would hesitate against Yi-chun's current pace. The blonde was nearly frantic, watching as Yi-chun prepared to leap onto the boat to escape. The fog over the ocean was thick. If he allowed Yi-chun to row away, it would be like a fish entering the sea or a bird returning to the forest, impossible to find again. In a moment of desperation, the blonde hurled the axe at Yi-chun's head. With his speed heightened, Yi-chun's reflexes sharpened as well. Sensing something flying towards him from behind, he instinctively dodged to the side. The axe narrowly missed his right shoulder, proving that the speed enhancement skill was no mere boast. Yi-chun cast a glance at the blonde, who seemed to have given up, panting heavily. Yi-chun, no longer in a hurry, casually pulled the mountain axe lodged in the sand from the ground. The other party was quite courteous, even gifting him an axe. The girl on the kayak was frantically waving at Yi-chun. With 2 trophies in hand, Yi-chun calmly boarded the kayak. It was then that the blonde realized that the girl had also been taken away by this man. Damn, the blonde couldn't help but curse, hopping up and down on the beach in frustration. Meanwhile, Yi-chun leisurely paddled with the bamboo, or waving politely at the blonde. Thanks, buddy. I'll take your mountain axe. Come play again sometime. The blonde could only watch in exasperation as the two, along with the dog, disappeared into the mist. This was likely what they called losing both the woman and the soldiers. Chapter 31. Another stunning celebrity appears. The Dawan, where are you? We're here. After boarding the kayak, Yi-chun immediately sent a message to the Dawan. Boss, you finished that quickly? The Dawan had already reached the northwest side of the small island and was sitting on a stone wall munching on bread. How could it be that only a short time had passed, and Yi-chun had already rescued the person? All done, and I even took a mountain axe from them. Yi-chun glanced at the axe he had thrown behind the kayak, which appeared to be freshly forged. Sun Liang, the boss, had not only rescued someone, but also managed to acquire goods. The Dawan was utterly in awe. Their leader was simply remarkable. Within just 10 minutes, he had saved a life and seized someone else's belongings. Truly audacious. The so-called audacity was now rowing with a bamboo paddle while studying the treasure map. Miss, how shall I address you? Yi-chun cast a sideways glance at the young girl, who seemed somewhat familiar. Yet, he blamed his own mild face blindness. My name is Deely Mu La Ti. Wow. Yi-chun's mouth hung agape as he stared at the girl before him. After all this time, she was yet another celebrity. What was happening? She was here to survive on the island, while he seemed to be here to meet various starlets. Yi-chun scrutinized the beauty once more. No wonder she looked familiar. She was unmistakably from a different ethnic background, exuding a strong charm from the western regions. Ahem, I am Yi-chun. By the way, what is the story behind this treasure map? Yi-chun cleared his throat, striving to appear composed. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. I received it upon signing in, and the system mentioned it could be combined for a divine level reward. But one must collect 8 fragments to do so. It seemed that acquiring such a divine reward was indeed no easy feat. Yet it could be inferred that it was undoubtedly extraordinary. By the way, I need to pick someone up ahead. It might get a bit crowded. Yi-chun returned the treasure map to the girl while giving her a heads up. That's all right. You can keep the map. I'll sit further back. It shouldn't be a problem. Deely handed the map back to Yi-chun and gracefully retreated to the rear of the kayak, clearing a space in the middle. Yi-chun took a couple of glances. It should be manageable. Deely appeared even more slender than Yang Ming Air. As long as Dawan wasn't particularly portly, adding Yang Ming Air to the mix shouldn't pose an issue. However, it seemed Yi-chun had underestimated the situation. When he donned the night vision goggles again and scanned ahead, he spotted a burly figure sitting against the rock wall, devouring bread voraciously. Are you the one sitting there munching on bread? Yi-chun messaged to Dawan. Yes. Boss, you've arrived. Where are you? I can't see you. The Dawan's excitement was palpable as he bounced up from the rock wall. Yi-chun sighed helplessly and added a comment to the girl behind the kayak. Apologies, miss. It may get a bit cramped shortly. As the kayak slowly emerged from the mist, the Dawan immediately waved enthusiastically at Yi-chun. Deely also caught sight of the individual who would soon be sharing the kayak with them, standing at an impressive height of at least 185 centimeters. He was tall and robust. Boss, I'm here, the Dawan exclaimed, his enthusiasm bubbling over as he leaped onto the kayak. Now, with this addition, Yichen noticed the kayak sank considerably. He scratched his head, genuinely concerned that all three of them might end up in the sea. Fortunately, it was a close call, but ultimately safe. An hour later, the kayak, laden with 3 individuals, laboriously reached his small island. Why did it take so long? I was dying of anxiety. Throughout the journey, Yichen had received several messages from Yangming Air urging him to hurry. This girl had been waiting for several hours. Allow me to introduce. This is De Dawan, Yichen began. Hello. I am Qin De Zhuang. Just call me De Zhuang. It seemed the name suited him well. Sister Ming Air? Di Li exclaimed upon seeing Yangming Air, rushing forward to grasp her hand tightly. Di Li, how come it's you? What a coincidence. Yichen found it puzzling. The entertainment industry appeared to be quite small, as these two stars seemed to know each other well. Ahem, I'm Yichen. He introduced himself briefly. Boss, your island is far superior to mine. It looks incredibly comfortable. De Dawan paid no heed to Yichen's introduction, firmly recognizing him as his leader. Thank you, you did go. Di Li bowed respectfully to Yichen. No need for formalities. This isn't the place for chatter. De Dawan, help me get the kayak onto the vehicle. We're heading back to the camp. A vehicle? Both De Dawan and Di Li exclaimed in unison. Speaking of which, Ming Air, where's the pickup? Before Yangming Air could respond, the two called out together, pickup? Chapter 32, A Dinner That Envying Others. Yangming Air pointed toward the jungle. I was concerned about being too conspicuous by parking on the beach, so I drove it into the woods. It was surprising that this girl could drive. Boss, is it true? You have a vehicle? And it's a pickup? De Dawan stared at Yichen in astonishment. Di Li, equally curious, leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the pickup. Yes, it's a heavy-duty pickup, a Ford Raptor 750. Yichen didn't hide it and spoke candidly. The Ford Raptor 750 is the largest mass-produced pickup in the world. How impressive. It seemed De Dawan had some knowledge about vehicles. Indeed, it's quite large, with substantial tires. Yichen was no expert. He only knew that it looked quite sturdy, matching De Dawan's physique well. Where is it? De Dawan eagerly scanned the surroundings. Yangming Air led the group in a small circle, finally spotting the lavish pickup. Wow, what an eye-opener. I went to a car show last time hoping to see this vehicle, but I couldn't spot it. I can't believe I found it here. Boss, can I take it for a spin? De Dawan was exceedingly excited. Yichen shrugged, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. The four of them loaded the kayak onto the vehicle, with De Dawan driving and Yichen navigating. Half an hour later, they returned to the camp. Boss, you even have a door here? This place has a lake. And a lawn? Incredible. De Dawan had not stopped talking since entering Yichen's camp. Yichen realized a problem had arisen. With more people around, sleeping arrangements would become an issue. He would need to find a bed and perhaps renovate the cave. Now, I'm going to fish, Ming Air. Please set up the barbecue grill. Since there are more people today, we need to prepare more food. Fishing? Barbecue grill? Upon hearing Yichen's words, Di Li and De Dawan were both taken aback. How was it possible that they were both on the same island? Yet one group appeared to be in a struggle for survival while the other was seemingly on vacation, with luxury vehicles, a camp, and the ability to fish and barbecue. What was this? A self-driving tour with a picnic? Xiaoha, this is for you a treat. Yichen generously tossed a piece of dried fish to Xiaoha. De Dawan stared at the sizable piece of fish, weighing over half a pound, tossed to a dog, nearly losing control as he contemplated rushing over to snatch it for himself. Just a moment. It will be quick, 10 minutes. Boss, where did you get this fishing rod? De Dawan was increasingly bewildered. While he was struggling on a deserted island with nothing to his name, if it weren't for Yichen's kindness, he might have been starving for days. His meager belongings were hardly worth mentioning. In contrast, Yichen had everything one could need: food, drink, and supplies. Creating a stark disparity, Yichen nonchalantly replied, "It's all from signing in. None of it is particularly valuable. The only legendary item is that vehicle." Not particularly valuable, just a vehicle? This dialogue was directed at Ychen, and if it were anyone else, Ddju-in would have felt an overwhelming impulse to confront him fiercely. Is it really impossible to refrain from boasting? Every day, he signs in for trivial rewards. While you possess legendary-grade resources here, what more do you desire? Should I simply provide you with an aircraft? Ychen, oblivious to Ddju-in's thoughts, busied himself with his fishing rod and bait. In less than 10 minutes, after casting his line a dozen times, he had caught a legendary-grade fish and 4 2-pound rare freshwater fish. Ddju-in, carrying these 4 fish back, thought it was a mediocre day, suggesting they each take 1 fish to satisfy their hunger, and if they were still hungry, they could settle for some bread. For fish? Ddju-in stared blankly at the 4 fish measuring about 40 to 50 centimeters. Each person gets 1. The striking beauty DL was equally astonished. She had initially thought that Ychn's proposal of roasting fish meant merely a token gesture, a small piece to fill their stomachs as part of a welcoming ceremony. However, upon seeing YCHN's demeanor, it seemed that even one fish each was a bit excessive. Indeed, I feel somewhat embarrassed. My luck today is not great. And I couldn't catch any large fish, so we must make do. I have plenty of bread and compressed biscuits. Feel free to eat. This ISNT considered a large fish. Ju and stared in disbelief at the lively fish in his hands. Collectively, these 4 fish weighed nearly 10 pounds. And that ISNT large? Are you hoping to catch a shark? No worries, I noticed someone at the trading post selling dried fruits, so I bought some. If we're not full, we can snack on those. Oh, and YCHN, I also managed to acquire some seasonings. We now have cumin powder and black pepper. By the way, I have also secured some sea salt, which is in the back of the vehicle. YNMR seemed to have been quite busy throughout the day. At this moment, she had already set up the grill and brought out a heap of dried fruits and several bottles of seasonings. DL looked at the array of bottles and then at the fish and dried fruits. In the presence of those 2 men, although she had eaten fish, it was merely the bones, and each day, she struggled to find enough to eat and to stay warm. Sometimes, she even wished for death. Living had become exceedingly arduous. Now, witnessing YNMR, once her colleague, enjoying a life of comfort, roasting fish with cumin and sharing 2 pounds of fish each, followed by dried fruits, was a stark contrast. Chapter 33. The Beautiful Woman with Dual Legendary Grade Items. What are you standing there for? Help with the grilling. Oh, and MNR. Bring 8 bottles of fresh water. Barbecuing will likely make us thirsty. YCHN was quite considerate. YNMR acknowledged and returned to the vehicle, bringing out 8 bottles of fresh water and distributing 2 bottles to each person. Ju and eagerly gulped down his share. Having enjoyed YCHN's hospitality these past few days, he was quite at ease with the fresh water. DL, however, trembled as she held her 2 bottles. Little D, what's wrong? YNMR asked, puzzled. You gave me 2 bottles? Do you have plenty of water? Water? There's a whole lake. YCHN casually pointed towards the lakeside. Only 1 jug? Then I should conserve it. I'll just drink half a bottle. DL nervously offered 1 bottle back to YNMR. No need. We have plenty of water. YNMR, somewhat confused, shook her head at DL. Plenty of water? Didn't Brother Y say there was only 1 jug? At this, YCHN and YNMR exchanged knowing smiles, realizing the misunderstanding. It's a lake, a freshwater lake. Did you forget the lake where I was fishing earlier? So that's a freshwater lake. DL clearly hadn't anticipated that. Indeed. We have a whole lake of water. Drink freely. DL smiled wryly at the bottled water in her hands, realizing they truly had a lake of water. YCHN, now familiar with the task, began to process the 4 freshwater fish with his knife. Brother Y, I have a spying lens to give you. DL, appearing somewhat shy, offered it, knowing her life had been saved by him, and it seemed she would continue to rely on him in the days to come. A spying lens? What is it for? Can it be used for peeping? Ju interjected, feeling at ease and acting like an old friend. YCHN, not taking it too seriously, casually asked, sign-in reward? Yes, a legendary grade reward. Coughing slightly, YCHN widened his eyes at DL. This girl seems to have extraordinary luck. My own luck was considered good, having signed in for a legendary grade vehicle and caught a legendary grade fish. Yet she possesses 2 legendary grade items as a hostage. What exactly is this spying lens for? Here. DL promptly removed the glasses and handed them to YCHN. It turned out she didn't need glasses. This was her sign-in reward. YCHN examined it closely in his hands. Spying lens, legendary grade item, when worn, allows one to view all necessary resources within a 5-meter radius. The description was simple, and YCHN didn't fully grasp its potential until he wore it. Upon doing so, he realized it was indeed a treasure. Looking toward the cave, the spying lens indicated habitable cave. Gazing at the lake, it revealed drinkable freshwater resources. While these observations were evident, when YCHN scanned the ground beneath him, the spying lens highlighted a large frame. The current 10 by 10 meter land is classified as superior grade land, suitable for growing various vegetables. YCHN took a few steps and scanned the ground again. The spying lens displayed, the current 5 by 5 meter land is classified as perfect grade land, suitable for growing various fruits. This was indeed remarkable. YCHN excitedly dashed to the lakeside, glancing toward a section of water. The spying lens indicated, current water area contains 2 rare grade freshwater fish and 1 superior grade freshwater fish. This device is truly a cheat. With this lens combined with my fishing rod, how could I fail to catch large fish? YCHN was ecstatic, promptly crossing the cave and heading toward the beach. A quick scan of the sand left him nearly jumping for joy. The spying lens revealed, beneath the 1 meter of sand, at 1 meter deep, lies 20 kilograms of rare grade clay. Wow, YCH and felt an urge to perform a backflip. He had been digging everywhere, struggling to find clay, and it had suddenly become so easy. This spying lens was simply divine. Ingar, quickly bring the shovel and plastic bucket. I found clay. YCH and messaged Ingar. Upon receiving the message, Ingar hurriedly brought the shovel and bucket through the cave. Juin and DL followed closely behind. Where is it? Where is it? Ingar was equally excited. Right below here, quickly. Hand me the shovel. Below. Ingar looked bewildered. YCH marked the spot with the shovel, offering no further explanation. He handed the spying lens to Ingar. Once she donned the spying lens, Ingar immediately understood. Turning around, she excitedly embraced DL. Little D, you are truly amazing. This thing is simply miraculous, as expected of you. DL appeared somewhat confused. She recognized this lens as a legendary grade artifact. But having struggled to meet basic needs these past few days, she had no time to appreciate such things. WVE struck clay. WVE struck clay. Ding. You have successfully obtained 10 kilograms of clay. You now meet all requirements for upgrading the sign-in system. Would you like to upgrade now? Chapter 34, Level 4 Sign-in System Upgrade Successful. YCH was somewhat bewildered. Was he really able to upgrade just like that? Upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the sign-in system. Current sign-in level, 4. The current sign-in system has reached level 4. 50 for obtaining ordinary rewards, 20 for rare rewards, 15 for extraordinary rewards, 10 for perfect rewards, 345 for epic rewards, 15 for legendary rewards, and 005 for super divine rewards. Ding. The survivor, Riwe Xingchen, has successfully elevated the sign-in level to 4. As the first survivor to achieve this, the system grants a special reward. 5 of the probability for ordinary rewards is redistributed to epic rewards. Ding. Your current sign-in probabilities are as follows: 45 for ordinary rewards, 20 for rare rewards, 15 for extraordinary rewards, 10 for perfect rewards, 845 for epic rewards, 15 for legendary rewards, and 005 for super divine rewards. At this point, the chat room erupted with excitement. Wow, it's Riwe Xingchen again. Incredible. This sign-in probability is outrageous. I'm filled with envy and jealousy, gaining an additional 5 probability for epic rewards. Level 4 already, and I'm still at level 1. How can the gap be so vast? The others in the chat room could only feel envy. Let us have some barbecue first. I even pan-fried a fish, Yang Ming calmly interjected. Pan-fried fish. The 3, including Yi Chun, were taken aback. What did you use to fry it? A pot. The Suboair pot you received from signing in, she replied. Suboair. Didawan and Dilly were utterly bewildered. Were they truly playing the same survival game as these two? Isn't that just a soup pot? And how do you have oil for frying? For most survivors, barbecue was the main fare. Only those like Yi Chun, who were luckier, could enjoy a bowl of fish soup. As for frying, without cooking oil, it was an impossible task. Hee, I got this pot from my morning sign-in, Yang Ming'er playfully revealed, opening the Suboair pot, which indeed contained a perfectly pan-fried fish. Try it. I just reheated it, and it smells divine. Even without her prompting, the 3 already detected a uniquely appetizing scent. Let me have a piece. Didawan eagerly swallowed the grilled fish in hand and reached out for the pan-fried fish. Dilly seemed a bit reserved, awkwardly pointing at the fish in the pot. Shouldn't we save this for tomorrow? No need. Yi Chun has a perfect grade fishing rod. He can catch at least 5 fish every day. Oh, wait, with your spyglass. He'll probably catch even more and larger ones, Yang Ming'er remarked, clearly unbothered about food shortages. Since following Yi Chun, she had never experienced hunger. The others in the chat room lamented about their hunger daily, while she appeared to have gained several pounds. Ding. System notification. The sign-in task list has been updated due to the highest sign-in level among all survivors reaching level 4. Ding. The system has released the materials required to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. 1 level and above crossbow, 1 kilogram of level and above vegetables. 2 level and above bamboo rafts. Self-made bamboo rafts are acceptable, and 10 liters of level and above freshwater. As Yi Chun was the first to elevate the sign-in system to level 4, the system updated the upgrade list. A crossbow? No problem. I have experience making bamboo rafts. And now that there are 4 of us, the efficiency will only increase. As for level vegetables, while I can't guarantee it, the vegetable seeds I planted will mature in 2 days, and they are perfect grade, likely yielding a good quantity of high-quality vegetables. Regarding level freshwater, Yi Chun glanced at the freshwater sourced from the lake. It was of ordinary quality. He hadn't paid attention to the water quality before. It seemed to matter. Hey, didn't you say we could recruit others? Why not just recruit me? That way, you can level up again, Didawan casually tossed out. Yi Chun had pondered this, but found it challenging to articulate. It felt premature to ask someone who had just joined to pledge allegiance. Unexpectedly, Didawan brought it up. That should be possible, right, Minga? Yi Chen began, but hesitated to continue. Yes, I was recruited by Yi Chen, and it's quite good. Yi Chen will level up, increasing the probability of obtaining higher-level sign-in rewards, which is very advantageous. Why don't you two consider it as well? Yi Chen was taken aback. He had been unsure how to approach the topic, and now, someone was proactively making the suggestion. Chapter 35. The direct ascension to level 6 of the sign-in system. Sure. I'm definitely sticking with the boss. As long as the boss has food, I will too. Didawan clapped enthusiastically. Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Survivor Qin Dezhuang has chosen to submit to you, elevating your sign-in level to 5. Special reminder. You may recruit up to 3 individuals. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in system upgrade successful. Current sign-in level is 5. Current sign-in system level 5, 35 for ordinary rewards, 20 for rare rewards, 17 for extraordinary rewards, 13 for perfect rewards, 119 for epic rewards, 3 for legendary rewards, and 01 for super divine rewards. Ding. Survivor Ri Weixingchen has successfully elevated the sign-in level to 5. As the first survivor to reach this level, the system grants a special reward. 10 of the ordinary rewards probability is redistributed to perfect rewards. Current sign-in system level 5, 25 for ordinary rewards, 20 for rare rewards, 17 for extraordinary rewards, 23 for perfect rewards, 119 for epic rewards, 3 for legendary rewards, and 01 for super divine rewards. What in the world is happening? Another upgrade? This is outrageous. Is there a cheat code for leveling up? Up, down, left, right? The chat room exploded, and even Yi Chen was momentarily frozen. He hadn't even said anything, and Didawan had unilaterally chosen to submit. However, the events were far from over. Ding. Congratulations, host. Survivor Dilly Dilly Malati has chosen to submit to you, elevating your sign-in level to 6. Special reminder. You may recruit up to 3 individuals. And you have reached the recruitment limit. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in system upgrade successful. Current sign-in level is 6. Current sign-in system level 6. 15 for ordinary rewards. 20 for rare rewards. 20 for extraordinary rewards. 25 for perfect rewards. 148 for epic rewards, 5 for legendary rewards, and 02 for super divine rewards. Ding. Survivor Ri Weixingchen has successfully elevated the sign-in level to 6. As the first survivor to achieve this level, the system grants a special reward. 5 of the ordinary rewards and 5 of the rare rewards probability is redistributed to perfect rewards. Current sign-in system level 6. 10 for ordinary rewards, 15 for rare rewards, 20 for extraordinary rewards, 25 for perfect rewards, 248 for epic rewards, 5 for legendary rewards, and 02 for super divine rewards. At this moment, the chatroom fell silent. There was an eerie stillness, and everyone was left speechless. In just 15 minutes, Yi Chen had ascended 3 levels. Yi Chen surveyed his sign-in probabilities. The probability for ordinary rewards had fallen to 10, and even the probability for rare rewards had dropped to 15. The implication is that when one checks in, there exists a 3/4 probability of receiving rewards of the exceptional grade or higher. Such odds are astonishing. While others struggle in the first tier of the check-in system, often only managing to acquire ordinary rewards, or, with a stroke of luck, a rare reward, I, on the other hand, regard obtaining an exceptional grade reward as rather mundane. I possess a remarkable 55 chance of achieving a perfect grade reward or even a reward of an even higher tier. My esteemed leader is truly impressive. Long live my leader. Didawan was the first to cheer. In his mind, what belongs to Yi Chen also belongs to him. His leader is formidable, and he is simply the second in command. Following a brief moment of silence in the chat room, it erupted into excitement. Great Master, please grant us your protection. Master, do you accept followers? I am willing to serve. Where are you, Great One? I wish to pledge my allegiance to you. Yi Chen's private inbox was bombarded with messages. He chose to block all incoming correspondence, as those he truly wished to communicate with were right before him, making further chatter unnecessary. Let us eat. After closing the chat room, Yi Chen quietly enjoyed his grilled fish. He had not anticipated that a somewhat delicate issue would resolve itself so seamlessly. No, it did not merely resolve, it concluded outright. Dealey, were you not recruited after being taken by those 2 men? Yang Ming inquired curiously. They seemed to have differing opinions, each vying to recruit me. Eventually, they argued over who could secure more valuable resources during a 3-day check-in. Yi Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. These 2 fools were indeed something else. This was a classic case of the clam and the snipe contending. While I reaped the benefits, not only did I receive a beautiful woman for free, but I also upgraded my check-in system. Ding. System notification. Due to the highest check-in level among all survivors rising to level 6, the check-in task list has been updated. Chapter 36. The young lady's check-in system. The system's voice echoed once more, clearly indicating that, thanks to Yi Chun's influence, the upgrade list had been refreshed again. Ding. The system has released the materials required for upgrading from level 5 to level 6. 2 pieces of any level ceramic products, 100 kilograms of exceptional grade birch logs, 5 exceptional grade freshwater fish, 2 kilograms of perfect grade vegetables, 2 kilograms of perfect grade fruits, and 1 perfect grade hammer. Ding. The system has released the materials required for upgrading from level 6 to level 7. At least 2 legendary grade items, at least 3 epic grade items, 1 epic grade motorboat, at least 1 fragment of a legendary grade treasure map, 100 kilograms of any level iron ore, 20 kilograms of perfect grade fine sand, 30 kilograms of perfect grade clay, 3 perfect grade freshwater fish, 3 exceptional grade or higher sea fish, and 1 epic grade material. As the system data updated, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment at the figures before them. For most, having not even reached level 2, viewing such data felt utterly futile. 2 legendary grade items. 3 epic grade items. What a joke. It seemed many had never even encountered items of the first grade. Only Yi Chun was genuinely focused on the system's final announcement. Having reached level 6, he needed to prepare for the ascent to level 7. With the legendary grade items, including the spyglass and treasure map fragment given to him by D. Lee, he had already surpassed the requisite 2 items. He had long acquired 3 epic grade items as well. The motorboat was not a concern. He already possessed the blueprints. As for the treasure map fragments, no problem. They were within reach. Regarding iron, ore, fine sand, and clay, these were all new materials. Additionally, he required sea fish of exceptional grade or higher. Sea fish. Yi Chun pondered. Fishing in the sea is distinctly different from fishing in freshwater. It appeared that these seemingly simple sea fish were not as easily obtainable as anticipated. What exactly is a treasure map? An increasing number of individuals in the chat room began to express curiosity about this intriguing item. What is this treasure map? Yang Ming Air asked with interest. This is it. Yi Chun produced a somewhat crumpled piece of paper. Treasure map fragment 18. Where did you find this? Yang Ming Air gasped in surprise. It's from D. Lee. She has quite an assortment of fine items. By the way, what level is your check-in system? Only level 1. But my data seems to differ slightly. Differently? What do you mean? Yi Chun was taken aback. D. Lee promptly revealed her check-in probabilities. Current check-in system level 1. 65 chance of obtaining an ordinary reward, 15 chance of a rare reward, 10 chance of an exceptional reward, 4 chance of a perfect reward, 0, 99 chance of an epic reward, and 501 chance of a legendary reward. Wow. Yi Chun and Dawan exclaimed simultaneously. The data was astonishing. While others at level 1 had a 70 chance of receiving an ordinary reward and a mere 0.01 chance of a legendary reward, this young lady had managed to increase her legendary grade probability by 5 percentage points. Now Yi Chun understood why she possessed 2 legendary grade items. Remarkable. He was now very curious about the probabilities her system would yield if she ascended 2 more levels. Well, it's getting late. After dinner, Dawan, you and I will make a camp in the cave, while D. Lee and Ming Air can sleep in the pickup. Tomorrow I will assist you in leveling up. Brother Yi, is it really appropriate for you to sleep on the ground? I can take your place. Level up? Leader, can you help us level up? The two had entirely different thoughts. It seemed a clear divide between the genders. No worries, the cave is quite comfortable. Besides, we have a wolfskin. I can gather some blankets later, or perhaps simply upgrade the vehicle. Yi Chun temporarily ignored Dawan. However, Dawan excitedly rushed over, tugging at Yi Chun's sleeve, exclaiming, Leader, how many levels can we reach? Can we level up as you did? Straight to level 6, haha. This fellow was indeed naive and fanciful in his aspirations. Do not expect to achieve everything at once. Yang Ming Air has only just reached level 2. However, there's no need to fret. In a couple of days when the vegetables mature, reaching level 3 will be a breeze. Yi Chun was most curious about D. Lee's upgrade system. He had no idea what probabilities her integrated upgrade system would yield if she reached level 6 or even 7. You have vegetables. D. Lee and Dawan were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that there would be more than just fish here, but also a variety of produce. Indeed, everything has been planted, including grape seeds. They have just been sown, but will take some time. And fruits? You truly have it all. D. Lee gazed at Yi Chun and Yang Ming Air with a bittersweet smile. The disparity was indeed vast. Leader, from now on, let me handle the vegetables and fishing. I excel at this. Excellent. I am in dire need of assistance. Yi Chun welcomed this help wholeheartedly. At that moment, watering the vegetables and fishing became daily tasks, and indeed, it was time to find someone to assist, as he had a multitude of matters to attend to. They were in the midst of their conversation when Yi Chen's business inquiries began to surface. Great Master, when will level sand be available for sale? I've been waiting all day. Sun and Moon Great Master, it's me. I'm preparing to level up to 3. Do you have any level vegetables for sale? What about logs? Chapter 37, a bathtub checked in. The demands of the crowd were growing. Starting tomorrow, level sand for 4 will be available for sale, highest bidder wins. Additionally, level vegetables will begin taking reservations, and the price for level logs will be set by those in need. I will also be collecting seeds, tools, blueprints, and various rare items. Yi Chen succinctly left 2 messages in the chat room. At present, it is a seller's market, and there is no concern about demand. The only worry is the insufficient workforce and the inability to keep up with production. The Dawan, rest early tonight. For tomorrow there will be much work to be done. Certainly, boss, you can rest assured. The Dawan remains full of confidence. Yi Chen took the wolf skin to the cave. Although this cave is excellent, it cannot compare to his own pickup truck. It seems that the accommodation needs a prompt upgrade. Gathering supplies now, blankets, quilts, pillows, as well as various types of wool, wolf skin, and bear skin. Yi Chen typed a flurry of messages in the chat room. If ready-made blankets and quilts cannot be obtained, then he must synthesize them himself. Rare grade wool. Synthesize 1 exceptional grade wool blanket. Rare grade wolf skin. Synthesize 1 exceptional grade wolf quilt. Rare grade bear skin. Synthesize 1 exceptional grade bear coat. However, it appears that acquiring animal pelts in the current situation poses considerable challenges. Boss, can you collect lambs? What? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback upon receiving this message. It was not until he caught sight of the little Ha, who preferred not to remain in the comfortable pickup but insisted on lying at the cave entrance, that he realized this sign-in system could yield anything. How big? Yi Chen inquired. It's probably around 10 pounds, just signed in today, of exceptional grade, and can be upgraded. What price? Boss, how about a 2-pound fish plus 10 kilograms of sand? The other party seemed quite sincere. This price was fair. No problem. I will sell you the first batch of sand tomorrow. Yi Chen was willing to accept any useful resources. Boss, how about nails? Just as the first deal was sealed, a second one emerged. Yi Chen opened the synthesis system. He indeed needed nails. Rare grade nails, exceptional grade logs, exceptional grade wooden bed. Rare grade nails, exceptional grade logs, exceptional grade table. Rare grade nails, exceptional grade logs, exceptional grade chair. Not to mention anything else, the bed was something he desperately sought. Sleeping on the ground every night was intolerable. Done. Yi Chen decisively made the purchase. Nails are akin to tools and are always prudent to have on hand. Yi Chen's objectives were clear: exchange for ready-made goods when available, and rely on materials for synthesis when not. Boss, where did this wolf skin come from? The Dawan appeared quite pleased with the betting. Yang Ming'er killed a wolf. The Dawan was astonished. This beautiful lady, seemingly gentle and refined, had evidently never wielded a knife, yet could kill a wolf. Yi Chen shrugged. In this era, even beauties are fierce. After filling her belly, the Dawan fell into a deep sleep, while Yi Chen found himself unable to rest. Having grown accustomed to the comfort of his pickup, suddenly sleeping on the ground was quite uncomfortable. He struggled to stay awake until 11 p.m. before finally dozing off. Just as he managed to sleep, he was startled awake by the Dawan. Boss, it's midnight. It's time to sign in. Yi Chen felt like crying. Brother, don't rush to sign in. I will upgrade you 1 level today, and you will have a higher chance of obtaining good items. Upon hearing this, the Dawan nodded vigorously, seemingly convinced. Yi Chen also messaged Di Li, advising her not to rush into signing in. However, it seemed she had already fallen asleep. Forget it. Since she was asleep, he might as well sign in. Yi Chen called out for the sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received a perfect grade bathtub. Yi Chen was stunned. Hey, take it easy. Yi Chen shouted at the system deity. With a loud crash, it was already too late. Following that, a pair of girls screamed in horror. Don't panic. Don't panic. It's just the sign-in reward. Yi Chen rushed out of the cave. The 2 girls were huddled, trembling behind the pickup, in disarray. Sorry, I received a rather large sign-in reward. Yi Chen scratched the back of his head, unsure how to begin. You scared us. What was that noise? Just a bathtub. A bathtub? This reward was something the 2 girls could never have imagined. Yi Chen approached, and indeed, a massive item had appeared behind the pickup, well packaged. Upon closer inspection, the system was impressive. If it were to present something, it would be a bathtub from a world-renowned brand. Thank you for your hard work. We need to find a place to put this. This bathtub must weigh over 100 pounds. It cannot constantly occupy my pickup. Yi Chen called the Dawan over, and together they struggled to move the bathtub to the lakeside. Boss, this is a double bathtub. Hee. Boss, you are in for a treat. The Dawan grinned mischievously at Yi Chen. Chapter 38, the bathing set. Go sleep somewhere else. Ming'er, you can sign in first. Dealey isn't in a hurry to sign in. When the sun rises, we can upgrade you and to Dawan before you sign in. Yang Minger nodded and turned to begin her sign-in. Ding! Yang Minger has received an exceptional grade reward, 2 sets of bathing essentials. Yi Chen was astonished. It truly seems that wishes can come true. Just as he signed in for the bathtub, Yang Minger had obtained a bathing set. Bathing set, shampoo, body wash, conditioner. Indeed, these are the essentials for any hotel. Yang Minger immediately cradled the bathing set in her hands, looking at Yi Chen's bathtub with hopeful eyes. Perhaps tomorrow during the day, we can take turns bathing. Although heating water is a hassle, the island is hot during the day, and bathing outdoors wouldn't feel cold at all. Sounds good. The 2 lovely ladies nodded eagerly. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, especially 2 stunning starlets. Yi Chen must fulfill this small wish. Feeling quite fatigued, Yi Chen returned to the cave and lay down, sleeping soundly until dawn. Don't move. Just as Yi Chen opened his eyes, he was startled. Raising his head, he saw a somewhat unfamiliar face. Upon closer inspection, the long hair appeared damp, and the fair face was simply flawless. Is this Yang Minger? Hee. Yang Minger stood beside Dawan. Boss, we are all under house arrest. No one is allowed to move. Dealey is bathing. You must wait until she is finished before leaving the cave. So, it turns out the girl was bathing. Got it, I 1T peek. Yi Chen casually lay back down. After sleeping through the night, it seemed he had missed something. Yang Minger had already finished bathing. What a pity. Sister Ming. I'm done. Yi Dagu, are you going to wash? Before long, Di Li's voice rang out. It's your turn. I'll change the water for you. Yang Minger was quite enthusiastic. However, Yi Chen shook his head. No rush, no rush. We have a lot of physical labor to do today. So let us finish the work first before bathing. Yi Chen had numerous orders to complete, and he needed to seize the time to get the work done, leaving no time for bathing or changing. Yi Dagu, are you going to wash? I filled the water and cleaned the bathtub. Di Li, who was drying her hair, hurried in. Yi Chen and Dawan stared in astonishment. She truly is a beauty emerging from the water. Ahem, let us eat first. And after finishing work, we'll return to bathe. Yi Chen pulled the dazed Dawan out. Boss, which one do you prefer? She is stunning. Dawan looked at Yi Chen with a mischievous smile. Enough of the chatter, let us first nourish ourselves. Today, I have several tasks for you. First, water all the vegetables in the field. Second, accompany me to find at least 4 trunks of rare-grade palm trees. Lastly, assist the young ladies in gathering sand. Very well. Boss, rest assured, you need only relax nearby. Didi Ju and appeared eager to begin. Relax? YCH had no time to rest. He was now a capitalist, a self-sustaining capitalist. YM Ingar and DL had already set up the barbecue grill again, starting with 2 or 3 loaves of bread. Cooking this way enhances the flavor significantly. The latest offering, grilled bread. YCH chewed his bread while reopening the trading platform and chat room. He was overwhelmed with orders for rare-grade sand. Furthermore, he had 2 individuals needing upgrades, having received 2 more orders yesterday. That rare-grade sand is fully booked today. Kindly refrain from private messages. YCH felt a bit fatigued as his inbox overflowed. Boss, 2 sets of mink fur, approximately 2 square meters. Will you accept? Just as he was about to close the chat, a new message caught his eye. Mink fur was indeed a valuable item. All right, I'll take that order. Naturally, YCH would not let an opportunity slip away, even if it meant increasing his workload. For now, I'll go fishing. Didi Ju will handle the watering, and the young ladies will tidy up here. We shall depart to fell trees and sift sand, and if time permits, I shall craft a kayak for our next sea venture. YCH roughly outlined the day's agenda. Why go to sea again? YM Ingar expressed her confusion. To advance from level 6 to 7, I need sea fish. I shall attempt to catch some, though I do not hold high hopes, merely testing the waters. The system had clearly stated that he had a freshwater fishing rod, and YCH merely wished to try his luck. After breakfast, the 4 of them divided their tasks. Didi Ju joyfully poured fresh water from a bucket. The earliest planted vegetables indicated they were a day away from harvest. Once harvested, he would possess at least 400 seeds of no less than superior grade, along with 40 kilograms of at least rare-grade vegetables. With such vegetables, YM Ingar could upgrade to level 3 and sign into the system, thereby enhancing the combat prowess of their team. Chapter 39, Fishing with an Aiding Device. YCH employed DL's legendary grade artifact, the spyglass, to begin fishing. With the spyglass, he felt no urgency. A level superior grass carp detected 6 meters at 10 o'clock. No rush. A common fish holds little interest. YCH indecisively chose to ignore it. A level perfect bluefish detected 8 meters at 2 o'clock, weighing approximately 5 kilograms. No need for haste. He again opted to overlook it. With both a fishing rod and spyglass in hand, how could he fail to catch decent fish? YCH casually strolled half a circumference around the lake. He discovered 3 level perfect freshwater fish and an abundance of level superior freshwater fish. Ding, an epic level flowerhead fish detected 7 meters at 12 o'clock, weighing 8 kilograms. A fine specimen weighing 16 pounds had arrived, just right for preparing a fish head soup. YCHN swiftly set the hook. DDJN, come quickly to assist. Unexpectedly, this flowerhead fish exhibited considerable strength. Once hooked, it clung fiercely to the bait, initiating a battle. Before DDJN could arrive, SHIOH had already jumped into the lake with agility. Boss, I'm here. Upon SHIOH's entry into the water, YCHN received the reinforcements. What kind of fish is this? It's so strong. With the help of SHIOH and DDJN, YCHN commenced reeling in. Wow, it's enormous. DDJN's eyes widened in awe. It's average. Last time MNR caught a legendary grade fish much larger than this. YCHN dusted himself off, seemingly unimpressed by this epic level fish. Is there something larger? DL was taken aback. Ding, an epic level freshwater fish, the mandarin fish. Detected 10 meters at 3 o'clock, weighing 3 kilograms. A mandarin fish? Now that is a prestigious catch. YCHN wasted no time in casting his line. MNR, we shall have steamed mandarin fish tonight. Do we have scallions, ginger, and garlic? A 6-pound mandarin fish leapt to the water's surface. Such a large mandarin fish. Though common on dining tables, even in upscale restaurants, one rarely encounters a mandarin fish exceeding 3 pounds. Yet YCHN had caught one weighing a full 6 pounds. We don't have scallions, ginger, or garlic. YNMing hadn't anticipated needing such ingredients. Merely gathering some seasoning was already quite extraordinary. While others were struggling to meet basic needs. Are we really going to eat such a fine fish ourselves instead of selling it? DL gazed incredulously at YCHN and YNMing, who were fervently discussing devouring the epic level fish rather than trading it for goods. Sell it. Who would buy it? Perhaps only we could afford it. YCHN had considered selling it, but it seemed that only he could genuinely afford such a fish. Let us keep it. I'll make soup from the flowerhead fish, and we can steam the mandarin fish. DL smiled wryly at YCHN's suggestion. These two fish together weighed over 20 pounds. How much more could one hope to gather? Well, catching good fish serves little purpose. I shall settle for a few level catches. Dinner was already sufficient, and seeking higher grade fish seemed rather pointless, especially since there was no current market demand. YCHN wasted no more time, and, in 10 minutes, caught 3 level fish and 5 level fish. He promptly listed them on the trading platform. Level fish were essential materials for upgrading from level 3 to 4 in the signing system, and their prices would only rise as more individuals achieved level 3. YCHN had no worries about finding buyers. What on earth? Who is this person with so many level fish? There are even perfect grade freshwater fish. Observant individuals quickly noticed the freshwater fish YCHN had listed on the trading platform. It's the great DDJN again. Great One, how do you have everything? We revere the Great One. As soon as YCHN appeared, the chat room erupted with excitement. However, today a new voice emerged. Damn you, give back my axe. The message came from Hu NGM Oshioji. You stole my girl and my axe. I shall make you pay? The source of this outcry was KKUKL. Many onlookers were yet to comprehend the situation. YCHN replied, Are you KKUKL? Why haven't I seen your kayak? Damn it. This fool dared to provoke you earlier. DDJN recalled suddenly. The chat room grew lively. DDJN began trading insults with the other party. You think you can come to my island again? Just wait and see. KKUK, I was clearly infuriated. You have a kayak, so if you want to find me, paddle over yourself. YCHN remarked dismissively. KKUKL cursed under his breath, but remained silent. After all, he had transferred his kayak. And as for what he had received in exchange, a mountain axe and 3 large fish. Now, with the axe taken by YCHN and the fish consumed, his girl had been abducted too. These two were likely on the verge of tears. DDJN, ignore them. We need to prepare to leave. YCHN was busy and had no time to engage in a verbal battle with those ruffians. He had a considerable number of orders to fulfill. DDJN, you come out now. KKUKL continued to shout. Boss, are we just going to let them insult us? DDJN clearly felt indignant. No worries. We have plenty of people to defend us. YCHN responded with a calm demeanor. Then, the attendees observed an additional line of text appear in the chat room. For those wishing to reserve sand and tree trunks, please first give these two fools a good scolding. The one who delivers the most creative insult will gain the privilege to make a reservation. Chapter 40. Division of Labor Among 4. Understood, boss. At your command. All right then. The multitude of survivors awaiting Yi Chen's goods promptly responded with enthusiasm. Subsequently, Huang Mao and Ku Ku were inundated with a torrent of foul language from the crowd. You two fools must have been calcium deficient as children and starved of love as adults, neglected by grandmothers and unloved by uncles. Your left cheek deserves a slap, and your right cheek a kick. Donkeys kick donkeys, pigs trample pigs. I apologize, everyone. My pet Haba dog slipped its leash. It's entirely my fault. No, it's my fault. If I hadn't forgotten to buy protection that night, these two would have been flushed down the drain long ago. The atmosphere of the chat room transformed dramatically. Those who saw Yi Chen's goods unleashed a barrage of insults with great creativity. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, content, set out in his pickup truck with De Wan and two beautiful ladies. Boss, how did you acquire this rare grade sand? After observing the chaotic battle in the chat room, De Wan redirected his attention to Yi Chen. You will understand shortly. Today, everyone has a daunting task. We shall work hard during the day and feast at night. Yi Chen wasted no words. Upon reaching their destination, the group commenced their work with clear roles. De Wan, with his robust physique, swung the mountain axe and began to fell palm trees. Yi Chen, we all have 2 mountain axes now. Can we not combine them into a chainsaw? We need a blueprint. Yi Chen understood clearly. Is there one for sale at the exchange? He nodded, having glimpsed it once. But the price was exorbitant, encompassing nearly all materials below level 4. There was no choice. Rare goods command high prices. The sole blueprint for the air kinetic chainsaw was naturally priced sky high. Yi Chen had only given it a cursory glance before dismissing it due to the outrageous cost. 100 kilograms of palm tree trunk, 100 sheets of palm leaves, 10 liters of fresh water, 10 kilograms of sand, 3 kitchen knives, 1 mountain axe, and 10 fish. It was an overwhelming list, and Yi Chen lost interest. The price was simply too steep. He resolutely chose to forego it. After all, the efficiency of 2 mountain axes might not be significantly lower than that of a chainsaw. He could compensate for the lack of tools with manpower. Boss, that tree must weigh around 70 to 80 kilograms. How much can it sell for? De Wan, while chopping the felled palm tree into 4 or 5 segments, continued to prattle on. Let us not consider selling yet. You, young Minger, and Dealey all require palm trees for system upgrades. From level 1 to 2 and level 2 to 3, you will need at least 250 kilograms. Just felling trees will keep you busy. 250 kilograms of palm trees is no trivial amount. That's a quarter ton. Understood, boss. Rest assured, as long as there's food, I will work. De Wan appeared to be quite similar to Xiaoha. As long as he was provided with food and drink, he was willing to work hard. Yi Chen, what about our level sand? We don't need much, just 20 kilograms for ourselves, but there are many buyers, the more the merrier. The level sand was essentially monopolized by Yi Chen. This business opportunity, presented without cost, must be seized. Minger, what's that? Dealey looked at young Minger, who was retrieving a maid outfit from the truck, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Is it possible that Brother Yi has such peculiar tastes? During their labor, did he require the girls to don maid outfits to serve him? Xiao Di, this is for sifting sand. It was invented by Yi Chen. We can use this to filter out the rare grade sand we need. What? Using this? Dealey, struggling to comprehend, could not fathom that this outfit, which seemed to evoke vivid imagination, served such a purpose. Dealey, pay attention. Pour the sand onto the maid outfit, and the sand that filters through will be the rare grade sand we seek. Young Minger had become quite adept at this task. Dealey and De Wan, who was still swinging his axe, were momentarily taken aback. So, the much-discussed rare-grade sand sold in the chat room was produced in this manner. Boss, you are brilliant. Who would have thought of this? De Wan was nearly ready to worship him. Dealey also gazed in astonishment at young Minger sifting the sand. Although this method was not highly efficient, it required no investment other than time. Minger, if you see an hourglass at the exchange, buy 2. That would make things easier for you. Yi Chen felt that this task could still be made simpler. Having observed for several days, the hourglass seemed too niche to sell. Young Minger shook her head regretfully. Yi Chen shrugged, feeling helpless. At first glance, it appeared that they were quite affluent, with food, drink, luxury cars, and even pets. But upon reflection, the lack of essential living supplies was glaring. After a busy morning, De Wan managed to fell 2 palm trees, yielding a total of 140 kilograms of rare-grade palm tree trunks and 300 palm leaves. Young Minger and Dealey collected 22 kilograms of rare-grade sand. Let us take a short break. Dealey, De Wan, prepare for upgrades. Chapter 41, the system continues. Ding. You have chosen to consume 50 kilograms of rare-grade palm tree trunks, 10 kilograms of rare-grade sand, and 100 sheets of rare-grade palm leaves to upgrade the sign-in system to level 2. Please confirm. The system notification sounded simultaneously in De Wan and Dealey's ears. Upgrade. De Wan, without hesitation, promptly selected to upgrade. Ding, congratulations, host. The sign-in system has been successfully upgraded. The current level is 2. You will receive 65 ordinary rewards, 15 rare rewards, 13 exceptional rewards, 5 perfect rewards, 15 epic rewards, and 5 legendary rewards, with no divine rewards. Hooray, it's done. The boss is magnificent. The Dawon exclaimed joyfully. Yi Chun, however, was more concerned about Di Li's situation. This extraordinary beauty might soon experience another stroke of luck. Di Li appeared somewhat anxious, her round eyes fixed on Yang Ming'er. Shall Di upgrade? Quickly, we are all looking forward to it. Yang Ming'er was evidently more excited than Di Li. That upgrade, under the eager gazes of everyone. Di Li spoke softly. Ding, congratulations, host. The sign-in system has been successfully upgraded. The current level is 2. You will receive 55 ordinary rewards, 15 rare rewards, 13 exceptional rewards, 5 perfect rewards, 15 epic rewards, and 105 legendary rewards, with no divine rewards. Wow. When Di Li revealed her latest sign-in attributes, the 3 of them were left utterly speechless. The system continued to expand. Yi Chun was dumbfounded. It seemed this girl could increase her chances of receiving legendary rewards by 5 with each level she ascended. If she were to reach level 10 in the future, she would have over half a chance of obtaining legendary rewards daily. Could it be that this system was programmed by Di Li? Xiao Di, you are amazing. You surpass even Yi Chun. Yang Ming'er immediately pointed out. Yi Chun felt awkward. No matter how impressive he was, he lacked such extraordinary talents. Beauty, sign in, sign in. If you don't sign in, I will go first. The Dawon was already impatient. Sign in, sign in. With a command, the Dawon completed his sign-in. Unfortunately, his sign-in probability was rather unimpressive. Yi Chun remained silent. What is this? The Dawon gazed at the system screen, looking dejected. What happened? Yi Chun leaned closer. The grand and expansive system screen displayed the message. You have departed from your birthplace, Hai Dao, and must wait 48 hours before you can check in again. After 48 hours, you will be able to rebind your resource distribution center and the new island where you have settled. At that moment, the 4 individuals collectively stood in stunned silence. This situation was entirely beyond their imagination. Without needing to elaborate, Di Li found herself in the same predicament. There was no alternative but to squander 2 days. It seemed that the system did not encourage individuals to wander onto others' islands. However, it was reassuring that tomorrow their vegetables would ripen, and by the day after, they could collectively elevate to level 3. No, they would ascend to level 4. Yi Chun spoke with unyielding confidence, knowing he was not merely boasting. He possessed all the necessary resources for the upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Clay, sea salt, bows and arrows, freshwater fish, and even the mining axe. Yet, the mining axe had other purposes. If he consumed both as upgrade materials, he would find himself without suitable tools. He decided to sell the mining axe, as the price was reasonable. Yi Chun resolved to focus on the trading post. As long as there was stock available, he would acquire it. The practical value of the mining axe at this stage was immense. Big boss, don't you already have 2? Why are you still buying? Are you trying to leave us poor folks with nothing? Upon hearing that Ryu Xingchun was looking to acquire mining axes, the impoverished individuals in the chat room were almost in tears. Yi Chun himself yearned for a mining axe. However, it was exceedingly difficult to obtain. He contemplated the fact that he would also need an axe for tree chopping and upgrades, making him want to cry. It was surprising that Yi Chun, who already possessed 2 axes, was still competing for resources. Apologies, everyone. I have an urgent need. Those who have stock, please bring your prices. The rarity of the mining axe was closely tied to its requirement for blueprints. At this stage, all items that required blueprints were invaluable. Whenever a blueprint fell within Yi Chun's sight, he would undoubtedly spend a fortune to acquire it. Unexpectedly, before the mining axe appeared, Yi Chun discovered a new item in the trading post, a blueprint for a camper van conversion. This somewhat obscure blueprint was overlooked by others, as anyone who had seen the instructions would likely disregard it. The blueprint for a legendary or above-level heavy-duty pickup camper van required 100 kilograms of iron ore, 100 meters of wire, and could produce a super luxurious 4-person camper van of extraordinary quality. Chapter 42. Full and content. Time for a bath. Yi Chun momentarily set aside the iron, ore, and wire, as the heavy-duty pickup alone halted nearly everyone in their tracks. At this stage, who besides Yi Chun could possibly have a pickup? This blueprint seemed tailor-made for him. Brother, how much do you want for your camper van conversion blueprint? The other party merely posted the blueprint, indicating private chat for the price. Yi Chun immediately sent a message. You want this blueprint? The other party appeared quite astonished. Yes, you name your price. I want to level up to level 2 and need rare-grade sand. It seemed he was another unfortunate individual. No problem. I will get it to you tomorrow. Just hold on to the blueprint for me. Yi Chun was troubled by the current lack of space in his pickup, and if he could convert it into a larger camper van, it would be much more convenient for him. The 4 individuals casually enjoyed a light lunch before resuming their tasks. Clay, sea salt, palm tree trunks, and sand. Yi Chun decided to gather a larger quantity of these 4 items. Dawan continued to fell palm trees. Deely was now capable of collecting sand on her own. Yang Ming took on the task of boiling water to produce salt. Yichun donned his goggles and began digging fervently for clay. Wherever there was a clay mine, there was Yichun. The four worked in perfect harmony, each fulfilling their role. Boss, I've secured a 50-kilogram palm tree trunk. Dawan shouted. Received. Ding. You have exchanged a 50-kilogram rare-grade palm tree trunk for 2 packs of iron nails. Brother Yi, 10 kilograms of sand proportion. All right. Let me check which buyer is next. This one. Meh. Suddenly, a bleeding sound emanated from the pickup, startling the two girls. Deely nearly spilled all the sand she was holding. My apologies, I've swapped for a sheep. Yichun, keeping his word, traded 2 live fish and 10 kilograms of sand for a small lamb. Who would raise sheep? Having acquired the lamb, Yichun realized he had no experience in animal husbandry. He had never even owned a dog while living in the city. I can. Unexpectedly, the first to respond was Deely. I raised sheep as a child and also cared for chickens and ducks. It was surprising to discover that this top-tier star had humble beginnings. Well then, I shall entrust this lamb to you. Yichun sighed in relief. At least the lamb was not a wasted effort. My sea salt is ready. No rush on the sea salt. Let us set it aside. In 4 or 5 days. We will need it for upgrades. Although its sales volume may not match the rare-grade sand, it can still be sold. Yichun was already calculating in his mind. The four continued busying themselves until 4:30 in the afternoon. Dawan had felled 4 large trees, yielding nearly 200 kilograms of palm tree trunks. Deely sold 40 kilograms of sand. Yichun and Yang Ming each stored 20 kilograms of clay and sea salt. The collective efforts of the four resulted in palm tree trunks and sand, which they exchanged for a lamb, 2 pieces of mink fur, 2 packs of nails, 2 sheets, 2 plastic basins, 2 plastic buckets, a craft knife, and a dagger. All right, everyone, you've all worked hard today. Let us call it a day and head back for a feast. Yichun declared loudly, announcing the end of the day's labor. The four tidied their tools with joyful spirits as they climbed into the pickup, making their way home. Yang Ming and Deely, seated in the back, seemed quite enamored with the 2 pieces of mink fur. Shall we gather a few more and make you skirts? Yichun teased. The weather on the island was hot during the day, and even at night, the temperature remained high. There would be little opportunity to wear a mink coat. But a mink skirt could certainly be fashioned. Can you really make a skirt? Deely asked earnestly. Of course. Just check the crafting system. However, it will require some needle and thread. Let us see if anyone sells them. It should not be a problem. Yichun's primary focus was still on upgrading the sign-in system, as good items could only be obtained through personal sign-ins. The items in the trading post were limited to inexpensive goods. If something valuable were to emerge, it would surely be driven up in price, provided all went smoothly. His first batch of vegetables would be ready for harvest tomorrow, another item that could be sold at a profit following the rare-grade sand. Upon returning to their camp, the four set up a barbecue grill to prepare their meal. Yichun glanced at the grill. It seemed that with more hands, there were insufficient dining utensils. After trading 2 rare-grade freshwater fish and a few bottles of freshwater, Yichun acquired another grill and several plastic bowls. Ceramic bowls appeared to be unavailable for now, as they were scarce items, so Yichun settled for plastic alternatives. Let us feast, he exclaimed, summoning everyone to enjoy dinner. This meal consisted of barbecued dishes, fish soup, and steamed perch. The four indulged in a lavish feast. Even little Ha was well fed, yet they still had not completely finished the large fish. Yichun decided to use the remainder as feed for the plants. If the unfortunate souls in the chat room, who were struggling with hunger, knew how wastefully Yichun and his companions were behaving, it would surely incite public outrage. After satisfying their hunger, Yichun recalled his bathtub. I'm going to take a bath. Here, take this. Yang Ming quickly ran back to the pickup and handed Yichun the spare pair of pants he had traded for. Dawan looked on enviously at his leader. Boss, you actually have a change of clothes. The envy of Dawan lies ahead. Upon noticing this, Deely promptly grabbed a cloth to wipe down the bathtub. Go, I will boil some hot water for you. The sun is setting soon, and a touch of warmth would be delightful. Dawan's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Truly, the boss is worthy of his title. While bathing, he is attended to by beautiful women who provide him with underwear and warm water. Thus, beneath the setting sun, Yichun reclined comfortably in the bathtub, surrounded by frothy bubbles. Go, please let me know if you need anything. I will be waiting over there. Deely stood 3 meters away from the bathtub, awaiting Yichun's instructions. What a refreshing bath this is. Chapter 43, The Blueprint Researcher. Under the care of 2 lovely ladies, Yichun relished his first bath on the island. After laying down a wolf pelt blanket and covering himself with a mink fur blanket, he drifted into sweet slumber. At midnight, he was rudely awakened. I say, Dawan, could you refrain from startling me like that? Why not wait until dawn to check in? Yichun's mood was exceptionally good, Sleep quality was paramount, and a few hours delay in checking in would not cause any harm. No, boss. You must hurry to the trading platform and chat room. There is something new. The Dawan was vigorously tapping Yi Chen's shoulder, seemingly convinced that something impressive had just been listed on the trading platform. As expected, upon Yi Chen opening the trading platform, he saw legendary grade item, Blueprint Researcher Upper Scroll. Blueprint Researcher, legendary grade item. Once acquired, it allows for the synthesis of corresponding items based on the materials required by the blueprint, limited to items of grade and below. The Blueprint Researcher is synthesized from the upper and lower scrolls of the Blueprint Researcher. It is well known that blueprints are among the most valuable items currently available. Generally, items requiring blueprints for synthesis are of a high grade. Even the most basic blueprints, such as that for a mountain axe, are at least of excellent grade quality. As for higher grade blueprints, like those for jet skis or chainsaws, they possess even loftier standards. The higher the grade, the lower the chances of obtaining them, resulting in a severe scarcity of blueprints. The trading platform only displayed the upper scroll. However, the sudden appearance of a legendary grade item would undoubtedly attract attention. How much for the upper scroll? Who has the lower scroll? Name your price. I want it. Exceptional items are sure to incite a flurry of interest from capable survivors. Even a mere grade item, like the previous solar panel, had been fiercely contested by many survivors. Yi Chen was quite invested in this item. Although he already possessed 2 mountain axes, the system mandated that each new axe required a blueprint, and he needed 3 axes to upgrade. Mountain axes are an essential survival resource, with a significant demand. Yi Chen yearned for at least 10 of them. Aside from the mountain axe, many useful items in the synthesis system remained unattainable due to the lack of blueprints. Grade Perfect Tool Hammer, 10 kilograms of grade iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives. 5 kilograms of any type of tree trunk, Grade Perfect Tool Hammer Blueprint. Grade Perfect Tool Shears, 10 kilograms of grade iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives. 5 kilograms of any type of tree trunk, Grade Perfect Tool Shears Blueprint. Grade Perfect Tool Shovel, 10 kilograms of grade iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives. 5 kilograms of any type of tree trunk, Grade Perfect Tool Shovel Blueprint. Grade Perfect Tool Axe, 20 kilograms of grade iron ingots, or 3 excellent grade mountain axes. 10 kilograms of any type of tree trunk, Grade Perfect Tool Axe Blueprint. Grade Epic Multifunctional Building Hammer, combining the advantages of various tools. It possesses the ability to greatly accelerate the construction of grade epic buildings. It is synthesized from Grade Perfect Tool Hammer, Grade Perfect Tool Shears, Grade Perfect Tool Shovel, Grade Perfect Tool Axe, Grade Multifunctional Building Hammer Blueprint. 100 kilograms of grade iron ingots, 100 kilograms of Grade Perfect Sand, 100 kilograms of any type of tree trunk, and 100 kilograms of clay. Yi Chen had long coveted this grade epic multifunctional building hammer, but the requirements were excessively demanding. Despite being merely a grade epic tool, its synthesis was significantly more challenging than that of legendary grade items. Not to mention, the various tool blueprints required were enough to overwhelm Yi Chen. However, with the Blueprint Researcher, at least the blueprint aspect would be hopeful. Without hesitation, Yi Chen immediately messaged the seller. The response came swiftly. I will guarantee you a level 3 check-in, plus 10 grade freshwater fish, 50 bottles of freshwater, and at least 10 kilograms of dry goods such as bread or compressed biscuits, along with a kitchen knife and a dagger. What the heck? This is robbery. For a mere broken blueprint, the demands are outrageous. Why not ask for the moon? De Dawan, upon seeing the seller's message, felt the urge to curse. Yang Ming Air and Di Li, who were waiting in the pickup truck, appeared to have noticed the item as well. Yi Chen, are you going to acquire the blueprint? Yang Ming Air quickly messaged. I'm considering it. The demands are rather steep. Yi Chen was also feeling hesitant. Well, I only checked in for a dagger today. My luck hasn't been great. Hearing Yang Ming Air mention this, Yi Chen remembered he had yet to check in for the day. He casually checked in for a spell. What he did not anticipate was the outcome. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a legendary grade reward. Blueprint Researcher Lower Scroll. Upon seeing this message, Yi Chen nearly leaped for joy. Fortune favors me. The lower scroll had come into his possession with ease. Boss, that's incredible. De Dawan immediately cheered. Without further ado, Yi Chen declared, no problem, I will take your item. We can trade tomorrow. Initially, with only the upper scroll, Yi Chen had some reservations. After all, exchanging for the upper scroll would require a substantial amount of resources to prepare for the trade, and the upper scroll would merely sit idle for now, lacking cost-effectiveness. However, now the situation was different. He had already obtained the lower scroll. As long as he acquired the upper scroll, the Blueprint Researcher would be his. How exhilarating. Blueprints, here I come. Chapter 44, The First Harvest of Vegetables. Early the next morning, Yi Chen rose at the crack of dawn. While the sky was still dimly lit, he sprang up from his wolf pelt blanket, seizing a high-priced flashlight and rushing out of the cave, heading straight for his fields. The moment of harvest had arrived. Upon reaching the fields, Yichun beheld the lush green vegetables sprawling across 10 square meters of land. Ding! You have harvested a total of 230 grade excellent seeds, 140 grade perfect seeds, and 30 grade epic seeds, 32 kilograms of grade rare vegetables, and 8 kilograms of grade excellent vegetables. Due to the application of fertilizer, the vegetables receive an additional bonus for kilograms of grade excellent vegetables and 1 kilogram of grade perfect vegetables. Perfect. A total of 32 kilograms of grade rare vegetables, which are prime goods for trade. With 400 seeds, he can replant again. Before Yichun could call out, Yang Ming-er and Di Li also hurried over to check on the harvest. Ming-er, Di Li, quickly fetch those plastic buckets. Let us collect the vegetables. We'll store the grade and grade vegetables separately, and once the grade vegetables fulfill our upgrade needs, we'll sell them on the trading platform for a good price. The two ladies immediately turned and dashed to retrieve the plastic buckets. Grade rare vegetables are currently in high demand, so much so that even when acquired, one hesitates to consume them because they are needed to elevate one's check-in level. As it stands, the upgrade systems for Yang Ming-er, Di Li, and Dido-wan are all stalled on these vegetables. 3 individuals required a total of 6 kilograms of advanced green vegetables for their upgrade. The remaining 26 kilograms of vegetables were to be divided into 13 portions, each weighing 2 kilograms, to be listed on the exchange. It was assured that they would make a significant profit. Yang Ming-er and Dido-wan quickly fetched plastic buckets, and the trio commenced the collection of ripe vegetables. Dido-wan, hurry up, it's time to harvest. After 15 minutes of diligent work without a sight of Dido-wan, Yichun promptly sent a message. Dido-wan, who had been deeply asleep, finally arrived. By 7 in the morning, all the vegetables had been harvested. You all upgrade first. I will list a batch on the exchange. Beep, your recruited Yang Ming-er has completed the sign-in system upgrade. Current sign-in system, level 3. Level 3 sign-in system. 60 regular rewards, 16 rare rewards, 13 exceptional rewards, 8 perfect rewards, 2 epic rewards, 0.99 legendary rewards, 0.01 divine rewards. Beep, your recruited Qin De Zhuang has completed the sign-in system upgrade. Current Yang Ming-er and Dido-wan sign-in systems followed a predictable pattern, with no deviations, but Di Li's was markedly different. Beep, your recruited Di Li has completed the sign-in system upgrade. Current sign-in system, level 3. Level 3 sign-in system. 45 regular rewards, 16 rare rewards, 13 exceptional rewards, 8 perfect rewards, 2 epic rewards, 15.99 legendary rewards, 0.01 divine rewards. It appeared once more. The probability of reaching a legendary sign-in level close to 16 was indeed astonishing. Xiao Di, you are truly remarkable. Yang Ming-er was obviously so excited that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. With Yichun possessing a level 6 sign-in system, and Di Li increasing the legendary probability by 5 points with each upgrade, what more could they desire? The only regret was that both Dido-wan and Di Li had relocated their residences, necessitating a wait of 24 hours before they could sign in again. Yichun had resolved to swiftly elevate Di Li's level. Advanced vegetables, 2 kilograms, bring your price. Do not bother with subpar items. Given the rarity, Yichun listed merely 2 kilograms of vegetables. Yet, these 2 kilograms were sufficient to incite a frenzy in the chatroom. Even at this early hour, a considerable crowd gathered. Wow, it's the illustrious Ryu Dalao again. Finally, advanced rare vegetables are in stock. Did you grow these yourself? I need them to upgrade my level 3 sign-in system. Please do not snatch them from me. Yichun was in no rush to sell, instead gauging the market price. Meanwhile, he began collecting seeds. Dido-wan, go fetch the shovel, loosen the soil, and cultivate an additional 200 square meters of land to plant all these seeds. This time, we aim to make a substantial impact. 20 seeds successfully transformed into 400 seeds, necessitating an expansion of the sowing area. The tools at hand were indeed insufficient. Let me outline the tasks. Today we need to gather 10 advanced rare freshwater fish, 50 bottles of freshwater, at least 10 kilograms of bread and compressed biscuits, a vegetable knife, a dagger, and a set of items upgraded to level 3. In pursuit of that upper half of the blueprint for the research apparatus, the 4 of us clearly delineated our responsibilities and commenced gathering materials. Let us go. Chapter 45, Collecting Leaves and Sand. The 26 kilograms of advanced rare vegetables were quickly sold out. Yichun acquired 1 advanced mountain axe, 6 advanced kitchen knives, 2 advanced rafts, 3 large packages of advanced fertilizer, 50 square meters of carpet, 2 kilograms of salt, and 2 kilograms of white sugar. The most valuable item, the mountain axe, was exchanged for 6 kilograms of the advanced rare vegetables. The 4 were so preoccupied that they hardly had a meal. and it was not until around 4 in the afternoon that they amassed the materials required by the person selling the blueprint. Brother, let us trade. Yichen opened the trading system and began placing items within it. With the sound of a system notification, beep. You have successfully completed a transaction with the Wind-like Youth. Obtain the upper half of the blueprint for the research apparatus. At that moment, Yichen was quite exhilarated. After a day of labor, they had finally achieved their goal. He reopened the synthesis panel and began the process. Beep. Congratulations, you have successfully synthesized a legendary level item. The blueprint research apparatus. Beep. Congratulations to the survivor Ryu Xingchun for being the first to synthesize a legendary level item, the blueprint research apparatus. The system grants a special reward of an epic level resource, a freshwater purifier. Yichen once again made headlines, creating a sensation in the entire chat room. I am truly in awe. Ryu Xingchun, are you aiming for the first kill? Are you allowing us poor souls to survive? How could the upper half of the blueprint for the research apparatus be out for such a brief time and already be successfully synthesized? Could it be that the upper half listed on the exchange was purchased by the Great One? Of course, it was bought by the Great One. Who else could afford it? The chat room remained lively and bustling. Yichen had no time to engage with the idle chatter. He was also unable to examine the freshwater purifier. At that moment, the blueprint synthesis apparatus was his primary concern. Yichen eagerly opened it. Blueprint synthesis apparatus, advanced exceptional mountain axe blueprint, requires 10,000 advanced leaves from at least 3 different islands, species unspecified, and 100 kilograms of advanced rare sand from 5 different islands. Advanced perfect tool hammer blueprint, requires 20,000 advanced leaves from at least 3 different islands, species unspecified, and 100 kilograms of advanced exceptional sand from 5 different islands. Advanced epic multifunctional building hammer blueprint, requires 50,000 advanced leaves from at least 3 different islands, species unspecified, and 100 kilograms of advanced perfect sand from 5 different islands, along with 100 kilograms of advanced rare iron ingots from this island. Upon reviewing these requirements, Yichen was overwhelmed. It appeared that acquiring this blueprint was not as straightforward as he had imagined. The mere task of collecting leaves could exhaust him. Yichen, how is it going? The two ladies looked at him anxiously. Yichen's expression shifted from excitement to astonishment, then to distress. This blueprint is not so easily synthesized. We will require external assistance. Yichen lamented, shaking his head. External assistance? What do you mean? The Dowan inquired curiously. Yichen sighed and shared the data. What a ridiculous system this is. It is truly frustrating. 10,000 leaves? What on earth do we need that many for? They cannot be consumed or drunk. That is not the main issue. The crux lies in the requirement for materials from multiple different islands. This was the true source of Yichen's headaches. 10,000 leaves seemed like a trivial matter. A single tree could yield at least 1,000 or 2,000 leaves, but the critical issue was that he could not utilize all the leaves from his own island. Do any of you have friends in the chat room who might be of help? Yichen assessed that his only acquaintances were these 3 individuals before him, and the system was evidently pushing him to develop a network. I only know you, boss. I don't know anyone else. The Dowan replied earnestly. I don't know anyone either. I have only met you since I arrived here. Yang Minger shrugged helplessly. Yichen could only place his hopes on Li. Li smiled wryly at Yichen, murmuring, I only know those 2 bad guys who tied me up. Now at a loss. It seemed Yichen would have to forge his own connections. He contemplated that in order to establish a long-term collaboration, he would need individuals of strong character and sufficient capability. While this notion sounded simple, executing it proved far more challenging. Merely possessing integrity is futile. Without a certain level of competence, one cannot even manage basic needs, let alone dedicate time to labor for oneself. Even when one does possess the requisite skills, others may not necessarily be inclined to offer their efforts. After much contemplation, Yichen found himself at a loss for solutions. It appeared that, for the time being, he could only cast a wide net. He began collecting leaves, accepting all varieties, starting from a minimum of 1,000 pieces, and sand, of any type. Yichen disseminated this information. The individuals in the chat room were taken aback. How did the illustrious figure of Ryu Xingchen come to collect leaves and sand? Previously, it seemed he was selling sand and logs. How had the situation reversed? After calling out a couple of times, it seemed that only spectators were present, with no one paying him any mind. Yichen decided to set a price and list his offer on the trading platform. 1 rare freshwater fish for 3 bottles of freshwater, in exchange for 1,000 pieces of rare level leaves or above, plus 20 kilograms of any type of sand. Once this announcement was made, Yichen's private inbox was inundated with messages. Boss, you can't treat us like mere laborers. 20 kilograms of sand is trivial, but 1,000 pieces of rare level leaves? That is no small quantity. Some individuals seemed quite displeased with Yichen's pricing. Yi Chen found himself in a predicament. He could not afford to offend this group. If they banded together against him, it would lead to considerable trouble. 2 fish, plus 5 bottles of water. In exchange for 1,000 pieces of rare level leaves and 20 kilograms of sand. Boss, the calories burned collecting leaves far exceed this amount. It's too little. The chat room participants appeared to still have grievances. Add 5 kilograms of rare sand. Take it or leave it, Yi Chen firmly stated. Soon after, his private inbox received more messages, indicating that his price had begun to attract attention. Boss, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Selling sand while collecting it? The audience expressed their utter confusion. Yi Chen was simultaneously purchasing sand at a high price while offering rare sand for sale. Who is the boss? Will he easily answer you? Ryuta Lao, I can take one order. How much do you want? Yi Chen calmly typed in 1 followed by 4 zeros. The other party was astonished. Anyone could take orders, first come, first served. Yi Chen had no intention of explaining himself further. An hour later, Yi Chen completed his first transaction. You have successfully completed the exchange, receiving 1,000 pieces of various levels of leaves and 20 kilograms of different grades of sand. There were no issues with the leaves. Yi Chen was too lazy to sort them and simply piled all the leaves together. However, the 20 kilograms of sand posed a challenge. He would need to trouble 2 ladies to sift through it again, as he could only accept sand of rare level and above. This task was indeed monumental. It took Di Li and Yang Ming'er nearly half an hour to sort through 70 to 80 kilograms of ordinary sand to yield 6 to 7 kilograms of rare level sand. That was manageable, but the next requirement was for extraordinary level sand, which would be truly impossible. Yi Chen scanned the trading platform, hoping to find something like a sieve. Unfortunately, such items were exceedingly rare, and he did not wish to create too much noise by calling out in the chat room. After all, the technique for selecting sand was his unique secret. Although the truth would eventually come to light, he could still profit from it for the time being. For the next while, Yi Chen engaged in continuous exchanges, and the truck was nearly buried under the mountain of leaves. Di Li and Yang Ming'er were also overwhelmed with work. It took them 70 to 80 kilograms of sand to sift out just 20 kilograms of rare sand. As for De Wan, he spent the entire afternoon tilling the land. Yi Chen used a spyglass to select a piece of prime land for De Wan. This seemingly unremarkable plot was located in the farthest corner of the northwest, but its classification was extraordinary level land. Extraordinary level land significantly increases planting efficiency, greatly enhances seed yield, and substantially boosts high-grade crop output. De Wan worked diligently, but merely clearing 200 square meters of land could keep him busy for an entire day. De Wan, do not rush to finish clearing the land. Focus on planting seeds and remember to water and fertilize them. Time is of the essence. And Yi Chen did not wish to waste a day unnecessarily. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that the cleared land was planted with seeds. De Wan wiped the sweat from his brow and immediately followed Yi Chen's instructions to start sowing seeds. The 4 of them worked tirelessly until the sun set, barely managing to gather a complete set of materials. 10,000 pieces of various uniquely shaped rare level leaves, piled like a small mountain, and after sorting, 100 kilograms of rare level sand or above from different islands. Synthesis. Yi Chen exhaled deeply and began to use the blueprint research device for synthesis. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming 10,000 pieces of rare level leaves and 100 kilograms of rare level sand or above, successfully synthesizing a blueprint for an extraordinary level mountain axe. When Yi Chen saw the blueprint for the mountain axe, which everyone had worked tirelessly to obtain throughout the day, he nearly wept. It had not been easy. However, every beginning is challenging. At least with this blueprint research device, he would no longer worry about having resources without the means to synthesize essential tools. This was splendid. It marked their 4th mountain axe. After Yi Chen consumed 2 kitchen knives along with this hard-won mountain axe blueprint, successfully synthesizing a handcrafted mountain axe, the 2 ladies were equally thrilled. Boss, what shall we synthesize next? De Wan stared intently at the list of blueprints on the research device. Yi Chen sighed. The next items will be rather troublesome. Troublesome? How so? De Wan, lacking the insight to see the issue, inquired. The quantity of leaves had doubled, yet the requirements for levels continually increased. However, the most troublesome aspect was not this. What is it? Yang Ming'er stepped forward as she noticed Yi Chen's despondent demeanor. We currently lack a method to sift extraordinary level sand and above. Just as Yi Chen and Yang Ming'er were lamenting, De Wan suddenly broke into a foolish grin. I have a sand sifting net. You have. This time, Yi Chen and Yang Ming'er were completely flabbergasted. I received it on my first day of signing in. I've kept it in my pocket all along. De Wan pulled out 3 or 4 sand sifting nets from his pocket. Why didn't you take it out sooner? Yang Ming'er muttered as she took the net. I almost forgot. It just came to mind after you mentioned it. I believe I got it on the first day of signing in. It's called a sand filtering net. Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. This delightful character indeed surprised him. Let's give it a try. I wonder if it will work. Dealey, bring a bucket of filtered sand. Yichen took one of Dedawan's sand filtering nets, which had a relatively sparse mesh. Dealey then resifted the previously filtered rare level sand. Sure enough, this time all the rare level sand remained on the filtering net, while all the extraordinary level sand and above were successfully separated. Brother Yi, we succeeded. We have successfully filtered out sand of extraordinary level and above. Yichen, too, was filled with joy. He had not expected the perplexing issue of filtering sand to be resolved so effortlessly. Quick, bring the other two filtering nets over to try. Yichen eagerly set about testing the other two nets, which had even higher densities. After a flurry of activity, 4 distinct types of sand have been meticulously sifted: perfect grade sand, excellent grade sand, rare grade sand, and ordinary grade sand. What remains is the top grade sand, seemingly intermingled with a few pieces of super grade sand. However, these high grade sands are not yet required for consideration. Whether it pertains to the upgrade of the sign-in system or the creation of blueprints, Yichen has yet to discover a necessity for sand of grade or above. Boss, can we now freely create blueprints? Dedawan expressed an exuberant excitement, reminiscent of striking gold, as if he wished to devour the sand before him. Nevertheless, upgrading the 6th level sign-in system to 7th level requires perfect grade sand. Yichen has committed this requirement to memory. Perfect grade sand is an essential condition for upgrades. Should we sell it all? There's no rush to sell. Currently, the demand for high-grade sand is virtually non-existent. Moreover, we need time to accumulate. Although we have a sand filter, acquiring 10 kilograms of top-grade sand is a laborious and costly endeavor. Considering the current yield probability of this sand, producing 400 to 500 grams of top-grade sand from every 10 kilograms is fortunate. As the day waned, preparations to return to the camp for rest commenced. Rome wasn't built in a day. Everyone should rest well tonight. Yichen, a pragmatic individual, acknowledged the substantial gains of the day. However, the existing number of mountain-cutting axes was far from sufficient. This evening, Yang Ming'er, Dealey, and Dedawan would collectively upgrade to the 3rd level system, necessitating 3 mountain-cutting axes, while Yichen required at least 2 axes for chopping wood. The demand for these axes would only escalate. After a hearty meal, Yichen surveyed his pickup truck once more. He had acquired the blueprint for the RV transformation, but iron, ore, and wires were still needed for the conversion. Yichen surmised that he might find wires at the trading post, yet iron, ore, categorized as a raw material, appeared to be more elusive. Based on Yichen's experience, essential resources like sand, clay, and logs, which can be directly obtained, are seldom rewarded through the sign-in system. Thus, the acquisition of fundamental resources relies on the survivalists themselves. Boss, what are you looking at? Are you missing your pickup truck? Dedawan teased with a mischievous grin. Go play. Tomorrow, we'll take a drive together. Where to? Aren't we supposed to chop trees and sift sand? Let us temporarily set aside tree chopping. Yang Ming'er and Dealey can handle the sand sifting. There is plenty of sand on the southern beach. You and I will venture out to scout. Yichen's plan was set. They needed to seek iron ore. With the artifact of the spying lens in hand, finding iron ore should not pose a challenge if they identified the right area. Dedawan, we currently have only these few mountain-cutting axes, and with 3 of you needing to upgrade to level 4, why don't you let the 2 ladies upgrade first? To be cautious, Yichen decided to retain 2 mountain-cutting axes as spares, thus postponing Dedawan's system upgrade. Furthermore, he had only managed to craft 2 bows for the upgrade, and rubber bands were also difficult to acquire. Boss, no worries, ladies first. Dedawan was entirely unconcerned, merely eager to accompany Yichen, dismissing any comparison to his own sign-in system, which felt trivial in contrast. Ming'er, Dealey, prepare yourselves for the system upgrade. Yichen commanded. Chapter 48, Terrifying Sign-in Probabilities. Ding, Yang Ming'er has successfully elevated the sign-in system to level 4. Ding. Dealey Mu La Ti has successfully elevated the sign-in system to level 4. The sign-in probabilities for Dealey had once again shifted. The 4 of them were filled with curiosity and excitement. The girl now had nearly a 1/4 probability of obtaining a legendary grade item. As expected, the system had transferred the original 5-point probability value from ordinary grade to legendary grade. Current sign-in system level 4 30 chance of obtaining ordinary rewards, 20 rare rewards, 15 excellent rewards, 10 perfect rewards, 3, 45 epic rewards, 2, 15 legendary rewards, 0, 05 super divine rewards. Little D, you are remarkable. At this rate, in a few hours, you'll have a 1/5 chance of receiving a legendary reward. Yichen shared in the excitement, fully aware of the significance of legendary grade rewards. A single legendary grade reward could equate to several, even dozens, of epic grade or perfect grade rewards. What Yichen most hoped for were the shards of the treasure map, and the multifunctional quantum cutting tool of unknown utility. The shards of the treasure map were to be synthesized from 8 pieces, and the difficulty of acquisition was high. However, the difficulty of acquisition must inherently correlate with the item's value. Brother Yi, thank you. In just these 2 days of being with you, I've not only enjoyed your hospitality, but also consumed so many of your resources for upgrades. Li, being new to the group, had yet to fully acclimate to Yi Chun and appeared somewhat more reserved than Yang Ming'er. Do not mention it. We are now a collective. As long as we all think together, I believe our combined efforts far exceed the sum of our parts. This sentiment reflected Yi Chen's inner thoughts. While he temporarily possessed a sign-in level vastly superior to other survivalists, he understood that stagnation equates to regression. Only by continuously enhancing their strength could they survive in this island of trials. Acquiring sign-in resources was indeed a fundamental method of increasing their strength. But forming teams and forging alliances was equally vital. Li, you're being too modest. Boss is generous. What is ours, so rest assured. De Wan, naturally sociable, quickly bonded with anyone, which was one reason Yi Chun valued his friendship. Honesty and openness were commendable traits. It's getting late. Everyone should replenish some food and rest early. As the sky darkened, Yi Chun prepared to return to the cave for the night. Brother Yi, why not rest in the pickup? Ming'er and I can stay in the cave. Li appeared slightly embarrassed, as her presence had displaced the original inhabitants to the cave. It's fine. Tomorrow, you two will remain at the camp to sift sand, while the Wan and I venture out. Stay alert. I'll leave Xiao Ha to protect you. Yi Chun briefly outlined the plans for the following day. Woof woof. Xiao Ha seemed to respond to its name, barking twice. With Xiao Ha present, they had an extra layer of security. Where are you going? Yang Ming'er inquired immediately. To seek iron ore and upgrade the pickup. Upgrade the pickup? The 2 women appeared taken aback. I've already obtained the blueprint. We now lack wires and iron ore. Iron ore is a raw material, so we'll likely have to find it ourselves. Fortunately, we possess the spying lens and the pickup, which should significantly increase our chances of acquiring iron ore. The spying lens enhances the probability of discovering iron ore, while the pickup facilitates the transportation of said ore. These advantages alone set them apart from other survivalists. Brother Yi, what else can this pickup be upgraded into? Li, having seen the pickup, felt it was the epitome of vehicles, believing no other pickup in the world could rival it. Now, upon hearing that such an impressive vehicle could still be upgraded, she was utterly astonished. A luxurious 4-person RV. Yi Chun casually uttered a few words. However, while Yi Chun remained composed, the 3 others were anything but. A caravan? Is that for real? De Wan, the most exaggerated among them, gaped in excitement at Yi Chun, as if he could see the shadow of the caravan on Yi Chun's face. I used to have a caravan, but it was not exactly large. It could only accommodate 2 people for sleeping. Yang Ming'er, a top-tier celebrity. Having a caravan is not surprising. Yet, she had never encountered the grand caravan that Yi Chun spoke of. Just how large could it be? Li curiously inquired of Yi Chun. Yi Chun merely shrugged. I am not sure of the specifics. However, the blueprint indicates it can house 4 in a luxurious compartment. A 4-person caravan? Does that mean we won't have to sleep on the ground anymore? De Wan nearly jumped for joy. He had never been in any luxury vehicle since birth, let alone a caravan. It seemed he hadn't even sat in a Mercedes or BMW. That's great. It's perfect for the 4 of us. Li was particularly thrilled to learn that they wouldn't have to let the owner of the pickup sleep in the cave anymore. However, acquiring that iron ore is not an easy task. Tomorrow, De Wan and I will go and take a look. Yi Chun was quite pragmatic, insisting that hope is a necessity, but one should not be lost in daydreams. Boss, this car only has a little over a third of a tank left. What should we do? De Wan, glancing at the fuel gauge, looked at Yi Chun with concern. Tomorrow should be manageable. I received 10 liters of diesel at the trading post, which at least indicates it can be signed for. If diesel cannot be obtained through signing, it would truly trouble Yi Chun. He lacked the ability to locate an oil mine and refine crude oil into diesel. This legendary-grade heavy pickup would merely be a stationary shell without its power system, instantly devaluing it, likely worth less than a basic kayak. Currently, the situation is dire. All essential supplies are severely lacking. Chapter 49. Legendary rewards reappear. After nightfall, Yi Chun felt a thrill, yet found himself unable to drift into slumber. De Wan, along with Yang Ming'er and Li, were also lost in their thoughts, unable to sleep. Sister Ming'er, Yi Gu is truly a good person. Thankfully, we encountered Yi Gu. Had it been someone else, like those 2 villains on my island, we would have been doomed. Li recalled the past with lingering fear. Little girl, do you have a crush on Yi Chun? Yang Ming'er teased Li with a knowing smile. Li immediately blushed and lowered her head. Sister Ming, stop joking around. It's a tough time to be alive. What love or romance can we speak of? Don't worry too much. I miss home too. However, Now that there are 4 of us, our food storage and living conditions are improving. I believe we will get better. The 2 girls chatted about their lives. Dewan, however, was the most excited, asking Yi Chun for that watch, fixating his gaze on the hands of the clock. It seemed he was willing the hands to move faster with his eyes. It's time, boss, sign in. I've signed in. Just past midnight. Dewan, who had not signed in for 48 hours, leapt up from the wolf fur blanket, brimming with excitement. What on earth is that? Unfortunately, Dewan's excitement was short-lived as reality swiftly dealt him a harsh slap. What is there to sign in for? Yi Chun turned his face to inquire. It's just some broken thing. Let us not dwell on it, boss. Hurry and sign in. Let me see what it is. After we check it out, we can go find Di Li and the others. Dewan seemed to have completely forgotten about his reward, turning all attention to Yi Chun and the other 3. Beep, congratulations to the host. You have successfully recruited Yang Minger. Signing in has granted you a grade of excellent reward, a 4-piece betting set. Yi Chun found this reward amusing yet perplexing. It may seem useless, but it has some utility. At least it means more blankets and pillows. However, in terms of practicality, it is not very useful since he does not even have a bed. It appears he must hasten to synthesize a bed. Beep, congratulations to the host. You have successfully recruited Di Li Mu La Ti. Signing in has granted you a legendary reward, a complete solar photovoltaic power generation kit. A legendary grade item. It has arrived. It has truly arrived. Yi Chun excitedly grabbed Dewan and dashed towards the pickup. Yang Minger and Di Li also joyfully leaped down from the pickup. A loud crash echoed. Yi Chun and Yang Minger were unfazed, but Dewan and Di Li were startled. What was that noise? Our solar photovoltaic power generation components have arrived. Yi Chun immediately rushed to the back of his pickup. Indeed, a large package occupied the cargo space of his pickup. What is this? Little D. This is your legendary reward. Di Li appeared somewhat dazed, while Yang Minger was clear-headed. Yi Chun stepped forward. The package had information on it. Recipient, Di Li Mu La Ti. Sender, Island Survival Sign-in System. Yi Chun smiled wryly at Di Li. This legendary reward was indeed exceptional. Boss, this thing is heavy. Dewan was struggling to lift it, yet the package did not budge. Don't force it. I have scissors. As it is a solar component, it must contain more than one item. Yi Chun took the scissors and climbed onto his pickup, slicing open the package. Soon, several items came into view. These are solar panels. The 4 examined them and recognized about 10 blue panels. Yi Chun approached the other 2 objects and looked at their labels. Solar photovoltaic inverter components. Solar photovoltaic power controller components. Beneath these 2 large items was a thick manual. Yi Chun sighed. Assembling these items would undoubtedly not be an easy task. Boss, do you understand this? Dewan, looking at the manual in Yi Chun's hands, instinctively took a step back. Yi Chun naturally did not expect to entrust such brainwork to this fellow. The 4 of them worked together to unload the solar photovoltaic components from the pickup in batches. Let us set them aside for now. I will try assembling them when I return tomorrow. It seems that, in critical moments, one must rely on oneself. Boss, hurry and sign in, sign in. Dewan stared intently at Yi Chun. The 2 girls also turned their gaze towards Yi Chun, as he was the only one who had not signed in yet. Sign in. Yi Chun did not hesitate and immediately began the sign-in process. Beep, congratulations to the host. You have received a grade of epic reward. Solar panels. Solar panels? The 3rd solar panel. Yes, this is the final solar panel needed to synthesize the motorboat. Motorboat, here I come. Chapter 50. The 2nd piece of the treasure map fragment obtained. Yi Chun was so elated that he jumped 3 feet high. The 3rd solar panel was finally in hand. Though this reward appeared to be merely an epic grade reward, its significance was profound. This was indeed the 3rd solar panel. Now, he had nearly all the materials required to synthesize the motorboat. 3 epic grade solar panels, 1 epic grade motorboat blueprint, and 2 kayaks. Although Yi Chun only had 1 ready kayak at hand, the materials for the other kayak were already prepared. Synthesize the kayak. Yi Chun began to combine the 2 rafts he had exchanged for into a kayak. Boss, this is fantastic. We are about to have a motorboat. At present, Dewan, Yang Minger, and Di Li were equally thrilled. From the exceptional grade of the opening acts to the perfect grade of the kayak. It was finally time for the epic grade motorboat. Yi Chun, is the system going to reward us with something special once again? Yang Minger recalled that during the previous 2 occasions when she synthesized special items, the system had granted Yi Chun a special reward for being the first survivor to create such items. Both the superior and the perfect grades had rewards. And for the epic grade, it was needless to say that there would certainly be rewards. Yi Chun was also filled with confidence. He never anticipated that this night would be so exhilarating. First, Di Li obtained a legendary grade reward. Then he gathered the materials needed to synthesize the motorboat. And now he eagerly awaited a special reward from the system. One surprise after another left, even the usually composed Yi-Chin feeling quite exhilarated. Boss, hurry up and synthesize. I've always wanted to ride a motorboat, the Do-won insisted, tugging at Yi-Chin's arm. Yi-Chin began to consolidate the materials, 2 perfect-grade kayaks, 3 epic-grade solar panels, and an epic-grade motorboat blueprint. Here we go. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully synthesized 1 epic-grade solar motorboat. Due to the motorboat's large size and heavy weight, the host will receive a one-time free choice opportunity for a designated motorboat placement point. It seems that this system is rather humane. After all, this motorboat is quite a hefty piece. If it were to crash onto his precious pickup truck, it would surely topple over. Well then, let us place it on the beach south of the cave, he decided. Ding! The motorboat has been successfully placed. Please check it. Host! The 4 of them immediately traversed the cave and rushed to the southern beach. Indeed, at the juncture where the beach met the sea, there appeared a luxurious motorboat approximately 10 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide. Ding! System notification. Ryu Xingchen successfully synthesized 1 epic-grade item, a solar motorboat. System special reward, 1 legendary-grade treasure map fragment. Upon the announcement of this news, the chat room erupted once again. It was yet another achievement from the esteemed Ryu Xingchen. Is there no justice? The motorboat has emerged. Yet I've not even managed to construct a mere bamboo raft. A legendary-grade treasure map fragment. My goodness. The second legendary-grade treasure map fragment has made its appearance. Yi-Chin took out the previous treasure map and compared the two. However, due to the limited number of fragments, he could discern no clues. Only a blue ocean depicted on the fragments and a piece of land obscured by clouds. Could it be that one cannot decipher the treasure map without collecting all 8 fragments? Yi-Chin had no choice but to stow the treasure map away once more. Damn it, Ryu Xingchen. Just you wait, I will deal with you soon. Suddenly, Kuko-ku emerged unexpectedly. What the hell? Where did this fool come from? You idiot. The Do-won immediately shot back. Let him be. It was getting late, and everyone should take the opportunity to rest, lest they become overly excited and miss the next morning. Yi-Chin urged the 3 to return and rest. Although the day's gains had been substantial, the more materials obtained, the more tasks lay ahead. Sometime after 1 in the morning, the 4 finally fell back asleep. Boss, wake up, it's time to wake up. Yi-Chin rubbed his eyes, as the glaring sunlight seemed to filter through the mottled leaves into the cave. What is going on? What time is it? Yi-Chin lazily yawned, feeling lethargic. Boss, it's already 9:30. What? Upon hearing the words 9:30, Yi-Chin sprang up from the ground in shock. Why is it so late? He could only blame the excitement of the previous night for causing all 4 of them to oversleep. Yi-Chin had meticulously arranged today's plans. Boss, here is your watch back. It seems Yang Minger and Deely have yet to wake up. Their car door is still closed. The Do-won, with her messy hair, pointed towards the pickup truck outside the cave. Yi-Chin gently tapped his forehead. It appeared that they had indeed gotten carried away last night. Let us tidy up first. Today we need to head out. If they wake up late, so be it. He strode out of the cave. Yi-Chin noticed a heap of materials piled up on the ground. Just the solar panels alone formed a small mountain. Sigh. While other survivors were struggling, he was burdened with an abundance of resources. Exhausting indeed. Chapter 51. Searching for Iron Ore Again. It was only after Yi-Chin finished toasting some bread and filling his stomach that the 2 beautiful ladies finally stumbled out of the pickup truck, still half asleep. Get up. Have some toasted bread. The chores at home are up to you too. Remember to water the plants and tend to the sheep. If you have time, play around with some sand. After briefly giving instructions, Yi-Chin hopped onto the pickup truck with the Do-won. Before leaving, he leaned out and reminded them, stay safe. Keep vigilant, and don't let your guard down. Don't worry, we'll take care of ourselves. We still have Xiaoha. Just be careful out there, you too. Yi-Chin gave the Do-won a wry smile. Originally meant to be a reminder for them, it had amusingly turned into a warning for himself and the Do-won instead. Equipped with a shovel, binoculars, a mountain axe, several plastic buckets, 5 or 6 bottles of fresh water, a few pieces of bread, and 2 freshwater fish, with the crucial artifact, the peeping mirror, in hand. Yi-Chin and the Do-won set off in the pickup truck. The purpose of this journey was simple. First, it was a second exploration trip. This time, Yi-Chin would head west from the northern gate of the camp, exploring the terrain along the beach. Second, they aimed to search for useful resources, such as basic materials like iron, ore, and high-grade clay. Boss, shouldn't we just take the motorboat? That would be quite impressive. The Do-won clearly still dreamed of riding the motorboat soon. Have you learned how to drive one? Besides, it needs to be charged. Oh, now the Do-won was resigned to that. Don't worry, someday I'll let you have a good ride. Yi-Chin patted the Do-won on the shoulder. It's just driving a motorboat, a trivial matter. Eventually, each of us will have one, and we can drive however we please. After traveling 2 to 3 miles, Yi-Chin discovered a small hill that was not too tall. Boss, could there be iron ore there? Let us check it out. What does an iron or mountain look like? Who knows? They were all city kids who knew what iron or looked like. The two, relying on their sturdy pickup truck, dashed into the jungle. This rugged road could only be traversed so smoothly by their powerful vehicle. The Dawan, stay alert. I'll scout ahead. After getting out of the pickup, Yi-chan instructed, don the peeping mirror, and tucked a dagger into his pocket before beginning to explore, while the Dawan followed closely behind him, gripping the mountain axe tightly. When venturing outdoors, it was essential to remain vigilant, and fortunately, Yi-chan now had a companion. Having each other to rely on was far safer than venturing out alone as before. The Dawan moved cautiously, glancing back every few steps and turning around to observe the surroundings. Yi-chan used the peeping mirror to scan the mountainside. The mirror indicated ordinary rock. Yi-chan shook his head at the Dawan and said, it seems this is not an iron or mountain. Let us get back in the car and take a detour to look elsewhere. Regrettably, the long-anticipated iron ore did not reveal itself. Yi-chan and Dawan had no choice but to return to the pickup truck and continue heading east. Boss, that fool is cursing you in the chat room again. Watch me retort back. While Yi-chan was driving, the Dawan was still scrolling through the chat room. It seemed that some survivors had taken the chat room as their personal social media. Ignore him. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Just overlook people like that. Yi-chan's mind was currently consumed by thoughts of iron ore, leaving him little time to entertain such trivial matters. Ha. It was utterly hilarious to him that this fellow claimed to have signed in and received a kayak, along with a compass, boasting that he would come to trouble them. Such shamelessness was astounding. Why not just claim he had signed in for a helicopter and a global navigation system? The Dawan could hardly contain his laughter, clearly dismissing the words in the chat room as nonsense. Even if he truly possessed a kayak and a compass, how could that possibly lead him to find Yi-chan and his companions? What a joke. At this moment, Yi-chan's attention was entirely captivated by a nearby hill, as he had once again stumbled upon a small mountain. The Dawan, do you see that mountain? Doesn't it look like it might contain iron ore? The Dawan closed the chat room interface and picked up his binoculars to survey the distance. Boss, the Red Mountain Range seems quite intriguing. Yi-chan pondered deeply. Could it possibly be hematite? It seemed the color of iron ore was depicted in his middle school chemistry book. Quick, let us go take a look. Yi-chan pressed down on the accelerator, and the pickup truck belched black smoke as it sped toward the small mountain. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the base of the hill. Yi-chan donned his spyglass once more. The spyglass revealed, iron ore detected, type, hematite, total volume, 1,250 cubic meters. A staggering 1,250 cubic meters of hematite. That would sustain a lifetime of mining. The Dawan, this is it. We have found it. The iron ore lay before them. And now, only a mere 100 meters of electrical wiring stood between them and the upgrade of their pickup to a luxury RV. The Dawan, equally exhilarated, brandished his pickaxe and charged forward. Clang, clang. After several strikes, his hands went numb, yet the mountain of iron ore remained utterly unyielding. Boss, it seems we can't break through. Yi-chan appeared somewhat troubled. He was still too young. Who would bring an axe to chop down a mountain? This was turning into a headache. As the two of them fretted over the visible but unmovable iron ore, a message from Yang Ming'er arrived in the system. Yi-chan, something terrible has happened. Upon reading those words, Yi-chan involuntarily shuddered. What is going on? What has happened? They have come. They? Yi-chan and Dawan were utterly baffled, engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, Yang Ming'er and Di Li were already too frightened to send further messages. Moments later, Yi-chan finally received a fragmented message. Those two men have landed on the island. Yi-chan's heart began to race. Quick, get in the car. Without hesitation, he dragged Dawan into the pickup truck. Boss, what is the situation? Dawan was still unclear about the situation, as he had only just seen Yi-chan's private chat with Yang Ming'er. Those scoundrels have landed on our island. Yi-chan gritted his teeth in anger. What the heck? Dawan exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage. The two swiftly hopped into the pickup, and with a roar, Yi-chan executed a 180-degree turn. The truck roaring like a tiger unleashed as it sped towards their camp. Dawan, contact Yang Ming'er and Di Li and inquire about the situation. Safety first. Ensure your own safety. In the face of urgency, Yi-chan was entirely unaware of the specific circumstances. Dawan attempted to reach the two girls multiple times, yet received no response. Boss, I can't get through. This is maddening. Although Dawan had only known the two girls for a short while, in his heart, they were his boss's women, and thus, his own people. With such a situation unfolding, he was filled with anxiety. Yi-chan could only accelerate further. The pickup truck seemed on the verge of taking flight. Boss, there's a message in the chat room. Dawan glanced at the chat room and noticed something alarming. Ryu Xingchun, you scoundrel, I keep my word. Today, you shall meet your end. The one making threats in the chat room was Ku. Come out and face your demise. But if you kneel before me and lick my shoes, while obediently barking like a dog, I may spare your life. Along with that woman and everything you possess. Huang Mao joined in the taunts. What is happening? What is going on? What is the situation with Ryu? The others in the chat room were utterly confused, speculating if a fight had broken out. The connection between Yi Chun and those two men was obscure to them, as the men were not inclined to share their previous humiliations. This left the chat room participants in a state of bewilderment. You dare touch a single hair on those girls. Dadawan, do not send any messages. Yi Chun immediately halted Dadawan from typing. What is wrong, boss? These two punks need to be dealt with. Dadawan was itching for a fight, ready to swing his axe at the two men. Do not expose our whereabouts. They might still be unaware of our position, our numbers, or our equipment. Yi Chun took a moment to gather his thoughts. He was indeed at a disadvantage, having been ambushed without any defenses, allowing the intruders onto his island. However, the same applied to them. They were unaware of his specific situation, strength, equipment, or even how many people he had. At the very least, they do not know that we are together. Dadawan realized this advantageous detail after some contemplation. Yi Chun's primary concern remained that the two girls might fall into the hands of the intruders. If that were to happen, he would be placed in a precariously passive position. Send another message to Yang Ming'er and Di Li. Leave multiple notes telling them to stay hidden if they have not been discovered. We are rushing to their aid. As for the supplies and equipment taken by the intruders, do not worry about them. While supplies are important, they can be reclaimed. If not, they can be obtained again later. However, people are different. Once girls fall into enemy hands, their fate becomes uncertain. These two men clearly harbor ill intentions, and if they capture two girls, who knows what heinous acts they might commit. As Yi Chun approached his camp, only 500 meters away, Dadawan finally received a reply from Di Li. This is bad. Ming'er's sister was captured while trying to protect me, and Xiaoha has also been taken. The dreadful news hit Yi Chun hard. He struggled to maintain his composure, taking a deep breath before parking the truck 300 meters north of the camp, hidden within the foliage. Di Li, your priority now is to keep yourself safe. We will handle the rest. After reassuring Di Li, Yi Chun turned to Dadawan. Dadawan, we will need to rely on each other from here on. Dadawan looked earnestly at Yi Chun, thumping his chest. Boss, I will follow your lead. Just give the orders. Dadawan, take your dagger and pickaxe and stealthily approach from the east side of the lake's fence. I will force my way through the west side's gate. Boss, that is too dangerous for you to go alone. Dadawan shook his head vigorously, unwilling to abandon his leader in this dire moment. Yi Chun understood that Dadawan's straightforwardness might lead him to misinterpret the plan as a call for retreat. Yi Chun earnestly explained, it is not that I want you to run. The other party knows me, but is unaware of you. We shall act in concert. One in the light, and the other in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Dadawan felt a surge of relief, realizing that his leader intended for him to protect him covertly. Boss, whatever you command, I, Qin de Zhuang, will brave mountains and seas without hesitation. Dadawan was invigorated. It's not so grandiose. Once you infiltrate, try to locate Di Li, ensure her safety, and then await the opportune moment. I will park the pickup outside. It can serve as a strategic asset when the time calls for it. I will first meet those two fellows and check on Yang Ming'er. Yi Chun's strategy was clear. If he remained hidden for too long, those two would undoubtedly cause trouble for Yang Ming'er. Should they harbor malicious intentions towards her, it would lead to complications. He needed to reveal himself promptly. As for Dadawan and the camper van, they could serve as pawns. With these two significant supports, he could ensure both offense and defense. With the plan set, Yi Chun released Dadawan and drove the pickup into the woods, armed with a dagger, and boldly returned to his camp. The two miscreants were indeed rampaging through the camp. The standoff was palpable, akin to sworn enemies meeting with heightened animosity. Hey, good lad. Did you expect to see me again so soon? Last time, you made me suffer greatly. Look who it is. Ha ha ha, fortune's turn. Dare to lay a hand on my woman. You must be tired of living. The yellow-haired miscreant smoothed his sparse bangs and glared fiercely at Yi Chun. This time, Yi Chun had indeed been careless. The camp's defenses were only designed to guard against wild beasts, utterly ineffective against humans. Clearly, establishing defensive fortifications was the most pressing matter. With more survivors acquiring high-level resources, his small island would inevitably attract unwelcome guests. Strengthening its defenses was imperative. Yi Chun furrowed his brows, glancing at Yang Ming'er, who was bound tightly by the two men. At that moment, Yang Ming'er displayed remarkable tenacity. Yi Chun had not anticipated her maturation, remembering their first encounter. He had said nothing, and she had immediately chosen submission. Now, she seemed transformed. Even when captured, she stood tall, her eyes devoid of fear. Release her. Take whatever you want. Yi Chun's primary objective was to rescue her, indifferent to his own resources. With the signing-in system in place, he had little to fear. However, the assailants had evidently come prepared. Release her? Do you think it is that simple? What do you take us for? Understand the situation. Stay put while I have yet to feel murderous intent and hand over everything valuable. The Coca-Cola man glared fiercely at Yi-chun. The items I could find are right before you. It's such a small area. Where could they possibly be hidden? Yi-chun shrugged, feigning innocence. Coca-Cola and the yellow-haired man exchanged glances, scanning their surroundings. It seemed there were indeed scattered items. Unbeknownst to them, Yi-chun's Raptor 750 still housed numerous valuable goods. Coca-Cola. Stop wasting time with this guy. Let's just take care of him. Although the yellow-haired man's voice was low, Yi-chun's acute hearing caught every word. You want to deal with me? Sorry, you'll have to catch me first. Yi-chun's audacity in confronting the two was bolstered by his exceptional speed of 25. A remarkable skill. Whether he could defeat them was another matter, but injuring him would not be a simple task. Coca-Cola seemed unwilling to exhaust his options just yet. He scrutinized Yi-chun coldly and warned, I advise you to hand over all your valuables, or I will break your legs. Yi-chun responded with a strange smile, discreetly messaging to Dawan. The Dawan quickly replied, Boss, I found Dee Li and have hidden her in the woods. I'm currently safe in the forest west of the camp. What are your orders now? Yi-chun replied, act at the right moment. After sending those words, he shot a provocative glance at the two men. Break my legs? I truly do not believe that. Heaven has a road, and yet you do not walk it. Hell has no door, and yet you dare to intrude. Today is your day to meet your end. The yellow-haired man and Coca-Cola were truly incensed. Yi-chun chuckled coldly, relishing their fury. Chapter 54. Those who dare to touch my woman seek death. Yi-chun not only did not flee, but also picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely at the two. Damn it. I will definitely take you down today. This infuriated the yellow-haired man and Coca-Cola completely. Yi-chun turned and began to run leisurely. Where do you think you're going? Both the yellow-haired man and Coca-Cola pursued him in unison. Yi-chun glanced back and saw them hot on his trail, gradually increasing his speed. This was a classic tactic to lure the tiger from its mountain lair. He needed to control his pace. If he sprinted at full speed, they would likely give up immediately. He had to keep them guessing. Coca-Cola, why is this guy running so fast? The yellow-haired man, already faster than Coca-Cola, found himself falling behind after 300 meters, realizing that Yi-chun seemed to be pulling away. Is this guy toying with us? The yellow-haired man struggled to keep up, while Coca-Cola was breathless. It dawned on them that they had previously been outsmarted on their own island. After running nearly 500 meters, both men finally stopped. Yi-chun, however, remained calm and unhurried. He was entirely untroubled because the Dawan had successfully rescued Yang Minger and sent him a message. With a sudden flicker, Yi-chun slipped into the woods while the two were distracted. Hey, where did that guy go? The yellow-haired man realized too late that Yi-chun had vanished. Forget it. Let us head back. You can escape the monk, but not the temple. Coca-Cola was utterly exhausted. He just wanted to stop chasing Yi-chun. Just as they prepared to return to Yi-chun's camp, two sharp honks of a car horn rang out. The piercing sound reverberated in their ears, causing them immense discomfort. The pickup truck was not only large in tire size and robust in form, but its horn was also impressively loud. Immediately thereafter, two beams of white light blazed forth, blinding them. When they finally regained their senses, the Raptor 750 was already a mere 10 meters behind them. What the hell? The yellow-haired man felt his eardrums ringing, his vision blurred by the truck's headlights. Suddenly, a massive figure loomed behind him, triggering an instinctive scream. Car. Coca-Cola, whose vision seemed better, quickly realized that the figure behind them was not a ghost, but rather a vehicle. A car. The yellow-haired man was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the pickup truck. They could never have imagined that there was a car on the island. The horn blared again. Seeing the pickup barreling toward them, they no longer hesitated. They ran for their lives, shouting for help. Yi-chun pursued them like a farmer chasing after chickens. Take that. Ouch. Suddenly, the Dawan sprang forth from the adjacent thicket, hurling stones at the two individuals with unbridled ferocity. An arrow whizzed through the air. Ouch! Huang Mao cried out, as a bamboo spear pierced his left leg, sending him tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Another arrow zipped toward him, striking Ku Lu squarely in the rear. What a star! Such skill could surely earn a place in the Olympics. The Dawan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he approached the two writhing in pain, delivering a kick to each. At this point, the unfortunate duo lacked even the strength to voice their agony. This is what you get for daring to ambush us, for being so arrogant, the Dawan declared, administering a slap to each of them. Boss, what should we do with them? The Dawan arrogantly asserted his dominance, standing over them as they awaited Yi-chun's command. Take them back. Are you all uninjured? Yi-chun asked with genuine concern. I'm fine. I'm not badly hurt either. The two girls quickly replied, shaking their heads. Bind them up and put them on the vehicle, Yi-chun ordered, and thus Huang Mao and Ku Lu became prisoners. Big brother, please spare us. Their earlier bravado evaporated instantaneously. Oh, So now you're calling me brother? De Dawan retorted, unceremoniously delivering another slap to each. Please, sir, spare us, they pleaded, their desperation evident as they elevated their humility. You will call him boss, do you hear me? Boss. De Dawan seemed to draw inspiration from gangster films. Boss, boss. The two now subjugated individuals were reduced to calling him. Yi-chun, how should we handle them? The girls asked, their apprehension growing. De Dawan, cease your antics. Yi-chun intervened, halting De Dawan's mischief. The four returned to the camp, where Yi-chun coldly commanded, surrender all valuables. I will. Please. Spare us and grant us a chance at life, they pleaded. Yi-chun scoffed, his mind already concocting a plan. Chapter 55, The Fate of Being Adrift. In this era of cunning and survival on the island, there is no room for kindness towards villains. Upon returning to the camp, Yi-chun commanded De Dawan to strip them down to their undergarments. The two girls, having never witnessed such a scene, were called away to prepare lunch. Boss, I found something useful, De Dawan exclaimed, rifling through the pockets of the two, discovering a compass and a serrated dagger. The serrated dagger was an advanced form of a knife, capable of combining with another to form a cleaver or evolving into an exceptional serrated knife. While the practicality of the serrated knife was diminished compared to a cleaver, it could serve as a superior weapon. It was evident that these two had come prepared. As for the compass, Yi-chun returned the serrated dagger to De Dawan, keenly examining the seemingly ordinary compass. How did you find us? Yi-chun inquired, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. We. The two stammered, unable to articulate a response. Not speaking, are we? Yi-chun yanked the serrated dagger from De Dawan's hands and plunged it into Huang Mao's arm, causing blood to gush forth. Still not talking. Huang Mao cried in excruciating pain but remained silent. Yi-chun swiftly withdrew the dagger and mercilessly stabbed each of them multiple times in their thighs. Blood streamed down their legs, staining the ground a terrifying crimson hue, and Kulu fainted from the agony. De Dawan, wake him up, Yi-chun commanded. You think you can just slip away like that? Never. De Dawan doused Kulu with a bucket of cold water, rousing him from his unconsciousness. You think you can endure this? Then let us add another stab. Noticing Huang Mao's surprising resilience, Yi-chun plunged the dagger into his unscathed left arm, severing the tendons with ruthless efficiency. Their intent had been malicious. There was no need for mercy. Huang Mao screamed, his complexion turning a ghastly shade, tears streaming down his face. It's the compass that led us here, he finally confessed, thoroughly broken. True to its nature, the compass was no ordinary device. Yi-chun scrutinized it closely. After a couple of minutes, the system provided a notification. Seeking compass, perfect grade resource. This compass can quickly locate the position of survival seekers. A perfect grade seeking compass can accurately pinpoint survivors within a 5 nautical mile radius. This exceptional item was intended for survivors to locate their companions, yet these two had repurposed it for vengeance. Yi-chun now fully understood how they had so swiftly tracked him down. By inputting a name, the compass would direct them to anyone within a 5 nautical mile range. Boss, their kayak appears to be on the southern beach, De Dawan declared, intent on stripping them of their dignity. After thoroughly undressing them, leaving only their undergarments, De Dawan did not forget to deliver a painful kick to their vulnerable areas. With that ill-fated kick, it seemed their fates had been sealed. Big boss, please spare us. We will never dare to cross you again, I beg you. The two, realizing their impending doom, repeatedly knelt and begged for mercy. Yi-chun had already recruited 3 individuals, reaching full capacity. Whether he killed or recruited them, he could no longer elevate his rank. As for De Dawan and the others, they were now bound to Yi-chun and could not recruit or gain levels through killing survivors. Yi-chun contemplated the act of killing. Yang Ming, from several dozen meters away, sent him a message via private mail. All right, since the ladies have spoken, I will show some leniency. However, they request that I do not kill outright. Not directly. Then let us engage in a game of slow demise. Yi-chun mused. I want to be the one to do the dirty work, but whether you live or die, that is left to fate. Thank you, great leader. We are willing to be your servants. They almost bowed down in gratitude. Servants? Humph. It appeared they were overly optimistic. Yi-chun had no intention of keeping 2 treacherous individuals close by. Now compliant, who could guarantee that their malevolent thoughts wouldn't resurface in a few days? De Dawan, do we still have a bamboo raft? Yi-chun inquired. One remains. Bring it here. What do you mean by this? The two, bound and kneeling, were confused. I'm giving you a game called Drifting with the Current. De Dawan complied, placing them on the bamboo raft, carefully observing the direction of the current. 2 bottles of fresh water and a piece of bread were placed on the raft. All right, boss, this will be entertaining. Even De Dawan understood Yi-chun's intention. Great leader, please spare us. We could serve as your subordinates. Don't let us drift on the ocean. We will surely perish. Huang Mao and Kuko Kulu now grasped Yi Chen's plan. Drifting with the current? That was merely a euphemism. Having been stabbed multiple times and bleeding profusely, bound and helpless, what could they possibly do? Water? Bread? How could they consume anything? They were merely left to watch their blood drain away, inching closer to a slow and agonizing demise. This method of death was far more torturous than a swift end. It is highly likely that they succumbed to excessive blood loss before drifting far. The Dawan seemed invigorated, disregarding the two individuals' willingness, and directly dragged them onto the bamboo raft. Our leader treats you generously, providing you with water and bread. If it were me, you would receive nothing at all. Off you go, farewell for now. Dawan dusted off his hands with an air of righteousness. Let us go, Dawan. It's a perfect opportunity to test the performance of our jet ski. Wonderful. Hey, you two, consider yourselves fortunate. My leader is taking you for a ride on the jet ski. Unexpectedly, the maiden voyage of the jet ski turned out to be a joyride for these two individuals. The unfortunate duo, Huang Mao and the Coca-Cola pair, were now enjoying themselves immensely. Dawan soon became adept at operating the jet ski, driving it with exhilarating speed. The two unfortunate souls were buffeted by the sea breeze, their faces contorted in response. After traveling 2 nautical miles, Yi Chen deemed it sufficient, untied the bamboo raft, waved goodbye, and only then realized that the two had already lost consciousness, their blood staining the raft a deep crimson. It appeared as if their breathing had ceased. Leader, they can't be dead already, can they? Yi Chen shrugged, adopting a demeanor of indifference. He had merely promised Yang Ming'er not to kill them on the spot. As for what happened afterward, it was no longer his concern. Should I be responsible for ensuring your survival for a lifetime? Blame yourselves for not being robust enough. Watching the raft drift further away, Yi Chen and Dawan began their return journey. Leader, what is the purpose of this locator compass? Dawan began fiddling with the compass. Observe closely, Yi Chen replied as he took the locator compass and demonstrated its true utility. Chapter 56, Enhanced Defensive Engineering. Yi Chen inputted, Yang Ming'er. The locator compass immediately provided him with the correct direction. Do you understand? If one were to lose their way at sea, as long as there is a known companion within a 5 nautical mile radius, one would not become lost. This device is quite useful. With this locator compass, survivors essentially possess a lighthouse within a 5 nautical mile area, ensuring they will never lose their way again. For Yi Chen, who aspires to engage in sea fishing, this device is nothing short of miraculous. The weather at sea can change abruptly. To successfully catch fish, one must venture far from the shore. Should a storm arise suddenly, the locator compass would prove invaluable. Leader, when can we go sea fishing? Dawan gazed hopefully at the endless expanse of the sea. Let us set aside the sea fishing for now. All immediate matters must take precedence. We narrowly avoided a significant loss this time. We must fortify our defenses. Yi Chen recalled the series of events with a sense of trepidation. Thankfully, there were many of them, and the adversary was poorly informed. Had they understood the situation on his island beforehand, they could have easily overrun them today. What use were he and Di Li's powerful sign-in system if they ended up as prisoners? Even the most divine rewards from daily sign-ins would end up in someone else's possession. Determined, Yi Chen resolved to halt all current activities and swiftly establish a sturdy barrier. The two returned to the shore on the jet ski, where Yang Ming'er and Di Li awaited them anxiously. Where are they? Drifting away. Whether they live or die is their fate. Yi Chen glanced back at the vast ocean with an expressionless face. This is the world of survivors, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. What if they are rescued and seek revenge against us? The girls were filled with concern. One side was reluctant to witness Yi Chen execute the adversaries, while the other feared retaliation should they survive. There is no need to worry excessively. Even if they miraculously drift ashore to another island, whether they survive is uncertain. Even if everything goes smoothly and they seek trouble, they must be prepared. Given their current state, it will take them several weeks to recover. In a few weeks, we will undoubtedly be in a much stronger position than we are now. However, we were also somewhat careless this time. Come, let us hold a brief meeting to discuss enhancing our defensive structures. Yi Chen was not particularly concerned about the adversaries returning to trouble him. They were significantly weakened, and it would be a stroke of luck for them to survive. However, one could never be too sure. If Coca-Cola didn't return, maybe Pepsi would, or if not, perhaps Very Cola would come back. The establishment of defensive structures must be expedited. The 4 of them climbed into the pickup truck to strategize. First, we must establish our power system to prepare for the subsequent construction of advanced defenses. Yi Chen gazed at the solar panels piled like small mountains outside the window, feeling a mix of anticipation and melancholy. Once power supply is secured, it will be a significant leap forward for our island. I believe we should construct a lookout tower at a higher elevation to gain immediate awareness of external circumstances, Yang Ming'er proposed. Leader, I think we need to raise the bamboo walls surrounding us. And we should also erect a bamboo wall on the southern beach. This will not only prevent intruders from entering, but also provide concealment. Unexpectedly, Dedowan voiced a thought that impressed Yi-chun. Leader, please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. This idea isn't mine. It was Li's suggestion. I'm merely a laborer. After all this, Yi-chun realized he had underestimated the fellow. I agree with the points you've mentioned. We cannot obtain iron ore at the moment. And we lack excavation tools. That will have to wait until we establish the power system. The lookout tower and bamboo wall can be integrated. Look over there. Yi-chun pointed towards the upper edge of the cave. Our cave is about 5 meters high, facing the vast ocean, with no obstructions around, granting a wide field of vision. If we make slight modifications, it could serve as a natural lookout tower. We can erect bamboo walls above the cave and build a bamboo ladder on the northern side for easy access. Additionally, the original fences on the southern side of the cave and the lake must be heightened. This way, even if the adversaries attempt to invade our island while we are unaware, it will slow their offensive efficiency. Yi-chun explained the general plan. Excellent. This will make our camp much safer. Moreover, we have Xiaoha, significantly enhancing our defenses. We owe a great deal to Xiaoha for preventing both of us from being captured. Upon hearing Li, Yi-chun recalled Xiaoha. Where is Xiaoha? He scanned the surroundings, but did not spot the little creature. Yang Ming'er, with a sorrowful expression, said, Xiaoha was injured while covering our escape, but fortunately, the wound is not deep. I have settled him in the pickup truck. So, the little fellow was bravely injured. However, Xiaoha has evolved. Yang Ming'er suddenly became exuberant again. Evolved? Yi-chun, Dedowan, and Li were taken aback upon hearing the word evolution. Chapter 57. The remarkably evolved Xiaoha. When the group finally saw Xiaoha's current form, they understood. Xiaoha had grown. It had only been a few days, and yet it had grown larger. The three of them stared in astonishment. Yi-chun quickly observed Xiaoha's attributes. Shepherd dog, remarkably evolved, continuously growing. What on earth will it become? I don't know. My Xiaoha should at least reach an elite level. Yang Ming'er gazed at the little creature with affection. At least an elite level. Yi-chun chuckled ruefully, shrugging. Can a dog truly become extraordinary? Just how large would that be? Fortunately, Xiaoha's injuries were not severe. Yi-chun rewarded the little fellow with some pieces of fish, considering it a reward for its valor in protecting them. Yi-chun, have you not checked the chat room? Li furrowed her delicate brows and pointed at the virtual screen in front of her. What's the matter? Yi-chun had been occupied for the better part of the day and had no time to browse the chat room. Boss, it seems everyone is asking you for fine sand, and there are requests for rare vegetables, even clay. Dedowan immediately opened the chat room. Sure enough, the screen was filled with calls for the day and moon deity. Yi-chun's private inbox was likely about to explode. Let's not pay them any mind. I will respond collectively. Having said that, Yi-chun typed a prominent message in bold black letters in the chat room. Closed for 3 days. What? What is going on with the day and moon deity? Why is there a closure? Indeed, boss, I am waiting to level up, just short of rare vegetables. Please, sell me some. I need fine sand. It's been a struggle to level up. Deity, I implore you. Upon hearing that Yi-chun would be closing, the group went completely wild. Yi-chun chose to ignore them further. He had a myriad of tasks to attend to, and business could wait until he had time. Dedowan, please bring me the manual for the solar photovoltaic system. Sure thing. The first thing Yi-chun intended to do was establish a power system. Boss, I already have 2 light bulbs. Once we have electricity, we won't have to worry about the darkness at night. Although Yi-chun had gathered a few candles, the light they provided was no match for electric illumination. By the way, that freshwater purifier seems to require electricity as well. Li recalled the freshwater purifier that Yi-chun had overlooked. Boss, we have a lake full of water. Why do we need a purifier? Are we really picky about our drinking water, whether it's from Kunlun Mountain or Baishui Mountain? I am not choosy. Dedowan was quite carefree. As long as there was food and drink, she was indifferent to living conditions. Yi-chun, however, shook his head with a smile and said, don't be so narrow-minded. Come. Take a look at this. Yi-chun casually took out an empty mineral water bottle and filled it halfway with water from the lake. What's this about? Dedowan looked at Yi-chun in confusion. Look at the quality of this fresh water. At this, the three understood. Yang Ming'er glanced and replied, it's of ordinary quality. So, water has levels too, and you all overlooked something. Currently, aside from Dedowan, who is at level 3, both Ming'er and Li are at level 4. Have you paid attention to what resources are required to advance from level 4 to level 5? Yang Ming'er and Li immediately opened their systems. For level 4 and above, a crossbow, 1 kilogram of vegetables of level 4 and above, 2 bamboo rafts, self-made bamboo rafts are acceptable, and 10 liters of fresh water of level 4 and above. The 2 girls finally realized their oversight. How did we forget about this? How can there be a level for water? What should we do now? Dedowan's usual carefree nature seemed to resurface. Yichen shrugged, helplessly pointing at the freshwater purifier he had tossed into the corner. Don't forget about this. This thing can enhance water quality. Dedowan was astonished and squatted down to examine the oddly shaped freshwater purifier. Yichen, can this purifier truly enhance the quality of freshwater? Yang Ming'er also scrutinized the purifier, which had long been collectively ignored by everyone. I cannot guarantee that, but think about it. What constitutes water quality? It is merely its purity. The purer, the better. Thus, using a purifier is undoubtedly the simplest method to elevate water quality. The three nodded in agreement. Although the power system had yet to be established and the purifier could not be utilized, they could not deny that Yichen's reasoning was sound. Then let us not hesitate. Let us hasten to build the power system. Dedowan was enthused and eager to get started. I have yet to fully comprehend this. Yichen scratched the back of his head, feeling quite helpless, as he had not finished reading the thick manual. Then, boss, you can sit here and read slowly. I will go chop some trees to raise our walls. Let's go together. You drive, I will sit in the passenger seat. Ming'er and Li can come along. And we will head west. Yichen closed the manual, waved goodbye to the three, and indicated for them to get in the vehicle. Where are we headed? Dedowan, who was originally carrying a mountain axe, planned to head east. A rabbit does not eat the grass at its doorstep. Why chop the trees in front of its own door? To the east, there are bamboo groves. The four boarded the vehicle and once again exited the camp from the northern side of the lake in search of suitable materials. Chapter 58. The Mindset of Capitalists. Boss, where did you see the bamboo grove? I did not see it. Weren't we mining in the morning? Yichen could hardly be bothered to explain further to Dedowan, who was so absent-minded that he could not remember the terrain. It was only under Yichen's guidance that the pickup truck wound its way to a bamboo grove. Dedowan finally remembered something. Ah, so it is here, boss. You truly have a good memory. Yichen shrugged and pulled out a folded piece of paper, handing it to the three. Look at this. This is a map? The three were taken aback. I have only sketched part of it. There are many areas on the island we have yet to explore. Boss, you are truly remarkable. When did you draw this? Dedowan's mouth fell open, nearly kneeling before Yichen. Yang Ming'er and Li gazed at Yichen with admiration. Yichen, is this where we live? Yang Ming'er pointed at a marked area on the map and asked. Yes, to the north of the camp is the lake, with mountains on both the east and west sides, and to the south is a cave. This, and this are all areas we must focus on. Places where the bamboo wall must be reinforced. Yichen explained to the group while pointing at the sketch. Brother Yi, where did you get this paper and pen? I traded 2 bottles of water for them the day after I arrived. For most survivors at this stage, paper and pens are of little use and can be easily exchanged. At that moment, the three truly admired Yichen from the bottom of their hearts. While they were merely trying to survive day by day, Yichen had already devised a plan. All right, now it's time for you all to work hard. I still need a day or two to study this manual. Today, our goal is to chop bamboo. Of course, if there are reasonable prices in the trading post for bamboo, we can also consider purchasing. It is already past 1 o'clock. We will finish by 4:30. Yichen always prioritized safety. They must return to their camp before dark and avoid unnecessary risks wandering in the night. Boss, rest assured. I am the best at chopping bamboo. Dedowan jumped out of the pickup with a mountain axe. Ming'er and Li, you two just focus on transporting the bamboo. Please be careful. The girls could only handle such simple tasks. Yichen grabbed another mountain axe and followed Dedowan down from the pickup. The 2 boys were responsible for chopping bamboo, while the 2 girls lifted the cut bamboo onto the truck, and the cooperation proved to be remarkably efficient. The motivation behind their work was for their home, a stark contrast to the mentality of laboring for a capitalist. Boss, why don't you take a break? You are the brain behind this operation. Let me handle the heavy lifting. Dedowan was quite concerned for his boss and even flattered him. Then you have my gratitude. Yichen accepted, knowing full well that his physical strength could not compare to Dedowan's. It seemed that whenever the system introduced skills to enhance stamina, he would be the first to acquire them. Sitting on the ground to rest, Yichen did not remain idle. He opened the chat room and trading post panel once more. The chat room was still lively, and Yichen glanced over. It was still the same few items: sand, logs, and vegetables. The only difference was that it seemed a certain number of people had leveled up to level 3 and had begun seeking clay, freshwater fish, and bows and arrows. Clay, freshwater fish, and bows are indeed rare commodities, and even for Yichen, they are not abundant. At the very least, he is lacking several rubber bands necessary for crafting bows. This scarcity indirectly hampers Dedowan from upgrading to the 4th level check-in system. Another resource that surprises Yichen with its scarcity is sea salt. Although Yichen has a pot, he seemingly never considered sea salt to be significant. Yang Ming'er managed to procure the required 30 kilograms of sea salt for the upgrade while Yichen was away. However, it seems that sea salt has now become a sought-after resource. Ming'er, how long did it take you to gather that sea salt the first time? Yang Ming'er reminisced and replied, perhaps 3 to 4 hours. Our pot is large, and I used high heat, allowing me to extract 2 to 3 pounds of salt at once. Yi-Chen seemed to grasp the crux of the issue. Most individuals do not possess a pot. Though his pot may appear unremarkable, originally being a rare-grade soup pot, it possesses one major advantage: its size. Not only can it be used for fish soup, but even for cooking a turkey without any issue. An idea struck Yi-Chen, and he seemed to have found a potential avenue for prosperity. You lack what I can create. Furthermore, I genuinely need items like pots and pans. We have no ceramic bowls for eating, and we must use plastic bottles for drinking, which is quite inconvenient. Yi-Chen opened the system once more to glance at the upgrade list. If his memory serves correctly, upgrading from the 5th level check-in system to the 6th requires ceramic products. Given the daily limit on freshwater fish, it would be more beneficial to upgrade clay into ceramic products for sale rather than selling the clay itself. Survivors, prepare your coins. Chapter 59, Blueprint for a Perfect Grade Shovel. Capitalist Yi-Chen, having indulged in dreams of wealth, returned to the laborious army of physical work. The 4 of them busily chopped wood and transported it, laboring until 4:30 before they were allowed to leave. Looking at the bountiful load of bamboo, although all 4 were somewhat fatigued, they felt a sense of satisfaction. The fruits of their labor bring a distinct joy. Let us head home. With their hands full of harvest, the 4 made their way back. Boss, when we build the bamboo wall to 4 meters high and connect it to an electric grid, I wonder who would dare intrude. We could electrocute them. Dedelwan seemed to envision the future defensive system of the camp. His idea was indeed cunning, proposing to eliminate intruders with electricity. Whether or not to install an electric grid had not crossed Yi-Chen's mind. However, surveillance equipment was necessary. Yi-Chen had contemplated this long ago. This vast camp spans several thousand square meters. Relying solely on the 4 of them to monitor, it is simply unfeasible. High-tech means are essential for oversight. Yi-Chen's ultimate vision was to have surveillance equipment equipped with an alarm system that detects intruders and alerts him, allowing him to prepare defenses promptly. Alas, the project seemed daunting. They would need to dig and plant bamboo again. Having experienced the arduous task of erecting the initial bamboo wall, Yang Ming'er sighed and lowered her head. Constructing the bamboo wall, while seemingly simple in theory, is labor-intensive in practice. First, they must cut a substantial amount of bamboo and then dig holes to plant it. The holes cannot be too shallow, otherwise, the foundation will not be stable enough to support the bamboo wall. However, digging too deep would require significant time and effort. Consequently, the team opted for tall, sturdy bamboo to fortify the wall's height, which escalated the construction difficulty exponentially. Brother Yi, that perfect grade shovel seems quite powerful. If we had one, the work would be much easier. Deely glanced at the blueprint for the perfect grade shovel in the system and murmured. The description states that the perfect grade shovel can significantly reduce labor intensity and enhance work efficiency by no less than 500. A 5-fold increase in efficiency is indeed astonishing. It can only be said that the items produced by the synthesis system are exceptional, akin to having an unfair advantage. However, acquiring such a miraculous tool comes at a steep cost. Naturally, Yi-Chen yearns for one, no, ideally 10, with a tool that enhances efficiency 5-fold. What would there be to worry about? He cast a glance at his worn iron shovel, sincerely hoping for its early retirement. Alas, he lacked the necessary materials. At first glance, one might consider him a wealthy survivor, but each time he reviewed the materials required for synthesis, Yi-Chen realized he was far from wealthy. The requirements for the perfect grade shovel are as follows: 10 kilograms of iron ingots, or 3 kitchen knives, 5 kilograms of any type of tree trunk, and the blueprint for the perfect grade shovel. Well, Yi-Chen had none of these 3 items. Setting aside the iron ingots, which could be substituted with kitchen knives, he could manage to acquire a few more knives through trade, but the remaining 2 items posed a significant challenge. As for the superior grade tree trunks, it was uncertain whether anyone else had discovered them. However, Yi-Chen had yet to find any superior grade trees. The most troubling aspect was that elusive blueprint for the perfect grade shovel. Blueprints are priceless commodities. Any item deemed a blueprint in the trading post commands an exorbitant price. Even if the price is high, the quality should be commensurate. Yi-Chen had surveyed the offerings multiple times and found no blueprints of a higher grade. Occasionally, a couple of inferior grade tool blueprints surfaced, which he did not regard highly, such as brooms and mops. The names were quite appealing. Multifunctional practical broom can significantly reduce labor intensity, improving cleaning efficiency by 50. Solar-powered automatic mop, liberate your hands, effortlessly elevating your living environment. Yi-Chen seriously suspected that advertisements had been implanted here. The question remained, what use would he have for such items? Was he so well fed that he intended to clean the island he resided on? As for the blueprint for the perfect grade, that was even more challenging. Excluding the possibility of acquiring it through trade, the only remaining option was to synthesize it using his own blueprint synthesizer. Yi Chun had previously synthesized a superior-grade hatchet blueprint. But reflecting on that effort now was quite taxing. The four had to labor throughout the day, and the girls were left sore from sifting sand. They had barely managed to gather the materials required for synthesizing the blueprint through exchange. The problem is that this effort yielded merely a single superior-grade blueprint. Currently, he needed to synthesize a blueprint for a perfect-grade item, which is an entirely different endeavor. The requirements for the perfect-grade shovel blueprint include 20,000 leaves from superior-grade trees sourced from at least 3 different islands, tree species unspecified, and 100 kilograms of superior-grade sand from 5 different islands. 200,000 leaves would hardly fit in his pickup truck. Additionally, acquiring 100 kilograms of superior-grade sand, particularly from other islands, presents a formidable challenge. After sifting through the sand, only about 30 kilograms of superior-grade sand remain. If he were to sift for more, he might not even reach 1/10 of the required amount. To gather 100 kilograms of superior-grade sand, one would need to collect at least 1,000 kilograms of sand, equating to a ton. Subsequently, the four would have to manually sift through the sand, making this endeavor exceedingly monumental. Before the blueprint could be drawn, the 4 individuals were already buried by the sand. The mere thought of this sand made Yi Chun's head throb painfully. He had believed that possessing a blueprint research tool would ensure a smooth journey, granting him everything he desired. However, it now seemed that his youthful naivety had led him astray. The island held deep secrets. Perhaps it was time to return to the countryside. Yi Chun found himself in a state of despair when suddenly, Deely called out, Brother Yi, look quickly. A blueprint has just been listed on the exchange. Blueprint? Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he opened the exchange channel, only to find a blueprint prominently displayed, a level perfect grade tool shovel blueprint. However, upon seeing the requirements, Yi Chun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Level perfect grade tool shovel requires 2 mountain axes, 10 freshwater fish of level grade or higher, 20 bottles of freshwater, 10 kilograms of clay, and at least 10 kilograms of assorted dry food. Yet that was not the most shocking part. The most astonishing demand was for 5 kilograms each of level perfect grade vegetables and fruits. Was this a joke? Level perfect grade vegetables? Not to mention level grade vegetables. Even any semblance of vegetables, regardless of grade, was a rare commodity. Even someone as affluent as Yi Chun could not gather 5 kilograms of level vegetables and fruits. During his first harvest, thanks to fertilizer enhancement, he had barely managed to obtain 1 kilogram of level perfect grade vegetables, which he still kept hidden, having never dared to eat even half of it. This person was demanding 5 kilograms of level vegetables right off the bat. Such audacity. What kind of lunatic is this? Who possesses level vegetables now, let alone 5 kilograms? Why not ask for 5 tons? The Dowan scoffed disdainfully. Why does this person require such high-grade vegetables? Yang Ming'er clearly did not understand. Yi Chun opened the upgrade list and pondered deeply. Could it be that this person had already reached level 5 in the sign-in system? Ming'er, could you check where this person ranked last week? I have no recollection of the name Yulan. As the system revealed the rankings from the first week, Yi Chun was familiar with most of the names at the top, but could not recall anyone named Yulan. All right, let me check. Please hold on. Yang Ming'er promptly began investigating the individual's ranking. Yulan. Boss, that name sounds feminine. Feminine. Yi Chun was non-committal. There were no naming conventions in this chat room. Although the name Yulan did sound like a girl's name, it was entirely possible a man might prefer it. After all, even in reality, there were cross-dressers, let alone in this survival world on the island. I found it. She ranks 350th. 350th? That's not far ahead of me, the Dowan said shamelessly. Yi Chun could hardly bear to look at him. Did this guy's math teacher teach him physical education? Although she was ranked 350th. How did that compare to his own 823rd ranking? Yi Chun recalled it clearly. To equate 823 with 350 was truly commendable. 350th? At that ranking. It's likely the sign-in system hadn't even reached level 2 when the rankings were announced, Deely remarked intuitively. Yi Chun nodded in agreement. Could it be this person has ascended to level 5 in just 4 or 5 days? Such speed is astonishing. Do you think she might have recruited other survivors? Yang Ming'er began to voice her speculation but left it unfinished, yet everyone understood the implication. Before level 7 in the sign-in system, the quickest way to level up was through recruiting or killing other survivors. To rise from level 1 to 5 so rapidly was indeed remarkable. Even Yi Chun, a wealthy individual, had only managed to elevate 2 girls to level 4. Surely not. She seems quite gentle and refined. Could she actually be a killer? The Dowan feigned horror, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Rather than speculate, I should just ask her. Yi Chun had no desire to play guessing games and directly messaged the individual. May I inquire if there is any room for negotiation on the price of your level perfect grade blueprint? Yi Chun politely sent his message, only to be taken aback when the reply came 3 seconds later. Are you Ryu Xingchen? Yi Chen stared at the inexplicable 3 exclamation marks. His mind filled with questions. Had he inadvertently crossed paths with an enemy? After much contemplation, he could not recall having offended anyone since arriving in this survival world. Yes, I am Ryu Xingchen. Yi Chen could only respond truthfully, now utterly bewildered. Moments later, a new message arrived. You want my blueprint? Yi Chen was confused and simply replied, yes. Not a problem. I will send it right away. By the way, can you teach me how to survive? I've only just arrived here a few days ago, and I'm struggling with water and food shortages. Also, why does the sign-in system require so many resources to level up? Yi Chen was utterly befuddled. What was happening? The 2 girls and Dawan were equally taken aback by this response. Initially suspecting the individual to be a murderous fiend, they now found her to be a naive newcomer. Boss, you must ask if she's a girl. Dawan seemed particularly curious about this matter. Yi Chen glanced at Yang Ming'er and Di Li. Both appeared eager to know whether this alleged killer was indeed a girl. Yi Chen shrugged, feeling at a loss, and decided to pose the question as the onlookers wished. May I ask, are you a boy or a girl? I'm a girl. My name is Ting Ting. Big shot. How did you level up so impressively? You're ranked first. I've long wanted to learn survival skills from you, but felt shy to ask, and now you've come to me. I'm so thrilled. It turned out this survivor, initially suspected of being a killer, was indeed a girl, and rather chatty at that. Yi Chen was at a loss. He could not have fathomed this situation. What kind of individuals had this system summoned? First, he glanced at Yang Ming'er, who was just a bit too naive. Then he turned to Dawan, who was staring blankly at the virtual screen, grinning foolishly. Yi Chen truly questioned how such a simpleton could survive in the real world. 1, 2, and now a third? Was this truly the survival world of the island? Yi Chen expressed his skepticism. Dawan, meanwhile, was grinning at Yi Chen. Boss, you're quite the charmer now. Having garnered a little admirer, Yi Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Ding. You have completed a transaction with Yulan. You have obtained 1-level perfect grade tool shovel blueprint. Yi Chen was left utterly stunned. Had he really struck gold again? Chapter 61, Plans for Another Voyage. Holding the level perfect grade blueprint in hand, Yi Chen felt somewhat dazed. Boss, your charm is boundless. You've got another girl throwing herself at you. Dawan seemed intent on fanning the flames, speaking in front of Yang Ming'er and Di Li. At this, Di Li's face turned as red as an apple. What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Ming'er, now referring to herself as sister, was determined to maintain her authoritative demeanor and shot Dawan a fierce glare. Yi Chen, it is rather inappropriate to take things from others without due cause. After reprimanding Dawan, Yang Ming'er turned her attention back to Yi Chen, who appeared to be in a state of confusion. However, Dawan, with a hint of pride, answered on Yi Chen's behalf, assuring him not to worry, as the boss would not neglect someone as rough as him. During those initial days, all his food and drink were generously provided by the boss, especially since he was now a girl. Although this was meant to be a compliment, it felt somewhat off coming from Dawan. Yi Chen chose to ignore her and sent a message to the young lady instead. Please let me know what you need. I will not take your belongings without merit. The reply he received left him utterly bewildered. I have only just arrived, Great One. Apart from food and drink, what else is necessary for survival on an island? This girl seemed even more unambitious than Dawan. Yi Chen, feeling somewhat troubled, sought assistance from Yang Ming'er. Leave it to me. I will communicate with her. Yi Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude, handing the girl over to Yang Ming'er. He finally had the opportunity to examine the invaluable blueprint in his possession, the perfect grade tool shovel blueprint. At last, he had acquired the most challenging blueprint. He already possessed 3 kitchen knives. The only material he lacked was 5 kilograms of superior grade logs. Boss, I've chopped quite a few trees in bamboo. Yet I have yet to see any superior grade trees. Dawan, being the most knowledgeable in tree chopping, had a fair point. Superior grade logs. Yi Chen felt lost and scanned the trading post. Not only were superior grade logs absent, but even the intermediate grade ones were unavailable for sale. It seemed he was the only survivor who had ever sold logs. The system required a mere 5 kilograms, but the grade was a significant concern. I don't believe I've ever seen a tree above superior grade. It seems that intermediate grade trees are just thick and sturdy. What must a superior grade tree look like? Yang Ming'er murmured. Thick and sturdy. Her words prompted Yi Chen to recall certain scenes. The first palm tree he felled was indeed much more robust than the surrounding intermediate grade palm trees. Subsequently, the trees Dawan chopped were also notably thick and sturdy. Could it be that the thickness of trees correlates with their grade? Dawan, if we're speaking of thickness, what about that large pine tree? Dawan quickly grasped Yi Chen's implication. Boss, it must be that tree. It surely is of superior grade, perhaps even exceptional grade. However, that tree was located on my island. What Dawan mentioned was indeed the most vexing issue for Yi Chen. That large pine tree was indeed thick and sturdy, yet it resided on another island. Yi Chen, are you planning to venture out to sea again? Yang Ming'er appeared somewhat concerned. The last time Yi Chun had gone out alone to fetch De Wan and Di Li, it had caused her considerable worry, although he now had 2 more companions. The vast ocean still filled Yang Ming'er with trepidation. What is there to fear? We now have a motorboat. Remember, I paddled over in a kayak before. Besides, the island is quite close. On a clear day, it is even visible to the naked eye. Perfect. I shall gather some coconuts from the eastern side of the island. There are plenty of coconut trees there. Yi Chun spoke with a light-hearted demeanor, not wanting to burden anyone with anxiety. Although he knew that venturing out to sea carried certain risks, coconut trees? That sounds splendid. Boss, I want to accompany you. De Wan eagerly volunteered. The 2 young ladies immediately raised their hands, expressing their desire to join. Having more people would be pointless. You 2 might as well stay at home. Besides, there's a heap of chores to attend to. Fishing, watering vegetables, and continuing to sift sand, all of which require time. Yi Chun resolutely declined their requests. Brother Yi, those vegetables and fruits seem to be growing quite rapidly, as if fertilized. Upon mentioning the vegetables and fruits, Di Li appeared to have an epiphany. That's right. Which is why we need someone to stay behind. Rest assured, if all goes well, we shall return in half a day. Yi Chun endeavored to reassure Yang Ming'er. Very well then, when will you set off? Seeing that Yi Chun had made up his mind, Yang Ming'er ceased to impede him. It's too late today. We shall depart tomorrow. Boss, I will take charge of chopping down that tree entirely. Yi Chun was rendered speechless. Please, we only need 5 kilograms of logs. We can simply chop off some lower branches to meet the weight requirement. De Wan began to dream up grand plans again. That large pine tree, with its lush foliage, Yi Chun roughly calculated that the area covered by its branches must exceed 1,000 square meters. If they were to chop it all down, it would take years. Therefore, in order to gather the materials needed to craft the perfect grade tool shovel, Yi Chun resolved to make a second journey to sea. After completing the daily fishing tasks, the 4 of them each went to rest. With a pillow and blanket, Yi Chun found himself quite comfortable within the cave. However, while Yi Chun was at ease, the other survivors who had been waiting for him in the chat room for an entire day were voicing their complaints. Boss, you're in the news again. De Wan casually opened the chat room and was met with a flurry of messages calling out for the great Yi Chun. These individuals were unable to progress with the upgrade sign-in system without Yi Chun's materials. The longer they delayed upgrading the sign-in system, the later they would receive higher grade supplies. Ignore them. It's not like we're short on a day or 2. Moreover, leveling up 1T significantly increased the odds. Instead of lamenting, it would be more prudent to contemplate future plans. Yi Chun was indeed busy with plans of his own. Boss, what are you drawing? This is our camp. This is the cave, and above the cave is the lookout tower. I plan to place solar photovoltaic panels here, as the area is open and can fully absorb sunlight. As for this area, I've surveyed it with a periscope, and the overall land grade is quite high, so I will designate it for future expansion as farmland. The cave requires at least 3 lamps, and later, when we have electric tools, I intend to smooth the ground and ideally lay down a carpet. De Wan was left dumbfounded as Yi Chun elaborated on his grand vision for their home. Smoothing the ground? Laying down a carpet? What does our boss intend to do? Build a palace? Yi Chun, I'm sending some water and food to Ting Ting. Yang Ming'er messaged Yi Chun from the pickup truck. Sure, take care of it. He felt ample provisions were available. And considering that the girl named Ting Ting had generously gifted him an exceptional blueprint, he had no qualms about sending her some water and food. He would have even been willing to give her half a lake's worth of water. Boss, you're quite something. Keeping 2 at home while having a little affair outside. De Wan suddenly interjected, leaving Yi Chun utterly bewildered. What little affair? To his surprise, De Wan added, Boss, you're impressive. This is the first time I've seen a wife helping her husband support a little affair. Cough, cough. Chapter 62, The Treasure-Seeking Albatross and the Crop Accelerator. Yi Chun nearly choked on his own laughter at this absurdity. Can you focus on something more constructive? Why not go outside and enjoy the sea breeze? Yi Chun kicked De Wan lightly. I'm not going. It's almost midnight, and I need to sign in. De Wan seemed to possess an exceptional mindset, as he was always the one with the lowest quality materials when it came to sign-ins. However, this did not diminish his fervor for the sign-in process. Each day, he counted down the seconds, eagerly awaiting the moment to sign in. Boss, watch closely. This time, I'm going to sign in for a super divine reward. All right. If you can sign me something decent, I would be eternally grateful. Yi Chun did not genuinely expect anything valuable from De Wan, given his odds. As for what Yi Chun was hoping for at that moment, there were indeed many things: treasure map fragments, various super divine materials, not to mention diesel, iron, ore, assorted power tools, and seawater fish. These materials are currently in urgent demand. The shortage of some impedes personal advancement, while others hinder the progress of defensive projects. As the clock struck midnight, De Wan eagerly commenced the sign-in process. Ding! The Qin de Zhuang you recruited has successfully signed in. earning a superb sign-in reward, Shark Hook. Shark Hook. Yichen was taken aback by the name. Boss, am I impressive or what? Dadowan proudly patted his chest. Was the system implying he was to fish for sharks? Yichen pondered this somewhat terrifying notion. Ding. The Deely Moo Lati you recruited has successfully signed in, earning a perfect reward, treasure-seeking albatross. Treasure-seeking albatross? What on earth is that? Yichen found himself utterly bewildered. The reward system for Yangming Air was not announced, and Yichen understood it was likely a low-tier reward. Although Deely's reward was somewhat disappointing, not reaching the legendary tier, a perfect reward was still commendable. Yichen was self-aware. He couldn't expect the girl to provide high-tier rewards every day. Yet, what exactly was this treasure-seeking albatross? Suddenly, a bird's call echoed from outside the cave. Moments later, the voices of Yangming Air and Deely followed. They're here. Yichen and Dadowan immediately sprang from the cave. Beneath the serene moonlight of the night, a large white bird was flying low, circling around their pickup truck. Yichen, can we have this albatross? The two girls seemed to have a great affection for animals, and Yichen felt reluctant to compete with them for the bird. Voluntarily relinquishing the right to claim the impressive creature, returning the signed-in Deely to Deely. Yichen, meanwhile, donned his spyglass to examine the attributes of the treasure-seeking albatross. Treasure-seeking albatross, the most loyal bird in history, unwavering in love. Possesses the ability to seek fish in the ocean, aiding its host in the immediate discovery of rare beasts, particularly adept at locating fish in vast oceans. The treasure-seeking albatross has a chance to evolve under specific conditions. So that's how it is. It seems this treasure-seeking albatross is quite comparable to his spyglass, albeit better suited for discovering marine life. Yichen then recalled the shark hook obtained by Dadowan. Shark hook, a tool for catching large ocean fish. When used with a shark net and a saltwater fishing rod, it can form a perfect fishing kit. Apparently, this item has a set. Things were getting lively. The two girls went off to play with the albatross, while Dadowan held his shark hook with great affection. Yichen decided to begin his own sign-in journey. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful, earning a perfect reward, crop maturation accelerator. Another intriguing item. Yichen immediately began to explore its detailed explanation. Crop maturation accelerator can shorten the maturation cycle of all crops by 40 to 80. Note, can only shorten the maturation cycle of crops at tier level or below. Fantastic. Yichen exclaimed, this reward was truly exceptional. The lengthy maturation cycle of crops had been a source of frustration for him, although he had fertile soil and fertilizers that enhanced growth rates. Yichen still felt the growth was too slow. Moreover, fertilizers were consumables and would eventually run out. This accelerator, however, had no specified lifespan. With the accelerator in hand, the maturation cycle of his crops would once again be reduced. Without delay, Yichen rushed to his farmland to check on the status of his various crops. The second planting of greens, 3 days until harvest. Grapes, 2 days remaining. Olive vegetables, 3 days left. As expected, the growth rate of his crops had accelerated once more. Yichen was reluctant to consume any of the crops, apart from a few pounds of high-grade greens he kept. The rest were either sold for resources or used as upgrade materials for Dadowan and the others. If he could accelerate the yield, what would he have to worry about? Boss, let's go chop trees on my island tomorrow and fish for sharks. Look, I have a shark hook. And the two lovely ladies have a treasure-seeking albatross. We can feast on shark fins. Yichen felt a bit embarrassed. This fellow was quite ambitious. They had only just achieved a comfortable existence and were already dreaming of gourmet delicacies. Boss, what is that? Dadowan seemed to have noticed the small square box Yichen was holding. I just signed in and got a crop accelerator. It can enhance the maturation speed of crops. Really? Then we won't have to worry about not having vegetables and fruits. Yangming Air and Deely expressed excitement upon hearing this good news. The two girls touched their cheeks. As frontline artists, their appearance was of utmost importance. Ever since arriving on the island, exposed to the wind and rain, they had been deprived of skincare products, let alone vegetables and fruits that could provide essential vitamins. On the surface, they naturally wouldn't complain, given that other survivors had yet to secure their basic sustenance. But deep down, who wouldn't desire fresh vegetables and fruits? Yichen understood the girl's sentiments. He nodded at them. Don't worry, with this item, we should be fine. Not only will it satisfy our food supply for the 4 of us, but there will also be surplus. Having recruited them, he knew that ensuring their basic needs was paramount. Dadowan seemed less concerned about the vegetables and more intrigued by the grapes about to grow on the vine. Boss, can we make raisins from this? Surprisingly, this fellow was thinking ahead. He was more interested in raisins than fresh fruit. Yichen felt helpless, but upon reflection, Dadowan's idea wasn't without merit. Fresh fruit has a short shelf life, and if the yield increased in the future, drying them to make raisins could indeed be a viable option. No problem, I promise you can eat your fill. But it's late now, and we need to head out to sea tomorrow, so everyone should rest early. The most anticipated brief sign-in time had passed. However, the chat room remained lively. Yichun had already noticed that the prices of ordinary freshwater resources, bread, and biscuits were plummeting rapidly as more survivors secured useful supplies. His days of relying on the lake for sustenance were coming to an end. Nevertheless, Yichun had plenty of new products to sell, ranging from various grades of sand, freshwater fish, to clay and vegetables. He had numerous ways to prosper. In these times, one must keep pace with the times. Yichun, can you come over? We have something to discuss with you. After scanning the trading post and the chat room, Yichun was preparing to sleep when Yang Ming-er sent him a private message. You go ahead and sleep. The girls need to talk to me about something. Yichun exchanged greetings with the Dawan. I get it, boss. You go ahead. The Dawan smirked at Yichun. Yichun ignored him and left the cave, climbing into his pickup. What's the matter? What do you need? The two girls exchanged mysterious glances, lowering their heads, their faces flushed. Yichun was puzzled. What is going on? Yang Ming-er stammered for a while, and all Yichun heard were vague references. No worries, just say it directly. We're all friends here, Yichun encouraged politely. Can we buy some feminine products in the trading post? Chapter 63, Diesel has been listed. Hearing this, Yichun was both amused and exasperated. Feminine products? That is fine. You can buy what you need. Yichun could be considered a regular at the trading post, yet he had never particularly paid attention to the so-called women's items. When the girls brought it up, he could only agree. It would be rather awkward to inquire what they intended to purchase. One of them needed some provisions and a few vegetables. Yang Ming-er hesitated, appearing somewhat embarrassed. To exchange for supplies, there was naturally a price to pay. As the unchallenged lord of the island, Yichun's approval was essential. For items below a certain grade, he told them to make their own decisions without needing to inform him. As long as they required it, they could purchase it, for they had sufficient vegetables and provisions. Yichun appeared quite magnanimous, for he genuinely did not care about items below that grade, save for the two most coveted mountain axes. Furthermore, discussing such matters with the young ladies in the dead of night made him feel rather uncomfortable. It was better to let them handle it. After all, they were already his. He was quite assured in his thoughts. Thank you, Brother Yi. You are truly wonderful, Dealey exclaimed excitedly, estimating that if Yang Ming-er hadn't shot her a glare, she would have leapt to embrace Yichun. Inside the pickup truck, there were now two girls and one boy. The young women were dressed rather casually. Yang Ming-er, with her carefree demeanor, had her collar wide open, while Dealey, though somewhat more conservative in her attire, could not conceal her figure. With only 2 candles lit to conserve energy, the flickering light added an intimate ambience to the scene. Yichun glanced at his pickup truck. He could not leave 2 stunning beauties unattended here. He vowed to convert the truck into a camper as soon as possible. While the cave was nice, it could never compare to his own pickup. It's happening, it's happening. Yichun was still lost in thought when Dealey suddenly exclaimed joyfully, lifting up a nightgown adorned with words. So she merely changed into a nightgown? Brother Yi, when can we transform the truck into a camper? Dealey seemed quite eager about the camper. Indeed, we feel quite guilty making you 2 sleep in the cave, Yang Ming-er said with a wry smile. Looking at Yichun, let us wait a bit longer. We have blankets, quilts, and pillows now. The cave is decent enough for shelter against the wind and rain. As for the camper conversion, we need iron ore, which requires specific tools for extraction. It seems we must rely on that epic-grade building hammer. Do we really need that building hammer? Yang Ming-er shook her head. The synthesis difficulty is comparable to that of a treasure map. It's classified as an epic item. And the synthesis challenge is truly daunting. There's no other choice, but with that hammer, many of our problems would be resolved. No rush. We will take it one step at a time. First, we need to acquire the grade tree trunks and create a grade tool shovel. Rome wasn't built in a day. Many matters cannot be rushed. By the way, what about that girl? Yichun recalled the one named Tingting. I sent her some food and drinks. The young lady is only 18 and quite bold, but her self-sufficiency leaves much to be desired. Yang Ming-er seemed to have gathered ample information. Is it possible for us to fetch Tingting like we did with Dealey? Yang Ming-er had quite the ambitious plan. Dealey and Dedel Wan were a stroke of luck. They were nearby. But we have the compass to locate people, right? And we also have the treasure-hunting albatross. Yang Ming-er earnestly pointed to the albatross sleeping peacefully on a tree outside. This large bird seemed unbothered by strangers and remained loyal to its owner. However, the cramped space inside the vehicle prompted Yang Ming-er to choose a large banyan tree as its home. The compass could only locate individuals within 5 nautical miles. Beyond that, it would be futile. As for the albatross, it was meant for finding rare beasts, not for locating people. Yichun was far more pragmatic than Yang Ming-er. That may be true, but you are setting sail tomorrow, so you could use the compass to search. Perhaps Tingting is nearby. Yang Ming-er remained hopeful. Fine, but I advise you not to harbor too much hope. Finding someone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi Chen's words, though blunt, were wise. In this world of island survival, there were at least 888 islands, and no one truly knew the distances between them. Finding one person among all these islands was a formidable challenge. By the way, Tingting's full name is Jiang Yuding. Make sure not to get it wrong. The compass required precise input of the person's name, a detail Yi Chen understood well. Understood. Get some rest. I'm heading back now. Yi Chen waved goodbye to the two ladies and, with a sense of purpose, left the pickup truck and returned to his cave. Boss, why are you back? Isn't it obvious? That pickup truck is rather cramped. Where am I supposed to sleep with two people? Yi Chen shot a glare at Dewan, who was grinning mischievously. Crammed together. There's always space, Dewan teased. Have you lost your mind? Yi Chen kicked Dewan, who finally quieted down. Boss, what did the girls want you for? Dewan seemed quite inquisitive. They wanted to exchange for some supplies, and also asked me to look for that girl named Tingting. Looking for someone? That's great. We have a jet ski and the compass. We'll surely find her. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. There were two foolish girls here, along with one foolish boy. Yi Chen nestled into his bed, leaning against the pillow while yawning. Though he wished to increase the manpower on his island, given his current equipment, venturing into the ocean was not feasible. Boss, quick look. Someone is selling diesel. Yi Chen, who was feeling drowsy, suddenly jolted awake at the mention of diesel. He promptly opened the trading interface. Death's Return is offering 100 liters of diesel. Death's Return? Although others may not be familiar with the name, Yi Chen was well acquainted with it. He had noted this third-ranked individual on the survivor leaderboard since the system first announced it. However, seeing the exchange items listed by this person brought mixed feelings. Boss, this person is asking for grade rare fresh water in return. Grade rare fresh water. Yi Chen did not possess any at the moment, but he did have a water purifier. Chapter 64, back in the news. Yi Chen was keenly aware that the diesel left in his pickup truck was running low. Consequently, he had refrained from taking it out these past few days. The pickup had nearly transformed into a fixed fortress, yet without grade fresh water. He had to postpone the diesel exchange. After sleeping until dawn the next day, Yi Chen awoke early. To his surprise, the two girls were already up and about, walking dogs and playing with birds. His place was rapidly turning into a zoo. Today you two are not going anywhere. Stay at the camp. Dewan and I will return after chopping down the grade tree trunks, hopefully within half a day. Having experienced a sneak attack before, Yi Chen remained somewhat apprehensive. Brother Yi, don't worry. By the way, bring Xiao Tian with you. Di Li whistled loudly toward the eastern hillside, and the white treasure-hunting albatross flew over. Yi Chen was startled. He hadn't expected it to be quite so large, with wings spanning over a meter when fully extended. With the bird on board, Yi Chen and Dewan hopped onto the jet ski, bringing along 2 mountain axes, a climbing rope, a spyglass, binoculars, the compass, several freshwater fish, and some provisions, along with 8 bottles of water. If Yi Chen had not intervened, Yang Ming'er would have likely attempted to load everything they could carry onto the jet ski. There's no need for so much. We'll only be gone for half a day at most. Yi Chen felt a sense of fatigue. After all, it was simply the concern of his women for him. After bidding farewell to the young ladies, he and Dewan set off on a jet ski towards the eastern islands. Dewan had specifically found a bamboo stick to secure his shark hook to the other end, clearly intent on using this makeshift shark hook to catch a shark. However, Yi Chen's thoughts were entirely consumed by the grand pine tree ahead. If he could manage to secure that tree trunk, the progress of his high-grade fence construction at the camp would multiply exponentially. The jet ski sped swiftly towards the east. Today's visibility was notably high. As Yi Chen gazed southward, he could even faintly spot other islands approximately 7 to 8 nautical miles away. Boss, since we rarely get the chance to venture out, shall we wander a bit further and explore our surroundings? Dewan, having fiddled with his shark hook and seemingly losing interest, now stood at the front of the jet ski, surveying the area. All right, you take the helm. I'll sketch a map, Yi Chen replied, relinquishing the driver's seat to Dewan, who immediately accelerated the jet ski. With an exhilarating surge, the speed of the synthetic jet ski was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed 5 nautical miles. Yi Chen's search compass had lost track of Yang Ming'er's location. Okay, don't stray too far. We might not be able to return. Just as they were speaking, the chat room suddenly erupted. Am I seeing things? It seems someone is piloting a yacht on the sea, exclaimed a young, hot-tempered survivor, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A yacht? You must be seeing things. We just managed to secure our basic needs. And where would a yacht come from? I haven't even finished building half a bamboo raft yet. Exactly. Who could possibly be sailing a yacht now? It requires so many materials to synthesize, and I haven't even ventured into the sea yet. You must be delirious. It sounds like a hallucination. The young survivor was promptly met with a barrage of skepticism. Everyone, be quiet. I truly saw it. I'm well fed. And there really is a yacht speeding eastward. This particular survivor, known for his fiery temperament, seemed undeterred by the ridicule and retorted, "I saw it too. The visibility is quite good today, and I was scouting from the mountain. There truly is a yacht to the west." Another survivor chimed in, further emboldening the young one. "See, I wasn't just rambling, others saw it too." The chat room erupted into chaos. Is this a joke? Could it be that a survivor has managed to synthesize a yacht so soon? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Who is it? An increasing number of survivors joined the conversation. Yichun remained focused on his map, while Dadawan reveled in the thrill of speeding, oblivious to the unfolding events in the chat room until Yang Ming sent a message. "Yichun, it appears you're making headlines again." Being in the spotlight was a familiar occurrence for Yichun. Making headlines? What is going on? He asked, bewildered as he set aside his hand-drawn map. "Check the chat room yourself. It's talking about you." Prompted by Yang Ming, Yichun opened the chat room, and upon glancing, he was taken aback. At that moment, the entire chat room was consumed by one topic. Someone was piloting a yacht across the sea. Could it be that the esteemed day and night star has returned? Sure enough, as more survivors engaged in the discussion, someone mentioned Yichun's name once again. Consequently, Yichun's private inbox exploded with messages. Even Dadawan received notifications in his personal mailbox. "Dadawan, do you know the esteemed day and night star? Is that who is piloting the yacht?" Ever since Dadawan had repeatedly supported Yichun, astute individuals had begun to take notice of him. "Boss, it seems we are drawing too much attention." Yichun shot him a look. "You're one to talk. Who told you to drive so recklessly? Ignore them. Focus on the direction and don't get lost. We have no navigation. Don't worry, I'm back on the original course. The search compass indicates Yang Ming is right behind us." Fortunately, they hadn't strayed too far. Dadawan circled back to the original path. After another 10 minutes heading northeast, Dadawan excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, look. That pine tree is enormous. It's incredible." Yichun messaged Yang Ming to inform her that they were about to land on the island, then picked up his binoculars to survey the northeastern direction. "Prepare to dock. There seems to be a small cove at 2 o'clock. We'll anchor the jet ski there." "Understood, boss." Dadawan began to decelerate as the jet ski slowly approached the cove. Yichun raised his binoculars to survey the surroundings. However, as he gazed toward the eastern sky, his brows furrowed. "Dadawan, accelerate to shore. We must make haste." "Boss, what's wrong? I still wanted to catch a shark. We just set out. Why the rush?" Dadawan appeared puzzled. "Look to the east." Yichun pointed towards the sky. There, the once azure sky had developed a distinct dividing line in the far east. "Goodness, it appears a storm is brewing. Speed up, grab your gear, and head up the mountain. Let us aim to finish in an hour." Without hesitation, Yichun seized his axe and provisions, racing towards the shore. The treasure-hunting albatross chirped cheerfully, leading the way up the mountain, with Yichun close behind. "Boss, wait for me." Dadawan, armed with another axe, hurried to keep pace with Yichun. As they ran, Yichun sent a message to Yang Ming. "It looks like a storm is coming. Quickly move the important supplies to the truck. And you? Be careful. Don't worry, we'll return promptly." While reassuring Yang Ming, Yichun couldn't help but glance at the eastern sky. The clouds were moving much faster than he had anticipated, despite appearing distant. He felt an overwhelming pressure as if a dark cloud were about to engulf the city. The two raced up the mountain. 15 minutes later, they reached the summit. Panting heavily, Yichun immediately began to assess the attributes of the robust pine tree. Luohan Song tree, epic grade pine tree, lush and verdant, serves as a fundamental material for crafting high-grade items. Indeed, this pine tree not only met the elite requirements, but was also classified as an epic grade tree. "This is it. Boss, this tree is rather tall." However, it seemed they encountered a slight predicament. Yichun had initially planned to collect a few small branches to gather 5 kilograms and then return, but upon reaching the magnificent tree, he realized the task would not be so simple. Except for the trunk, which was below 10 meters, the other branches soared high above. "Let me give it a try." Without hesitation, Dadawan swung his axe towards the tree trunk. "Be careful." Yichun initially worried that Dadawan's powerful swing might fell the tree, leaving them in dire straits. Yet, his concerns were unfounded. The tree not only stood firm, but showed no signs of damage. Dadawan, however, was abruptly propelled backward by the recoil of the axe. "What manner of tree is this?" Ju-in was taken aback, patting his backside as he rose from the ground to inspect his axe, only to discover that its edge had become rolled. Ychin was equally stunned. After all, his axe was of a commendable quality, and yet, after merely a single strike, it had become dulled. Was this truly a tree, or perhaps an alloy of steel? "My apologies," Ju-in lamented, scratching the back of his head. However, Ychin's concern was not the loss of his premium axe, but rather how to deal with this 5-kilogram log. "Wait a moment, let me use the spyglass to examine it," he said, donning the spyglass to scrutinize the pine tree. The primary trunk of the RHN pine, legendary grade, possessing extraordinary hardness, impervious to anything less than an epic grade tool. At that moment, YCHN comprehended why his superior Zhuyu grade axe was rendered ineffective before it. Suddenly, a small creature perched upon the branches fluttered its wings. YCHN quickly looked up. Hold on, he realized something peculiar. A tree of epic grade. Yet its main trunk was of legendary grade. Could it be that different parts of this tree possessed varying grades? He resumed his meticulous observation of the grand pine. Upon glancing upward, the spyglass provided more data. First grade branches, epic grade, high hardness, destructible only by perfect grade tools. He then examined the smaller branches. Second grade branches, perfect grade, relatively high hardness, destructible only by Zhuyu grade tools. At last, YCHN had found his target. DDJUN, it seems we must ascend the tree. Climb the tree? With my physique, I fear that may be unfeasible, DDJUN replied, fully aware that his corpulent form was far from agile enough for such an endeavor. Tie the rope around me. You can climb trees? YCHN did not answer directly, for he too was a city dweller unaccustomed to climbing trees, though he believed that the robust and gnarled branches of this tree would provide ample support. As for the climbing rope, YCHN considered it merely a safety line. He tied one end around his waist, while with the help of the small creature, he secured the other end to a first-grade branch. Be careful. DDJUN cautioned. Unable to serve as the main force, he could only act as a cheerleader. YCHN, aware of the gravity of the situation, ascended with utmost caution. The main trunk towered nearly 10 meters high, and after 10 minutes, he finally reached the first-grade branch. DDJUN used the rope to send the remaining, undamaged axe to YCHN. YCHN cautiously shifted toward the first-grade branch, steadied his balance, and raised the axe to strike the second-grade branch. With a resounding crack, a branch approximately 1 meter long fell to the ground. Success! Success! You are magnificent, boss. DDJUN cheered from below. Yet, this single second-grade branch hardly weighed 5 kilograms. YCHN estimated it to be no more than 1 kilogram. Reluctantly, he resolved to repeat the process. As he felled the fourth branch, the sky darkened ominously. The eastern horizon was shrouded with dark clouds. High above, YCHN felt the gusts of wind whipping against his face. YCHN, it looks like it's about to rain. When will you return? Please be cautious. YNMR and DL anxiously awaited news from their island. YCHN, however, had no time to respond to the two women. He was now perched at an elevated position, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Boss, I've got 4 branches. One more should suffice. DDJUN shouted up, clearing away the excess twigs and leaves from the fallen second-grade branches with the remaining damaged axe. YCHN tightened his grip on the axe, inhaled deeply to calm himself, and moved toward the next second-grade branch. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. YCHN nearly stumbled, regaining his footing and inching toward the first-grade branch once more. With a final strike, he severed the last second-grade branch. All done. All done. Boss, come down quickly. DDJUN exclaimed, visibly excited. DDJUN, ensure the other end of the rope is securely tied, and lower me slowly. Descending was often more challenging than climbing, and with the ominous clouds approaching, YCHN opted for the quickest descent, a vertical free fall. Chapter 66, A Storm Approaches. Quickly retreat. YCHN leapt onto the rope. Casting another glance at the sky, ominously, the dark cloud loomed closer. Boss, what about the rope? No time. We must go. Should the rain pour down, their return would be jeopardized. This island was not their own, and they had insufficient supplies. Moreover, they could not scavenge materials on another's island. If delayed and left stranded, the risk to their lives would be immense. They had to return immediately. Without hesitation, YCHN hoisted his remaining intact axe, gathered 2 branches from the ground, and began descending with DDJUN. DDJUN grabbed the remaining 3 branches, but cast a glance at the now dulled axe. Boss, what shall we do about this axe? Leave it, YCHN decisively replied. The less they carried, the better. Binoculars and spyglasses were invaluable, lightweight, and easy to transport, while the dulled axe was of no further use. The two hurried down the mountain, with the small creature guiding the way along the slope. The thunder grew more frequent. YNMR and DL, anxious for YCHN's return, had already loaded the pickup truck with all movable items as per his instructions. Yet, as the black clouds loomed, YNMR was torn between worrying for YCHN and fretting over the crops they had planted. With harvest imminent in a day or two, a storm could spell disaster for their precious crops. Where is she, OH? YNMR scanned the area around the pickup, but found no sign of her loyal companion. On the beach south of the cave, Although Shi Oh belonged to Ying Mingr, it had grown accustomed to Yichen's presence, considering him a second master, and now, sensing the absence of its male owner, it was more anxious than the two women combined. Shod, while it hasn't started raining, fetch that wolf skin blanket. We'll set up some bamboo poles to create a shelter for the crops. Anything we can do to shield them. Ying Mngr's concern for the valuable crops was palpable, as Ychen had nearly planted all their seeds. A flood would lead to catastrophic losses. The east wind rose, and the clouds darkened. The two women hastily uprooted several unstable fence posts to serve as supports for the makeshift shelter over the crops. Sister Mngr, this few hundred square meters of land won't be covered by just that wolf skin blanket. No time to worry about that now. We must protect the most precious epic-grade seeds. The rest is in fate's hands. The only course of action was to sacrifice the less essential for the vital. They had only gathered 30 epic-grade seeds. Losing them would make obtaining more nearly impossible. 10 minutes later, they had securely covered all the plots sown with epic-grade seeds. Above them, dark clouds now obscured 2/3 of the sky. Yichun, have you finished? If not, it's fine, just hurry back. Yang Mingr sent another message to Yichun. 3 minutes later, Yichun finally replied. We just boarded the jet ski. Yichun and Dadawan leaped onto the jet ski, and Dadawan immediately began to turn around. Yichun finally found a moment to respond to Yang Mingr. Boss, it seems the battery is running low. Dadawan's remark once again furrowed Yichun's brow. Turning his head to glance at the power system, he confirmed that less than a quarter of the battery remained. It was all due to this cursed weather. Yichun had calculated that even if he took a slight detour, the jet ski could still absorb solar energy for charging after docking. Now, not only could he not absorb solar energy, but he also had no idea where the sun was. Maintain a straight and steady course. We must not go too fast. With no other options, Yichun had to conserve energy as much as possible, picking up his axe to start whittling branches. Although the wind was at their back, this meager power was still insufficient to guarantee their return to the camp. They had to prepare for manual paddling. 5 minutes later, raindrops began to fall. And what was most disheartening was that the wind direction also began to shift slightly. Boss, the battery is down to 1/5, and the system is alarming. Dadawan was constantly monitoring the remaining battery, and when it dropped below 1/5, the power system started to sound the alarm. Yichun felt regret for not being adequately prepared. After all, it was his first time on a jet ski, and he had no idea how far the power system could sustain them. Furthermore, the jet ski was new, and he had no assurance that the charging system was fully operational. All of these factors, combined with the sudden change in weather, had led to his current predicament. We are still 2 nautical miles from the camp. It's not a big problem. We can paddle if necessary. As long as the wind direction does not continue to change, Yichun was confident he could row back slowly by hand. However, if they encountered headwinds, it would become troublesome. Yichun scanned the surroundings. His island was already on his right. Dadawan, advance along the coastline. Yichun had to prepare for the worst. Indeed, what he feared came true. In the final nautical mile, the wind direction suddenly changed, and turbulence erupted across the ocean surface. The speed of the jet ski noticeably slowed, and the power system was nearing zero. Yichun and Dadawan attempted to paddle manually, but the weight of the jet ski, combined with their own, along with the wind's force, rendered their makeshift wooden paddles ineffective in altering their dire situation. Dadawan rushed towards the shore. There's a beach at 2 o'clock. We need to land. The only option was to quickly reach the shore and walk back to the camp. Thunder rumbled ominously. The raindrops began to pour down heavily, and flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the dark sky. With a crack, the jet ski exhausted its last bit of power and automatically entered sleep mode. However, Yichun and Dadawan, propelled by the last vestiges of inertia, forced the jet ski onto the beach. Boss, will the jet ski be washed away? The two jumped off the jet ski with all their belongings, but Dadawan was reluctant to leave the valuable vessel behind. Forget that, it's too dangerous outside. Yichun clearly understood the priorities. While the jet ski was valuable, it paled in comparison to their safety. Lightning and thunder do not discriminate. If struck, they would be obliterated. Boom. Another clap of thunder echoed in Yichun and Dadawan's ears. Run. Throw the other things into the forest first. Yichun shouted at Dadawan. Chapter 67. 100 kilograms of iron ore secured. Wong Wong. The little dog Xiao Ha on the beach south of the cave suddenly barked. Xiao Ha, come back. It's raining. Yang Mingr and Di Li did not hide in the pickup truck, but waited anxiously at the cave entrance for Yichun and Dadawan to return. The little dog Xiao Ha, who had been pacing back and forth on the beach, suddenly dashed east, alarming the two girls. Sister Mingr, is brother Yi back? Di Li quickly reacted. With a chirp, Xiao Tian flew over first. Sister Mingr, it's Xiao Tian, brother Yi is back. Sure enough, the figures of Yichun and Dadawan appeared. Soaked to the bone, Yi Chun and Da Wan dashed into the cave. Boom! Another thunderclap struck down. Yi Chun felt a dazzling light illuminate half the sky behind him. A large banyan tree was split in half in an instant. That was close, boss. Da Wan wiped his forehead, unsure if it was cold sweat or rainwater. Yi Chun also let out a sigh of relief, grateful that they had moved quickly enough to escape disaster. Let us return to the pickup truck and wait out the rain. Although the cave could shelter them from the rain, it was uncertain whether it could protect them from lightning. The four quickly returned to the pickup truck. Boss, do you think our things will be blown away by the wind? Da Wan was still worried about the precious branches they had fought so hard to retrieve. They should be fine. Besides, this downpour will soon cease. Yi Chun pointed outside the window. Indeed, the previously dim sky gradually brightened. Did you find any information about Ting Ting's whereabouts this time? Yi Chun regretfully shook his head. I'm sorry, there were too many unforeseen events this time. And we didn't think about it much. This adventure was too risky. It seems that without sufficient preparation, we should be cautious about venturing out to sea. Although they had indeed secured the branches needed to synthesize a perfect grade shovel, the risks taken were considerable. Upon hearing that there was no news about Ting Ting, Yang Ming'er felt somewhat disheartened, yet everyone had mentally prepared for that. Boss, the rain has stopped. Let us go retrieve those branches, and we can synthesize the shovel. My shovel is coming. Da Wan excitedly jumped out of the pickup truck. After the thunderstorm, the air felt exceptionally fresh. Xiao Ha and Xiao Tian were busy grooming their fur. Yi Chun had no time to attend to the two little creatures, and, along with Da Wan and the two girls, hurried back to the landing site. Boss, I found a branch here. Upon reaching the forest, the four split up to search, and Da Wan was the first to find a branch. Brother Yi, the axe is here. Deely discovered the axe that Yi Chun had discarded in the forest. Here's another one. Is this the branch you were looking for? Yang Ming'er seemed to have also found a branch. After half an hour of searching, the four finally gathered all the items they had temporarily left behind. Indeed, there were 5 branches in total, and all the tools were accounted for. Yi Chun, look at the jet ski. Yang Ming'er now gazed at the jet ski stranded on the beach. Upon seeing the jet ski, Yi Chun's mood soured. The system displayed, damaged epic-grade jet ski. Repair required. 50 kilograms of rare-grade iron ingots needed for repair. Now, great, for 5 rare-grade branches, they had rendered their most precious epic-grade jet ski damaged. Damn. Iron ingots again. Boss, we can't even manage the iron ore now. How can we get iron ingots? Iron ingots, refined from iron ore, requiring a furnace for smelting. Different grades of furnaces yield varying quantities and qualities of iron ingots. Forget it. It's not like we didn't gain anything. Let us take these things back first. Da Wan, find a rope and tie up the jet ski. We will come back to repair it once we have the iron ingots. Without the jet ski, venturing out to sea now seems quite challenging. Boss, what will happen to our sea fish? Da Wan was still dreaming of catching sharks from the jet ski. But now that it's gone, what can be done? Isn't there still a kayak? While we cannot venture far into the ocean, we can still explore the nearby waters. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Chun eagerly began to synthesize a perfect level tool shovel. The host chooses to consume 3 kitchen knives and a 5-kilogram perfect level tool shovel blueprint to synthesize a perfect level tool shovel. Please confirm if you wish to synthesize immediately. Confirm. Yi Chun answered without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing and obtaining a perfect level tool shovel. Ding. System message. As the first survivor in the chat room to synthesize a perfect level tool, the system grants a special reward of 100 kilograms of ordinary iron ore. Ryu Xingchen once again dominated the chat screen. Did the great Ryu lose his temper again? They already have perfect level tools. How can anyone survive here when I don't even have a perfect level pickaxe? The disparity between people is astonishing. 100 kilograms of iron ore? What is the use of this? It seems this time the system's special reward is rather lackluster. Some continued to venerate Yi Chun, while others felt a sense of pity for him. However, who said 100 kilograms of iron ore was useless? While it may not be valuable to others, Yi Chun was in dire need of it. The luxury RV for 4, heavy-duty pickup RV modification blueprint requires 100 kilograms of iron ore and 100 meters of wire. Aside from the 100 meters of wire that can be exchanged at the trading post, he was just lacking this 100 kilograms of iron ore. It truly felt like a stroke of luck, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. He recalled the days spent scouting the terrain and chopping mountains. All for this iron ore. Now, it had come to him so easily. What a fortunate turn of events. Boss, we can upgrade the pickup now. Da Wan appeared even more excited than Yi Chun, as he had long wished to leave the cave behind. No matter how comfortable the cave was, it couldn't compare to an RV. Deely also seemed quite thrilled, feeling guilty that Yi Degu had been living in the cave for several days since her arrival. Wait, let me check the trading post for wire. The only thing they were missing was that 100 meters of wire of any level. Yichen did not pay much attention to the wire since there had been a plethora of it available at the trading post for several days. It seemed there was no market for it. However, when Yichen surveyed the trading post, his brows furrowed in confusion. How peculiar. Why was there not a single seller of wire? Chapter 68. The first kill was stolen. Dedawan, Yangming Air, and Dealey noticed Yichen standing there without making any moves, and each opened their trading systems. Boss, did you buy up all the wire? I haven't seen a single piece. I haven't seen any either. I remember seeing several sellers of wire this morning. Yangming Air looked equally bewildered. It's gone. Yichen sighed and closed the trading post interface. Gone. The three of them looked at Yichen in unison, puzzled. Yichen nodded. It seems someone bought it all. Bought it all? Who? Aside from us, who else would want wire? What use does it have? Dedawan seemed skeptical and opened the trading post again to search once more. The function of wire is not limited to upgrading the pickup. It serves other purposes as well. Yichen felt a pang of regret as he glanced at the fence by the lake. Ding. Congratulations to the chat room's Shinigami returns for becoming the first survivor to synthesize an electrical system. The system grants a special reward of 100 kilograms of excellent quality iron ingots. With this system message, Yichen and his companions realized where all the wire had gone. Damn it, someone stole our first kill. Yichen, who had always claimed first kill rewards, missed out on the system's special reward for the first time, and the reward was precisely the iron ingots he desperately needed. Who could it be? How infuriating. Yangming Air stamped her foot in anger. Dealey also frowned. Yichen remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of emotional upheaval. In the face of adversity, one must either forge ahead or fall behind. There was no point in blaming others. The only person to blame is oneself for not having completed the electrical system despite having the solar power system for so long. In the world of survival on the island, much like in reality, one should not lament their circumstances, but rather reflect on their own shortcomings. So what do we do about the wire? The current situation was rather awkward. Not only had they missed out on the special reward, but without that 100 meters of wire, Yichen could not upgrade the pickup. Wire is not a major concern, since the other party has already completed the electrical system. They will likely not need wire for a while. Moreover, the supply of wire is quite ample. Even if the other party still requires wire, they have 4 people to guard the trading post. Yichen was keenly aware of his greatest advantage at this moment, the strength in numbers. The advantage of having more people lies not only in obtaining more items, but also in competition. Indeed, we have 4 people. And I refuse to believe that he can outmaneuver us, nor can we not outmaneuver him. Yichen nodded, mentally noting the name, Shinigami Returns. This individual appeared to be his greatest competitor in the near future. Suddenly, a low chirping sound emanated from the cave. What happened to Xiao Tian? Yichen wondered. Xiao Tian must have discovered something. Let's go take a look. As Xiao Tian's true owner, Dealey seemed to understand this bird's behavior very well. The 4 of them hurried through the cave to the southern beach, where they saw Xiao Tian continuously flying low over the near shore. Dedawan, drag the kayak over. Let's go check it out. Boss, are we going back into the water again? Just 2 hours ago, the 2 of them had barely escaped danger. And now they were to head back into the sea. Dedawan instinctively shook his head. If you're not going, I'll go myself, Yichen said, not looking back as he dragged the kayak, which had been left on the beach, toward the sea. Wait, boss, take me with you. Seeing this, Dedawan immediately cast aside his earlier trepidation. Be careful, Yangming Air warned as Yichen and Dedawan rowed towards the direction where Xiao Tian was hovering. Chirp. As Xiao Tian noticed the 2 approaching, the circling range began to shrink. Ding, the treasure-seeking albatross has discovered 2 near-shore level sea fish. Dedawan, grab the bamboo spear. Yichen currently lacked proper tools, possessing only a few homemade fish spears, although Xiao Tian had only found 2 rare level sea fish. This marked Yichen's first opportunity to catch sea fish. With Xiao Tian's guidance, Yichen quickly spotted 2 half-meter-long sea fish leaping on the water's surface. With a splash, Yichen thrust his spear into the water. However, the fish reacted swiftly and evaded. Yichen thrust again, but missed once more. It seemed that catching sea fish would not be so straightforward. Boss, let me try? Dedawan, unable to contain his excitement, picked up another fish spear and thrust it into the water. He hit it. Dedawan managed to catch one on his first try. It seemed he indeed had a talent for this. Successfully caught a rare level sea fish, yellowfin snapper, weighing 0.5 kilograms. Dedawan heard the system notification. Boss, it's only 1 kilogram. Dedawan appeared somewhat dissatisfied with the weight. This is just the first one, the other seems bigger. All right, I'll go. Dedawan thrust his spear into the water once more. Amazingly, he caught another fish on his first try. Yichen was astonished. This guy truly was a fish-catching prodigy. Successfully caught a rare level sea fish, stone snapper, weighing 1 kilogram. As expected, the second sea fish was indeed larger. Chirp. Xiao Tian seemed to have completed his mission, letting out a low hum before soaring directly towards his master. Dealy. Tonight, we shall feast. Yi Chun and Dawan returned triumphantly. Dawan promptly tossed 2 sea fish onto the ground. Is this a sea fish? Yang Ming'er gazed in astonishment at the 2 fish, which were already gasping for breath. Indeed, it is the result of Xiao Tian and Dawan's efforts. Xiao Tian, you are truly remarkable, Dealy exclaimed excitedly, cradling Xiao Tian in her hands. Dawan looked at Xiao Tian with envy, while Yi Chun could only shake his head at the sight. Yi Chun, does this have any other uses? Yang Ming'er pointed at the fish on the ground. The level is too low, we don't need it for now. Besides, with Xiao Tian, we need not worry. I believe greater sea fish await us. Exactly. I'm still waiting for a shark. Dawan even showcased his prize shark hook. For now, Yi Chun had no plans to pursue sharks, but he had long anticipated the arrival of extraordinary sea fish. Apart from iron ore, the only hindrance to his advancement was the lack of high-level sea fish. After dusk, the 4 began grilling a unique combination of freshwater and seawater fish. The taste of the sea fish was simply unparalleled, having been accustomed to freshwater fish. It was the first time the 4 savored the flavor of sea fish on the island. Yi Chun, wires. I see there are wires in the trading post. While enjoying dinner, Yang Ming'er, occasionally checking the trading post, suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 69, The Emergence of 2 Great Figures. Yi Chun immediately opened the trading post, and indeed, there were wires. Grade ordinary wires, 50 meters, exchanged for 2 grade extraordinary freshwater fish. Dawan, grab 2 of the dried grade freshwater fish and bring them to the pickup truck, quickly. Got it. Dawan dropped the half-eaten grilled fish and hurried towards the fish drying area. Yi Chun leaped onto the RV, his eyes glued to the trading interface for the wires. Boss, the fish is here. Dawan tossed the necessary rare-grade freshwater fish into the truck's rear compartment. Without hesitation, Yi Chun placed his order. Ding. You have successfully completed a transaction with Dian Shinkong, acquiring grade ordinary wires, 50 meters. Yi Chun clenched his fists in excitement. Although he had only obtained 50 meters of wire, which was still insufficient for the RV modifications, the swift acquisition of the wires greatly boosted the confidence of the 4. Damn it, where's my wire? At that moment, someone in the chat room began to curse. Yi Chun, it seems like the Grim Reaper has returned, Yang Ming'er said nervously. Watching Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun remained silent, observing the situation in the chat room. Damn it, who snatched my wires? Which beast is tired of living? Seeing no response, the Grim Reaper began to lash out. Damn, this guy seems even more arrogant than that previous blonde. Dawan was itching to jump into the system interface and give him a piece of his mind. It appeared that this fellow still needed wires. Yi Chun was unfazed by the insults, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Oh dear, Grim Reaper, who has made you unhappy? You are firmly in the top 3 now. Who dares to compete with you? Exactly. Grim Reaper, aside from the Sun and Moon bosses and the number 1 boss, I only bow to you. Great one. Tell us who snatched your belongings, and we shall ensure that scoundrel returns what he has taken. The Grim Reaper's loud voice prompted a flurry of sycophants to emerge. A bunch of flatterers, truly shameless, Dawan scoffed, rolling his eyes at the group. Boss, do you want me to retaliate? Just mention your name. Let us see who dares to speak again. Yi Chun was now recognized as the foremost survivor, his reputation solid. These braggarts probably only dared to bully the weak. If they encountered a real powerhouse, they would surely flee faster than anyone else. Yi Chun shook his head. As long as others did not easily expose themselves, why should he seek trouble? It was better to avoid conflict. However, Yi Chun underestimated the situation. Soon, a quivering voice emerged in the chat room. The wires. The wires were posted by me, came the message from Dian Shinkong. Yi Chun's brow furrowed upon reading this. Quick, tell us, who snatched the Grim Reaper's belongings? Let us see if we can bring that scoundrel to justice. While the Grim Reaper remained silent, the sycophants took it upon themselves to issue commands like great figures. Dian Shinkong found himself at a loss for how to respond. The flatterers grew increasingly arrogant as they realized he had fallen silent. Hey kid, we're asking you a question. Are you dumb or just stunned? Speak up. Seeing so many supporters, the Grim Reaper felt emboldened. Speak up. I want to make trouble for that person. Just have him return the wires. At worst, I'll offer double the value in return. The Grim Reaper is indeed generous. Hey, kid, what are you hesitating for? The Grim Reaper is right here, ranked 3rd. Yes, boldly reveal his name. The Grim Reaper has said he won't cause trouble and is willing to offer double compensation. The Grim Reaper's generosity was indeed impressive. I advised the scoundrel who snatched from the Grim Reaper to recognize his fate. At that moment, Dian Shinkong felt an urge to cry. He had merely wished to exchange for 2 fish. The wires were purchased by me. Just then, a message intruded. Damn, that kid has come. Yi Chun's 8 characters appeared, followed by a line of unfinished text. leaving everyone in suspense. The once boisterous chatroom fell silent as all eyes saw the 8 characters followed by Ryu Xing-chun. Boss, you weren't going to show yourself, so why did you suddenly appear? Didowon was perplexed. The usually low-key Yi-chun had suddenly disrupted the scene. What was going on? Yi-chun calmly took a sip of water and said, "They've come knocking at my door. What can I do? Besides, do you really think the kid selling me wires could hold back?" Yi-chun's guess was spot on. Dian Xingkong let out a long sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that casually posting about wires would stir such a storm. When he saw that the survivor trading with him was Ryu Xing-chun, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Just as he was recovering, the third-ranked Grim Reaper had come knocking. Fortunately, the great Ryu Xing-chun stepped in, rescuing him. Now, those originally shouting in the chatroom were left utterly flabbergasted. No one could have imagined that an exchange of mere wires would attract the attention of 2 great figures, the top and third-ranked. Yi-chen's sudden appearance rendered the chatroom astonishingly quiet. Continuing to collect wires, prices can be discussed privately. Since he had revealed himself, Yi-chun was unreserved, openly collecting wires. He was currently in need of that last 50 meters, and he would not hold back against anyone trying to compete with him. "Ryu, is what you're doing a bit excessive?" The Grim Reaper, who had remained silent for a long time, could no longer contain himself. He had originally thought such trivial matters could be handled by his underlings, but unexpectedly, an outsider had barged in. This situation is rather amusing, as the sycophants have collectively fallen silent. While the chatroom has become tranquil, countless pairs of eyes are secretly observing the unfolding events. The audience is now eagerly awaiting the spectacle between the 2 titans on the leaderboard. It appears that these 2 formidable contenders are about to engage in a war of words. The call for wires continues, with prices available through private messages. Initially, many anticipated a verbal clash, but unexpectedly, Yi-chun merely replicated and pasted his earlier message. "Hey, Ryu, I am speaking to you." The figure known as Si Shun Gui Lai felt utterly disregarded, nearly misspelling his words out of frustration. "Oh, you're looking for me? Selling me wires?" The crowd was left dumbfounded by Yi-chen's peculiar response. At this point, the chatroom was utterly silent. Chapter 70, The Betting Agreement. The chatroom fell into a state of eerie stillness once more. After a brief pause, Si Shun Gui Lai broke the silence. "Ryu, are you preparing to oppose me?" Yi-chen replied nonchalantly. "You think too much. This is merely a trading platform where everyone exchanges resources based on need and strength." Si Shun Gui Lai, clearly impatient, found Yi-chen's seemingly casual remarks infuriating. "Ryu, I offer you 2 choices. Either obediently hand over the wires, or brace yourself for my arrival on your island." "You fool, recognize the situation. You, ranked 3rd, dare to challenge my leader? You are the one courting disaster." Didowon, also hot-tempered, could not maintain Yi-chen's calm demeanor and immediately retaliated. "Fine, let us compare our ranks on the leaderboard. We shall see the outcome in 3 days." The opponent seemed quite confident. "Let us see who comes out on top. I'm not afraid." Didowon shot back without hesitation. The chatroom instantly buzzed with excitement again. These are 2 major players on the leaderboard. Didowon, do not act on your own. Yi-chun has yet to speak. Yang Ming-er glared at Didowon, who was speaking out of turn. "What is there to fear? My leader has already reached level 6. What do we have to be afraid of?" Didowon appeared even more confident than Yi-chun himself. "All right, since you are willing to engage, let us place a bet." Si Shun Gui Lai seemed even more impatient than Didowon. These 2 truly were a pair of lively characters. "What shall we bet on?" This time, Didowon did not need to say anything further, as Yi-chun took the initiative. "Let us wager something significant. Tell me, what do you have to offer?" The opponent was fishing for information, but Yi-chun was not naive. "I possess many items, provided you have something of equal value to offer." "Very well, since the stakes have been set, how about 100 liters of diesel? I trust this is of interest to you." Yi-chun was surprised that the opponent seemed aware of his needs. "And what do you desire?" Yi-chun inquired. "Haha, I want your epic-level resource, a water purifier." It appeared the opponent had indeed come prepared. Yi-chun decided to drop any pretense of politeness. "Wow, this is incredible. 2 major players are about to place a bet." The chatter erupted, with some even selling snacks. "Goodness, they are wagering such large stakes. By the way, what does Ryu need diesel for?" "You wouldn't understand. The items in Ryu's possession are beyond your comprehension." The chatroom was flooded with spectators eager for the drama. In truth, many had been observing from the sidelines, merely waiting for the leaders to speak. Now, the show was underway, and they were no longer shy about joining in. "2 esteemed leaders, your words must hold weight. No cheating allowed." It seemed some viewers were not satisfied with the excitement and deliberately stirred the pot. "I will serve as the notary. Both of you are reputable individuals, so I trust you will honor your word." To Yi-chen's surprise, a survivor had taken it upon themselves to assume this role. "We don't need you as a notary. The system has its own betting agreement." Suddenly, a voice chimed in the chat room. A betting agreement? Yichen had not previously paid attention to this feature. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found such a clause. Betting agreement. Both parties will engage under the supervision of the system, with the pledged resources held in escrow by the system. Once both parties accept the agreement, they may continue to utilize the pledged resources, but cannot expend them further. Upon completion of the wager, the system will redistribute the pledged resources according to the outcome. Essentially, the system acted as a third-party custodian. Yichen found the arrangement quite favorable. According to the agreement, his water purifier could still be utilized during the contract period, while the opponent's diesel would be sealed, as it is a consumable. Boss, even if we lose, we can just break the water purifier, and they can dream of taking our belongings. The Dewan, having initiated the conflict, now entertained mischievous thoughts. Do you think the system is foolish? Look at the last line of the special instructions. Yichen pointed to the fine print at the bottom of the agreement. If the system detects malicious violations by either party, it will automatically impose penalties, including, but not limited to, confiscating all resources from the violator, permanently banning their trading functions, and declaring the violator dead. Upon reading the third point, Dewan gasped in shock. The system's penalties for misconduct were indeed severe, with death as a possible consequence. Yichen, are we confident in winning against him? Yang Ming, being a girl, naturally felt a bit apprehensive about this seemingly intimidating betting agreement. What is there to fear? Worst case, we lose a water purifier. Besides, there are 4 of us. I refuse to believe he has more people than we do. Yichen remained optimistic. After all, he was the first survivor to elevate his sign-in level to 6, and that alone would likely intimidate most survivors. As for why Si Xingui Lai dared to provoke Yichen, he understood the reasoning. First, this individual believed that, as the first to establish an electrical grid system, he had significantly improved his survival conditions and could secure high scores. Second, he genuinely desired that water purifier. Diesel was not particularly crucial for most survivors. Losing it would not be a major setback. While the betting may seem thrilling to outsiders, both parties remained remarkably composed. Under the system's supervision, the first betting agreement in the island world was officially enacted. The sole criterion for determining victory would be the leaderboard rankings 3 days hence. The individual with the higher rank would be declared the winner of the betting agreement. Wow, the stakes are so high. Is anyone willing to bet with me? I wager 1 kilogram of bread. I'll join. I bet on the ranking, wagering a leveled freshwater fish. Count me in as well. It appeared that the sight of these titans engaging in a wager had ignited a fervor among many survivors, prompting them to place their own bets. The wealthy leaders were wagering large sums, while the less fortunate opted for smaller stakes. Small bets are enjoyable, while large ones can be perilous. High-stakes gambling can lead to ruin. Betting on trivial matters can be quite entertaining. Consequently, Yichen and his companions observed a plethora of agreements beneath the system's betting agreement, encompassing a variety of odd items. Yichen scratched his head, surprised that the situation had evolved in this direction. Boss, we are about to acquire diesel, 100 liters. Now we need not worry about having no vehicle to drive. The Dewan seemed overly optimistic, as if victory in the betting agreement were already secured. Preparing for a celebratory feast. Yichen, we have more wires. Suddenly, the keen-eyed Yang Ming made another discovery. Chapter 71, Self-Produced and Self-Sold. Yichen immediately logged back into the system. As anticipated, someone once again hung 20 meters of electric wire. The demand was for 2 kilograms of rations and 5 bottles of fresh water. Yichen, confident in the abundance of supplies in the back of his pickup truck, unhesitatingly pressed the transaction button. A notification chimed, congratulating him on successfully completing the trade for 20 meters of electric wire. Who on earth is this? Damn it, which shameless individual is competing with me for the wire? Soon, the furious shouts of Death's return echoed once more. Ha ha ha, foolish lad, your reaction speed is lacking. The Dewan immediately switched to taunting mode. Watch closely, everyone. It was evident that Death's return was genuinely enraged, having lost 2 orders of electric wire to Yichen. Although he had successfully established the power grid system, it was only capable of generating electricity, and he was sorely lacking in supplies, particularly electric wire. Boss, we're just 30 meters short, the Dewan said excitedly. Yes. There are 4 of us, guarding the trading post, Yang Ming added confidently, knowing the advantage of having more people on their side. However, Yichen frowned slightly. I'll collect wires. Those with wires can privately message me. The price is negotiable. And indeed, the situation Yichen had been dreading arrived. Death's return openly began to purchase electric wire at high prices. A price war over wires was precisely what Yichen wished to avoid. Yet the last 30 meters of wire was impeding his pickup truck's upgrade. The inability to upgrade his pickup to a luxurious 4-person RV not only affected his ranking, but also caused significant inconvenience in their daily lives. What's there to fear? Competing with us in financial strength? He's delusional. The Dowan maintained a fearless demeanor. The two young women exchanged worried glances towards Yichun. Although the wire initially seemed plentiful, it had become somewhat scarce after being snatched by Death's return. After all, while the wire was classified as a common resource, it had been genuinely acquired, and supply was inevitably limited. However, if they relied on synthesis, Yichun immediately scrutinized the synthesis system. Common-grade electric wire required common-grade copper ingots and common-grade plastic. Electric wire could indeed be synthesized through the system, but both copper ingots and plastic needed to be synthesized separately. Common-grade copper ingots were produced by smelting copper or in a furnace, with different levels of copper or yielding different grades of ingots in varying furnaces. The synthesis method for copper ingots was nearly identical to that of iron ingots. Plastic, on the other hand, was relatively easier to procure. Common-grade plastic could be exchanged for any plastic products within the system. Do we have any useless plastic products? Yichun inquired of his companions. It seems we really don't have anything. Dealey glanced around and noted that aside from the plastic control panel in the pickup, there was nothing else readily available. Surely they wouldn't dismantle the pickup's steering wheel for a bit of plastic. No worries, we can collect. Yichun scanned the trading post again. While ready-made common-grade plastic was unavailable, there was no shortage of traded items containing plastic. Yichun, even if we manage to secure plastic, what about the copper ingots? Compared to plastic, copper ingots are the real stumbling block for synthesizing wire. Look at this. Yichun pointed to two listings for copper ore in the trading post. Someone is actually selling copper ore? Boss, you're incredible. In truth, it wasn't that Yichun was particularly exceptional. Rather, at this stage, few were paying attention to such matters, except for high-level players like Yichun who had already ventured into metals like iron ingots. Who would still concern themselves with such rare resources, let alone copper ore? Yichun easily traded some rations for 10 kilograms of common-grade copper ore. Brother Yi, how do we transform this copper ore into copper ingots? After overcoming one hurdle, a new problem emerged. To synthesize electric wire, copper ingots were essential. To create copper ingots, not only was copper ore required, but a furnace was also necessary. Right? Yichun, we don't even have a furnace. They lamented. A furnace? At that moment, Yichun and his companions indeed lacked one. However, the absence of a furnace did not mean they could not produce one. A common-grade furnace required 10 kilograms of rare-grade clay or above and 10 kilograms of rare-grade sand or above. Just because others couldn't produce a furnace didn't mean they couldn't. Rare-grade clay and sand were currently scarce resources. Although clay and sand might appear to be common materials, acquiring high-grade versions was no simple task. The challenge lay in exploration and filtration. Clay could be found beneath beaches, but without a tool like a periscope, locating it would require considerable effort. As for rare-grade sand or above, only Yichun's group could filter it out at present. Can we synthesize a furnace? The Dowan seemed momentarily stunned. Yes. Not only can we synthesize one, but perhaps we can even create a high-grade one. Since they were set on synthesizing a furnace for smelting copper ingots, it would be prudent to go all out and directly synthesize a high-grade furnace. A rare-grade furnace required 10 kilograms of excellent-grade clay or above and 10 kilograms of excellent-grade sand or above. An excellent-grade furnace required 10 kilograms of perfect-grade clay or above and 10 kilograms of perfect-grade sand or above. Yichun could not yet manage to create a furnace of epic grade since he lacked the means to filter epic grade sand. Therefore, synthesizing a common grade furnace would suffice. And if necessary, a rare grade furnace would be more than adequate. It seems we might actually be able to synthesize it. Yang Ming'er glanced at the synthesis system and realized that the materials for synthesizing the furnace were indeed within reach for their group of four. It's getting late. The sun will set soon. Tomorrow morning, we'll divide tasks. Ming'er, you and Dealey will work hard on the beach to try to filter out 10 kilograms of perfect-grade sand. If that proves too difficult, getting 10 kilograms of common-grade sand will do. The Dowan and I will go search for clay, aiming to bring back some high-grade clay. Yichun promptly assigned the tasks for the following day. All right, obtaining 10 kilograms of sand in a day might be challenging, but getting common-grade sand should be manageable. Filtering sand was indeed a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor, requiring the accumulation of time. The time needed for 10 kilograms of sand far exceeded that for 10 kilograms of common-grade sand. Pragmatic Yang Ming'er naturally hesitated to make any promises. Boss, don't worry. With me around, I'll ensure we get 10 kilograms of clay. The Dowan, undeterred, confidently patted his chest and spoke. Yichun, do we really need to make such a fuss over just 30 meters of wire? Yang Ming'er furrowed her brow in confusion. Originally, it was unnecessary, but now it had become imperative. Yichun had already calculated his strategy in his mind. Chapter 72. The Journey to Create Electric Wire. Until deep into the night, no additional electric wire was listed in the trading post. No matter how loudly Death's return shouted, there were no supplies left. The scarcity of electric wire was the primary reason, But Yi Chun believed the real reason was the principle of supply and demand. Since two major players on the leaderboard were in need of this wire, it indicated that electric wire had become a sought-after commodity. Even if some wire became available, certain individuals would hoard it, watching the price rise without any urgency to sell. Yi Chun remained calm, not only unconcerned about his electric wire needs, but also contemplating other ideas. Boss, in 3 days, our second batch of fruits and vegetables will also be ready. Will we still fear it? Moreover, when the time comes to upgrade the pickup truck, we shall also establish the power system. And the fence. It can also be upgraded in the next few days. I refuse to believe that that kid can surpass us. The Dowan remains steadfastly confident. Yi Chun is acutely aware of these matters. He has never engaged in a battle without preparation. If the entity known as Si Shengui Lai truly believes that being the first to complete the power grid will allow him to surpass him, it only indicates that the boy is still quite young. Rest early. We have plenty of work tomorrow. The original plan for a swift reinforcement of the fence cannot be delayed any longer. Moreover, constructing the furnace, securing the wires, and upgrading the pickup truck are crucial for enhancing our defenses. Both tasks must proceed without interruption. That night, the four of them seemed quite fatigued and could hardly stay awake past midnight to check in. They all slept soundly until dawn. Yi Chun was roused only by Dawan's urging. Boss, that kid seems to have been shouting for wires all night. Yi Chun opened the chat room and casually glanced over. This Si Shengui Lai was indeed quite persistent, still energetically calling out for wires. Have you all checked in? As Yi Chun sat up, Di Li and Yang Ming'er had already completed their morning routines and were waiting at the cave entrance. Sorry, Brother Yi. It seems luck isn't on my side today. I only received a level reward for checking in. Di Li said, her head hanging in embarrassment. It's fine. Although your check-in system is impressive, the probability of receiving good rewards is only 1 in 4. We can't expect you to get high-level rewards every day. Exactly. My luck is poor today as well. I also received a level reward. Just look at me. I am completely unfazed. The Dowan shamelessly chimed in. Yi Chun shot him a glance. Could this guy's check-in probability even be compared to Di Li's? They are clearly on different levels. Well, I only got a level reward as well. A Pikachu pajamas. It seems everyone is experiencing a general lack of luck today. Boss, you're the last one. Hurry and check in. The three of them had already lost hope, placing all their expectations on Yi Chun. I'm not Di Li. Don't place your hopes too high on me. It's all right. It's all right. Boss, your check-in probability is also quite impressive. Yi Chun decided not to waste time with this guy and directly began the check-in process. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in, receiving a level exceptional reward, a 2,000-watt induction cooker. Yi Chun displayed his reward and shrugged. Sorry, my reward seems rather underwhelming. Yi Chun accepted it calmly. There are times of good luck and times of bad luck, and he acknowledges both. It seems everyone is having a rough day today. The Dowan scratched his head. Once we have the power system, we can avoid making fires, which would be much more convenient. Making fire has become a daily necessity. Although the food cooked over a fire is delicious, it is indeed quite troublesome. Even with a lighter, one still needs to gather firewood and control the flames, which certainly does not compare to the convenience of an induction cooker. Boss, let us go. It's getting late, and we need to find high-level clay mines today. Dawan was already prepared, shouldering the hard-earned level-perfect tool shovel. The two girls were also ready, with plastic buckets and sand filters at hand. All right, let us set off. We still need to return this afternoon to build a bamboo wall. The four of them split into two groups and headed towards the beach south of the cave. In the chat room, Si Shengui Lai was still loudly calling for wires, while Yi Chun had already begun his journey to create wires. With the magical spyglass in hand, Yi Chun started searching for clay along the coastline, while the two girls began filtering sand on the spot. You two don't need to follow us too far. Just filter the sand at the cave entrance. Xiaoha, you're in charge of keeping watch. The clever little dog barked twice in response. Having learned from past experiences, Yi Chun prioritized everyone's safety in every decision he made. Protecting their base and ensuring the safety of his companions is of utmost importance. Leaving Yang Ming'er and Di Li on the beach to filter sand, Yi Chun and Dawan followed the coastline eastward. Why is clay so hard to find? It seems to be nowhere. Dawan had already snatched the spyglass from Yi Chun and was racing ahead. Clay may sound worthless, but it is indeed quite elusive, especially high-grade clay. No rush. This path hasn't been explored thoroughly. Let us head east and see. Yesterday, in the wake of the storm, they had fled back to the cave via this route, but in their haste to escape, they had no time to observe the terrain or vegetation. As Yi Chun walked, he carefully observed his surroundings. The stretch of sandy path was indeed picturesque, with soft white sand beneath his feet, palm trees lining the left, and a brilliant blue sky above. Embraced by the comforting sea breeze, it was truly refreshing. Boss, slow down. I'll go ahead and take a look. Dawan, being impatient, scanned the area for signs of clay but, finding none, decided not to wait for Yichun and ventured eastward on his own. Yichun continued to observe the terrain and nearby vegetation while also keeping an eye on the chat room and the trading post. That Si Shengue Lai was indeed quite irate, cursing for not receiving any wires throughout the night. Damn it. If I find out who is hoarding wires and not selling, I'll make him pay. Yichun snorted softly, shaking his head in sympathy. This is a world of survival on an island. Does he really consider himself a king of the beach? How childish. Boss, I see our jet ski. Dedawan, having run off for a bit, returned excitedly. Seeing the damaged jet ski, Yichun couldn't help but feel troubled. Repairing it requires iron ore. He truly lacks many necessary items. Boss, hurry. I found something. Just as Yichun was lamenting over the jet ski, Dedawan suddenly called out. Chapter 73, Discovery of the Clay Mine. Yichun hurried over. Dedawan was so elated he was practically dancing. Boss, look quickly. We struck gold. We're going to get rich. Get rich? Yichun was puzzled. Dedawan handed the spyglass to Yichun. Boss, put this on and take a look. So much clay? Yichun couldn't help but chuckle. With his enthusiasm, one might think they had discovered a gold mine. Yichun took the spyglass and scanned the ground. There was indeed clay, and it seemed to be quite abundant. Discovery of clay mine. Level ordinary clay 1500 kilograms. Level rare clay 450 kilograms. Level exceptional clay 150 kilograms. Level perfect clay 80 kilograms. Level epic clay 30 kilograms. Level legendary clay 8 kilograms. Super divine clay 800 grams. Yichun widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at the clay mine beneath his feet. This truly is a treasure trove. Over 2 tons of clay. Remarkably, there are even high-grade and super-grade clays. With this, what else could he worry about? Furnaces, ceramics, wires. These will all be easily within reach. Dedawan, let us start digging. Without hesitation, Yichun announced the commencement of excavation. He took one last look at the damaged jet ski. It seems that losing something at one end has led to gains at the other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring level ordinary clay, 5 kilograms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring level rare clay, 2 kilograms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring level exceptional clay, 1 kilogram. After just 3 shovels, Dedawan effortlessly obtained 8 kilograms of clay, including 1 kilogram of level exceptional clay. In less than 10 minutes, Yichun had filled the plastic bucket he brought with him. Boss, this is too heavy. A small cart would suffice. It seems that an abundant harvest can also be exhausting. The two of them struggled to carry the bucket filled with 45 kilograms of clay, fearing that the weight might crush the container. How did you return so quickly? Di Li and Yang Ming'er, sitting on the beach, had just begun their work when they spotted Yichun and Dedawan laboriously bringing back a plastic bucket. Ming'er, do we have any empty plastic buckets left? Plastic bucket? Yang Ming'er looked somewhat blankly at the empty bucket beside her. I'm exhausted. Boss, let me rest for a moment. Dedawan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two had carried the filled bucket for a kilometer and were indeed quite fatigued. What is this? The two girls gazed curiously at the bucket they were carrying. Clay, just clay, but it's so heavy that it nearly killed me. Dedawan panted intermittently. Clay. You found it so quickly? Yang Ming'er and Di Li exchanged incredulous looks. The two girls were prepared for a prolonged endeavor, having even brought provisions to sit on the beach for the entire morning, sifting through sand while waiting for Yichun and Dedawan to return. They never expected that within just an hour, they would come back with a full bucket of clay. Is all of this clay? Di Li leaned closer to peek into the bucket, then raised her head, confusion etched on her face. Yes, and there should be some higher-grade clay mixed in. We need to sort them out. Sorting clay is significantly simpler than sifting through sand, provided one has a glimpse mirror. With this marvelous tool, one could effortlessly distinguish and sort clay by different grades simply by blinking. Higher grade? How high are we talking? Where did you dig this up? And how did you manage to collect so much? The two girls looked utterly astonished. And there is more? There is still a ton or two left. We could dig until dawn and still not finish. I can't take it anymore. I need to catch my breath. This is exhausting. Dedawan plopped down on the ground. There is more. The two girls were utterly dumbfounded, realizing that this overflowing bucket of clay was merely an appetizer. This time, we have reaped a bountiful harvest. For quite some time, we need not worry about a shortage of clay. Indeed, we have as much as we desire. And it seems there is even super clay. By the way, how is the sand sifting going? When can we synthesize the copper ingots? Dedawan was eager, wishing to synthesize copper ingots immediately. The two girls lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yichun and Dedawan had only been gone a short while. They hadn't even settled in before they could possibly finish sifting through the sand. No worries. We've completed the search for clay ahead of schedule today. We have plenty of time. Dedawan, I'll leave the task of building the reinforced fence to you. I'll assist Ming'er and Di Li with the sand sifting. Yi-Chun redistributed the tasks. All right, boss, you enjoy your beach carnival with the beauties. Leave the physical labor to me, haha. The Dawan smiled mischievously at Yi-Chun and scampered off. Brother Yi, why don't you take a break? The sand sifting task is more than enough for the two of us. Li felt embarrassed to trouble Yi-Chun further. The sand sifting was originally their job. And now she was asking him for help. Yi-Chun glanced at the two beautiful ladies busily working, feeling somewhat unnecessary. He decided not to be overly sentimental and took out the wolf fur blanket and pillow from the cave. Munching on the snacks exchanged by Yang Ming'er while browsing the chat room and trading post, Yi-Chun was immensely comfortable, as if he were sunbathing in sunglasses. In the chat room, the user Death God Returns was still shouting, I will trade a top-tier mountain axe for 100 meters of wire. Any level will do. Is there anything for sale? Wow, Death God is really generous, trading a mountain axe for wire. Impressive, a true big shot, when he makes a move. It's always extraordinary. Unfortunately, despite several calls, he only attracted a crowd of sycophants, with no sellers responding. Add 2 more top-tier freshwater fish. No, 3. Is there any for sale? Under the flattery of the crowd, Death God Returns raised his price for the first time. Yi-Chun, meanwhile, chewed on nuts. Watching the foolish boy in the chat room with a cold smile. Go ahead, increase the price. I hope you raise it to the heavens. An hour later, Yang Ming'er approached Yi-Chun, carrying a small half bucket of sand. Yi-Chun, you managed to get 10 kilograms of top-tier sand. Why don't you synthesize a furnace first to test it out? The two girls were eager to synthesize wires. Well then, I happen to have a fool waiting for goods. Yi-Chun grinned mischievously at Death God Returns in the chat room. Chapter 74, Synthesizing Copper Ingots. Top-tier rare sand 10 kilograms. Top-tier rare clay 10 kilograms. Synthesizing a top-tier ordinary furnace. Yi-Chun decisively selected the option. A top-tier ordinary furnace has been created. Although it was merely the lowest-tier furnace, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. With this furnace, he no longer feared being unable to synthesize wires. Li cleverly brought over the 10 kilograms of copper ore that Yi-Chun had collected from the pickup. Yi-Chun carefully examined the furnace's operating instructions. Top-tier ordinary furnace. A fundamental tool for smelting various ores and crafting ceramics and glass. Method of use. Place the materials to be smelted into the furnace. Ignite the base of the furnace and maintain the flame. After 1 hour, the furnace will automatically complete the smelting process. The method was quite simple, with the only requirement being to keep the flame at the base of the furnace lit. The Dawan, bring over the replaced bamboo. We're preparing to start the fire to smelt the copper ingots. Yi-Chun called out to the Dawan, who was busy planting bamboo. Boss, I'm on my way. Upon hearing that Yi-Chun was ready to smelt the copper ingots, the Dawan quickly rushed over with a large bundle of discarded bamboo. You rest, I'll start the fire. Very considerate, the Dawan began stuffing bamboo into the base of the furnace. As the crackling sounds echoed, the Dawan tossed all 10 kilograms of copper ore into the furnace. Now all they had to do was guard the furnace. The two girls observed the situation while continuing their work. It seemed that having multiple furnaces would be highly advantageous. In the future, if they had 3 or 4 furnaces smelting simultaneously, the efficiency would be remarkable. You keep watch, I'll go plant bamboo over there. Boss, that top-tier shovel is simply amazing. I've already dug dozens of pits. It's incredibly labor-saving. Yi-Chun was also eager to try out the power of this perfect-grade shovel, which was not easy to synthesize. Picking up the shovel from the ground, Yi-Chun struck down, instantly revealing a pit about a meter deep. He used too much force and nearly stumbled. This shovel was simply miraculous, with a regular shovel. Not even a strong man could manage to dig a pit with a single strike. The 5-fold efficiency was indeed well-deserved. After Yi-Chun had dug 70 or 80 pits, the Dawan was nearing completion as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using a top-tier ordinary furnace, consuming 10 kilograms of top-tier ordinary copper ore, successfully synthesizing 1 kilogram of top-tier ordinary copper ingot, and 200 grams of top-tier rare copper ingot. Perhaps due to the low level of the furnace and the copper ore, the quality and quantity of the synthesized copper ingots were rather average. However, the 4 individuals present with Yi-Chun were quite satisfied. This marked the first successful synthesis of copper ingots. With the copper ingots secured, the production of electric wires was merely a trivial matter. Boss, let us continue synthesizing. We are on the brink of acquiring our electric wires. The Dawan gazed at Yi-Chun with eager anticipation. Yi-Chun combined the prepared plastic with the 1 kilogram standard copper ingot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 kilogram of standard copper ingot and 1 kilogram of standard plastic, successfully synthesizing 100 meters of standard electric wire and 10 meters of rare electric wire. The first synthesis of electric wire was a success. Ha ha, we did it. We will never lack for electric wires again. Let that fool keep shouting. The Dawan exclaimed in excitement, simultaneously deriding the character known as Death God Returns. Yi-Chun, Does this mean we can upgrade the pickup truck now? Yang Ming'er looked at the vehicle that had accompanied their group for many days with hopeful eyes. Yichen also exhaled a sigh of relief, as they were only one step away from upgrading the pickup truck to a luxurious RV. Boss, look, that fool actually traded 2 mountain axes for 30 meters of electric wire. I can't stop laughing. Yichen glanced at the chat room. Sure enough, Death God Returns had indeed struck a deal that would leave him at a substantial loss. Mountain axes of superior quality were, after all, rare commodities. It was evident that Death God Returns was quite wealthy, as he had traded not 1 but 2. Dawan, you assist the ladies with sand screening. I will sort the clay. Since he is so wealthy, let us take advantage of him. Yichen declared. Brother Yi, are we not upgrading the pickup truck yet? Dealey questioned, perplexed. No rush. Before upgrading the pickup truck, we must first make some profit. Upgrading the truck would likely trigger a system alert throughout the entire survival world, and Yichen had no intention of alarming others just yet. He preferred to amass wealth discreetly. Are you planning to sell? Yang Ming'er seemed to comprehend Yichen's intentions. Yichen nodded, saying, one is willing to pay. The other is willing to accept. If he wants to buy at a high price, we shall sell at a high price. An hour later, another batch of rare-grade sand was obtained, and Yichen had cleared out all the copper ore from the trading post. 50 kilograms of copper ore, 20 kilograms of copper ore, and 5 kilograms of copper ore were now in his possession. Additionally, he had made an unexpected acquisition, 50 kilograms of iron ore. Dawan, let us move the copper ore off the vehicle. Wow, boss, you've gathered so much copper ore. What is this? Why is there red copper ore? That is iron ore, a delightful surprise. The two began unloading the copper ore while chatting. However, the weight of the ore was burdensome, causing them to sweat profusely. Boss, we really ought to get a cart, Dawan remarked after a strenuous session of physical labor, both of them panting heavily. Yichen had indeed contemplated acquiring a cart. Possessing a small vehicle would resolve the challenges of short-distance transport entirely, with no opportunity to purchase one from the trading post. Yichen turned to the synthesis system. To his delight, there were options available. Standard 4-wheeled hand carts, load capacity, 200 kilograms, 10 kilograms of rare-grade plastic, 2 kilograms of rare-grade rubber, and 5 kilograms of superior-grade iron ingots. Rare 4-wheeled hydraulic hand carts, load capacity, 500 kilograms, 10 kilograms of superior-grade plastic, 5 kilograms of rare-grade rubber, 10 kilograms of perfect-grade iron ingots, hydraulic system blueprint. Superior 4-wheeled solar-powered electric freight hydraulic carts, load capacity, 2 tons, with electric lifting function, 2 rare 4-wheeled hand carts, 10 kilograms of perfect-grade plastic, 10 kilograms of perfect-grade rubber, 10 kilograms of epic-grade iron ingots, blueprint for superior 4-wheeled solar-powered electric freight hydraulic carts, and 3 medium-sized solar panels. Chapter 75, Prepare to be slaughtered by me. The further he read, the more Yichen's eyes gleamed. This synthesis system truly had everything. However, the materials required were also quite demanding. Rubber? What on earth is that? High-grade plastic, high-grade iron ingots, and solar panels, plus blueprints. Troublesome. It seemed that acquiring a handcart would be challenging for the time being, and they would have to rely on manpower. After bringing the furnace over, Yichen commenced the smelting process beside the pickup truck. The ladies had been busy all morning and had also managed to sift out a batch of superior-grade sand. They subsequently obtained a portion of rare-grade sand, along with another batch. Yichen decisively consumed the sand and clay, successfully synthesizing another standard-grade furnace and a rare-grade furnace. Now, there were 3 furnaces available. Each furnace could smelt a maximum of 10 kilograms of copper ore per unit of time. Yichen stored the remaining 5 kilograms of copper ore and consumed 2 10-kilogram batches of copper ore and 1 10-kilogram batch of copper ore. Dawan was once again dispatched to dig holes and insert bamboo. Yichen, Yang Ming'er, and Dealey took charge of 1 furnace each. An hour later, the results were in. The 2 standard-grade furnaces had collectively smelted 200 meters of standard electric wire and 25 meters of rare electric wire. The remaining rare-grade furnace produced 140 meters of standard electric wire, 30 meters of rare electric wire, and an additional 10 meters of superior-grade wire. Altogether, combined with the previously acquired 100 meters of standard electric wire and 10 meters of rare electric wire, the 4 individuals now possessed a total of 440 meters of standard electric wire, 65 meters of rare electric wire, and 10 meters of superior wire. Exceeding 500 meters of electric wire not only resolved the issue of upgrading the pickup truck, but also left them with a surplus of electric wire. Boss, what use do we have for so much electric wire? Dawan clearly was unaware of Yichen's ulterior motives. To sell to Death God Returns. Yichen replied with a mischievous grin as he opened the trading post. Why would we sell to him? That fool. As the statement trailed off, Dawan seemed to grasp the situation, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, since that fool is buying at a high price, We'll sell to him at a high price. Ha ha ha, let us profit from him. No, let us fleece him. Yi-chun, the problem is you and Do-won are acquainted with him. Yi-chun leaned closer to Yang Ming'er and Di Li, grinning. Then we will rely on you two lovely ladies. Us. Di Li and Yang Ming'er pointed at themselves, bewildered. You two just like this. Yi-chun conveyed his plan with an air of mystery. Boss, you are too mischievous, but I like it. Ha ha. After hearing Yi-chun's plan, Do-won burst into laughter. Subsequently, the colleagues in the trading post witnessed an astonishingly outrageous trading exchange rate. 50 meters of standard electric wire, requiring a blueprint for a perfect grade tool hammer, a blueprint for a perfect grade tool shovel, a blueprint for a perfect grade tool axe, a blueprint for an epic grade building hammer, 3 superior mountain axes, 1 kayak, 100 seeds of perfect grade vegetables, and 20 superior freshwater fish. Who is this? Are they insane or foolish? Some survivalists immediately began to curse. The seller could not be described as merely greedy. In the eyes of the crowd, this was outright madness. Ah, rare goods indeed. Electric wire has become a treasure. This age is incomprehensible. You know nothing. The value of goods is determined by their scarcity, naturally. What the big shots are vying for must have its reasons for being expensive. Indeed, indeed, all you poor souls should refrain from shouting. If you have electric wire, you can sell it too. After all, the esteemed figures are competing for it, so its value is naturally sky high. What is so surprising about that? Amidst the cursing, there were also those who remained calm. Currently, the scarcity of electric wires has become a widely acknowledged fact. The return of the Grim Reaper has been calling for nearly a whole day, yet only a few dozen meters of wire have been amassed, which sufficiently illustrates the extreme shortage of this commodity. The crowd began to discuss, their attention turning to the seller's name, Xiao Di. This name seems unfamiliar. Ha ha ha, boss. You are simply amazing. This price is outrageous. I feel embarrassed to even list it. Di Li also shared this sentiment. When Yi-chun instructed her to set such a price, she initially thought she had misheard, confirming several times before finally entering the amount. This is not merely selling goods. It borders on robbery. For 50 meters of wire, for blueprints are required. If someone were to actually purchase this, it could only mean one thing. That person's mind must have been struck by a donkey. Ming-er, it's your turn. With Di Li's task completed, it was time for Yang Ming-er to make her entrance. Look, someone is selling electric wire again. Selling electric wire. Those in need should bring their own price. The source of this news is I Am Ming. Rather than directly listing the wire, Yang Ming-er opted for a call to action. Grim Reaper. Someone is selling electric wire. Hurry and come to acquire it. Soon, a throng of sycophants began clamoring for the Grim Reaper's return. Within 3 minutes, Yang Ming-er received a private message from the Grim Reaper. I will exchange 2 pounds of dry rations along with 10 bottles of fresh water for it. Upon reading this response, Yi-chun smirked and waved at Yang Ming-er while hoisting a shovel to dig a pit. Damn, this fool thinks we are beggars. It was evident that the Grim Reaper regarded Yang Ming-er as an inexperienced novice. After all, a tool like a mountain axe is currently quite valuable, encountering a novice. Of course, one would choose to deceive. Yi-chun, how should I respond to him? Yang Ming-er appeared puzzled. Yet, Yi-chun did not even turn around. He simply gestured with his hand, signaling her to disregard the message, saying, he will raise the price in less than 2 minutes. True to his prediction, before Yi-chun had even struck the shovel into the ground, Yang Ming-er received another message. Yi-chun, he has increased the offer. Ignore it. He has raised it again. Just continue to ignore him. Yi-chun did not even glance at the new price reported by Yang Ming-er. Within 3 minutes, another message arrived from the Grim Reaper. Boss, you are truly remarkable. He has indeed raised the offer once more. This time directly offering 3 freshwater fish along with a mountain axe. Ignore him. Yi-chun simply replied with those few words. Still not responding? Both the Do-won and the 2 girls expressed concern. However, Yi-chun remained confident, continuing to dig his pit with the shovel. Boss, he has messaged again. 5 minutes later, the Do-won ran over directly. Boss, he wants us to set a price. Yi-chun calmly set down the shovel. This was the response he had been waiting for. Grim Reaper, prepare to become my little lamb. Chapter 76, The Art of Indirect Pursuit. 100 kilograms of iron ingots. 1 blueprint. Let us say a dozen kilograms of grain, and another 50 liters of diesel. Yi-chun began his audacious negotiation. Yang Ming-er and Di Li were left speechless. It seemed that this price was not much more courteous than what Di Li had initially set. Yi-chun, do you think asking for diesel will raise any suspicions? Yang Ming-er, being meticulous, looked at Yi-chun with concern. It's fine, if he inquires. Just say you signed for a dilapidated diesel boat that requires repairs and needs iron ingots and diesel. Yi-chun was evidently well prepared, crafting his tale without hesitation. Yang Ming-er smiled wryly as she conveyed these conditions to the other party. This is robbery. Do you think you are selling a gold mine? The Grim Reaper immediately flew into a rage, bombarding them with a barrage of profanities. However, he soon received a calm reply drafted by Yi Chun and inputted by Yang Ming Air. My price is already quite low. You should take a look at the prices listed in the trading post. Dadowan finally understood what their boss was up to. Boss, you are utterly shameless, ha ha ha. Though he verbally scolded Yi Chun, he felt a sense of relief. He had long found the Grim Reaper's antics displeasing. Moments later, Yang Ming Air received another response from the Grim Reaper. This reply, while still aggressive in tone, had noticeably softened. Such a high-quality item as electric wire is of no use to you. Your price is simply preposterous. I am willing to offer you 20 kilograms of iron ingots, an additional 10 kilograms of dry rations, and 50 liters of diesel. This price is absolutely reasonable. Yi Chun, however, did not anticipate that the other party would readily agree to the condition of 50 liters of diesel. Boss, it seems this fellow has quite a stock of diesel. If Dadowan could discern this, Yi Chun surely understood as well. Where could he possibly have acquired so much diesel? Even if he signed for it, it couldn't be that he received diesel every day, could it? The two girls also found this matter rather suspicious. Yi Chun pondered thoughtfully. It's hard to say. I suspect he must have some special channel or tool to extract diesel. No wonder this fellow dared to make such a wager. It turns out he has something of value. Yi Chun remained unfazed. The other party had what he desired, which was perfect. Ming Air, do not respond. Let him stew in his own impatience. The art of indirect pursuit. Yi Chun's mindset was far superior to that foolish individual's. Meanwhile, the four of them continued to smelt copper ingots. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you selling or not? The impatient Grim Reaper, having received no response, pressed on. At this point, Yang Ming Air, following Yi Chun's instructions, completely ignored him. Hey, where are you? Where are you? How about adding 10 more kilograms of dry rations? Or 20 more kilograms of iron ingots? Yi Chun had just finished melting the third batch of copper ingots when the other party's price had already increased several times. In fact, this fellow, seeing that Yang Ming Air was unresponsive, even began to privately message Di Li. Your price is too high. Is there any room for negotiation? Unexpectedly, under Yi Chun's guidance, Di Li replied with nothing at all, directly doubling the already exorbitant exchange price. 50 meters of ordinary electric wire, 2 blueprints for the demand-level perfect tool hammer, 2 blueprints for the demand-level perfect tool shovel, 2 blueprints for the demand-level epic building hammer, 6 demand-level excellent mountain axes, 2 kayaks, 200 seeds of demand-level perfect vegetables, and 40 demand-level excellent freshwater fish. Upon viewing this price, the Grim Reaper felt as though his lungs were about to explode. This individual named Xiao Di was not merely selling goods. He was clearly provoking him. The onlookers in the chat room immediately began to chatter. Wow, the price has increased again. It truly fits the saying, there is always a higher price, never a highest price. This price is simply extraordinary. I bet this electric wire must be made of gold. Its conductivity is absolutely unparalleled. These spectators could only cheer from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper was genuinely on the verge of madness. After being rebuffed by Di Li, he turned back to Yang Ming Air, finally receiving a reply. See, this electric wire is not expensive at all. Once this opportunity passes, there will be no more. The four of them were observing the spectacle, while the Grim Reaper was growing increasingly anxious. The most I can offer is 50 kilograms of iron ingots, 50 liters of diesel, 20 kilograms of grain, and 6 freshwater fish. Upon receiving this latest message, Yang Ming Air and Di Li turned their gazes toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun shrugged. This price seemed to align with his expectations. The scarce 50 kilograms of iron ingots and 50 liters of diesel were both accounted for. All right, that should suffice. Hearing this, Yang Ming Air finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, Yi Chun added, let us request an additional 50 liters of diesel. Still asking for more? The three of them were left dumbfounded. When it comes to being unscrupulous, Yi Chun would undoubtedly rank second, with no one daring to claim the top spot. Let us give it a try, for there are no taxes to be paid anyway. Yi Chun wore a relaxed expression. Yang Ming Air, at a loss, could only acquiesce to Yi Chun's suggestion to respond with death's return. Upon witnessing the other party's audacious demand for an additional 50 liters of diesel, Death's Return nearly fainted from exasperation. The two subordinates he had recruited were equally indignant. Boss, it's merely a matter of electrical wires. If they don't want them, let it be. It's certainly preferable to being swindled. Nonsense. Do you have any idea how significant these wires are to us at this juncture? Without electrical wiring, the presence of electricity is rendered futile. The electric lights, induction cookers, and even the washing machine that you have so diligently signed in for would merely become ornamental. The crux of the matter lies in this. Without electrical wiring, one cannot synthesize advanced creations. What significance do they hold if they are of no practical use? How then can I hope to elevate my ranking? What, pray tell, is this peculiar object? Two young fellows pointed at a small object on the ground, puzzled. This is a sophisticated piece of equipment. Once the internal circuits are connected, and with the addition of a camera and a fully charged solar battery, I refuse to believe I cannot track down that individual. Is it truly that remarkable? Superfluous talk. If this can be synthesized into a finished product, it would indeed be an extraordinary resource. The item pointed out by the Reaper's return is indeed a treasure. The aerial reconnaissance recording device component is classified as a legendary-grade material. When combined with a 200-meter electric wire, it can be transformed into a high-altitude reconnaissance recording device. The high-altitude reconnaissance recording device, also a legendary-grade material, can be merged with a legendary-grade high-definition camera to create a super divine-grade material, the aerial reconnaissance instrument. The aerial reconnaissance instrument, categorized as super divine-grade material, can be deployed into the air to survey a radius of 1,000 kilometers, acquiring the status and information of all survivors, with an increased chance of obtaining special mysterious rewards. The reason the Reaper's return is so eager to collect electric wires is primarily due to this precious item. Chapter 77. Unexpected Harvest of the Perfect Grade Tool Axe Blueprint. In addition to collecting electric wires, the entity known as SSH in GUL, I was also gathering an array of materials, including perfect-grade glass, perfect-grade silicon-aluminum alloy, and electronic chips, all in pursuit of synthesizing a high-definition camera at the earliest opportunity. However, there was another plan in mind: direct acquisition. Unexpectedly, the camera remained unproduced, and the mere act of collecting electric wires left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. How much diesel did we convert today? Dear leader, the diesel converter requires repairs. However, we have already stored 500 liters of diesel. What materials are needed for the repairs? Currently, the diesel converter has emerged as yet another formidable tool in the hands of the Grim Reaper. It can be said that the reason it secured the third position in the weekly rankings is largely due to this legendary-grade apparatus. The diesel converter, classified as a legendary-grade resource, possesses the remarkable ability to transform a mixture of freshwater and seaweed into diesel fuel. The conversion ratio stands at 100 liters of freshwater and 10 kilograms of seaweed, yielding 1 liter of diesel. In other words, it requires 100 liters of freshwater combined with 10 kilograms of seaweed to produce a mere liter of diesel. Naturally, should one opt for higher-grade freshwater and seaweed, the conversion ratio will experience a substantial enhancement. The two subordinates of the Grim Reaper scratched their heads and murmured, "We need 100 liters of upgraded freshwater and 50 kilograms of copper ingots." Damn it, upgraded freshwater. Who on earth possesses such a thing? The Grim Reaper returned, kicking a plastic barrel across the ground. What was once perceived as a miraculous artifact now reveals itself to be nothing more than a devil that consumes without a trace. I shall fetch another 50 liters of diesel, preparing for the exchange. Grim Reaper, are we truly proceeding with the transaction? The Grim Reaper returns without a trace of sorrow, yet his two subordinates are indeed filled with concern. For the sake of a mere 50 meters of wire, their leader has truly gone to great lengths. Just as I was about to reply, addressing him as Mingming, he unexpectedly approached me instead. I still possess 50 meters of wire. Do you wish to acquire it? Another 50 meters of wire, perhaps? The Grim Reaper, upon his return, is no fool. He surmises that the opposing party will undoubtedly present new terms. As expected, the conditions have indeed arrived. Are there any blueprints available? The blueprints of the specified grade, or even those of a lower grade, would suffice. Upon seeing this message, Si Shun Gue Lai nearly trampled the crops he had just planted. How outrageous. Even a lower grade would do. Does one truly perceive this place as an endless source of wealth? If there are no blueprints, then what alternatives are available? Though grievances linger, necessity compels one to seek the favor of the other. Even the Lord of Death hesitates to speak definitively in this regard. It is truly regrettable, as I had intended to offer you a discount, provided you possessed the blueprints. The Lord of Death seethed with frustration as he beheld this message. You too. Go and tally the amount of wiring we require. Hurry. The formidable figure of death, consumed by an overwhelming rage with no outlet, found himself unleashing his frustration upon his two subordinates. The two lackeys, equally displeased yet hesitant to express their grievances, retreated into the rocky enclave where they stored their supplies. A relatively slender young man turned to his more robust companion, lamenting, "Zhanggu, I truly fail to comprehend why the boss insists on procuring that item. Xiao Haizi, what do you know? Haven't you heard the boss say? That item is nothing short of extraordinary. With the leaderboard set to update in 2 days, whether we can suppress that Ryu depends largely on this. Is it merely a matter of supplying 100 liters of diesel? If we must, then so be it. That is far preferable to purchasing copper wire at exorbitant prices. You know nothing. What about face? Do we not care for our reputation?" The man referred to as Zhang Gu lightly slapped his own cheek in frustration. "Damn it, how many meters of wire have we measured? Are you done yet? Stop dawdling. You useless fools. What purpose do I serve in keeping you around? The Grim Reaper returned to find that the two individuals had been absent for 5 or 6 minutes, igniting a fire of frustration within him. Why do you always take your anger out on us? If you have the capability, deal with the wiring yourself. He sighed, resigning himself to the situation, acknowledging that they had been summoned for this task, much to their misfortune. The two unfortunate souls could only lower their heads to measure the wire. Boss, we have a total of 120 meters now. Damn it. Only 120 meters? Even accounting for the previous 50 meters, we are still short by 30 meters. How infuriating. The Grim Reaper stomped his feet in anger. Boss, even if we manage to resolve the wiring issue, what shall we do about the high-definition camera? This item does not exist. It remains unattainable. I have my own methods. By the way, please bring me that exquisite blueprint for the level-perfect tool axe. Boss, what do you intend to do with it? This is a treasure. We are currently lacking this level of tool axe for synthesis. If we manage to synthesize it, we will be quite close to creating the epic-grade artifact, the building hammer. Upon hearing that their leader planned to exchange the most precious blueprint for the level-perfect tool axe for some wires, the two subordinates became quite anxious. Of course, you think you understand. Do you believe I do not? Out with the old, in with the new. Besides, I do not possess any high-level logs. And keeping this blueprint would only lead to waste. It would be far more practical to trade it for some wires. Boss, this is far too unwise. This blueprint is worth a fortune. Although it is of a lower level, it surpasses the value of many higher-tier items. The two young brothers were anxiously stamping their feet. Even the Grim Reaper was not a fool. He was well aware of the immense value of this blueprint. He had already acquired a trio of exquisite tools, a hammer, a pair of shears, and a shovel, yet he was still lacking the final tool, an axe. If it were not for his urgent need to synthesize the reconnaissance device, he would never have been willing to part with such a treasure in exchange for mere wires. Boss, please reconsider, he implored. This blueprint is likely one of a kind in the entire survival world of the island. I doubt there exists another like it. Brother Zhang was truly distressed. This blueprint felt as though it were a gift from his ancestors, something he had painstakingly secured after days of excitement, without sleep. Now, his leader was on the verge of relinquishing it. His heart was truly bleeding. Stop hesitating. Look at the other party's name, Ming Ming. It is clearly a young girl. To her, this blueprint is probably nothing more than scrap paper. Once we make our fortune, we can easily obtain superior items, and I am certain she will willingly hand it over. The Grim Reaper indeed had his sights set on the distant future. However, he would never have guessed that I, Ming Ming, am actually a girl. But behind this girl stands a cunning merchant. Once these blueprints fall into Yi Chen's hands, do you think you can hope to redeem them? What will you use for redemption? Even if you offer half an island to Yi Chen, he would likely not even give you a glance. In such a situation, the Grim Reaper boldly displayed this valuable blueprint for the perfect grade tool axe. When Yi Chen and his companions caught sight of the blueprint, their eyes collectively sparkled with excitement. Chapter 78, 101 meters of electric wire. Boss, this kid is impressive. He really has the blueprint. The Dowan exclaimed first. Yang Minger and Di Li were equally astonished. Brother Yi, if I remember correctly, this blueprint is for the tool axe, the most difficult to obtain among the 4-piece tool set, right? Yi Chen nodded. This perfect grade tool axe was something he had long desired. The tool hammer, tool scissors, tool shovel, and tool axe are the 4 divine tools. Only by gathering all 4 can one qualify to discuss the synthesis of the epic-grade architectural hammer. Should we respond to him? Yi Chen asked. No need. Let us keep him waiting a bit longer. He waved his hand at Yang Minger. Hee, boss, you're playing hard to get again, I understand. The Dowan said with a mischievous grin while looking at Yi Chen. It seems that being close to Yi Chen, the cunning merchant, has even transformed the usually honest and straightforward Dowan into a crafty individual. As Yi Chen expected, the Grim Reaper thought that displaying this blueprint would surely elicit an enthusiastic response to his trade proposal. However, after half a day had passed, there was still no reply from the other side. Boss, what are they saying? The two little brothers were more anxious than the Grim Reaper himself. Humph. Probably just a naive fool who doesn't understand the value of this blueprint. The Grim Reaper quickly found a way to save face. Meanwhile, he started messaging Yang Minger again. Little girl, this blueprint is top-notch. I dare say there isn't a second one among all the survivors. After a moment of waiting, he received the dismissive response. What's the use? It's just a worthless axe blueprint. Hee, truly a naive fool, the Grim Reaper muttered disdainfully under his breath. Then, filled with a sense of pride, he began to reply to Yang Minger. This blueprint is for the most difficult to synthesize among the 4 divine-grade tools. If it weren't for the fact that you sold me the electric wire, I wouldn't easily offer it for trade. Yi Chen and the others watched this guy boast about himself. Let him brag. It's only a matter of time before this blueprint falls into their hands. All right. Then you need to add 1 more mountain axe and 50 liters of diesel, and I will trade with you. What? The Grim Reaper nearly smashed the system interface with his axe. Is this woman crazy? How dare she ask for more? His two little brothers were also furious. Forget it. Forget it. This naive fool probably doesn't understand the trade. I don't mind parting with this last mountain axe. So go get it, and bring me 50 liters of diesel. The Grim Reaper was angry, but considering that the other party was a foolish girl, he managed to suppress his inner fury. Seeing that their boss had said so, the two little brothers had no choice but to retrieve the last mountain axe and the additional diesel from their cave. Boss, this is our last mountain axe. We used up 3 mountain axes in just one day, Zhang lamented. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of luck the Grim Reaper had to have obtained 3 mountain axe blueprints in one sign-in. Forget it. We still have lower-grade tools. We can make do for now. When we redeem the tool axe blueprint and craft the tool axe, who will still worry about this? The Grim Reaper envisioned a bright future. Meanwhile, Yichun and his group were all smiles. They had successfully exchanged 100 meters of electric wire for 50 kilograms of iron ingots, 100 liters of diesel, 20 kilograms of dry food, 1 mountain axe, 6 grade-level freshwater fish, and most importantly, that invaluable perfect-grade tool axe blueprint. Ding! You have successfully completed a trade with Washer Ming Ming and received 101 meters of ordinary-grade electric wire. 101 meters? Upon hearing the system announce this figure, the Grim Reaper was baffled, as was Yang Ming. Yichun, what happened? Why did we get charged an extra meter of electric wire? Forget it, it's just 1 meter. We have plenty of electric wire now, so it doesn't matter. Yichun had an abundance of electric wire. As long as he could gather copper ore, he would never run out. Boss, why did we receive 101 meters of electric wire? The Grim Reaper's two little brothers were equally puzzled. This is fate. The heavens are helping us, the Grim Reaper boasted. Of course, our boss is blessed by the heavens. Now we are close to getting our reconnaissance drone. After making a considerable profit, Yichun was in no mood to linger at the trading post. He hastened to finish reinforcing the fences. However, the Dawan, while working, was chuckling mischievously. What are you laughing at so creepily? Yichun murmured quietly, ignoring him and continuing to plant bamboo. The Dawan dug holes while Yichun planted bamboo to fill them. As for the two girls, Yichun had sent them to prepare lunch. Although they already had sufficient food, the recent haul from the Grim Reaper had added variety to their meals. Sister Minger, they even have tomatoes and eggs. Now we can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Dee Li exclaimed as she rummaged through the bounty brought by the Grim Reaper, finding several tomatoes and a few good quality eggs. Let us save too. Don't use them all for cooking, so we can have some for tomorrow as well. Hee. Sister Minger is becoming more and more like a mistress, Dee Li giggled, covering her mouth as she looked at Yang Minger. You little girl, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and fetch some water, Yang Minger replied. The four of them were busy with their respective tasks. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper, having spent a significant amount on electric wire, had another unexpected find. Look at this. The Grim Reaper picked up a few pieces of glass shards from the material distribution center. Wow, boss. Where did you get this? With glass, we are one step closer to synthesizing a camera. The Grim Reaper was quite thrilled with the hard-earned electric wire, glass, and the aerial reconnaissance recording device component. Once this super divine-grade material was synthesized, he was confident that no one could surpass him. Remembering when he had received special rewards for synthesizing a great axe, he was certain that synthesizing a super material would yield rewards as well. Once the world announcement was made, he believed it would be hard for him not to be in the spotlight. Chapter 79. Some people will take a big loss. Boys, prepare to assemble the high-altitude reconnaissance recorder first. To ultimately synthesize the super divine-grade high-altitude reconnaissance device, we must first synthesize the grade high-altitude reconnaissance recorder. The Grim Reaper now had 200 meters of electric wire along with the recorder component, and he was ready to synthesize. His two little brothers were equally excited, bringing out the component to prepare for synthesis. Boss, why does the system indicate that the quality of the electric wire is poor and there is a possibility of synthesis failure? Zhang Gu asked as he placed the several hundred meters of electric wire and the component together, and the synthesis system began to issue continuous prompts. Normal, ordinary-grade wires. If it fails, just cut off a few meters and try again. After all, there are enough wires, and with a few more attempts, success is inevitable. The figure known as Sishen Guilai nonchalantly patted his chest. Seeing their leader silent, his two subordinates squatted down to connect the wires. The assembly process for this component was entirely different from the usual, perhaps due to its legendary grade, requiring manual connections. The system provided Sishen Guilai with a wiring diagram and a few small screwdrivers, mandating that he complete the connections for a total of 200 meters, comprising 200 wires. To achieve the final synthesis, the trio toiled for 3 hours to finish the wiring as indicated on the blueprint. Boss, it's done. We finally did it. They exclaimed. Legendary grade materials, boss, impressive. This must be the first legendary grade material in the island survival world. Of course, he chuckled. The three appeared quite exhilarated. Although there was still a distance to go before reaching the super divine gift-level materials, no one in the island survival world had synthesized legendary-grade materials before. Boss, we have synthesized it, but why hasn't the system rewarded us? The two subordinates waited expectantly, yet no system notification appeared. This was legendary-grade material, and it was highly likely the first of its kind in the entire island survival world. Logically, there should have been a special reward from the system. Sisan Guilai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Right, this thing probably needs power. Quickly, connect it to the generator. Understood, the two replied eagerly, hurrying to their cave with the precious item. This solar generator was the one that had claimed Yi Chen's first kill, currently resting in the cave. Inside, a solitary lamp hung on the wall. However, this lamp should not be underestimated. It was due to Sisan Guilai illuminating it that he received a special reward. Pay close attention, do not reverse the positive and negative terminals. As they neared the end, Sisan Guilai felt increasingly anxious. He could not allow minor mistakes to squander his efforts. Boss, it's connected. After another round of work, the two finally completed the task. Power on. Sisan Guilai took a deep breath and commanded to energize the system. Ha ha ha, my legendary grade reward, here I come. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. The generator, along with the component, erupted with sparks, instantly extinguishing the lamp. What is happening? What is going on? Sisan Guilai exclaimed in shock, nearly stumbling. I don't know, it's on fire. Quick, put it out. Sparks began to fly in the cave. Idiot, don't use water. Sisan Guilai nearly lost his mind as one of his foolish subordinates brought a bucket of water. The fire is too big, help. The cave, already well ventilated, was exacerbated by the strong winds on the island today, and with piles of flammable materials and clothing near the generator, the flames spread rapidly throughout the cave. There was also diesel stored in the cave. Although diesel was not as easily ignitable as gasoline, once the temperature rose, it would become a serious issue. With a whoosh, the diesel container ignited. 3 minutes later, the rapidly rising temperature ignited the diesel. At this point, even the Dragon King could not save the possessions within the cave. The three were too preoccupied with escaping to think about putting out the fire. The poor generator and reconnaissance recording component were reduced to ashes. Damn it. How did you connect the wires? Didn't I tell you to be careful? Useless, both of you. Sisan Guilai was furious, wishing he could chop the two dirty-faced subordinates into pieces. Boss, this isn't our fault. We were careful. Then how did this happen? How could it have caught fire? We don't know. The three stood there, disheveled, watching as the flames consumed all their belongings. Sisan Guilai felt despair creeping in. He had originally synthesized legendary-grade materials, just a step away from the top of the leaderboard. Now, not only had he failed to produce legendary-grade materials, but nearly all his possessions had also turned to ash. Boss, could this be an issue with the wires? The system just gave a warning about poor wire quality. Zhang Gu recalled the system's earlier warning. Sisan Guilai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, that woman must have tampered with the wires. I will kill her. At that moment, Sisan Guilai finally realized the truth. Unfortunately, in his impulsive desire to synthesize legendary-grade materials, he had overlooked the system's warnings, leading to this grave error. I want to kill her. Sisan Guilai frantically considered jumping into the sea, as if by doing so, he could drag Yang Ming'er, who sold him the faulty wires, out of hiding. Boss, don't act impulsively. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. His two subordinates desperately advised against it. They managed to restrain Sisan Guilai. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and his companions were oblivious to the chaos unfolding. However, Yi Chen kept glancing at Dewan, who was grinning from ear to ear. Dewan, what is wrong with you? Why are you grinning like an idiot after completing the wire transaction? What is going on? Yi Chen playfully smacked Dewan. Boss, haha, I think Sisan is finished this time. Finished? What do you mean? I tampered with the wires a little. If that fool connects them without a second thought, he is guaranteed to be done for. Yi Chen was taken aback by this revelation. You sabotaged him? Dewan nodded profusely. Just a little bit, less than a meter of wire. I made a small adjustment. Less than a meter of wire? 101 meters? Yi Chen seemed to grasp the situation. The system had compensated the extra meter due to Dewan's tampering with the wires. Chapter 80. The RV is coming. After a day of turmoil, Yi Chen had profited immensely. He had acquired wires, blueprints, a furnace, copper ingots, and iron ingots for repairing the motorboat. The tool axe could now be synthesized, and the pickup truck could be upgraded. In stark contrast, poor Sisan Guilai had plummeted from paradise to the depths of hell. Not only had his hopes of surpassing Yi Chen with a super divine gift-grade artifact been dashed, but nearly all his possessions had turned to ashes, leaving him without a place to stay. Damn it, Yang Ming, come out and face me. I will destroy you. Unfortunately, the hapless Yang Ming'er became the target of Sisan Guilai's wrath. Yang Ming'er looked pitifully at Yi Chun, who casually waved his hand. Let him rant. Ha ha ha, boss, look. It seems like this guy's house is on fire. The news is spreading throughout the chat rooms. Everything burned down. In the highly connected world of island survival, the news of Sishen Guilai's house fire spread like wildfire. Sishen, who did this to you? I'll help you get revenge. Yeah, which coward dared to play dirty? I'll make sure to take care of him. By now, there were still people flattering Sishen Guilai. Destroy Yang Ming'er's brother? That seems a bit challenging. I can't manage that. What is this about playing dirty? If you don't take precautions, who can you blame? Indeed, the transactions are fair and just. There is no hidden agenda here. However, many people, upon witnessing the return of death, have completely lost their resolve and turned their backs. Let us ignore them and, while the daylight still lingers, hasten to upgrade the pickup. Yi Chun has no time to engage in trivial disputes with others. The most pressing matter at hand is to finalize the long-awaited RV. The specifications for the 4-person luxury RV include a heavy-duty pickup truck conversion blueprint, 100 kilograms of iron ore, and 100 meters of wire. At this moment, all necessary materials for the upgrade have been gathered. Yi Chun, without further hesitation, promptly transferred all the materials to the pickup's cargo area. Combined with Yi Chun's command, a golden light enveloped the front of the pickup. The four instinctively took several steps back. Ding! The host has chosen to consume a legendary-grade heavy-duty pickup truck, 1 epic-grade RV conversion blueprint, 100 kilograms of ordinary-grade iron ore, and 100 meters of ordinary-grade wire. The pickup is upgrading. The four watched as the golden light expanded, ultimately enveloping the entire pickup. After 2 minutes, the golden glow gradually dissipated, revealing a stunningly luxurious RV before their eyes. Is this an RV? Even Yang Ming'er, the most worldly among them, stared in disbelief. The entire vehicle measured at least 13 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width, boasting a cutting-edge design that exuded elegance and grandeur, far surpassing any ordinary RV one might envision. At that moment, the RV door opened automatically. Cautiously, the four peered inside before stepping into the vehicle. The interior was exquisitely adorned, with soft, comfortable carpeting underfoot and upscale European cabinets lining the walls, creating a spacious and luminous atmosphere. The front section resembled a small lounge with a bar, featuring a single bed above the bar. The middle section was a spacious living area, somewhat empty, flanked by the kitchen and bathroom on either side. At the rear was a grand bedroom, complete with a luxurious double bed and a single air mattress positioned by the rear window for scenic views. Hey boss, I'm claiming this bed, the Dewan exclaimed, patting the single bed in the front section. Compared to the other two beds, this one was the simplest. The most comfortable bed in the RV was undoubtedly the air mattress, excelling in both position and comfort. Brother Yi, you take the air mattress. We'll sleep on the other one, alright? Di Li suggested shyly, as Yi Chun naturally held the position of leader, whether on this island or within the RV. Yang Ming'er also felt a bit bashful, not out of shyness over the sleeping arrangements, but because the double bed was uncomfortably close to Yi Chun's air mattress. Alright, I'll take this bed. Yi Chun generously laid down, without hesitation. The luxurious RV bed was indeed extraordinary, its softness unparalleled. Boss, you're in for a treat now. Dewan stealthily approached Yi Chun, whispering. Yi Chun only then realized the situation. Being in proximity to two stunning starlets was indeed pleasant. Yet the awkwardness lingered for all involved. Perhaps we should hang a curtain here for privacy. It's essential to have personal space, Yi Chun thought, not wishing for his every action to be on display. Boss, didn't the upgrade come with any system rewards? The Dewan's reminder jogged Yi Chun's memory. The usually proactive system seemed unusually silent this time. Brother Yi, it appears the RV still requires many essentials. Can it be upgraded further? Yang Ming'er remarked after a brief exploration of the vehicle. Ding, the luxury RV upgrade is complete. Special reminder, the internal space and facilities of this RV, including the RV itself, can be further upgraded. Currently, it only provides basic beds and fundamental amenities. It seemed this was not the final form. Yi Chun surveyed the interior, noting the tasteful decorations, yet as a top-tier RV, it was lacking in many aspects. There was no sofa, audiovisual equipment, or even basic household items like a refrigerator or washing machine. It appeared the revolution was not yet a success. There was still much work to be done. Yi Chun maintained a positive outlook, grateful for the comfortable bed that relieved him from sleeping in caves. As for the rest, it would come in due time. Rome was not built in a day. At that moment, while Yi Chun lay comfortably on the air mattress, the chatter in the room continued with the return of death still venting his frustrations. I am Ming Ming. Come out. You burned my super artifact. I will have my revenge. Yang Ming'er looked at Yi Chun with a face full of grievance. Di Li inquired on Yang Ming'er's behalf. What is wrong with Brother Yi? Yi Chun shrugged, pointing at Dewan, implying that it was all the latter's fault. Dewan, with an excited expression, explained, he I tampered with the wires, but I didn't expect this fool to use them without checking. Tampered with. The two girls looked at the Dawan in shock before glancing back at Yichun. Yichun shrugged again, genuinely unaware of the situation. Who would have thought that the Return of Death had such capabilities, capable of burning his own home? Meanwhile, the Return of Death had finally extinguished the flames and was calculating his losses, feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 81, Rich Beyond Measure. Preliminary statistics indicated that aside from salvaging some immature vegetables and simple tools left outside the cave, nearly all other materials in his possession were incinerated. Given his current predicament, how could he possibly hope to compete with Yichun for rankings in 2 days? What a joke. Boss, it seems this vehicle can upgrade its energy system. The Dawan rummaged in the driver's seat for a moment and seemed to discover something. Yichun pressed the start button, and instantly, the entire vehicle's lighting system sprang to life. The two young women marveled at the dazzling interior lights, while Yichun made another discovery on the RV's control panel. The RV currently possessed a diesel power system, 1 wooden single bed, 1 wooden double bed, 1 air mattress, luxurious interior decor, European-style cabinets, basic kitchen, and basic bathroom. Available system upgrades include power system, solar-assisted power system, enabling the RV to operate entirely on solar energy without consuming diesel. Solar-assisted power system requires 3 epic-grade solar panels, medium-sized, 1 epic-grade RV-specific solar converter, 1 epic-grade solar-assisted power blueprint, 20 kilograms of superior-grade iron ingots, 20 kilograms of superior-grade copper ingots, and 3 epic-grade glass panels. Living room suite, perfect-grade sofa, superior-grade coffee table, perfect-grade refrigerator, perfect-grade audiovisual equipment. All living room suite items can be obtained directly or synthesized. Perfect-grade sofa requires 3 superior-grade cowhide, 5 kilograms of superior-grade timber, and 1 perfect-grade sofa blueprint. Superior-grade coffee table requires 5 kilograms of superior-grade timber and 25 rare-grade nails. Perfect-grade refrigerator requires 5 kilograms of superior-grade iron ingots, 1 perfect-grade compressor, 5 kilograms of superior-grade plastic, and 1 perfect-grade refrigerator blueprint. With just these living room suite upgrade details, Yichun found a plethora of options within the RV's built-in system. There were also upgrades available for the bathroom and kitchen. The most outrageous revelation, however, was that this RV could even be upgraded to an amphibious vehicle, but the cost of such an upgrade would be significant. Yichun gently touched his forehead, originally thinking that upgrading to a recreational vehicle would grant him liberation. However, upon reflection, he realized that the expenses associated with such an upgrade were indeed boundless. Nonetheless, the vehicle, powered by solar energy and capable of traversing both land and water, sounded truly remarkable. For now, though, matters concerning the vehicle upgrade could be set aside, as he had a plethora of tasks awaiting his attention. He needed to repair the jet ski, establish the power system, continue enhancing the camp's infrastructure, seek out marine fish to prepare for upgrading the Level 7 check-in system, and filter rare freshwater to expedite the upgrade of his 3 companions to a Level 5 check-in system. There was indeed an abundance of responsibilities awaiting him. Boss, there's a bathtub here. Our outdoor bathtub is now rendered unnecessary. We should sell it, he remarked. Although the bathroom in the recreational vehicle was designated as a simple one, the term simple was merely a systems designation. At first glance, it appeared nothing short of luxurious. The circular massage bathtub could easily accommodate not just one person, but even 2 lovely companions. The gleaming floor tiles and an abundance of bathing supplies were beyond the imagination of someone like Yichun, a mere ordinary person in the city. If this was considered a simple bathroom, what then constituted a high-end one? Were the bathrooms he had used in the city mere outhouses? With such a bathtub of this caliber, the outdoor version could indeed retire. Yichun casually listed it for sale at the trading post with a price tag. Perfect level bathtub, requires copper ore, iron ore, and rare materials. For specific pricing, please message privately. His intention was merely to list it without any expectation of attention. However, his casual posting ignited a frenzy in the chat room. Incredible. The great DU has a bathtub for sale? The esteemed figures in the chat room were astonished. DU, is this an outdated bathing fixture you're selling? There was no denying the wealth of DU, who seemingly had an abundance of treasures. For the majority of survivors who had been on the island for some time now, the issue of basic sustenance was manageable. However, the topic of bathing was rarely considered. The current bathtub was akin to traveling back in time with a mobile phone to the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, an entirely unfathomable concept. Some mischievous individuals compared Yichun to the figure known as Death's Return. What was there to compare? On one side was someone overflowing with wealth, casually listing items that left others in awe, while on the other side was Death's Return, whose stronghold had been burned down, uncertain of how to endure the night. With less than 2 days remaining until the leaderboard update, what was there to compare? The competition was fierce. DU was undoubtedly in the lead. DU, are you flaunting your wealth? What's so impressive about selling a mere bathtub? Death's return simmered with frustration, only to find that the chatroom participants were eagerly comparing him to DU. His reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. You poor wretch, if you had any skill, you'd flaunt it too, right? Oh wait, you probably don't even know where you'll sleep tonight. Should we offer you some food? Come on, call me daddy, and I'll send you a grilled fish. The playful banter from the chatroom was relentless. The saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The status of Death's return in the chatroom plummeted, while the name DU shone like a golden signboard, known and respected by all. They say when one attains success, even their dogs ascend to greatness. As Yichin's subordinate, the name De Dawan had also garnered recognition among the survivors in recent days. Presently, De Dawan was merely a junior to Yichun, but in the chatroom, aside from Yichun and a few top figures, everyone addressed him with respect. DU, don't be so arrogant. The time hasn't come yet. Do you truly believe I've conceded? Yichin was not one to be intimidated by such threats. This was the world of island survival, where those with resources held the true power. The name Death's return was of little consequence. De Dawan, I've received the bow and arrow and the axe. Make sure to upgrade your check-in level before midnight. I almost forgot. Haha. Now I too am a level 4 check-in survivor. With excitement, De Dawan gathered the necessary materials to upgrade in the grassy area outside the cave. Following the successful upgrade of the pickup truck to a recreational vehicle, Yichin adjusted the resource distribution center. The recreational vehicle was no longer the casual pickup it once was. He designated the resource hub at the grassy area outside the cave. De Dawan, undeterred by the need for assistance, swiftly gathered all the required materials. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the check-in system. Current check-in system level, 4. Rewards include 50 common rewards, 20 rare rewards, 15 outstanding rewards, 10 perfect rewards, 345 epic rewards, 15 legendary rewards, and 5 super divine rewards. The Dawan had successfully caught up to the two young ladies. Boss, when can we level up again? The impatient De Dawan had just completed the system upgrade and was already eager for the next one. We can't upgrade yet, as we need to complete the power system first. That's one of our 3 tasks for tomorrow. Yichun had already meticulously arranged the tasks for the following day. 3 tasks? What else is there? The easygoing De Dawan wasn't as contemplative as Yichun. Repair the jet ski, establish the power system, and finish constructing the remaining upgraded fences. Oh, don't worry, I've got this. It must be said that while De Dawan might not be the most thoughtful, he was exceptionally enthusiastic about hands-on tasks. Assigning him work that could be accomplished through sheer effort was a wise choice. The 4 of them managed to complete their daily tasks before nightfall, including fishing and watering the vegetables, under the guidance of the 2 young ladies. Yichin enjoyed the first dish of tomato scrambled eggs since arriving on the island. That evening's meal was diverse: tomato scrambled eggs, steamed silver carp, stir-fried eggplant, grilled carp, and even a bowl of scallion tofu. This is delicious. Where did this tofu come from? De Dawan stuffed his mouth eagerly with food while enthusiastically praising the meal. We found it in the supplies we exchanged, but there wasn't much. Only a few eggs and a single block of tofu. Yichun and De Dawan didn't bother counting how much they had traded. Once the supplies were received, they simply dumped them at the resource distribution center. The system was never unfair, and the amount promised was always delivered. Just like when De Dawan tampered with the power lines, the system immediately compensated him, as Death's return had foolishly overlooked the reason for the compensation. Truly, those who are pitiable have their own flaws. Brother Yeom. At this moment, the 2 young ladies hesitated, glancing at each other with a hint of shyness. Yichin furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that they were looking to purchase feminine products again? No worries, just speak your mind. We are all family here. DDJN, with great politeness, took the initiative to speak for YCHN. The 2 young ladies turned their gaze towards YCHN simultaneously. He nodded, signaling them to express themselves freely. We would like to take a bath. The outdoor bathtub is currently listed on the trading platform, so you'll need to request its removal from the listing. No need for that. We can use the massage bathtub in the RV bathroom instead. YCHN initially thought the 2 young ladies were hoping he would retrieve the outdoor bathtub from the trading platform, but it appeared they had their sights set on the massage bathtub. Feel free to use it. However, you will have to fetch the water yourselves, YCHN declared. As the proprietor, he wouldn't take on that responsibility. That's fine. Just drive the RV next to the lake, and we will manage. The 2 young ladies had no intention of burdening their boss. They simply hoped YCHN would agree to relocate the RV. All right. YCHN waved his hand. He was also eager to test the RV's performance. As the engine roared to life, the RV began to move slowly. YCHN, does this vehicle consume a lot of fuel? Probably, he replied, lacking knowledge in that area. The sheer size of the vehicle suggested a substantial fuel consumption. The vehicle traveled a few dozen meters and stopped beside the lake. The two young ladies immediately busied themselves. YCH took this opportunity to check the system upgrade interface once again. If taking a bath requires this much effort each time, I would be exhausted. On the 5th page, he discovered a new upgrade option. RV built-in water pump. Epic level material. Consumes electricity to extract fresh water. Crafting this item was no small feat. The requirements included 10 kilograms of epic level iron ingots, 5 kilograms of epic level copper ingots, 5 kilograms of epic level clay, 1 blueprint for a perfect level water pump, 50 meters of ordinary level wire, and 10 meters of rare level wire. In terms of materials, with some effort, he could indeed manage to create it. He had a furnace to refine iron and copper ingots, had already found a clay deposit, and possessed the necessary wire. The only missing item was the blueprint. Though crafting it was somewhat tedious, he had a blueprint synthesizer, so it would merely require some energy and resource expenditure. Having the RV without a water pump meant relying solely on manual labor for water, which seemed rather inefficient. He was determined to acquire a water pump. YCHN, our grapes will be ready for harvest tomorrow. YNMR had made several trips to fetch water and also check the crops. Indeed, as she mentioned, the grapes could be picked the next day, and the vegetables planted the day after would also be ready for harvest. Once everything was completed, the week would pass swiftly. With the weekly Survivor leaderboard update, YCHN was confident he could maintain his title. Not only could he secure the top spot, but he also hoped his 3 companions would achieve commendable rankings, as few could elevate their sign-in level to 4. Big brother Y, I've boiled a pot of water. The temperature in the bathtub is just right. You should go wash up. YCHN was taken aback to find that the two young ladies had been busy all this time preparing for his benefit. Big brother Y, check if the water is too hot. I've placed the shower gel and towel beside the bathtub. If you need anything, just call out, and I'll fetch it for you. The two ladies stood respectfully outside the RV, eagerly awaiting YCHN to enter for his bath. Such treatment and service were unparalleled. Chapter 83. The bath was quite awkward. YCHN, do you need hot water? Big brother, is the water temperature suitable? The towel is to your right. YCHN, submerged in the bathtub, felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention, devoid of any sense of male superiority. With a sudden clatter, he instinctively covered his body with the towel. YNMR burst in carrying a basin of hot water. What are you doing? He was completely unprepared for her sudden entrance, especially since he was in a state of undress. Are you two planning to? The young lady fidgeted for a moment, but YCHN remained oblivious to her intentions. Big brother Y, let me bring you a dry towel. As if on cue, DL rushed in with another dry towel. Now YCHN was utterly confused. What were these two young ladies planning? He was still in the bathtub. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm in the middle of taking a bath. Although YCHN was indifferent to the idea of sharing a bath, he believed it should be a consensual decision. The current scene made him feel somewhat coerced by the two young ladies. Are you and DDJN going to fix the jet ski tomorrow? Jet ski? Yes. Why? YCHN was still unclear about the situation. Are you going out to sea? Going out to sea? Upon hearing those words, YCHN seemed to grasp what the two young ladies were implying. Are you expecting me to venture out to sea to find that lady? Yes. The two young ladies nodded vigorously. YCHN let out a long sigh, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. I probably won't have time tomorrow, but I will consider going out to sea the day after to attempt catching some fish. That's wonderful. So, big brother Y, you agree to help me find Tiying. YCHN felt somewhat fatigued, as it seemed he had not truly committed to this. While YCHN was lost in thought, the two young ladies approached him directly. Hey, don't come over. No worries. You can't see anything. There are bubbles. We'll help you. YCHN felt a flush of embarrassment. The two beautiful women immediately positioned themselves on either side of the bathtub, each holding a towel, ready to assist him with his bath. Such treatment was extraordinary. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of being at their mercy. The two ladies were exceptionally attentive, adding hot water to the bathtub and helping YCHN wash his back. I only agreed to try and look for her. I never promised to bring her back. He felt the need to clarify. In the vast ocean, with only a jet ski, how could he possibly locate someone? Don't worry. I believe Big Brother Y can find Tiying, just like he found me, and DDJN. DL seemed to have unwavering faith in him. YCHN couldn't help but chuckle. She truly was naive. Boss, many people are looking for you in the chat room. DDJN, seemingly dissatisfied with the current level of commotion, burst in. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the scene that elicited envy from many. She scratched her head awkwardly and flashed a silly smile at YCHN. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. With a loud thud, DDJN closed the bathroom door. A moment later, a message appeared in the chat room. My boss is currently busy. He's taking a bath with the ladies. What had been a lively chat instantly fell silent. 10 seconds later, a flurry of exclamation marks filled the screen. The survivors reading this message could hardly articulate their feelings at that moment. The 3 exclamation marks conveyed a multitude of meanings. Taking a bath? After a minute of exclamation marks dominating the chat, someone finally posed a question. Yes, my boss is temporarily unavailable. Let's discuss sand, clay, and freshwater fish after he finishes his bath. DD in replied nonchalantly to the group of men. Taking a bath? With ladies? Some could no longer suppress their astonishment and posed the most astonishing question. While taking a bath was one thing, considering this person was RUXing CHN, the wealthiest individual in the island survival world, sharing a bath with beautiful women seemed rather excessive. Just as they had barely escaped the brink of poverty, he was already indulging in an extravagant life of leisure with 3 women. Is it still possible for people to live well? Indeed. 2 young ladies are assisting my superior with his bath. The Dawan continues to respond with remarkable sincerity. Help! The chat room has erupted. I initially believed the disparity between the rich and the poor existed solely in the real world, yet it appears that the island realm reflects the same reality. Some individuals are lamenting with furrowed brows. The desires stemming from basic needs are inherent to humanity. It is a grave sin. There are those who, unable to taste the grapes, declare them sour. Beautiful women? Curse it, since my arrival on the island, I have yet to behold even a single female crab. Some are lamenting their misfortune, while many others wear faces filled with envy and resentment. Here I am, struggling to find my next meal, while others have the luxury of 2 ladies assisting them with their bathing. Ache Yi-chun is sneezing incessantly in the bathtub. Li, hurry. Bring another pot of hot water. The temperature is likely too cold, and we must not let Yi-chun catch a chill. The considerate Yang Ming air attributes Yi-chun sneezing to the water temperature, unaware that it was actually provoked by the antics of those in the chat room. 10 minutes later, Li returns to the restroom with a pot of hot water. As the warm water is poured in, the foam that had been floating on the surface gradually dissipates. At this moment, Yi-chun finds himself exposed. Li clearly sees what she ought not to have. Immediately, she turns her face away in embarrassment. Yi-chun, equally flustered, hastily begins to scrub himself with soap. Boss, are you done yet? Someone is looking for you. No time. He shouts back, feeling awkward as the Dawan continues to call out from outside. The Dawan, the esteemed figure, inquires whether the boss is finished yet. The chat room's members are eagerly awaiting Yi-chun's appearance. Over the past couple of days, Yi-chun has been preoccupied with his own affairs, halting transactions of vital supplies like sand, logs, and freshwater fish that most survivors desperately need. By today, the crowd could no longer contain their impatience and sought out Yi-chun. And what do they find? He is enjoying the attentions of beautiful women. The Dawan nonchalantly replies, my boss said he is busy, and he has no time. Busy? The crowd is rendered speechless. What could these 3 solitary individuals possibly be so occupied with? It is impossible not to speculate. Chapter 84. The treatment of the esteemed is unparalleled. The Dawan. Can you at least go inside and inform him? We are all waiting for these supplies to be upgraded. An impatient survivor pleads. I dare not. I was just scolded by the boss. All I can hear is the sound of water, so he must still be bathing. The mention of water? Every careless reply from Dawan sends the survivors' imaginations running wild. Surely, with the presence of a bathtub and 2 beautiful women, there must be some playful splashing involved. What a scoundrel for disrespecting women, a disgraceful wretch. A familiar voice rises among the chatter. You fool, are you still alive? What nonsense are you shouting? Have you figured out what to do for your funeral after the rankings update? If you fail to fulfill your betting agreement, the system might just take you. Spending too much time with Dawan and Yi-chun has evidently influenced his manner of speech. Oh dear, how pitiful, the entire family has been burned. And debts still remain, such a sorry state. Compared to this wretched soul, I seem rather fortunate. One can only hope for the best. What punitive measures shall the system impose if one cannot repay their debts? When the walls come tumbling down, everyone pushes against one another. The Grim Reaper's return goes unnoticed until he suddenly appears to mock them, instantly becoming the target of their ire. You fickle and ungrateful lot. How dare you? The Grim Reaper is furious. However, the chat room's occupants are not inclined to hold back. Initially, they merely mocked him with a few jests, but now that he has insulted them, their words grow increasingly harsh. I spit. Who the hell knows you? Truly shameless. How dare you show your face again? You've shamed yourself thoroughly. Curse you. System deity, take this pest away. Just looking at him is sickening. The atmosphere in the chat room shifts dramatically. While everyone awaited Yi-chun's arrival, they ended up with the Grim Reaper instead. This group, already in a foul mood due to the shortage of goods, now vents all their frustration upon the Grim Reaper. The Dawan had initially prepared a lengthy tirade, but upon seeing the situation, realizes that his efforts are unnecessary. The Grim Reaper is nearly drowned by a torrent of insults. Every imaginable vulgarity is hurled at him, causing him to feel as if he should jump into the sea. Who is calling for me? Suddenly, they spot a familiar figure. The sun and moon have logged in. Wow, long live the sun and moon. Oh, my dear sun and moon, you have finally arrived. Please, esteemed leader, I implore you to take me under your wing. Boss, I have been waiting for you. Your humble servant offers you my respects. As soon as Yi-Chen logs in, the atmosphere in the chat room transforms once more. The survivors, who were previously poised to hurl insults, suddenly act as if they have collectively consumed honey, showering Yi-Chen with praises. The Grim Reaper, who was ready to confront them, finds his momentum abruptly stolen by Yi-Chen's unexpected entrance. The insults he had prepared are quickly drowned out by a chorus of flattery, leaving him seething. Esteemed sun and moon, have you finished your bath? A gossiping soul inquires. Oh, not yet. I am still soaking, Yi-Chen replies honestly. The two ladies had provided him with a token service before departing, allowing him a moment of peace in the bath. Finally, he has the leisure to log in. Soaking. Yi-Chen's casual mention of the two words sends the other's imaginations spiraling once more. This is the essence of life. Bathing with two ladies. Surely one must indulge for a while longer. The disparity is staggering. This is the true life of someone who has truly leveled up. Now, everyone's thoughts center on one desire, while the esteemed one enjoys the company of beauty. They must flatter him profusely in hopes of securing the supplies they need at a favorable price. Esteemed sun and moon, you are truly remarkable. My admiration for you is as boundless as the Yangtze River. Respected sun and moon, I wonder when I might have the opportunity to serve you tea and water. As long as you speak, I would traverse mountains and seas without hesitation. Yi-Chen, bewildered, wonders why did one mention someone was looking for him. Yet the chat room is filled solely with compliments, as if everyone has collectively been invigorated. You dog of a sun and moon. The Grim Reaper, having finally found a moment to interject amidst the flattery, is merely seeking confrontation. However, the crowd, eager to curry favor with Yi-Chen, is too preoccupied to pay him any mind, worried instead that their praises might lack the necessary flair or creativity. Suddenly, someone dares to challenge Yi-Chen. The crowd senses an opportunity. You fool, are you still alive? Why not dig a hole to bury yourself? How dare you provoke our esteemed sun and moon? You must be tired of living. Plan your demise wisely. The sun and moon do not have time to converse with trash like you. Where did this wild dog come from? Whose door was left ajar? Please, dog owner, keep your mud in check, or I will catch it and roast it for dinner. With a silent demeanor, found himself at the receiving end of a torrent of insults, as the so-called death god was relentlessly berated by an unruly crowd. Only when this unfortunate soul was driven offline did the group recall that procuring supplies from Ryu Xing-chun was of utmost importance. Ryu, I am in dire need of sand for my upgrade. When might you provide some? Could you spare a couple of freshwater fish for sale? I am on the verge of reaching level 4. I beseech you for some generous offerings. Feeling a headache brewing, Yi-Chen scratched his head. Why had he chosen to log in when he could have simply enjoyed a relaxing bath? He had pressing matters to attend to the next day, including a sea venture, and he would not compromise his own desires for the whims of these individuals. Out to sea? Are you taking a lady for a joyride? Are you off to the yacht again? How enviable. The crowd was quick to speculate on every word Yi-Chen uttered, with little desire to engage further. He casually scanned the trading post, but found nothing of interest, opting instead to log off. Don't go, please. Why is the esteemed one leaving? What on earth is happening with Ryu? Yi-Chen made his exit, leaving the crowd in a state of palpable anxiety, quickly gravitating toward the remaining online presence of Dewan. My master has urgent matters to attend to. He is quite busy. The notion of urgent matters sent the crowd spiraling into wild fantasies once more. Chapter 85. Two maidens sharing a bath. Do not disturb my master during his bath, Dewan declared, serving as Yi-Chen's spokesperson. Surely, Ryu is not engaged with a lady, is he? This prompted a wave of speculation, with the crowd praising Yi-Chen. At that moment, he had just dried off, donned a fresh pair of shorts, and emerged from the bathroom. Yang Ming'er had already placed a change of clothes on Yi-Chen's bed. As he prepared to step out of the RV, he noticed two sets of ladies' lingerie on the double bed, one delicately pink lace, and the other a soft beige lace, accompanied by two charming nightgowns. Clearly, the two young women had anticipated their needs ahead of time. Only these two maidens could enjoy such privileges, as Yi-Chen had previously stated that low-level resources were to be exchanged for their benefit. However, the mere sight of the lace garments stirred the imagination. Yi-Chen, are you finished? As he lingered in thought, the two maidens approached him with excitement. He nodded, and they immediately commenced their tasks. The diligence of the maidens in their bathing rituals surpassed that of men, even on this idyllic island. Watching the two girls scurry about, Yi-Chen yawned and reclined on his comfortable air mattress. Dewan, do we have any food left? Fresh from his bath, He felt the familiar pangs of hunger and fatigue, so he dispatched a message to Dedawan, who was busy outside the vehicle. All right. I won't chat with you any longer. My master is calling me. Dedawan, who had been grilling fish while engaging with the chatroom, promptly rose to attend to Yi Chen's needs. What is your master occupied with? The crowd inquired eagerly. He has just finished bathing and is hungry. I am going to deliver his meal. The chatroom fell silent, envious of the treatment Yi Chen received, bathing and changing, accompanied by 2 maidens. And now he could even order takeout. Master, open a window. I am here. Just as Yi Chen was about to doze off, he heard a knock on the back window of his vehicle. He looked up to see Dedawan waving at him. Upon opening the window, Yi Chen, still in a daze, asked, Why don't you come up? Master, you are busy with important matters, so it would be inappropriate for me to intrude. Important matters? Dedawan seemed genuinely considerate. Are we still selling sand and clay? Many are asking, and prices are soaring. Spending so much time with Yi Chen had sharpened Dedawan's wits. The mind of a cunning merchant was gradually awakening. At present, I am occupied. Tomorrow I have several tasks to complete, and the 2 maidens are counting on us to venture out to sea once more. Out to sea? Splendid. We missed catching a shark last time. I intend to bring one back this time. Upon hearing Yi Chen's plans, Dedawan was instantly enthralled with visions of capturing a shark. They are primarily hoping I can locate that girl named Ting Ting. That will be quite the challenge. Yi Chen harbored little confidence in this endeavor. Yi Chen, we forgot our clothes. Could you pass them to us? As Dedawan continued to boast about his shark-catching aspirations, Yang Minger's voice echoed from the bathroom. Where is Deely? Have her fetch them for you. Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing the 2 maidens had bathed together. Master, I shall not intrude any longer. Dedawan chuckled mischievously, promptly shutting the window. Clothes? Those 2 truly are something else. After all that fuss, they left their garments outside. Where are they? Yi Chen called into the bathroom. They are on our bed. Please retrieve them. On the bed? Could it be? A glance confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it was the very garments in question. Dedawan, are you finished? What is Ryu doing? Yes, do tell us. The crowd in the chat room remained, evidently waiting for Dedawan to provide a live update. Do not shout. My master is busy helping the maidens change. What? I can't believe it. I'm losing my mind. What a masterful display. This is bound to be quite the spectacle. Yi Chen merely handed the garments to the maidens, but in Dedawan's words, it transformed into something scandalous, and the imaginations of the crowd ran wild. A gentle knock echoed against the bathroom door as Yi Chen called out, Yang Minger, here you go. Yang Minger poked her head out, her damp hair cascading over her chest, conveniently concealing her modesty. Cough, here you are. Yi Chen handed over the clothing and turned to leave. Yi brother is truly a paragon of virtue. Had it been anyone else, we would have been in quite the predicament. Deely, still in the bathtub, accepted the garments from Yang Minger, not neglecting to compliment Yi Chen. Isn't it your fault for forgetting the clothes? How embarrassing. You insisted on bathing together, leaving only Yi Chen to assist. Yang Minger's cheeks were still flushed. This was her first experience of receiving personal garments from a male. The sun is setting. We won't have enough time if we wash separately. Deely pouted playfully in the bathtub. Sister Minger, do you think Yi brother can locate Ting Ting? She must be so lonely. That is hard to say. No one knows the true expanse of this survival world on the island. While we have a motorboat, our range is limited, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Deely murmured in response. What will become of Ting Ting? Do not fret too much. That girl maintains a positive outlook, and we do send her supplies now and then. I trust her well-being is secured. Girls tend to worry more than necessary. Yi Chen, however, found himself overwhelmed, as he had a plethora of tasks still pending. With less than 2 days remaining until the announcement of the latest rankings, he was far from ready, having yet to complete the plan for advancing from level 6 to 7 in the check-in system. And the upgrade plans for the maidens, and Dedawan from level 4 to 5, had seen no progress over the past many days. As for the treasure map and that dreamlike epic building hammer, both remain distant aspirations. The establishment of the power system has yet to be completed, and the defensive facilities have been repeatedly delayed. I find myself lacking manpower. Chapter 86. The Resource Distribution Map of Legendary Grade Material Islands. By the time the 2 ladies had finished bathing and tidying up the restroom, night had already fallen. Dedawan voluntarily abandoned her plan to bathe, seemingly engrossed in conversation with the group in the chat room. Stop chatting and come eat some grilled fish. After a long day of toil, the 4 were indeed famished. They gathered around the barbecue grill, sitting cross-legged, eagerly awaiting the delicious grilled fish. Yi Chen's resources were abundant, and they could easily grill 6 or 7 fish in one meal. However, there were not just 4 of them. There were also 2 pets with substantial appetites. With the freshwater fishing rod and the support of the spyglass, Yi Chen could easily catch 7 or 8 exceptional grade fish daily. Nevertheless, the size of the lake was limited, and relying on catching exceptional grade fish every day was somewhat unrealistic. Eventually, the fish in the lake would be exhausted. Let me say this. The construction of the defensive facilities and the power system cannot be further delayed. These are our most critical tasks at present, and we must complete them by tomorrow. Moreover, there are less than 30 hours until the leaderboard updates. I believe accomplishing these two tasks is crucial for achieving a good ranking. Boss, you are increasingly sounding like a leader. Everyone, give a round of applause. Dadowan clapped enthusiastically for Yichun. Don't interrupt, let me finish. Everyone, try not to stay up late tonight. We need to rise early tomorrow and aim to complete these two tasks by midday. I've reviewed the photovoltaic system manual, and it seems straightforward. At that point, I'll leave the construction of the fence to Dadowan while the two ladies accompany me. Yichun's arrangement met no objections from the trio. Spending their first night in the RV, the four felt a sense of excitement. The two ladies used a wolfskin as a curtain for some privacy before gossiping on the bed. Yichun had indeed stumbled upon an unexpected treasure in the trading post, an exceptional grade seawater fishing rod. The other party appeared indifferent to this item, only requesting some dry rations, a pair of scissors, and a few low-grade tools. After all, using just an exceptional fishing rod to catch seawater fish is not as simple as it sounds. For the majority of survivors, not only have they never caught seawater fish, but many haven't even ventured out to sea. Yichun readily accepted the seawater fishing rod. He distinctly remembered that this rod, combined with a shark net and a shark hook, could form a perfect fishing kit for seawater fish. He had already gathered two of the items. He only needed the shark net. Without the ability to catch exceptional grade or higher seawater fish, he would not be able to upgrade the sign-in system to level 7. Yichun, you need to rein in Dadowan. He's causing chaos in the chat room again. Just as Yichun concluded the material exchange, Yang Ming'er, clad in an adorable plush pajama, approached his bedside with a forlorn expression. Yichun opened the chat room and discovered Dadowan was indeed present. My boss is busy. She has gone asleep. Dadowan, are the ladies asleep too? Of course, my boss is asleep. Do you think they would dare not sleep? Wow, how big is your bed, Dayue? What nonsense are you chatting about? Dadowan, please be quiet and log off to sleep. Yichun shouted at Dadowan with mild annoyance. Okay, I won't say more. My boss is mad, goodbye. Even as he prepared to log off, he still found time to bid farewell to the gossipers. Qin I warn you, keep your nonsense to yourself, or I'll throw you into the sea. The two ladies were complaining to him, and Yichun had to maintain a semblance of authority. Hey, boss, I'm just chatting casually. Besides, it's not wrong to say we all went to sleep together. Upon hearing this, both ladies grew even more bashful. The best solution at that moment was to turn off the lights and sleep. It must be said that the air mattress in the RV was indeed exceptional. The temperature inside the vehicle was pleasant, and the air mattress allowed one to quickly drift into slumber. Perhaps all four were exhausted from the day. Or perhaps the upgraded RV was simply too comfortable. They soon fell into a deep sleep. After midnight, Yichun was awakened by the sound of raindrops pounding against the window. Rising to see, he found torrential rain relentlessly battering the earth. Boss, luckily we have the RV. Other survivors are surely in trouble. Dadowan seemed to be awake as well, immediately sending a message upon hearing the commotion. Are the islands of other survivors also experiencing rain? Yes, the chat room is filled with complaints. The rain is so heavy that many sleeping areas have been flooded. The two ladies seem to have been awakened by the rain as well. Yichun, are our grapes going to be ruined? Yang Ming'er's first thought upon waking was about the grapes nearing maturity. Yichun felt helpless, but was grateful compared to those survivors who were currently searching for shelter from the rain. If the grapes suffered some loss, it was a small price to pay. Boss, it seems half of the survivors are claiming their islands are also experiencing rain. Half. Yichun turned to Yang Ming'er and Deely. Asked Tingting if her island is dry. I left a message, but she seems to be offline. Offline? Yichun pondered for a moment. It appeared that Tingting's island was not close to his own. If she needs anything, you can take it to her. It seems finding her will not be easy for a while. The two ladies understood the current situation. Although feeling somewhat disheartened, they accepted the outcome. Boss, are we still going to venture out to sea another day? Of course, we will go out to sea, but we still lack a fishing net. Just a fishing net? What is there to fear? Sign in quickly. It might be just around the corner. Dadowan leaned closer, glancing at Yichun's watch. It was already nearing 4 or 5 in the morning. Ding, your sign-in for Qin Dezhuang was successful, earning exceptional grade material, 20 watermelon seeds. Haha, boss. I also received exceptional materials. The usually unlucky Dadowan unexpectedly signed in 20 exceptional grade watermelon seeds for Yichun. We're going to have watermelons to eat. I'm impressive, right, boss? Praise me. Ding, you have signed in Deely Mu La Ti, receiving legendary grade sign-in material, current island resource distribution map. While Dadowan was busy boasting, Deely firmly slapped him with her actions. This is what we call a gap. The system-empowered Deely had once again showcased her prowess. Legendary grade sign-in material. The third item. D. Li, I will take that material. All right, Brother Yi. I don't need it. It's all yours. Yi Chun accepted the legendary grade material without hesitation after greeting D. Li. Ding. You have obtained legendary grade material, current island resource distribution map. It has been automatically imported into your system, and you can retrieve the map at any time. This system is remarkably intelligent. The map even displays in digital format. Yi Chun promptly opened his system interface. An ultra-high-definition vector map appeared before him. Chapter 87. Fate is a complex matter. The map clearly indicated Yi Chun's current location. What excited Yi Chun the most was that all resources on the island were distinctly marked. Whether it be the most rudimentary of trees, the simplest of sands, or the more sophisticated iron and copper mines, extending to the higher-grade clay deposits hidden deep within, or a singular high-grade tree nestled within the depths of the forest. All are vividly displayed upon the map. To one's astonishment, this map possesses the ability to zoom in and out, alleviating any prior concerns about locating superior timber. Yang Ming'er immediately grasped the profound significance of this map. Although Yi Chun possessed a spyglass, its observation range was limited. Anything beyond visual range would remain undiscovered, even if treasures lay in proximity. With this map in hand, coupled with the spyglass, all available resources across the island would be entirely at Yi Chun's command. Boss, we need not venture to my island to chop trees anymore. Look, it shows there is a level exceptional birch tree here. The keen-eyed Dadawan had already spotted a high-grade tree. The exceptional birch tree may seem of little use at present, yet it is essential for upgrading the sign-in system from level 5 to 6. Look here, there is an extensive copper mine, Yang Ming'er exclaimed, having discovered a vast copper mining area on the island's western side. Is that a diamond mine I see? D. Li remarked, astonished by the breathtaking diamond deposit. While diamonds are indeed precious, they appear to hold little immediate utility. Moreover, Yi Chun lacked even the tools to mine iron, let alone diamonds. After surveying the map, the only regret Yi Chun felt was that this resource distribution map pertained solely to his island, not the entirety of the island world. If only he could obtain a comprehensive resource distribution map of the entire archipelago, that would truly grant him the freedom to traverse effortlessly. Big Star, have you signed in yet? Dadawan, brimming with excitement, urged Yang Ming'er, who had yet to complete her sign-in. I fear it may be materials unworthy of you. Dadawan and D. Li had reaped substantial rewards, each receiving materials of level or above, which left Yang Ming'er feeling considerable pressure. Sister Ming'er, it's all right. We are all part of the same team. There is no need to differentiate between yours and mine. Right, Brother Yi? Yi Chun nodded. No worries. We will have ample opportunities to sign in for excellent materials. We cannot expect everyone to receive top-tier resources. Yang Ming'er smiled wryly at Yi Chun before commencing her sign-in. As expected, Yi Chun did not receive the system's notification sound. Yang Ming'er drooped her head, puffing her cheeks in a display of despair. It's all right. Perhaps I did worse than you. Yi Chun offered some words of comfort before proceeding with his own sign-in. Sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining level rare material, a small fishing net. See, I'm merely at level. It's no big deal, Yi Chun said nonchalantly, patting Yang Ming'er on the shoulder. This gesture lightened her spirits somewhat. Yi Chun examined the fishing net. Level rare small fishing net can only be used to catch freshwater fish of level exceptional and below. Usable 5 times a day, with a 25% success rate for catching level ordinary freshwater fish. At first glance, this item appeared less practical than a fishing rod, given the significant level disparity. The fishing rod was a level perfect material, whereas this fishing net was merely a level rare material. However, as Yi Chun continued to scan through the details, he began to appreciate the fishing net's potential. 2 level rare small fishing nets, 50 meters of hemp rope, 1 kilogram of level exceptional plastic, 2 kilograms of any level exceptional tree trunk, and a level perfect shark net. Upon reviewing these, Yi Chun slapped his thigh in realization. Who said this is just a broken fishing net? Sister Ming'er, what did you sign in for? D. Li inquired about Yang Ming'er's sign-in material. Frowning, Yang Ming'er mumbled. A fishing net, at level. Wait a moment. She whispered, yet Yi Chun heard her clearly. The sign-in system truly seemed remarkable, providing precisely what one lacked. Ming'er, is it the level rare small fishing net? The signed-in materials automatically accumulated at the grassy dispersal area north of the cave, while the group remained inside the camper, enveloped in darkness outside, leaving others unaware of the materials acquired by the sign-in participants. Yes, Yi Chun, how did you know? Yang Ming'er asked, bewildered. Who claims this is trash? This fishing net is a treasure. A treasure? It's merely a level material. I believe it's far inferior to our freshwater fishing rod. She retorted. Did you not continue to read? Yi Chun smiled at Yang Ming'er. This prompted her to once again peruse the system's description. 2 level fishing nets can be synthesized into a shark net. At this revelation, Yang Ming'er seemed to recall something. Upon hearing the term shark net, the Dawan leapt forward in excitement. Shark net? Where? Where is it? Who signed in for the shark net? Yi Chun, however, had only acquired one net, and it seemed there was none available for purchase at the exchange. How do we find a second fishing net? Hee, while others may lack it, I possess it. Yi Chun grinned mischievously, pointing toward the direction of the cave. Boss, could it be that you possess foresight and preemptively acquired a fishing net? The Dawan's intelligence appeared limited in this moment. Could it be? Yang Ming'er seemed to comprehend, gazing at Yi Chun in disbelief. Li, too, appeared to grasp the situation, pointing towards the cave in astonishment. Yi Chun, surely you didn't sign in for a fishing net as well? What a coincidence. Having previously signed in, they were familiar with the diverse materials available. The system offered a plethora of items, limited only by one's imagination. From impressive pickup trucks, jet skis, various tools, and common supplies, to the most basic necessities of life such as food and drinking water. Almost every conceivable item was available. It seemed that with sufficient luck, one could even sign in for an aircraft carrier. However, signing in for two identical materials within a short span was a rarity, with odds slimmer than winning the lottery. Yet, against all odds, this improbable occurrence transpired for both Yi Chun and Yang Ming'er, as they signed in for identical materials on the same day. Boss, you two truly share a bond. Meeting on the island and signing in for the same material is a serendipitous fate. Da Dawan blurted out, leaving Yang Ming'er's face flushed with embarrassment. All right, enough chatter. Let us head to the exchange, search for hemp rope, and gather some scrap plastic. Once we secure the shark net, we may soon be able to catch sea fish. Level 7 sign-in system. Await my collection. Chapter 88. Exchange for good weather. Hemp rope is not a scarce resource. On Yi Chun's first day, someone exchanged climbing ropes for a bottle of fresh water. Effortlessly, he traded some inconsequential materials for nearly 100 meters of hemp rope. Scrap plastic was even easier to acquire, as the Dawan quickly returned with a heap of assorted plastic items. The remaining task was to obtain level exceptional tree trunks. Originally, this would pose a challenge, as the exchange had none available for sale. Hunting for level trees to harvest timber would be a Herculean task. This island was not short on trees, yet Yi Chun calculated that without a resource distribution map, finding even one level rare tree among 10 would be considered fortunate, let alone locating a level exceptional tree. However, the situation had changed, with the resource distribution map in hand. Yi Chun could now accurately identify the nearest level trees from within the camper. Boss, I have taken on the task of chopping down trees. Once I finish with the fence, I will proceed to fell the trees. Just let me know the direction, and I shall find my way there on my own. Da Dawan patted his chest, fully committed to realizing his dream of catching a shark. He would not hesitate to search for a single tree amidst a vast expanse of sand, even if it meant sifting through countless grains. You can take a look for yourself. From the northern shore of the lake, walk straight to the northern beach, then turn east. Continue until you reach the rocky cliffs, and then head south into the jungle. After walking approximately 100 meters, proceed east for another 200 meters, and you should be able to spot it. Tomorrow. Wear the spyglass for greater efficiency. Yi Chun took out a pen and paper, sketching a rough map for Da Dawan, and handed over the spyglass. Bring the axe and a plastic bucket, but don't chop too much. 3 kilograms will suffice. Although Yi Chun was somewhat uneasy about Da Dawan going out alone, he took the time to offer additional reminders. Rest assured, boss, I will handle it. Da Dawan maintained his carefree demeanor. The group completed their check-in for the day. As dawn was approaching, Yi Chun felt a headache coming on, as the rain showed no signs of abating. This incessant rain prevents us from going outside. It's truly frustrating, Yang Ming'er grumbled, puffing her cheeks. All 4 of them had a multitude of tasks to accomplish today, and even a full day of effort might not suffice. Yet here they were, confined within their RV by the heavy downpour. There was no choice. The weather can be unpredictable, and safety comes first. With the rain continuing, they had to cancel their original plans. The torrential rain severely affected their progress. Yi Chun, quickly check the chat room and the trading post. The system is selling weather. Selling weather? Upon hearing Yang Ming'er's words, Yi Chun and the others thought they had misheard. Although the trading system was vast and offered a plethora of items, selling weather was an entirely different matter. They promptly entered the trading post. Weather conversion. You can instantly transform the weather on the island where the host resides into the desired weather conditions. Each type of weather requires different exchange materials. For instance, the sunny weather Yi Chun was most eager for required 5 kilograms of rare grade clay, 2 kilograms of any food, and 30 meters of any grade rope. This is quite feasible. Da Dawan was surprisingly unperturbed, not expecting the system to offer such features. Brother Yi, should we make a purchase? Li looked towards Yi Chun. Absolutely, we must buy it. Time is money, and with 4 of us, while others waste a day, we risk losing 4. Yi Chun decisively prepared to make the exchange. Can you believe it? We can actually purchase weather. This rain is driving me mad. But the materials required for the exchange are something I lack. After enduring a night of rain, I finally managed to acquire some seeds. And now they are all ruined. My vegetables. The chat room buzzed with complaints. It seemed this deluge had a far-reaching impact. While a lack of rain is detrimental to crops, excessive rainfall can be equally counterproductive. Moreover, this torrential downpour significantly hindered the survivors' movements. Almost all survivors affected by this storm wished fervently for sunny skies on their islands, hoping that other islands would endure 3 days and nights of rain, granting them a competitive edge. However, acquiring the necessary materials for good weather was no easy feat. With regard to clay, aside from the affluent Yichun, few could meet the requirements. System, exchange for weather. Yichun braved the rain and exited the vehicle, gathering the necessary materials for the exchange, and promptly began the process. Ding. The host has chosen to use 5 kilograms of rare-grade clay, 2 kilograms of any food, and 30 meters of any grade rope to exchange for 1 day of sunny weather. Exchange successful. As the system's notification concluded, the rain outside the window ceased abruptly, and the once overcast sky revealed itself once more. Within a minute, the clouds dissipated, and the azure sky embraced the earth again. Wow, the sky is so blue. Yes. Ming Air, I haven't seen such a blue sky in ages. It's breathtaking. The sunny weather brought about by the system was indeed flawless. The 4 of them exited the RV, reveling in the pristine beauty of the sky. Ding. Survivor Ri Yuxing Chun has successfully exchanged for 1 sunny day. Current requirements for exchanging sunny weather have increased. 6 kilograms of rare-grade clay, 3 kilograms of any grade drinking water, and 30 meters of any grade wire. The esteemed Ryu has already made an exchange. Truly impressive, possessing all the necessary materials. Yet, why do I sense that the exchange demands have risen? While the 4 were still admiring the blue sky, the system's voice rang out again. Because Yichun exchanged for the weather, the system increased the requirements for sunny weather. Yichun, if this continues, every additional person exchanging for weather will cause the system to continuously raise the demands. This is not good news. Ding. Survivor 1 has successfully exchanged for 1 sunny day. Current requirements for exchanging sunny weather have escalated. 7 kilograms of rare-grade clay, 4 kilograms of food at rare grade or above, and 5 kilograms of sand at rare grade or above. Someone else has exchanged. It's Survivor 1, the second-ranked expert. The system's demands have increased again. What the heck? It's raining here too. What is going on? Just a moment ago, it was clear skies. The second person to exchange for weather was Survivor 1, ranked second. After reading through the chat records, Yi Chun pondered quietly, murmuring to himself. It seems that whenever someone gains good weather, someone else must lose it. Is this a form of balance? The Dawan expressed his confusion. This is a double-edged sword. The disparity among survivors hinges entirely upon it. Chapter 89. The business of merchants continues. At this moment, Yi Chun set aside all else, having procured favorable weather through the system. He could not afford to waste it and needed to utilize it promptly. The Dawan, you continue with the defense project here. Ming Air and Di Li, you two follow me to establish the power system. According to the division of labor from last night, the 4 quickly had a simple breakfast before embarking on their respective tasks. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! The grapes you planted have matured, yielding a total harvest of 12 kilograms of rare-grade grapes, 8 kilograms of exceptional-grade grapes, 130 seeds of exceptional-grade grapes, 30 seeds of perfect-grade grapes, and 20 seeds of epic-grade grapes. Your land and fertilizer bonus, 4 kilograms of exceptional-grade grapes, and 1 kilogram of perfect-grade grapes. Ding! Due to adverse weather conditions, you have incurred a total loss in this harvest. 6 kilograms of rare-grade grapes, 6 kilograms of exceptional-grade grapes, 1 kilogram of perfect-grade grapes, 65 seeds of exceptional-grade grapes, 15 seeds of perfect-grade grapes, and 20 seeds of epic-grade grapes. Good news accompanied by bad news. The torrential rain had not only obliterated the bonus grapes, but had also halved the original harvest quantity. The final harvest data is as follows. 6 kilograms of rare-grade grapes, 6 kilograms of exceptional-grade grapes, 65 seeds of exceptional-grade grapes, and 15 seeds of perfect-grade grapes. The hard-earned grapes and seeds had all gone to waste. Yi Chun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that weather truly was a critical factor. He needed to stockpile more materials, should adverse weather arise. He must exchange for favorable weather immediately to safeguard his harvest. Boss, how come there are only so few grapes? I was planning to dry some to enjoy as raisins. Dedelwan expressed his disappointment after picking the grapes, his countenance reflecting utter dismay. At least we didn't lose everything, Yi Chun thought calmly. Indeed, it is fortunate that we purchased good weather. If the rain had continued, our other vegetables would likely have met the same fate. Yang Ming'er gazed sorrowfully at the vegetables that had already succumbed to the flood. The green vegetables and olives, which were on the verge of ripening by tomorrow. would likely suffer a harvest reduction by half. Alas, what has transpired is in the past, and need not be brooded over. Once the water levels recede a bit more, we shall replant the seeds. Dadawan, the defense engineering here is entrusted to you. We shall take our leave. Yi Chen left Dadawan by the lake and returned with the two young ladies to the lawn north of the cave. I will handle the wiring. You two must exert yourselves and engage in some physical labor, assembling these photovoltaic solar panels as per this design. The two girls, having debuted as stars, were unaccustomed to such rough work, likely having been catered to by servants for their daily meals. Now, on this island, in addition to attending to Yi Chen's daily needs, they were also expected to toil. Don't worry, brother Yi. Deely seemed quite confident. Yi Chen, however, felt a sense of helplessness. It was not his intention to burden the girls, but he was in dire need of assistance. He could not entrust the wiring tasks to them. Should an accidental short circuit occur, not only would the equipment be rendered useless, but it might also jeopardize the girl's safety, which would be an immense loss for him. The four of them were industriously engrossed in their tasks, while other survivors could only wait for the dreadful weather to improve. It was uncertain whether this island truly experienced more rain or if the system compelled survivors to purchase favorable weather. Today, the rain seemed relentless, pouring down incessantly. Is this ever going to end? I'm about to turn into a swamp. The sea level has risen nearly a meter, and my cave is on the verge of flooding. Help! My crops! Is there anyone who can sell me some clay? I must summon fair weather. The chat room was filled with the lamentations of the survivors. Unfortunately, the system's demands were exceedingly harsh. Merely acquiring clay was a daunting challenge for everyone. Yi Chen, it seems someone in the chat room is calling for you. Yang Ming'er would occasionally check the trading posts and chat room in between her busy schedule. I know, just a moment. Yi Chen replied, as he too was aware of the chatter. The chat room and trading posts resembled a virtual network world akin to reality. Regardless of whether one had pressing matters, they would often glance at their phones. Just a moment. Perhaps someone will offer a high price for our clay soon. Considering each passing minute of rain is costing them time, Deely remarked with a wry smile, glancing at Yang Ming'er. Yang Ming'er spoke the unvoiced thoughts of Deely. You truly are a shrewd merchant. Indeed, no merchant is without guile, Yi Chen boldly affirmed, acknowledging his role as a cunning trader. This island survival world bore no significant difference from the human realm of yore. To grow stronger, one must strive to suppress their competitors. Currently, he had purchased favorable weather and was diligently enhancing his capabilities. Whereas those trapped in caves by the torrential rain could accomplish nothing. In a world where one must row against the current to progress, while others remained stagnant, he was continuously broadening his advantage. As expected, within 15 minutes, someone in the chat room proposed a trade for various treasured blueprints in exchange for high-grade clay and sand. The system's price for favorable weather had escalated yet again. It seemed the downpour had affected all the islands of the top 10 survivors in the rankings. Several prominent figures, with substantial resources, hastily invested in purchasing fair weather. The price for this favorable weather continued to soar. Yi Chen remained calm, waiting until noon, while the two girls completed the assembly of the solar panels just in time for lunch. Brother Yi, someone just offered a blueprint for a perfect grade tool hammer in exchange for clay. Oh no, it seems it was snatched away. Deely exclaimed excitedly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, merely smiled lightly in response and pointed towards the resource distribution point. The astute Deely quickly grasped the situation and gasped in astonishment. Brother Yi, was it you who snatched it? Yi Chen nodded with a smile. He had not solely focused on wiring. The system's price for weather was constantly rising. Akin to stocks, the more it surged, the more fervently the retail investors pursued it. Consequently, even a perfect-grade blueprint could no longer be hidden. Another perfect-grade tool blueprint was obtained, leaving only the perfect-grade tool scissors remaining. Chapter 90. Rare-grade freshwater. For others, acquiring the blueprints was still a formidable task. Without finding high-grade logs or iron ingots, even possessing the blueprints rendered them mere scraps of paper. However, Yi Chen was different. He had already stored some high-grade iron ingots, and he possessed ample substitutes for iron ingots in the form of kitchen knives, to say nothing of the fact that even without kitchen knives, if the iron ingots were exhausted, he could still smelt iron or in a furnace to acquire more. As for logs, though he currently lacked high-grade logs, he possessed resource distribution maps and a spyglass, two extraordinary artifacts that made finding high-grade logs a mere matter of time and physical labor for him. When the weather is pleasant, the mood is buoyant, and work becomes enjoyable. While other islands remained shrouded in clouds, his island basked in sunshine. The four of them worked diligently until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Dadawan finally completed the defense project, and Yi Chen finished the wiring task, while the two girls had also successfully assembled the solar panels ahead of schedule. Boss, I'm off to chop some trees. After a simple lunch, Dadawan, carrying a mountain axe and a plastic bucket, sought to embark on his next task. Not so fast. Let us first test our power system. Yichen called out to Dada Wan, then installed a light bulb and pressed the switch. The first artificial light on the island illuminated the cave. Wonderful. Now we have light in our cave. Although the four of them did not urgently require light, after all, they had a luxury RV equipped with not just a single incandescent lamp, but various exquisite light fixtures. Seeing the fruits of their labor manifest as light was an exhilarating experience. Boss, can our freshwater purifier be operational now? Dada Wan was eager to upgrade. Perhaps when you return with high-grade logs, we shall have high-grade freshwater. Yichen replied, filled with confidence now that the most challenging power system had been established. There was nothing left to worry about, as the remaining tasks would be a piece of cake. Dada Wan, elated, set off alone to chop trees, while Yichen instructed the two girls to continue sifting sand. As high-grade sand was in great demand, Yichen proceeded to power the freshwater purifier. The only thing lacking was a water pump. Without it, they would have to manually fill the system. Yichen poured a bottle of fresh water into the powered purifier. Within moments, purified water flowed from the outlet. Yichen filled a bottle, took a sip, and whether it was due to psychological influence or the water's true quality, he felt that it was far sweeter than the water drawn directly from the freshwater lake. After drinking half, he set aside the remainder and listed it on the trading post. Indeed, the system automatically assigned a grade. Rare grade freshwater, 500 milliliters. Yichen casually listed 500 milliliters of rare grade freshwater, but it did not escape the keen eyes of the survivors. Rare grade freshwater. Am I seeing things? Did I hallucinate? Is there a grade for freshwater? Some knowledgeable individuals exclaimed, while others were left bewildered. Good grief, it's another day of the sun and moon. Before long, the members of the chat room realized that the rare grade freshwater being offered was none other than the affluent individual known as Ryu Xingchun from the trading post. To ascend from level 4 to level 5 in the signing-in system, one requires freshwater of this grade, a true treasure. Esteemed benefactor, what price do you ask for it? Is there any left? May I reserve some in advance? Indeed, though I am but at level 3, I have already gathered the resources for level 4. I only lack this freshwater, and here you are offering it. What is the price? Yichen's casual posting drew the attention of many, transforming the previously aimless chatter into a fervent discussion centered around the coveted grade freshwater. Were this to occur in the real world, the term rare grade freshwater would surely trend across social media. Although Yichen understood that this grade of freshwater was not ordinary, he did not anticipate that his mere curiosity regarding the water's classification would incite such a considerable uproar. Not for sale, Yichen stated bluntly in the public channel, turning away the hopeful requests of many eager survivors. Not for sale? Why not, esteemed one? Came the responses filled with anticipation. Yes, I require this for my upgrade. Ryu, we can negotiate the price. The desperate survivors would not easily relent, persistently questioning Yichen's reasoning. Yichen calmly replied, the quantity is limited, it is scarce. Scarce? Yichen, is this purifier troublesome to use, or does it have any special requirements? Yang Ming Air, who had been observing the conversation, sent Yichen a message, perplexed by his response. It is not troublesome, nor does it have any special requirements. It is quite simple. 1 ton per day is no issue. Then why do you say it is scarce and not for sale? Yang Ming Air was thoroughly confused, unable to comprehend why Yichen would choose not to profit. There is no rush. Scarcity begets value. If they knew that I could easily produce rare-grade freshwater, how could I entice them to purchase my water at a high price? Yichen's shrewdness was unmistakable. Haha, Sister Ming Air, do not fret. Brother Yi is an astute businessman, always ensuring a profitable venture. By the way, Sister Ming Air, have you inquired about Brother Ye's previous occupation? How did he become so adept at business? Di Li, while sifting through sand, did not miss the opportunity to gossip. This question left Yang Ming Air in a quandary. Although she had met Yichen upon arriving on the island and had spent nearly 10 days with him, she had never pried into his background. You should ask him. I believe Brother Yi is a young and accomplished talent in the real world, far superior to those wealthy second-generation individuals who only seek superficial beauty. Do you fancy Brother Yi? Would you like me to play matchmaker? I do not. The two young women teased each other on the beach as Yichen approached with the purifier and 2 bottles of rare-grade freshwater. The two ladies immediately composed themselves, politely nodding at Yichen. Try this. I find it quite enjoyable. You should sample its flavor. There was a slight sweetness, a smooth texture. It was indeed delightful. Di Li took a sip and enthusiastically gave a thumbs up in praise. Come with me. Yichen waved at the two. Where to? They asked, puzzled. To the upgrade signing-in system. Brother Yi, do you already have the freshwater prepared? Of course, it is merely 20-grade freshwater. Did I not inform you that I could produce as much as needed? Yichen replied with ease. Although the energized freshwater purifier was merely a basic item capable of filtering out rare-grade freshwater, its efficiency was remarkable. as long as one continued to feed it water. It could produce rare-grade freshwater in mere moments. Have you prepared the crossbow needed for the upgrade, along with the exceptional vegetables and the 2 wooden rafts? Yang Ming-er recalled that upgrading from level 4 to level 5 in the signing-in system was no simple feat certainly. Do you think I stroll through the trading post idly? I have prepared everything. All that remains is the favorable wind, which has now arrived. If not now, then when? Long live Brother Yi! Di Li exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Yang Ming-er was pleasantly surprised by Yi Chen's attentiveness. He had discreetly prepared all the materials they would require for their upgrades. Should we wait for Dedawan to return and upgrade together? Yang Ming-er felt it was somewhat unfair that the 2 of them always upgraded first, leaving Dedawan behind. No need. I have not gathered all of his materials yet. I am still missing a crossbow. Crafting a crossbow requires 2 arrows, and making arrows necessitates cowhide, which is not easily obtained. Yi Chun had expended considerable effort to manage to gather 2 crossbows. Perhaps I should yield my turn to Dedawan. After all, we upgraded first last time. Yang Ming-er felt a bit shy. Really, it is unnecessary. I know Dedawan well. Even if he were here, he would definitely allow you to upgrade first. Having spent much time with Dedawan, Yi Chun understood him well. This child, though of average intelligence, was honest and straightforward and would never sulk over such trivial matters. Once, when they had only just met, Dedawan had placed unwavering trust in Yi Chun. It was unlikely that he would protest even if he were told he could never upgrade in the signing-in system. He would simply smile with that innocent grin and say, "As long as you have it, Brother Yi, I will have it too." The 2 young women decided to commence their upgrades in the signing-in system. Ding! Your recruitment of Yang Ming-er has successfully elevated the signing-in system to level 5. Current signing-in system level 5, 40 ordinary rewards, 20 rare rewards, 17 exceptional rewards, 13 perfect rewards, 69 epic rewards, 3 legendary rewards, 1 super divine rewards. Yang Ming-er's signing-in probabilities were naturally calculated according to established norms. Hers was neither as rewarding as Yi Chen's initial kill bonus, nor as outrageous as Di Li's. However, upon witnessing her signing-in system rise to level 5, Yang Ming-er was exhilarated and instinctively embraced Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, I am at level 5. Upon uttering these words, Yang Ming-er suddenly realized that she may have acted impulsively. Blushing, she quickly retreated several steps, while Di Li stifled a laugh behind her hand. "No laughing. It is your turn. Hurry and upgrade." With her face flushed crimson, Yang Ming-er had no choice but to pull Di Li forward as a shield. Yi Chun, initially taken aback, was still a somewhat innocent young man. However, when he regained his composure, he found himself lingering on the moment. This stunning beauty had unexpectedly thrown herself into his embrace, and her figure was quite remarkable, with her chest pressing against him. Fortunately, the system's notification sound rang out again, pulling Yi Chun back to reality. "Ding! Your recruitment of Di Li Mu La Ti has successfully elevated the signing-in system to level 5. Current signing-in system level 5, 15 ordinary rewards, 20 rare rewards, 17 exceptional rewards, 13 perfect rewards, 69 epic rewards, 28 legendary rewards, 1 super divine rewards." Di Li continued to expand her system's capabilities. With a probability of 28 for legendary signing-in rewards, this girl was truly unmatched. Upon hearing Di Li announce her level 5 signing-in system probability, Yang Ming-er looked on with envy. Despite both having level 5 signing-in systems, the disparity was staggering. Not to mention Yang Ming-er, even Yi Chun, who possessed a level 6 signing-in system, felt overshadowed in Di Li's presence. Yi Chun's anticipation for the Di Li upgrade system now surpasses even his own ambitions. After all, this girl is undeniably his own. In the realm of reality, if a romantic relationship falters, it simply ends, and even marriage can culminate in divorce. However, in the world of survival on the island, once you choose to submit to another, unless you are completely finished and bid farewell to this island existence, you remain bound to your master in life and in death. Yi Chun has no worries about this girl harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, he treats people with kindness and considers the needs of the girls. Where else could one find such a benevolent master? With the power system established and the upgrade systems for the 2 girls completed, the only task left is to repair the motorboat. 50 kilograms of rare-grade iron ingots are required. Fortunately, Yi Chun has amassed quite a collection of ingots over the past few days. However, the quantity he possesses is just enough to meet the 50-kilogram requirement. Handing them all over at once weighs heavily on his heart. "I will go repair the motorboat. You 2 stay at home," he declares. Despite his reluctance, the motorboat must be repaired. It cannot be left unattended. "We want to go too. We have never ridden a motorboat before," the 2 girls insist. Having only heard the word motorboat and completely ignoring repair, unable to persuade them otherwise, Yi Chun reluctantly sends a message to Dedawan. I am taking the two girls to repair the motorboat. Dawan has already arrived at his destination, albeit slower than anticipated. Having taken the time to chat in the chat room, several eager individuals waiting for clay and sand expressed their impatience at Yi Chen's absence, seeking assistance from Dawan. Dawan, where has Ryu gone? We are still waiting for our supplies. I secured quite a bit yesterday. If Ryu has anything he wants, he should just say so. My boss took the girls on the motorboat. The term ride transforms the situation, igniting a wave of blind admiration among the group. Ryu is living the high life. How enviable. I wish I could have a motorboat too, and I want girls as well. Chapter 92. Synthesizing a perfect grade shark net. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, unaware of the commotion, struggles to transport the iron ingots to the motorboat. The petite figures of the girls can barely manage 10 pounds each before gasping for breath. The problem is that there are a full 50 kilograms of iron ingots. The rest must be carried by Yi Chun alone. Halfway through, he regrets his haste. Why rush? It would be better to wait for Dawan to return and share the burden. Clearly, he must find time to procure a handcart. After much effort, Yi Chun finally transports the 50 kilograms of iron ingots to the motorboat. The system, as expected, only responds with 2 notifications. Ding. Host chooses to consume 50 kilograms of rare-grade iron ingots to repair the damaged motorboat. Ding. Repair completed. In a matter of moments, his hard-earned 50 kilograms vanish. Although he feels a pang of regret, seeing the once dilapidated motorboat now gleam with polish brings him a sense of satisfaction. Wow, fantastic. Yi Chun, take us out for a ride. Yes, brother Yi. I've never been on a motorboat before. Yi Chun is momentarily taken aback. He initially thought only someone of his humble status would feel this way, yet these two prominent girls seem no different from him. All right. I will also test the quality of this repaired motorboat. Hold on tight. With a roar, the engine starts, and the trio sets off southward. The motorboat's system indicates ample power, capable of traveling 30 nautical miles. Yi Chun glances at the sky. The western horizon appears to be shrouded in rain, while the south and east bask in sunshine. He navigates southward, enjoying splendid weather and high visibility. The girls, thrilled by their inaugural motorboat experience, are bubbling with excitement. I think I see Ryu. Suddenly, someone in the chat room exclaims, Where? Where? I can't see anything. Neither can I. The rain hasn't stopped. Hearing that someone spotted Ryu, the chat room buzzes with renewed energy. The observer, equally excited, announces, It is indeed Ryu. Just the other day, I happened to find a telescope. Are there any girls with him? The gossip mongers continue their chatter. Yes, there are 2. Thus, Yi Chun's motorboat adventure transforms into a live broadcast. Wow, Ryu really does what he says. He's genuinely out with girls. Yi Chun, preoccupied with piloting the motorboat, misses this chatter. Otherwise, it would surely give him a headache. He never claimed to be taking girls out. He merely mentioned going out to sea. Dawan, it seems I am quite close to you and Ryu's island. Might it be possible for Ryu to take me in? I am willing to submit. The individual with the telescope proves adept at flattering, promptly seeking Dawan's assistance. I cannot decide. That is up to my boss. Dawan, having just felled a remarkable tree, is tidying up the logs and preparing to return home. After a brief rest on the ground, he opens the chat room to find a flood of messages awaiting him. Dawan, please help me ask Ryu. Someone pleads. Understood. I will inquire. With Dawan's assurance, the chat room erupts once more. Count me in. I want to sign up too. The chat room devolves into a recruitment rally, with Ryu's name held in the highest regard. Despite being fellow survivors in this island world, the disparity is stark. While some struggle for basic sustenance, others enjoy a life of luxury. While clouds loom overhead for some, others summon clear skies with a wave. In solitude, some yearn for companionship, while others are surrounded by followers and friends. If one were to truly align with Ryu, the distant prospects aside, at least the basic needs of life would be effortlessly met. Everyone be quiet, line up. Dawan, energized by the chaos, seems eager to initiate a reservation system. After traveling 5 or 6 nautical miles, Yi Chun feels quite pleased with the repaired motorboat. The system is truly impressive. This is not mere repair. It is akin to acquiring a new vessel. The girls are so exhilarated that they even break into song, their enthusiasm palpable. Without a selfie stick or phone, they would surely capture 100 photos and share them on social media. By 2 in the afternoon, Yi Chun returns to his camp and parks the motorboat on the beach. He glances around. It seems he will need to find time to construct a dock, ensuring the motorboat remains secure, as his fishing endeavors at sea will depend on it. Boss, I'm back. Dawan, cheerfully carrying a full bucket of logs and an axe slung over his shoulder, joyfully returns to the camp. Why were you gone so long? Was it hard to find? Yi Chun notes the time. Dawan has been out for 4 or 5 hours. I saw that the chat room was looking for you, and since you seemed busy, I handled it for you. Dawan admits shamelessly. Looking for me. More supplies, I suppose. It has been said that upon witnessing you taking a lady out to sea, some have declared their intention to submit to you, prompting me to have them queue for your instructions. Yi Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. This fellow truly had an imaginative mind. How much would have been collected? Let us take a look. Yi Chen had no time to exchange pleasantries with De Dewan and reached out for the wood. Boss, let's procure a flatbed cart. This plastic bucket can hardly carry much. De Dewan emptied the bucket of its contents, and Yi Chen weighed the pieces in his hands. 2 kilograms was more than sufficient. Yet it appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 kilograms at most. To synthesize a perfect grade shark net, only 2 kilograms of superior grade wood were required. However, this was not the only item needing such wood. Perfect grade tools like hammers and shears also required this wood as their material. As for the materials required to upgrade the level 6 sign-in system to level 7, they were even more extravagant. 100 kilograms of superior grade wood. The system stipulated the type of tree as well. Only birch would suffice. The difficulty level had increased exponentially. Yi Chen, however, could not afford to dwell on it any longer. He needed to synthesize the shark net without delay. The materials were gathered. 2 rare-grade small fishing nets, 50 meters of hemp line, 1 kilogram of superior-grade plastic, and 2 kilograms of any tree's wood. The synthesis of the perfect-grade shark net commenced. Congratulations, host, on successfully synthesizing a perfect-grade shark net. With the net in hand, Yi Chen wasted no time in beginning to synthesize the sea fish catching kit. Host, please consume 1 superior-grade shark hook, 1 superior-grade seawater fishing rod, and 1 perfect-grade shark net to synthesize a perfect-grade sea fish catching kit. Although Yi Chen found it perplexing that this catching kit was merely of a certain grade, he did not dwell on it further. Synthesis was the priority. The perfect-grade sea fish catching kit has been successfully synthesized. This kit can capture fish of grade and below. After capturing 20 superior-grade seawater fish, the catching kit will unlock its upgrade mode. Gather the required materials for the upgrade to evolve into an epic-grade sea fish catching kit. Understanding this, Yi Chen realized why what appeared to be an impressive item was classified merely as a grade material. It had the potential to evolve. De Dewan, accompany me into the sea. Our target is 3 superior-grade seawater fish. Understood, boss. Hearing that they were about to venture into the sea, De Dewan was even more excited than Yi Chen. However, their motivations differed. Yi Chen aimed solely to capture those 3 fish before the midnight leaderboard update to expedite his sign-in system's upgrade to level 7. De Dewan, on the other hand, was still lost in dreams of catching sharks. May we join? The girls expressed their desire to partake in the fishing expedition. Stay at home. This jet ski can only accommodate 4 people, and we need to fish. It's unsafe. Yi Chen declined their request, taking with him the treasure-hunting albatross, Xiaotian, a spyglass, a telescope, 2 plastic buckets, a small bottle of bait, and the newly synthesized fishing kit aboard the jet ski. The bait in his hand was no longer the same as that used for freshwater fishing. Yi Chen had prepared in advance and procured a bottle of superior-grade bait from the trading post. As the sky remained bright, Yi Chen steered the jet ski southward. This was Yi Chen's first venture into deep-sea fishing, and he felt a sense of uncertainty. However, glancing at the catching tool in his possession and observing Xiaotian scanning the surrounding waters, he donned the spyglass and bolstered his confidence. With such ample equipment at his disposal, if he couldn't catch any sea fish now, how would he manage in the future? De Dewan's eyes were wide, scanning the water's surface, appearing as though he might leap into the water at any moment. Suddenly, with a flap of its wings, Xiaotian took flight toward the southwestern sea. Yi Chen understood instantly that Xiaotian had spotted something. He subtly adjusted the jet ski's direction toward the southwest, focusing intently on the water's surface through the spyglass. Xiaotian's vision was not something ordinary humans could compare to. Soon, Yi Chen could see Xiaotian's figure diminishing until it became a mere dot in the distance. Boss, where did Xiaotian fly off to? Is it possible he went to catch fish on his own? De Dewan asked anxiously, glancing towards the southwest. That won't happen. Yi Chen had unwavering faith in the system. Unlike human relationships, there was no concept of loyalty attached to the rewards provided by the system. As expected, 5 minutes later, Xiaotian returned, flapping its wings vigorously as it landed back on the side of the boat, gesturing toward the southwest. De Dewan, continue southwest and accelerate. It's almost 5 o'clock. We must seize the opportunity before sunset to catch those 3 fish. Boss, are we not going after sharks? De Dewan was still caught up in his daydream of catching sharks. It's too late for that today. We'll come back another time. Yi Chen didn't want to waste time explaining and simply diverted the conversation. All right, boss, hold on tight. Here we go? De Dewan replied, as the jet ski sped toward the southwest. After about 3 minutes, Yi Chen stood at the right side of the boat, keenly observing. The spyglass revealed signs of movement within its range. There, De Dewan. At 2 o'clock, slow down, we mustn't alarm the fish. As it was his first time fishing in the ocean, Yichun had to be cautious. Xiao Tian began to circle above, indicating that a school of fish was nearby. Xiao Tian's ability was to locate schools of fish, but whether they were of high grade was something Yichun would have to ascertain with the spyglass. When the jet ski was within 400 or 500 meters of the school, Dao Wan turned off the engine, allowing the jet ski to coast towards the fish school. 3 minutes later, the school came within Yichun's line of sight. It was a sizable group, with the spyglass revealing more than 500 fish. However, there were fewer than 10 of superior grade or higher. Dao Wan, prepare to fish. The target has been identified. We must rely on the recently synthesized sea fish catching kit. Following the system's instructions, Yichun first lowered the large fishing net to encircle the school, and then Dao Wan took out the seawater fishing rod, attaching a large shark hook to begin spearing the fish. If it weren't for the system's guidance, Yichun would never have conceived of using a fishing rod in such a manner. Remarkably, this unconventional method proved effective. Dao Wan first speared several ordinary grade small fish before focusing on the larger superior grade fish with the spyglass. Boss, this one seems good. It must weigh around 2 pounds. The first superior grade seawater fish was caught. With the daylight waning, Dao Wan hurriedly sought to catch a couple more fish so they could return. Yichun had a clear objective. There would be plenty of time to fish later. For today, catching those 3 superior grade fish to upgrade his sign-in system was sufficient. All right, watch my aim, Dao Wan exclaimed, plunging the spear down with enthusiasm. In less than 5 minutes, not only did they secure 3 superior grade seawater fish, but Dao Wan also caught a perfect grade seawater fish weighing 4 kilograms. Boss, what price do you think this fish will fetch? As they sped back home on the jet ski, Dao Wan couldn't help but glance at the fish he had caught. The demand for marine fish remains negligible for most individuals, as the cost of consumption is prohibitively high. However, we can attempt to list it on the exchange for observation. Yichun does not harbor grand expectations of amassing wealth through the sale of marine fish. Nevertheless, this represents the first substantial marine fish in the realm of island survival. Let us proceed. The first marine fish is ready to be listed. Chapter 94. The Level 7 sign-in system has arrived. Yichun holds little hope of selling this exquisitely perfect marine fish at a high price, as the vast majority of survivors currently find themselves at sign-in levels 2 to 3, with only a scant few having achieved level 4. The notion that someone might purchase this fish to satiate their hunger or enhance their meals seems utterly fanciful. Presently, aside from Yichun, who possesses the means to indulge in roasted fish, Yichun casually lists the marine fish on the exchange. Initially, no one takes notice. The entire chatroom continues its aimless chatter. Some express their displeasure in the announcement channel, hurling insults at one another. Others, clearly unable to afford it, fixate on a single item, bargaining fervently. Some even brazenly flirt with the ladies. Truly, there is no limit to the antics of this crowd. The presence of Day and Moon, the esteemed figures of the exchange, is hardly surprising, and everyone is accustomed to it. Seems like Day and Moon is selling fish again. Someone murmurs. Indeed, another freshwater fish, impressive, weighing 4 kilograms. Wow, 4 kilograms. That's enough to last me several days. Wait, am I seeing things? It appears not to be a freshwater fish at all. After much back and forth, someone finally identifies the anomaly. The fish listed by Day and Moon is not freshwater. It is unequivocally a marine fish. Have you never seen a pig run if you haven't eaten one? The sign-in upgrade system clearly states that to progress from level 5 to level 6, one must possess 3 marine fish of excellent quality or above. At this moment, let alone excellent quality, what survivor has even encountered a marine fish? What? A marine fish? What? An exquisitely perfect marine fish. Is the system mistaken? Such a large marine fish, how could it be possible? An increasing number of survivors begin to notice the strikingly anomalous, exquisitely perfect marine fish listed on the exchange. Day and Moon. Is that really a marine fish you've listed? Some seem incredulous, directly messaging Yichun about it. Yes, it's a marine fish. Yichun replies calmly with 3 words. No way. It's really a marine fish. The individual goes completely mad with excitement. The news of Day and Moon selling marine fish spreads like wildfire, and it's an exquisitely perfect marine fish. Day and Moon, where did you catch it? I don't even have a bamboo raft and have never been to sea. I haven't seen a single marine fish. For the majority of survivors at this juncture, those capable of crafting a bamboo raft are exceedingly few, and having a raft does not equate to fishing in the ocean. Who have you seen paddle a bamboo raft to catch fish in the sea? A bamboo raft can only help you navigate nearshore, where marine fish do not appear, let alone a 4-kilogram exquisitely perfect marine fish. Day and Moon, you haven't leveled up to 7 already, have you? A clever survivor seems to connect the dots. The excellent quality marine fish is one of the essential materials for transitioning from level 6 to level 7 in the sign-in system. Yi Chun's ability to sell exquisitely perfect marine fish suggests he possesses more than just this one. Level 7. Are you out of your mind? I'm only at level 2. What on earth? How could someone reach level 7 in just a few days on the island? What is all the commotion? Don't you see who this person is? Day and Moon, the top figure in the island survival world. Who knows? He might even be at level 10. The chatroom buzzes with all sorts of speculation, with some elevating Yi Chun to legendary status. Boss, you're killing me with laughter. They're saying you're at level 10. Ahaha. Great Master 1 roars with laughter. Yi Chun, have you caught a marine fish? Why is everyone in the exchange talking about you? Yangming, and Di Li seem to have noticed the chatter in the chatroom. We secured 3 excellent quality marine fish. That exquisitely perfect marine fish is a surplus. If no one wants it, we might as well roast it for dinner tonight while it's still fresh. Eat. The two ladies gasp in unison. This is an exquisitely perfect marine fish. It's estimated that no other survivor in the entire island survival world possesses a second one, yet Yi Chun intends to consume it for dinner. Is it not a waste, even for someone wealthy? Half an hour later, Yi Chun returns to his camp laden with a bountiful harvest. The 3 excellent quality marine fish are nearly lifeless, but the system does not mandate them to be alive, as long as they are classified as excellent quality marine fish. The system will accept them. Great Master 1, please assist in transporting all these supplies to the Resource Distribution Center. I need to prepare for leveling up. To ascend from the level 6 sign-in system to level 7, a considerable amount of resources is required. The requirements are divided into 2 parts. The first part consists of resources that do not need to be submitted, at least 2 level legendary items, at least 3 level epic items, 1 level epic motorboat, and at least 1 fragment of a level legendary treasure map. Yi Chun meets all 4 conditions. The second part consists of resources that must be submitted, 100 kilograms of iron ore of any level, 20 kilograms of exquisitely perfect fine sand, 30 kilograms of exquisitely perfect clay, 3 level perfect freshwater fish, and 3 level excellent quality marine fish. Lastly, 1 level epic item must be submitted to the system. Yi Chun does not possess much ordinary level iron ore, as manually mining iron ore is excessively challenging due to a lack of appropriate tools. All the iron ore Yi Chun holds has been procured from the exchange, which required considerable effort. Fortunately, at present, the demand for this material is low, allowing Yi Chun to capitalize on the opportunity. The exquisitely perfect fine sand was something Yi Chun initially mistook for a novel item. But upon closer inspection of the system description, he discovered it was simply level sand, redefined as fine sand due to its higher level. As for the exquisitely perfect clay, since the discovery of the clay mine, it has ceased to be a scarce resource for Yi Chun. Although the entire clay mine contains only 80 kilograms of exquisitely perfect clay, nonetheless, to level up, it must be extracted. The level freshwater fish are a given. As with a level freshwater fishing rod and support from a viewing mirror, 3 level freshwater fish are easily obtainable. Now, the 3 level excellent quality marine fish that had long troubled Yi Chun are finally secured. The only remaining issue is the last requirement. The system necessitates Yi Chun to submit 1 level epic item. At this juncture, Yi Chun furrows his brow. He possesses several level epic items. But which one should he submit? Each one is a treasure in its own right. Every item is precious to him. This predicament leaves Yi Chun in a quandary. Chapter 95, Exploiting the System. The motorboat is level epic, but how could he bear to submit such a prized possession? The night observation mirror is also level epic. Yet this item may prove useful in the future. The skill that enhances running speed by 25. This contraption is indeed a life-saving technique. Without this skill, the question of whether I could successfully rescue Dilly would be uncertain, let alone donating it now. Yi Chun yearns to acquire 10 or 8 more skills. A myriad of epic-level treasures he already possesses flashed through Yi Chun's mind, yet one by one, he dismissed them. Since the system designates this item as a great asset, it must be of considerable value. How could Yi Chun possibly relinquish it without due consideration? The solar panels were indeed great items, yet they have already been utilized. Yang Ming'er also reflected for a moment and pointed towards the speedboat to the south of the cave. Indeed, great items are immensely valuable. How could one easily part with them? Dilly pouted in agreement, shaking her head vigorously. Yi Chun pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling something. I can go fishing. I could catch a grade fish to submit. After all, I possess a grade divine artifact, the scrying mirror, so catching a grade freshwater fish shouldn't be a significant challenge. How could I have forgotten such a simple solution? Have they finished fishing today? Yi Chun had entirely delegated the task of fishing to the Dawan and the 2 young ladies. I haven't had the time. I didn't fish today at all. The Dawan waved his hands repeatedly, indicating his busy schedule and lack of time for fishing. Upon hearing that the Dawan had not fished, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement, fearing that the Dawan might have exhausted the fishing quota for the day. Yidigo, I caught the fish today. Dilly shyly raised her hand. Have we exhausted the quota? Dilly nodded, frowning. Did we fail to catch any great fish? Yichin continued to inquire. Today was rather busy. I didn't specifically target large fish. The highest level I managed to catch was merely a grade 1. Do we have any stock left? Yichun remained hopeful. It felt like they were on the brink of failure regarding the fish situation. None left. We currently have 4 people and 2 pets, and our consumption is significant. Freshwater fish is our most vital food source, and we hardly have any reserves left. Besides, the better fish were sold off. Yang Minger, now the logistics manager, was more aware of these trivial matters than Yichun. This is troublesome. The method of substituting with grade freshwater fish has been dashed. Yidigo, I have an idea. Dilly suddenly stepped forward, her large eyes sparkling with excitement, pointing towards the direction of the lake and the crops planted by their group. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Dilly, you are truly a talented individual. Yichin immediately grasped the idea. However, it seems we have no stock left. Yichin recalled that they had indeed planted everything initially. This is problematic. Just when I thought of a backup plan, it has been thwarted. Sigh. Boss. What are you two talking about? I can't understand a word. The Dawan was completely bewildered, as it seemed these two had said nothing substantial. Yet one moment they praised Dilly as a genius, and the next they were sighing. Yang Minger, without uttering a word, promptly turned and dashed towards the RV moments later. She leapt out of the RV, hands outstretched, offering Yi Chun a seed the size of a pea. Now, Dawan finally understood. The grade material that needed to be submitted was the vegetable seeds obtained from their first harvest. The system merely stipulated that one must submit a grade epic material, without specifying quality, size, or value. A seed of epic level vegetable, the size of a pea, perfectly meets the system's requirements. Even a mosquito's leg, though small, is still meat. Minger, weren't all the seeds planted initially? How do you still have stock? Yichun distinctly remembered that all the seeds were sown during the second planting. How did another seed appear now? Hee, I secretly kept one. Yang Minger smiled brightly, winking at Yichun. Well hidden. Excellent. Yichun praised her with a thumbs up. It seemed that Yang Minger had not anticipated such commendation for her resourcefulness. In truth, she had merely exercised caution, fearing that the seeds planted might fall victim to adverse weather, so she had retained a small portion of each seed type. Little did she know this would become the crucial material for Yi Chin's upgrade in the sign-in system. Although Yi Chun's group currently possessed only these few grade epic seeds, submitting just one would suffice for progression. Such a near backdoor approach was certainly acceptable to Yi Chun. It turns out that this system is not infallible. We have discovered such a loophole, huh? Boss, quickly upgrade and give that god of death returns a resounding slap in the face. Dawan, still haunted by the already defeated god of death returns, was eagerly anticipating Yi Chin's retaliation. Unexpectedly, speaking of the devil, he appears. Dawan glanced at the chat room, seemingly spotting something, and began shouting. Boss, that fool is provoking you again. Yi Chun and the 2 young ladies logged in to check. Indeed, God of Death Returns was making a commotion in the chat room. You, get out here. The grade 6 sign-in system is impressive, but I will soon reach grade 6 as well. Surpassing you will be a matter of moments. What does it matter if you burn my resources? I signed in for a grade perfect multifunctional oversized tent yesterday. Wow, another grade 6 sign-in system. The God of Death certainly has some confidence. The existence of a grade tent is indeed remarkable. His loud proclamation rekindled admiration among many survivors. After all, in this era, where most survivors only possess grade 2 or 3 sign-in systems, a grade 6 is a significant advantage. Haha, sun and moon, just wait, I will definitely surpass you. Hearing the crowd's praise, the God of Death Returns became even more emboldened. Ha ha ha, this fool boasts about having a tent. Do you not have any shame? To Dawan, who was already residing in an RV, a measly tent was inconsequential, not even worthy of a glance. Show us your level, and then reveal your sleeping quarters. I bet you are sleeping on the open grass. Ding. Survivor Sun and Moon has successfully elevated their sign-in level to grade 7. As the first survivor to achieve grade 7, the system rewards 1 grade legendary material, a trailer RV. Just as God of Death Returns was still mocking Dawan, the system's voice resonated. Chapter 96, A Lavish Dinner. At that moment, the entire chat room fell silent. 5 seconds later, Dawan muttered in the chat room. Why is it another RV? Upon hearing this, no one dared to speak again. Just a moment ago, God of Death Returns was boasting about reaching a grade 6 sign-in system, only to be met with a resounding response from Sun and Moon. The first grade 7 sign-in system in the entire island survival world has been born. As for the grade-perfect multifunctional tent that God of Death Returns had boasted about, was there even a need for comparison with the grade legendary RV? A camping tent that could be acquired for a few hundred in the real world pales in comparison to a trailer RV that costs tens of thousands. What is face slapping? This is face slapping. God of Death Returns was now utterly speechless. What could he possibly use to compete with Yi-Chun? In Yi-Chun's presence, he was nothing but a beggar. Even more astonishing was that Dawan had said again. The disdainful tone of this phrase vividly illustrates how insignificant this legendary RV appears in the grand scheme of the sun, moon, and stars. 3 minutes later, someone finally spoke up. Dare I ask where the esteemed Ryu is currently resting? A brave survivor inquired. Dawan responded candidly. I am sharing a luxurious RV with the ladies. With that single statement, the chat room fell into an immediate silence. Luxurious RV. Luxurious RV. Luxurious RV. A minute later, the chat was flooded with the phrase luxurious RV. What a farcical jest. Just moments ago, these individuals were envious of the mere tent that the Grim Reaper had received. Yet now they learned that the illustrious Ryu resided in a luxurious RV. For most, let alone in this survival world, even in reality, they had never experienced life in an RV. Dawan, is it true that Ryu lives in an RV? Someone dared to ask further. Of course, a super luxurious RV, and I reside within it alongside the ladies. The ladies? Exclaimed another. You two are living there? How can so many people fit in this RV? How extravagant must Ryu's lifestyle be? It felt as if 1,000 alpacas had suddenly appeared before them. Dawan's words inevitably led to wild imaginations. Dawan, do refrain from making such remarks. You are exposing our privacy, Yang Minger admonished. Hee. I'm merely chatting casually, Dawan replied sheepishly while grinning at Yi-Chun. Brother Yi, hurry and check the upgraded attributes. Deely was uninterested in the gossip circulating in the chat room. Her curiosity solely lay in the probability of signing in at level 7. Current sign-in system level 7. 5 to obtain common rewards, 15 for rare rewards, 23 for excellent rewards, 25 for perfect rewards, 262 for epic rewards, 55 for legendary rewards, 03 for super divine rewards. The probability for lower tier rewards had once again diminished. Yi-Chun frowned, feeling dissatisfaction with this data. The odds for level and super rewards were still too low. With Deely's presence, Yi-Chun felt that these probabilities were less than satisfactory. The current sign-in probabilities were mainly focused on these 3 tiers, yet what he truly desired were materials at the level and super levels. Ding! As the host successfully upgraded to level 7 of the sign-in system, the synthesis function for super divine level materials and above has been activated. While Yi-Chun was still lamenting over his sign-in probabilities, the system's voice resounded once more. Collect the necessary materials. The host is now qualified to synthesize super divine level materials and above. Yi-Chun felt a bit embarrassed upon realizing that only after reaching level 7 could he synthesize super divine level materials. Furthermore, it appeared that super divine level materials were not the ultimate resources. This system was evidently more formidable than he had anticipated. Ding! Due to a survivor upgrading to level 7 of the sign-in system, the system now announces the materials required to upgrade from level 7 to level 8. Possess 5 or more level legendary items. Possess 5 or more level epic items. Possess at least 3 fragments of treasure maps for level legendary items. Submit 20 kilograms of level and above iron ingots. Submit 20 kilograms of level epic fine sand. Submit 20 kilograms of level epic clay. Submit 3 level epic freshwater fish. Submit 100 kilograms of level perfect and above sea fish. Submit 1 item of any level legendary material. Kill or recruit at least 1 survivor. The system publicly declared the requirements for upgrading from level 7 to level 8. The sheer volume of these demands was enough to make one's scalp tingle. What are these requirements? I can't meet even a fraction of them. Exactly. It's too harsh. Are we even allowed to live? 5 level materials. And 5 more level materials. I've yet to acquire even 1 level material. The prospect of a level 8 sign-in system was unfathomable and elicited envy and resentment from the chat room's participants. Upon witnessing these terrifying system requirements, many expressed their dissatisfaction. It seems that to rapidly ascend to level 7, one must resort to violence and plunder. This is coercing us into becoming criminals. All you little rascals, clean your necks and prepare. It was unclear who initiated this, but the atmosphere in the chat room drastically shifted. It can be said that regardless of location, money, power, and women are perpetually the instigators of conflict. Yi-Chun, these people are quite frightening. The ladies shivered upon hearing this dialogue. Often, those who speak such words may not necessarily act upon them. It is the silent ones lurking in the shadows who pose the true threat. Yi-Chun was not intimidated. He had no fear of those who blustered in the chat room. The saying goes, the dog that barks does not bite. The truly ferocious individuals often hide in the darkest corners. Stop dawdling. Dinner is ready. After eating, rest up. Boss, aren't we waiting for the leaderboard to update? The Dawan had eagerly anticipated the leaderboard. Furthermore, the wager with Yi Chun regarding the Grim Reaper's return was about to be revealed, although it seemed devoid of suspense. No need to wait. What's yours is yours. Why the indecision? Minger, Dealey, roast that level-perfect sea fish. Yi Chun promptly removed the 4-kilogram level-perfect sea fish from the table. Huh, where did Ryu's sea fish go? Ryu, where's the fish? As soon as Yi Chun retracted the level-perfect sea fish, a keen-eyed survivor noticed the issue. No one wants it. We'll roast it for dinner. The Dawan had already begun to prepare the fish, while simultaneously responding in the chat room. Roast it. The crowd went wild. To what extent does Ryu's generosity extend? This was the most valuable sea fish at present, and it was a level-perfect one at that. How could it be roasted for dinner? The world of the wealthy is incomprehensible. Chapter 97, A Bunch of Night Owls. While the crowd in the chat room lamented the loss of the level-perfect sea fish, Yi Chun had already begun to distribute the spoils without reservation. Yang Minger seemed a bit reluctant and murmured, Yi Chun, doesn't the level 7 to 8 sign-in system require a level-perfect sea fish? Aren't you going to keep some? The ladies were always thinking ahead. Yi Chun casually shook his head and replied, I don't need that one. Besides, I won't be able to gather the materials needed for an upgrade anytime soon. If the sea fish dies out at sea, it will spoil if left too long. Come on, everyone eat up. You all have worked hard these past few days. Here, Dawan, a piece of fresh fish for you. Yi Chun generously sliced off a large chunk of fish and handed it to Dawan. Thank you, boss. You are too kind. We're all in this together. No need to mention hard work. Dawan, having spent time with Yi Chun, had become quite astute in his speech. Here, Minger Dealey. These 2 pieces of fish are for you. You've been sifting sand and tidying up. You've earned it. After attending to Dawan, Yi Chun turned his attention to the 2 ladies, making them feel a bit shy. It seemed he hadn't done much apart from having them assist him with a bath. Although we seem affluent now, in reality, we are indeed far wealthier than most survivors. However, as you can see, there are many who covet our resources and lifestyle. We cannot afford to be complacent. The 3 originally intended to enjoy their feast, but Yi Chun's tone shifted. It became clear that his attentiveness had a purpose. Boss, just tell me what you need me to do. The 2 young women exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Chun, clearly suggesting that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Brother, just say it outright, they implied. Indeed, we must hasten to acquire the legendary building hammer. First, we need to gather 4 excellent tools, so we must divide our tasks. The Dawan, as usual, seek out a few sturdy tree trunks. You have 2 days to collect no less than 50 kilograms of top-quality timber. Ming Er and Dealey, continue sifting sand and smelting iron ingots. We still require a blueprint for a perfect tool, and we must gather sand, freshwater fish, and other supplies for trade. Yi Chun spoke extensively without reservation. Brother Yi, you really think far ahead, Dealey pouted in response. It was evident that Yi Chun had long coveted that legendary building hammer and had meticulously planned for it. But this is for everyone's benefit, he shamelessly declared, placing the burden of this ambition on the others. Even Dawan began to ponder quietly, questioning whether their leader had become too much of a shrewd merchant, even at the expense of his own people. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of that legendary building hammer, they bore no complaints. After all, it was their island, and who wouldn't want to see it flourish? Yi Chun's urgency was not unfounded. Although he currently appeared well-resourced with ample manpower and a significant lead in levels compared to most others, he understood that as time passed, if they did not swiftly fortify their island and enhance their defenses, they would face increasing threats from other survivors capable of venturing out to sea. The foremost priority was to transform their island into an impregnable fortress. Before sleeping, the 2 young women bathed once more while Yi Chun busied himself with planning, not involving himself in their activities. Dawan eagerly awaited the arrival of midnight. For her, the stroke of midnight signified more than just the arrival of daily rewards. It heralded the leaderboard update and the accompanying system rewards, as well as an opportunity to deliver a resounding slap to the face of the Reaper. Exhausted from his endeavors, Yi Chun soon fell into a deep slumber. However, he was startled awake by the sight of 2 pairs of large eyes staring at him. What are you doing? You scared me. Yi Chun instinctively clutched his blanket and rolled backward a few steps. Brother Yi, you're so adorable. Dealey stifled her laughter behind her hand. Adorable? Hearing such a term applied to a man was akin to an insult in Yi Chun's mind. Boss, it's almost midnight. Wake up, wake up. Dawan burst in, calling out boisterously. Must you insist? The reward's 1T run away. We can discuss it in the morning. Yi Chun groaned, turning to go back to sleep, having almost reached the realm of dreams when he was pulled back by the 2 young women. No, Yi Chun, get up. Yang Ming Er joined in, pushing him insistently while Dealey watched with a mischievous smile. Realizing their intentions, Yi Chun understood that these 3 were retaliating against him for his earlier scheming during dinner. All right, you win. I'll get up. What kind of survivor guards the midnight hour like you? He casually opened the chat room, only to discover that perhaps it was best not to say anything at all. Everyone, listen up. There are 10 minutes left until the leaderboard updates. Stay alert. Of course, we've been waiting for this moment. I'm aiming for the top 10. Give it up. With your level, you can't even dream of the top 10. The Day and Moon Master is already level 7, and you have nothing. Shut up. I have a legendary epic item. What do you have? Quiet down. We still need to see the results of the wager between the Day and Moon Master and that Reaper. Surely the Day and Moon Master will win. What will the first place winner receive this time? I can hardly wait. The messages flooded in the chat room with such speed that it left Yi Chun momentarily dizzy. Clearly, many survivors were sleepless that night, while he was the anomaly for wanting to rest. Everyone, be quiet. My boss is here. Calm down, Dadowan shouted, only for the chat room to become even more raucous. Long live the Day and Moon Master. Day and Moon Master, how are the ladies serving you? Day and Moon Master, I want to see you slap that foolish Reaper. Day and Moon Master, take me as your disciple. I'm willing to serve you. With Dadowan's shout, the Day and Moon Master became the undeniable focal point of the chat room. Yi Chun rubbed his head in exasperation, while Dadowan continued to cheer. Reaper, you coward. Come here and bow to my boss. The lively atmosphere was not lost on Dadowan, who would not let the Reaper's absence go unnoticed. Though the Reaper was not present, it did not deter Dadowan from hurling insults, as there were no penalties for such verbal assaults. Eventually, the Reaper could no longer remain silent. Who are you cursing? I'm talking about you. How dare you compare yourself to my boss? You aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Please, I'm leagues above you. I could leave you in the dust. Then what will you do if I win? Dadowan was not one to shy away from conflict. In fact, she thrived on chaos. If I'm lower than you, I'll call you daddy. All right. Good son. Get lost. Their exchange in the chat room devolved into a torrent of vulgarities. The Reaper, realizing that he could not compete with Yi Chun, was determined not to lose face in front of Dadowan. Beep. The leaderboard has been updated. At this moment, the long-awaited system notification rang out. Chapter 98. The leaderboard has been updated. The leaderboard for the second week is as follows. First place, Day and Moon Master. Yi Chun once again claimed the top spot. Boss, that's amazing. First place again. I told you it was a sure thing. Dadowan was even more excited than Yi Chun, as if the glory belonged to her. Yang Ming-er and Di Li were equally thrilled. Yi Chun's success was their success. Second place, Survivor 1. Third place. The system continued to announce the rankings. Those who had little interest in their standings were fervently praising Yi Chun. Day and Moon Master is magnificent. The achievements of Day and Moon Master are unparalleled. Day and Moon Master is the best in the universe. These shameless individuals were throwing around insincere flattery. Yi Chun and his companions, however, were too preoccupied to pay attention. At that moment, Yi Chun focused on familiar names within the top 10, as well as the rank changes of Dadowan, Yang Ming-er, and Di Li. Dadowan's interest was singular. She wanted the Reaper to plummet to rank 999, which would send her soaring in joy. Meanwhile, Yang Ming-er and Di Li fretted over their rankings, concerned about the gap between them and Yi Chun. Soon, a familiar name appeared, surprising everyone. Di Li. 36th place, Xiao Di. Di Li, you're 36th. That's incredible. Yang Ming-er cheered enthusiastically for Di Li, while Di Li herself seemed taken aback. I vaguely recall my previous ranking being outside the top 100, yet astonishingly, within just a week, I have ascended into the top 50. In comparison to Yang Ming-er and Dadowan, Di Li's initial ranking was not low. Although Di Li's sign-in level was not particularly high during the first week, she possesses a unique advantage with her inherent system, equipped with 2 substantial resources, ensuring her ranking would not fall too low. To everyone's surprise, it wasn't long before the names of Yang Ming-er and Dadowan appeared. 39th place, I am Ming. 47th place, Dadowan. Haha. Dadowan was absolutely delighted. If my memory serves me right, I was ranked 823 in the first week, and within just a week, I improved by over 700 ranks. Even more amusing for Dadowan was the revelation. 48th place, the return of the Grim Reaper. At this point, it was impossible for Dadowan to refrain from mocking the return of the Grim Reaper. Ha ha ha. Dadowan began to flood the screen with laughter. The chat filled with a barrage of ha ha ha. Others quickly joined in, as the observers in the chat room had already noted the ranking situation. Everyone was perceptive. Dadowan's ranking clearly indicated the benefits of aligning with the esteemed Ryu Dalao. It had only been a short while. Yet Dadowan had managed to surpass the return of the Grim Reaper, who was originally in third place. As for the earlier bet between the return of the Grim Reaper and Yi Chun, it had become utterly meaningless to most. How could one hope to compete with the main contender when they couldn't even best their subordinate? The return of the Grim Reaper had suffered a complete and utter defeat. Losing everything, even his dignity. However, while the other survivors might forget the wager, Dedelwan would not. Is that foolish idiot around? Consequently, the once formidable name of the return of the Grim Reaper was simplistically reduced to the foolish idiot by Dedelwan. Dedelwan called out a couple of times, yet there was no response. Dedelwan was not one to back down. If you choose to play dumb, I shall continue to berate you until you emerge. Hey, foolish idiot, the return of the Grim Reaper, come out. You no longer have the right to lick my leader's shoes. However, I am magnanimous and will reluctantly accept you, you little turtle. So come crawl over here and lick my shoes. If you do it well, there may be a reward. In front of Yi-chun, Dedelwan was as obedient as Winnie the Pooh, but when it came to the return of the Grim Reaper, he transformed into a rogue. Hey, did you really die? Has the Grim Reaper taken you away? Indeed, one must honor their bets. Where are you? Come out and lick Dedelwan's shoes. No, rather, lick Daddy's shoes. Ha ha. Yes, hurry up, you turtle. Don't keep our Dedelwan waiting, or else it won't just be shoes you'll be licking. If not shoes, then what? Ha ha. You know what I mean. Dedelwan stirred the pot, and those eager to flatter immediately followed suit. Their words as disgusting and lewd as possible. Shouting nonsense. I'm right here. The return of the Grim Reaper's composure was evidently lacking, as it wasn't long before he finally showed his face. Oh, my son, you've come. Quickly, come over here. The number of survivors in the chat room mocking the return of the Grim Reaper grew. Yi-chun, however, would not engage in such trivial matters. True leaders never squander time on petty squabbles. Ding. The results of the bet between Ryu Xingchun and the return of the Grim Reaper are announced. Winner, Ryu Xingchun. Ding. Due to the failure of the bet, the return of the Grim Reaper is unable to pay the wager of 100 liters of diesel. The system has determined that the return of the Grim Reaper has violated the rules, issuing a severe warning, and has suspended his sign-in for 2 natural days. Consequently, the winner, Ryu Xingchun, receives an additional sign-in opportunity. Soon, the system administrator delivered the news. Due to the unfortunate circumstances, the return of the Grim Reaper had lost all his diesel in a fire. Thus, he could not fulfill his wager. The system was unyielding, imposing strict penalties. Damn it, that damned system, this is unfair. Ding. Host the return of the Grim Reaper insulted the system. As a result, the system penalizes the return of the Grim Reaper by lowering the quality of his sign-in materials by 1 level in the next sign-in. Upon hearing this system notification, the once boisterous chat room fell into an immediate silence. Incredible. The system is truly formidable. The chat room attendees could insult other survivors without consequence, but openly disrespecting the system invoked immediate punishment. This system has a sense of pride. Long live the system. We support the system. Well done, system. The system is magnificent. Instantly, the atmosphere in the chat room shifted once more, from flattering Yi-chun to praising the system. However, these individuals were merely wasting their efforts, as even Yi-chun would not acknowledge them, let alone the lofty system. Ding, the leaderboard has been updated, and rewards will be distributed shortly. All survivors please check. Chapter 99, Special Rewards. First place, Ryu Xingchun receives Super Divine Level Reward Material. One of the components of the multifunctional quantum cutting knife, 1 kilogram of legendary material, nanoalloy. Upon hearing the words Super Divine Level Reward, Yi-chun nearly stumbled with excitement. Upon further reflection, he realized that what was given was merely one component of the multifunctional quantum cutting knife. What is this? Dedelwan was filled with questions, looking at Yi-chun with a bewildered expression. Yi-chun shrugged. The multifunctional quantum cutting knife was not a new concept. Previously, when Yang Minger shot the head wolf, she received a component of this quantum cutting knife. Had it not been for the system unexpectedly bringing it up again, Yi-chun might have forgotten that he still possessed a wolf fawn. Ryu Lauda, what exactly is this? Indeed, it sounds impressive. Why doesn't the system provide an explanation? The gossipers in the chat room shared similar confusion. Yi-chun, I still have that wolf fawn. Why is another component appearing? By the way, what exactly is this quantum cutting knife for? Yang Minger pointed to the wolf fang she had concealed in her RV, her face full of puzzlement. The system offered no further explanations, nor did I know. Yi-chun did not wish to remain silent. He genuinely had no idea. This seemingly grandiose, super divine, level multifunctional quantum cutting knife was exceedingly enigmatic. Other materials, with careful observation, the system would provide explanations. Even for a simple bottle of mineral water, the system would detail its use as drinkable fresh water. Yet, this quantum cutting knife, the system was reticent, offering no insights whatsoever. I shall keep it for now. It must have its uses, being a component of a super divine level material. Yi-chun could only take a chance. Compared to Yi-chun's mysterious materials, the second-place survivor received a notably practical item, an epic-level jet ski. Damn, that fellow received something quite good. Dedelwan looked enviously at the system screen. Yi-chun frowned. Another survivor had acquired a jet ski, And this one was quite formidable, ranking second in the leaderboard, which could pose some trouble. The rewards for the third and fourth place survivors were relatively meager compared to the second place. The 36th place, Xiao Di, received a commendable item of excellent grade, a multifunctional drying rack. Although it may not appear to be a high-tier item, it boasts significant practicality. Currently, on this island, there are 4 survivors, including 2 strikingly beautiful women, which means there is quite a bit of laundry to tend to. Having a clothes drying rack would be quite beneficial. The 39th ranked Yang Minger has received a pair of exceptional grade thermoses, both in vibrant red adorned with bows, exuding a festive charm. The 47th ranked Da Wan has acquired an exceptional grade razor. Yi Chen blinked at these 3 items and, with a wry smile, surveyed his 3 teammates. The reward system appears to be quite perceptive, as these rewards are tailored to their individual needs. A razor? I already have one. Da Wan, maintaining his flamboyant approach, was eager to flaunt his exceptional grade item in the chat room. One might mistakenly believe he was the one ranked first, like the sun and moon. The others, out of respect for Yi Chen, offered their compliments. Hey, you over there, what did you receive? Show it off. Da Wan couldn't resist taking a jab at the person ranked behind him, seemingly indicating that his rivalry with the Reaper could not be resolved anytime soon. Yi Chen remained perplexed, thinking, why am I involved in this? I haven't even responded to you. Da Wan continued his playful mockery. As for your blood debts, perhaps they stem from your own issues, not mine. All right, Da Wan, let's tone it down a bit. You're getting a bit carried away, Yang Minger interjected, unable to bear the antics any longer. Just as Da Wan quieted momentarily, the system chimed in again. Ding. All ranking rewards have been distributed. Survivors, please check your items. Ding. Congratulations to the host Da Wan for rising 776 ranks, receiving the best rank improvement reward, an exceptional grade RV with an integrated water pump. The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated such a reward. Boss, the water pump is here. Our luck today is truly remarkable. With this, Da Wan's attempts at modesty were rendered futile. Da Wan is magnificent. Bowing to you, great leader. A flurry of flattery began to envelop Da Wan. Yi Chen was also surprised by the system's generous gesture, reminiscent of a once struggling student who suddenly excels and is awarded for progress. However, it must be said that the arrival of this water pump was indeed timely. Since acquiring the RV, the 2 young women had found life significantly more convenient. Yet the issue of water procurement remained a persistent inconvenience. Being clean and well-groomed is a natural inclination, especially for 2 exquisite ladies. Where is it? Where is it? The moment they learned that Da Wan had obtained the coveted water pump, the 2 women clamored excitedly around him. Never had Da Wan experienced such attention. Unlike Yi Chen, he soon wilted under the attention and pointed towards the cave, saying, my supplies are in the cave. The 2 young women eagerly retrieved the water pump. The system provided the following description: exceptional grade water pump, powered by electricity, capable of extracting water sources, an essential artifact for bathing and changing. Upon reading this, Yi Chen blinked at the heavens. Could it be that the system has graciously bestowed this upon our group to facilitate my voyeuristic endeavors while the ladies bathe? In the dark of night, thankfully, the cave was equipped with lights, allowing the 2 young women to locate the water pump. However, bathing in the dead of night was perhaps best postponed. Let us sleep in the car. Yi Chen waved to the 3 below. Vegetables are ready too. The 2 young women, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement, were wide awake, bringing the water pump along and even taking a detour to check on their crops. As Yi Chen observed the 2 beauties winking at him from outside the car window, he had no choice but to rise from his comfortable air mattress and follow the ladies to the fields. Ding. You have harvested a total of 150 ordinary grade vegetable seeds, 2,200 rare grade vegetable seeds, 2,100 exceptional grade vegetable seeds, 1050 perfect grade vegetable seeds, 550 epic grade seeds, and 20 legendary grade seeds. Ding. You have harvested a total of 58 kilograms of ordinary grade vegetables, 188 kilograms of rare grade vegetables, 150 kilograms of exceptional grade vegetables, 25 kilograms of perfect grade vegetables, 9 kilograms of epic grade vegetables, and 1 kilogram of legendary grade vegetables. As the system announced the results, Yi Chen's heart swelled with joy. Despite some loss due to a recent storm, the nearly 6,000 seeds and 400 kilograms of vegetables harvested would be sufficient to sustain his group for an entire year. The yield of olive vegetables was modest, given the small quantity sown. Yi Chen, with so many vegetables, we won't be able to store them for long, Yang Minger remarked, her excitement giving way to a pressing concern. Without refrigeration, those 400 kilograms of vegetables would spoil within a few days on this island. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, recalling the concept of a refrigerator. Though even with one, the vegetables could only be preserved for about 10 days at most, which was sufficient for him, as his planting cycle was roughly 5 to 6 days. With a refrigerator, he would have a constant supply of vegetables. Perfect grade refrigerator requires 5 kilograms of exceptional grade iron, 1 perfect grade compressor, 5 kilograms of exceptional grade plastic, and 1 blueprint for a perfect grade refrigerator. The challenge lay in the complexity of synthesizing the refrigerator, as it required both a compressor and a blueprint. We should store the seeds in a dry place for now. For the lower grade vegetables, we'll limit their availability to 3 kilograms each time, 1 kilogram per portion, and the higher grade ones must be bought in 2 kilogram portions, with a mandatory purchase of 1 kilogram of the exceptional grade vegetables. Yichen rambled on, leaving Da-Da-Wan utterly bewildered. Boss, why complicate things? We could just list them all at once. It's not that simple. Yang Ming'er playfully waggled a finger at Da-Da-Wan. How is it not? They're all being sold anyway. Listing them together would save effort. You're making it tedious by posting them bit by bit. Yichen shrugged at Yang Ming'er, unwilling to elaborate further to Da-Da-Wan. He proceeded to list 2 portions of 1 kilogram of exceptional grade vegetables, along with 3 portions of bundled exceptional grade vegetables. The rest could wait until daylight. After finishing with the vegetables, Yichun returned to his air mattress, stifling a yawn as he lay down. Yang Ming'er patiently explained to Da-Da-Wan, value is derived from rarity. If we flood the market with our offerings, others will realize that cultivating vegetables yields such bountiful rewards, and no one will be willing to purchase our goods at a premium. Indeed, Brother Ye's sales strategy is known as hunger marketing, which is currently the most popular and successful sales approach, Dealey added. Da-Da-Wan stood there, expressionless, nodding slightly, uncertain whether he truly understood or remained perplexed. The chat room, however, erupted in excitement. It could only be said that tonight, many survivors were awake. And even at 1 in the morning, a multitude remained online. Superior level vegetables? The great Ryu is selling vegetables. Superior level? I'm only 1 level away from upgrading and need this, along with 10 upgraded rare grade freshwater. Don't fight, I want this. Soon, Yichen's private inbox was flooded with messages. He remained unfazed, reclining on the air mattress in the RV, perusing the proposed exchange items. What else do we need, Yichen? The 2 girls and Da-Da-Wan returned to their respective berths. Blueprints, iron ore, copper ore, as well as level leaves and level sand. Leaves, sand. Yang Ming'er and Dealey exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion. They were familiar with the first few items. Blueprints, iron ore, and copper ore had always been scarce resources. Originally, the exchange had some ore, but after Yichen swept through, iron and copper ore became rare commodities. However, what was the situation with leaves and sand? Dealey pondered for a moment and seemed to recall something. Brother Yi, are we preparing to craft blueprints again? Leaves and sand were primarily used for crafting blueprints for their group. The system's peculiar design required materials from multiple islands. Correct, we need blueprints. Yichun, while scanning the listed exchange items from the survivors, snapped his fingers at Dealey. For that epic level construction hammer? Everyone knew that Yichun had invested considerable effort in gathering materials for this epic tool, but regrettably, he had yet to collect even half of the necessary components. Setting aside the final crafting tool, the construction hammer, their group had only managed to synthesize 1 perfect level basic tool thus far, along with 2 blueprints. As for materials, it was even more daunting. Da-Da-Wan was set to be dispatched to Chop with the following day. After perusing his private messages, Yichen regrettably found none of the items he needed. Closing the system interface, he straightened up, yawning as he stated, but that is not all. We require many blueprints. The 2 girls looked on in bewilderment. Many? What other blueprints do we need? Yichun pointed toward the fields and then at the somewhat empty RV living area. Vegetables need refrigeration. And don't you think our living room feels a bit too spacious? Chapter 101. All trouble caused by Huiyuan Shenbao tablets. Do you mean to craft furniture and appliances? Yang Ming'er's expression became quite intricate, a mix of astonishment and anticipation. The desire for furniture and appliances had long been harbored. Who doesn't wish for a washing machine to spare them from hand washing? Who doesn't dream of lounging on a comfortable sofa watching a drama? However, in this island survival world, where others might not have enough to eat, she felt hesitant to pursue such comforts. Yet, it was Yichun who brought it up, causing both girls to become excited, their voices rising. First, let's get a refrigerator to store our food. As for the sofa, washing machine, air conditioner, and television, we can discuss those later. Yichun was also keen on crafting some furniture and appliances, but the current need for synthesis was overwhelming, necessitating a prioritization of tasks. What materials are required to craft a refrigerator? Yang Ming'er inquired eagerly. As the chief steward, she was quite fatigued by the scattered items needing her attention. Especially food that was too precious to discard, yet could not be stored for long. A refrigerator would not only provide storage, but also prolong the shelf life of their food. Iron ingots are manageable, but the compressor and refrigerator blueprints are problematic. Another blueprint? Upon hearing the word blueprint, the 2 girls immediately drooped their heads. They still vividly recalled the arduous day spent crafting blueprints, sifting sand, and exchanging tirelessly, barely managing to produce one blueprint. Do not fret, we have vegetables. Just this quantity of vegetables is sufficient for us to produce several blueprints. Yi Chun, however, brimmed with confidence. Several blueprints? With just this amount of vegetables? Yang Ming'er seemed somewhat skeptical. Just wait and see. By tomorrow morning, the price of these vegetables might soar. Get some rest. Good night. Hey, don't sleep. Quickly explain why. Hey, don't sleep yet. We Haven Tea checked in. The two girls panicked as Yi Chun pulled his blanket, yawned, and turned away from them, preparing to sleep. They tugged at him incessantly. Don't pull, don't pull. You'll ruin my clothes. Yi Chun was outnumbered, lying down, and soon conceded. Meanwhile, Dedowan was still chattering with survivors in the chat room. Dedowan, could you please ask Ryu to say a few kind words? Sell more vegetables, along with superior-grade freshwater. We are all waiting. Just as Dedowan was about to boast, he heard some commotion inside. Quiet, quiet, my boss is busy. Busy? Consequently, Yi Chun was once again the object of envy and jealousy. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. I've signed in for level resources. I finally signed in for level resources. Yang Ming'er exclaimed, bouncing with excitement in the bedroom. Ha ha. Overcome with joy, Yang Ming'er impulsively hugged Yi Chun in front of Di Li. Di Li's eyes widened in astonishment. In her eyes, this was the first time the famous Yang Ming'er had embraced a man. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback until he felt a soft body pressed against his chest. Ahem. Compared to Di Li, Yi Chun remained notably composed. He had witnessed the top star's sleeping posture, resembling a koala. After her excitement, Yang Ming'er seemed to realize her rather compromising position and quickly withdrew her head, blushing. Sister Ming'er, what did you sign in for? Di Li, regaining her composure, immediately inquired about Yang Ming'er's signed-in item. The third fragment of the treasure map. Yi Chun answered on her behalf, as Yang Ming'er appeared too flustered to respond. Her face flushed to her neck. You signed in and obtained the third fragment of the treasure map. Di Li exclaimed in surprise. Yes, yes, Yang Ming'er nodded, still trying to calm her excitement. What is happening? What is happening? Dedowan, peering into the bedroom for quite some time, hesitated to enter, but, seeing the sudden silence, charged in without a second thought. Upon seeing Yang Ming'er's flushed face and Di Li staring wide-eyed at the pair, Dedowan found it difficult not to jump to conclusions. Boss, are you? DD gazed at his superior, YCHN, with a mischievous grin. Get lost. What nonsense are you thinking? Have you signed in yet? To prevent Ying from becoming shy once more, YCHN unleashed a torrent of curses at DD. I was too busy chatting with those guys and forgot to sign in. Let me do it now, boss. Just watch. Hey, where's the stuff? After waiting for a considerable time without hearing the system's notification, YCHN understood that this fellow had signed him up for a pile of junk again. Hee, boss, this will be perfect for you. DD beamed at YCHN with a wicked smile. YCHN frowned and shot him a glare. What is it? Show it already. Stop stalling. Hee, who UNSHNBOPIN, but just one pack. Boss, do you need it? Another pack of who UNSHNBOPIN? YCHN felt embarrassed. How overly concerned was this system about his vitality? No need. YCHN slapped it back. DL seemed to have not heard clearly and rubbed her ears vigorously, while YingR, at that moment, wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Why not? It's quite good, look, boss. DD began to ramble on about the benefits of who UNSHNBOPIN. Get lost. I have a cough. YCHN, in his excitement, inadvertently let it slip. Although he quickly pretended to cough, DL and DD North were too close to miss it. The atmosphere instantly turned silent. YDG, do you have? DL pointed at YCHN, her face a mask of shock. DD however, looked at YCHN with a wicked grin. Hee, I told you, boss is always prepared. I spit, YCHN found himself at a loss for words. After stammering for a while, the two before him regarded him with increasingly peculiar gazes. Who UNSHNBOPIN? Oh, who UNSHNBOPIN? His illustrious reputation was on the brink of being tarnished. No, it's not what you think. This was also from signing in. I didn't use it, I just tossed it aside. Finally managing to explain everything, YCHN felt a sense of relief. He was utterly exhausted. DL, however, scrutinized YCHN, who appeared flustered, then glanced at the blushing YingR, seemingly beginning to see through everything. It appeared that these two were. Chapter 102, Urgent Need for Rubber. YCHN finally understood what it meant to be at a loss for words. It was all DD fault. Why sign him up for such a useless item? In order to prevent this already painfully awkward situation from dragging on, YCHN swiftly invoked the system, hoping for divine intervention. Ding, congratulations to the host. Sign-in successful. Received a level-up reward, a complete set of good mother parenting books. What the heck? YCH and cursed vehemently. What kind of ridiculous system was this? Was it not chaotic enough here? First, who UNSHNBOPIN. Now parenting books. What did this mean? Was he expected to replenish his vitality and then start a family? Wasn't that a bit hasty? The room fell into a profound silence once more. DD and looked at YCHN with a newfound expression. Boss is impressive, really generous. This is a guaranteed hit. Look, even the system is sending congratulations. DL, having never witnessed such a scene, stood frozen, unable to move forward or backward. Just after replenishing vitality, she was already delving into parenting advice. She could only blame her youth for not grasping the situation. Let us sleep. YCHN was utterly bewildered, even forgetting the presence of DL, who possessed her own system. DD and chuckled foolishly at YCHN before happily running out. DL stood there, caught in indecision, while YCHN and YingM burrowed into their blankets. YCHN had no intention of explaining further, nor did he want to sign in again. He realized that this system was simply a troublemaker. In the future, he swore he would never sign in again in similar situations. The four of them, each with their own secrets, drifted off to sleep, although whether they truly fell asleep was uncertain. The next day, YCHN awoke with heavy dark circles under his eyes. He had originally planned the day's tasks meticulously, but everything had been thrown into disarray. The group in the chat room was still clamoring. DYDLO, sell me some level-up vegetables. DYDLO, I'm just 10 levels away from upgrading. DYDLO, it's raining again. Can you sponsor some clay? YCHN felt utterly drained and exhausted, having hardly rested all night. He had no energy to deal with these individuals. He waved his hand, sending DD in to handle them. Glancing at the girls' beds, he noticed the wolf skin used as a curtain still hanging there. Forget it. I'll handle breakfast myself and go collect vegetables. With a weary expression, YCHN set about harvesting vegetables alone. Without a wheelbarrow, it was indeed quite inconvenient. After collecting a bit, he had to carry it back and forth. The problem was that in order to synthesize a wheelbarrow, rubber was required. Where could he possibly find rubber? Just as he was lamenting this, DD came running over, full of excitement. Boss, are you here alone? Where's sister? Get lost. YCHN kicked him away in annoyance. Boss, don't kick me. Look what I brought you. DD revealed a clump of black material from behind his back. What is that? It looks disgusting. YCHN shot him a disdainful glance. Boss, this is rubber. Aren't we in need of rubber? Rubber? YCHN stared at the black object with astonishment. So this is what rubber looks like. Where did you get it? How much do you have? YCHN asked impatiently. I got it from the trading post. Please don't scold me. I took the initiative to swap 2 kilograms of vegetables for 2 kilograms of rubber. YCHN had no intention of blaming He was just worried about not having rubber to synthesize the wheelbarrow. DD had delivered a great gift. Only 2 kilograms. Is there any more? What level is it? YCHN quickly inquired. Just 2 kilograms. I think I arrived too late. It seems someone else took the rest. This is all that is left. DD scratched his head, looking rather foolish. Someone else took the higher levels? YCHN frowned. It seemed rubber was a sought-after commodity, not just his own need. Did you ask who bought it? I didn't. Wait a moment, I'll go ask. DD clearly lacked the wit for this, so he went to inquire. Boss, I found out. It was a survivor named GNK. YCHN pondered for a moment. The name seemed familiar. Scanning the leaderboard, he finally recalled. The 13th ranked survivor. DD you go to the cave and fetch 5 kilograms of iron ingots. We should still have some stock. But it likely isn't much. To synthesize the lowest level of ordinary wheelbarrow, 10 kilograms of rare-grade plastic, 2 kilograms of rare-grade rubber, and 5 kilograms of exceptional-grade iron ingots were needed. He had already secured the plastic and rubber, leaving only the iron ingots. YCHN still had some stock, but it was truly limited. The demand for iron ingots was immense, and if iron ore could not be self-sufficient, a shortage of iron ingots would soon arise. For now, YCHN could not afford to think too much. He needed to synthesize this wheelbarrow first. Ding. Congratulations to survivor GNK for successfully synthesizing an exceptional-grade flatbed solar-powered electric freight hydraulic cart. As the first survivor to synthesize this material, the system grants a special reward, sign-in level 1, not exceeding level 7 sign-in system. Who is this divine being? Sign-in level 1. That reward is quite generous. Wow. This truly is a remarkable level of resources. The system rewards us with such an astonishing prize. Is there any justice in the world? You understand nothing. I have seen the synthesis method for the solar-powered electric hydraulic cart with 4 wheels. It is exceedingly complicated. The rubber required must be of the highest perfection. And one also needs legendary iron ingots. Additionally, It seems blueprints are necessary, making the synthesis difficulty several times greater than that of legendary resources. This special reward from the system immediately caught the attention of the gossipers in the chatroom. Achieving a sign-in level of 1 is currently the most impressive reward available. Previously, only Yi Chun had received this reward, but at that time, his sign-in level was much lower, making it far less advantageous than it is now. After all, every survivor knows that the higher the sign-in system level, the more challenging it becomes to upgrade. The difficulty of advancing from level 2 to level 3 is not comparable to that of moving from level 5 to level 6. How could this young man have obtained such a special reward? The Dawan seemed somewhat regretful. He blamed himself for being too slow. Yi Chun quietly took note of the name Jianku. This individual appears to be a formidable opponent. Chapter 103, The Secret of the Treasure Map. Who is Jianku? How did this swordsman suddenly emerge? The two young ladies received system notifications and momentarily forgot about yesterday's sign-in rewards of kidney source treasures and parenting books. This individual is ranked 13th among survivors, but with this recent level increase in the sign-in system, his rank is likely to rise significantly. Yi Chun furrowed his brows. Boss, it's just one level increase in the sign-in. He can't surpass you. In my heart, you are the undisputed number one. Naturally, the Dawan unwaveringly supported Yi Chun. All right, I have synthesized the handcart. Ming Er, Di Li, please divide the vegetables according to the method we discussed yesterday. The Dawan, keep an eye on the trading post for iron ingots and rubber. Yi Chun did not wish to waste time, for he had important blueprints to synthesize today. When Yi Chun opened his private mailbox, it was inundated with emails. He opened each letter one by one, disregarding any unsuitable exchange conditions. After reviewing all the emails, he selected a few potential trading partners and sent them private messages. Yi Chun was not merely aiming to sell his vegetables for a good price. He had another objective. He needed to cultivate a few robust business allies for long-term trading. Although the world of island survival appears to have a small population of only 999 individuals, one cannot hope to compete against alliances alone. A significant reason Yi Chun currently sits atop the leaderboard is that he has 3 partners. The added strength in numbers is not to be taken lightly. Thus, to stabilize his supply and monopolize the resource market as much as possible, it is quite important to befriend a few capable business allies. Day and Moon, how many pieces of your treasure map have you gathered? Unexpectedly, before Yi Chun could communicate with the selected business partners, a survivor named Ba Shuyiyu proactively sent a message. Why do you ask? Yi Chun would not easily reveal his assets. If you trust me, I am willing to exchange 1 kilogram of remarkable vegetables for an accurate piece of information that only I and 2 others know. Yi Chun felt somewhat troubled. Since arriving on the island, he had rarely trusted others easily. Yang Ming Er and Da Wan had initially shown goodwill, which allowed him to lower his guard. After all, this is an island world, where these 999 individuals can be seen as comrades in suffering or, more harshly, as competitors. I understand your concerns. Thus Ba Shuyiyu, do not lack this piece of information. I will inform you in advance, hoping you will also keep your promise. Ba Shuyiyu was straightforward, suggesting a goods first, money later approach. All right, my name, Day and Moon, is not just for show. I would not deceive you for a kilogram of vegetables. Good. With your credibility as Day and Moon, I will not withhold information. Gather 8 pieces of treasure map fragments, and you will find the 889th hidden island, which contains an island gold mine and other artifacts. Hidden island? Gold mine. Artifacts? Yi Chun, usually composed, felt momentarily dazed, as the news from Ba Shuyiyu was indeed shocking. The 2 ladies and Da Wan noticed Yi Chun standing still, staring at the system interface, and approached him. Boss, what is going on? Are you not selling the vegetables? Yes, Yi Chun, what are you looking at? Yi Chun relayed the information he received to the 3 of them. It can't be a scam, can it? Indeed, Brother Yi. This person might just be trying to swindle our precious vegetables. The Dawan and Di Li seemed skeptical of the other S words. Unlikely. Yang Ming Er firmly shook her head. Di Li and Da Wan simultaneously turned to look at Yang Ming Er, who was intently watching Yi Chun. Still deep in thought. Ming Er is correct. This fellow's words cannot be false. Yi Chun finally declared after a moment of contemplation. What makes you so sure it's not false? I believe it is. Da Wan clearly remained distrustful, as he had often encountered boastful individuals in the chatroom. Brother Yi, Sister Ming Er, what makes you so confident in his words? Di Li asked, seeking clarification. Because of the number 8. Yi Chun and Yang Ming Er replied in unison. 8. Di Li and Da Wan seemed momentarily perplexed. It requires gathering 8 pieces of treasure map fragments for successful synthesis. Aside from us, it is likely that no one else knows this. Could it be that this person possesses treasure map fragments as well? The initial thought among the group was that Ba Shuyiyu had also obtained treasure map fragments through sign-in. Do you also possess treasure map fragments? Yi Chun asked directly. Indeed, I believe the 3 fragments I hold are of equal value to yours. 3. They had anticipated the beginning, but not the conclusion. The 4 of them had not expected that the other party also possessed 3 fragments. How did you come by the information regarding the hidden island and gold mine? Because I possess the most precious core fragment, the 9th piece of the map. The message from the other party once again left Yi-Chen astonished. The 9th core fragment? D. Li, quick-witted, immediately rushed to the cabinet where the treasure map fragments were kept and retrieved the 3 precious pieces. Brother Yi, this 9th fragment must indeed exist. D. Li drew an imaginary frame in the air and pointed to the center. At this moment, Yi-Chen comprehended fully. An square map, if cut into several smaller squares, would yield only a few possibilities. 6 pieces, 9 pieces, 12, or 15. However, it could never be 8 pieces. Hence, the information this person possessed must have come from the central core fragment. Yi-Chen nodded. This hypothesis held firm. 8 pieces should reveal the location of the treasure map. But to understand the true unlocking method of the treasure map, the 9th core fragment is likely required. Yi-Chen articulated clearly. The 8 fragments serve merely as the map, while the 9th fragment is the instruction manual. Do you have any other requests that would allow you to share all the details of the core fragment with us? Yi-Chen asked straightforwardly. Indeed, you are a clever individual. It is no wonder you have maintained the top position for 2 consecutive weeks. Speak candidly. We are all reasonable people, so let us be forthright. It is quite simple. Good things must be shared by all. Chapter 104, Super Divine Gift Level Reward. Well, since Ryu Lauda is so straightforward, I shall not beat around the bush. Now that Ryu Lauda is aware that I possess something of value, it is high time for him to demonstrate his sincerity. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Ming'er. She quickly brought forth a kilogram of vegetables. As previously agreed, Yi-Chen, being a man of his word, tossed the kilogram of vegetables to Ba Shu Yiyu. Indeed, the big shot was true to his word. What are these gold mines and artifacts you mentioned earlier? Is it true that gathering 9 fragments of treasure maps will lead to the discovery of gold mines and artifacts? Yi-Chen's mind was rife with questions. This query is my gift to the big shot. He can await the system update. The gold on this island is a crucial resource, but finding these gold mines and artifacts won't be an easy feat. I advise the big shot to be well equipped with several divine skills, especially if his swimming abilities are lacking. It would be unwise to venture forth alone, lest one finds themselves lost forever. Big shot, I have matters to attend to. May we meet again. The other party left a parting remark before logging off. Yi-Chen furrowed his brows in contemplation. What on earth is going on with all this talk of gold, mines, and artifacts? Is this person merely spouting nonsense? The Dawan expressed her skepticism. Yang Ming'er and Di Li exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly equally bemused. Yi-Chen could hardly blame his 3 companions for their doubts. The information received today was indeed overwhelming. Perhaps it would be wise to trust him for now, as believing incurs no harm, at worst. We would merely waste a kilogram of vegetables. Although these vegetables were in high demand, Yi-Chen, being a wealthy man, was indifferent. With the dawn of the next day, he would be able to plan again. Ding, system special reminder. Host, please do not forget, you have one more sign-in opportunity today. As Yi-Chen was lost in thought, the system's voice echoed once more. He had almost forgotten. It seemed he had won the wager, thereby earning an additional sign-in chance. Sign in, sign in. Yi-Chen exclaimed loudly. Big shot, didn't you already sign in? You're quite forgetful. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in a second time, earning a super divine gift level reward, triple daily island coins. Ding. Global announcement across the island. Congratulations to the survivor Ryu Xingchun for becoming the first survivor to sign in and receive a super divine gift level reward. What? It's Ryu Lauda again. Is he cheating? I am in awe of this big shot. I am drooling. The sudden influx of notifications caused the chat room to erupt once more. Yi-Chen stood there, dumbfounded. This super divine gift reward just appeared? But what does this triple daily island coins entail? Yi-Chen scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Yi-de-gu. You actually signed in for the super reward. Di Li rubbed her large eyes, struggling to believe the system announcement. This man before her was not only decisive and resourceful, but his character was also exceptional. He had snatched the very first super divine gift level reward in the entire island survival world. Yang Ming'er gaped in astonishment at Yi-Chen, while others may be oblivious. She was fully aware that Yi-Chen had signed in for a legendary pickup truck on his first day in the island survival world. Now, this first super divine gift level resource had been claimed by Yi-Chen. This was beyond mere luck. It was an explosion of fortune. Big shot. How could you sign in again? Didn't you just sign in earlier? The Dawan stood there, still puzzled by the situation. Have you forgotten that I won the wager? The system rewarded me with an extra sign-in opportunity, Yi-Chen explained, exasperated. Oh ha ha ha. Upon realizing the situation, De Dawon burst into an exaggerated fit of laughter, startling Yang Minger, who was still in a daze. De Dawon, what are you laughing at? You scared me. Yang Minger lightly scolded, patting her chest. De Dawon ignored her, turning to the chat room to post. The Grim Reaper returns. I thank you on behalf of my big shot, and your ancestors too, for my big shot has signed in for a super divine gift level resource. All thanks to you. Ha ha ha. My heartfelt thanks to you. Ultimately, De Dawon even broke into song. What does this mean? Could it be that the super resource from Ryu Lauda was awarded through the sign-in from the wager system? Surely not. That would be too coincidental. Truly, some rejoice while others lament. Some individuals are likely sobbing inconsolably over their toilets right now. Ha ha ha. The chat room was instantly filled with mockery directed at the Grim Reaper returns. Yi Chun and the two ladies exchanged bemused glances at De Dawon, marveling at his ingenuity. Upon hearing that Yi Chun had signed in for this impressive super reward, he wasted no time in heading to the chat room to taunt others. Nevertheless, Yi Chun felt grateful to the Grim Reaper returns. Without him, he would not have achieved this super divine gift level reward. The Grim Reaper returns remained silent, enduring the mockery in the chat room without revealing himself. Yet he certainly bore witness to it all. Damn it, Ryu, you scoundrel. I swear, I shall not rest until I have dealt with you. With a sudden motion, the Grim Reaper returns hurled his only mountain axe, striking the brand new level Zui U grade resource, a Kohler toilet. The ceramic toilet shattered upon impact. His two lackeys looked on helplessly at the ruined toilet. The Grim Reaper returns felt no remorse for the toilet. He didn't even have a place to rest his head, so what use was a toilet to him? Whether it was a Kohler toilet or a golden one, it would serve no purpose. Reflecting on his defeat in the wager, he was not only deprived of sign-in opportunities, but had also inadvertently granted his rival, Yi Chun, an extra sign-in chance, leading to Yi Chun becoming the first to claim a super divine gift level resource. The Grim Reaper returns was nearly driven to madness. Naturally, Yi Chun had no intention of taunting him. He simply gazed at the sign-in reward with a furrowed brow. A triple coin reward. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that he now had the opportunity to sign in 3 times a day? If that were the case, this would transcend mere super resources. It could be termed as ultra super resources. Ding! In light of survivor Ryu Xing Chun signing in for triple coin rewards, the system has preemptively activated the daily island coin rewards. Daily island coin rewards. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 105, Island Coins. From today onward, the system will distribute island coins daily based on the survivors' rankings each week. These island coins can be used to purchase necessary resources from the island store. Island coins. Island store? Everyone wore expressions of shock. Ding! The distribution of island coins has been completed. While everyone remained in confusion, the system had independently fulfilled its mission for the day. I received 2 island coins. I have 4. Oh, I have 10. Soon. The chat room was filled with voices reporting their totals. De Dawon swiftly glanced at his island coin rewards. Big shot. How many did you get? I received 15 island coins. I have 20 coins. I also have 20 coins. The two ladies exchanged glances at their rewards before simultaneously looking toward Yi Chun. Haha. I received 50 island coins. What's so impressive about that? I ranked 8th and received 60 coins. Wow, 8th place can yield 60 coins? Incredible. What are the amounts for the top 5? Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the 5 prominent figures at the top of the leaderboard. I have 80 coins, placing 4th. I have 100 coins, 3rd. The 2 individuals in 3rd and 4th positions spoke up. Now, only the first, Yi Chun, and the second, survivor number 1, remained. Day and Moon, how many coins do you have? Yes, may I ask how many high Dao coins you both possess? At this moment, Yi Chun was completely uninterested in these inquiries. His focus had shifted to matters of greater significance. High Dao coins were not merely for show, they held immense utility. High Dao Mall. Today's available items are as follows. 2 bottles of ordinary freshwater, 1 high Dao coin, special price. 500 grams of ordinary bread, 2 high Dao coins. 1 kilogram of rare vegetables, 15 high Dao coins. 1 kilogram of rare sand, 15 high Dao coins. A top-tier freshwater fish, 2 kilograms, 70 high Dao coins. 1 kilogram of top-tier logs, 70 high Dao coins. 1 kilogram of top-tier grapes, 70 high Dao coins. A perfect-grade telescope, 400 high Dao coins. An epic-grade solar battery, medium-sized 4,000 high Dao coins. An epic-grade solar-powered motorboat, 30,000 high Dao coins. It could be said that Yi Chun had a love-hate relationship with the items in High Dao Mall. With the existence of High Dao Mall, his dream of monopolizing the market was thoroughly shattered. If he were to set prices arbitrarily high, exceeding those of High Dao Mall, other survivors would inevitably refuse to trade with him. However, the good news was that as long as he possessed High Dao coins, he could immediately exchange them for the necessary resources. Although the items sold by High Dao Mall were not eternally fixed, The extensive list provided ample opportunity for careful consideration. Furthermore, it seemed there were also daily special deals in the mall. Day and Moon, how many high Dow coins do you have? Yes, please share with everyone. I guess it's 120 coins. Too little. I believe it must be at least 130 coins. The gossipers had begun speculating on the daily reward amount of coins for the top-ranked Yichun. Nonsense, dare to bet? I say 120 coins. I'll wager all my coins, 5 pieces. Are you willing to bet? I'm not afraid. Day and Moon must have more than 120 coins. I'll put down 5. I predict 130 coins. Anyone who disagrees can place a bet. This group of individuals was indeed resourceful. The high Dow coins distributed by the system, still warm in their hands, were already being used as gambling stakes. Everyone began placing bets in the system, with Yichun feeling speechless at their extravagance, unaware of the true value of high Dow coins. Yichun, how many high Dow coins do you actually have? Yes, boss. What exactly are these high Dow coins used for? The system has quite a variety. Dawan seemed somewhat dismissive of the high Dow coins. Yichun ignored Dawan and raised 3 fingers towards the 2 girls. 300. This left both Yang Ming'er and Di Lijang gaping in astonishment at Yichun, and even Dawan was taken aback by this figure. Yichun remained calm, having grasped the rules for the distribution of high Dow coins. First place, 300 coins. Second place, 200 coins. Third place, 120 coins. Fourth to 6th places, 80 coins. 7th to 10th places, 60 coins. 11th to 20th places, 40 coins. 21st to 30th places, 30 coins. 30th to 40th places, 20 coins. 41st to 50th places, 15 coins. 51st to 100th places, 12 coins. 101st to 200th places, 10 coins. 201st to 400th places, 8 coins. 401st to 600th places, 6 coins. 601st to 800th places, 4 coins. 801st to 999 places, 2 coins. As Yichun noted the numbers being reported by the others, he recorded the corresponding data. He compiled this information into a chart, providing clarity for the 4 of them. The system was not generous. The lower your rank, the fewer high Dow coins you received. Conversely, higher ranks yielded greater quantities of high Dow coins. Especially for the top 3. The last 200 survivors received only 2 coins, which was rather dismal. Listening to the figures provided by Yichun, Dealey felt some sympathy for those individuals. What could 2 high Dow coins buy? The answer was either 4 bottles of mineral water or 500 grams of bread. The system's implication was clear. I will not let you starve, but if you wish for a better life, you must weigh your own capabilities. Yichun's words, though blunt, were grounded in truth. As the top-ranked individual, Yichun held an impressive 300 high Dow coins, which could be exchanged for a staggering 600 bottles of mineral water, sufficient to last not just a day, but several months. The disparity between wealth and poverty in the world of high Dow survival was indeed striking. Dealey seemed inherently sympathetic to the underprivileged and now felt deep compassion for those survivors who could only earn a few coins daily. Yet, the adage holds true. Those who are pitiful must also possess despicable traits. It is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon and the strong prevail. Yichun would not be swayed by excessive compassion. This was the realm of survival on High Dow. From the very first day on the island, the system's divine directive was clear. Your sole purpose is to strive for survival. Indeed, he had been fortunate, signing a legendary pickup upon arrival and recruiting Yang Ming'er. However, when had he ever become complacent due to a good start? Had he not always toiled tirelessly? Opportunities are bestowed only upon those who are prepared, and he was indeed that prepared individual. Ming'er, Dealey, Dawan, listen carefully. Our goal is to secure the top 4. Yichun clenched his fists and looked earnestly at his 3 companions. Chapter 106. Upgrading requires 80,000 high Dow coins. Securing the top 4? Yang Ming'er and Dealey exchanged glances. Both of them turned once more to the high Dow coin reward list that Yichun had compiled. First place, 300 coins. Second place, 200 coins. Third place, 120 coins. Fourth place, 80 coins. If what Yichun said held true, and they managed to occupy the top 4 positions, they would collectively earn 700 high Dow coins in a single day. For individuals, 700 high Dow coins. To put this in perspective, the last 200 survivors combined would only accumulate 400 high Dow coins. Boss, our motorboat is worth 30,000 high Dow coins. That's incredible. The Dawan glanced at the resources on their island and immediately recalled the motorboat. However, it was just that, boss, with Dealey around. Earning supplies daily is far superior to those few hundred coins. After comparing, Dawan looked back at Dealey, seemingly concluding that she was indeed the most formidable. Yichun was well aware of Dealey's prowess. She had over a 25% chance of directly receiving legendary rewards each day. Yet, if he placed all his hopes on Dealey, it would be far too lacking in ambition. He needed to adopt a broader perspective. The system's introduction of the High Dow coin was not solely aimed at increasing the daily coin count. There was also High Dow Mall. They could utilize High Dow coins for transactions. As long as they offered goods at prices lower than those in High Dow Mall, other survivors would prioritize purchasing from them. Therefore, accumulating High Dow coins was undoubtedly the right path. Yichun had already set his sights on the newly emerged High Dow coins. At present, I find myself lacking in numerous resources, some of which can only be acquired through the sign-in system or exchanges at the marketplace. However, relying on the sign-in system to obtain the necessary materials in a short span is indeed an unreasonable expectation. The truly exceptional resources, even if available at the marketplace, are priced exorbitantly. With the advent of the HIDOSH-NGCH-ING, as long as I possess sufficient HIDO coins, I shall no longer fret over the inability to exchange for premium materials. YCHN, those individuals are still calling for you. Yang Mingar said with a wry smile, looking at YCHN. He shrugged, maintaining his composure as he replied in the chat interface with 3 numbers, 300. What? 300. The first place has a staggering 300 HIDO coins. The disparity is astounding. I only have 6. Ha ha ha, I won the bet. What a stroke of luck. By the way, what exactly can these HIDO coins be used for? Finally, someone from the gossip group posed a sensible question. HIDOSH-NGCH-ING. It seems a kind soul reminded everyone of it. Moments later, the realization dawned upon them. Wow, it turns out HIDO coins can purchase so many items. HIDOSH-NGCH-ING. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have placed my bet. I could have bought several kilograms of bread instead. The latecomers finally discovered the HIDOSH-NGCH-ING hidden within the system interface. Those who had just wagered on YCHN and lost everything were now filled with regret. I swear I will make it into the top 10. The rewards for those ranked 100 are pitiful. The rewards for the top 3 are extraordinary, especially the first place, with 300 coins. In the marketplace, that could directly buy a perfectly leveled resource within 2 days. I must make it onto the leaderboard. With a mixture of envy and jealousy, the crowd began to take the HIDOSH-NGCH-ING seriously. For most, even though they were impoverished, the right to browse the HIDOSH-NGCH-ING was still theirs. Much like wandering through a supermarket in real life, no one could prevent me from browsing without making a purchase. Meanwhile, YCHN had already turned his attention to the marketplace. DDJUN, M-ING-R. DL, quickly stock the goods. A rare-grade freshwater fish costs 12 HIDO coins per kilogram, as do rare-grade vegetables and sand. List as many as you can. YCHN immediately issued a series of directives. Boss, should we list the freshwater fish? Not today, it's a special product. If we list it, it will be tomorrow. YCHN had already formulated his plans. Before long, Yang M-ING-R swiftly listed the remaining 7 or 8 rare-grade freshwater fish at the marketplace, pricing them at 12 HIDO coins each. DL placed all the few rare-grade vegetables she had onto the marketplace, also priced at 12 HIDO coins. YCHN began to remove all the exchange materials he had previously listed at the marketplace. YCHN, it seems the upgrade system has also been updated. The observant Yang M-ING-R seemed to have made another discovery. YCHN opened the upgrade interface. Indeed, beneath the previously dense conditions for upgrading from level 7 to level 8, a new line had appeared. Second method for upgrading from level 7 to level 8, pay 80,000 HIDO coins. 80,000 HIDO coins. Upon seeing this number, even the affluent YCHN couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Even if I were to maintain my position at the top indefinitely, with triple rewards, I would only earn 900 HIDO coins per day. Dividing 80,000 by 900, YCHN slapped his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. In the presence of the system deities, I am but a beggar. Upgrading from level 5 to level 6 requires 8,000 HIDO coins. Isn't that exorbitant? The two girls also noticed the amount of HIDO coins needed for the level 6 upgrade and simultaneously frowned. This system is extortionate. Even upgrading from level 4 to 5 costs 2,000 HIDO coins. At this moment, DDJUN, who had the lowest sign-in level among the 4, cursed at the sight of 2,000. Upgrading from level 4 to 5 requires 2,000 HIDO coins. From 5 to 6 requires 8,000. And from 7 to 8 requires a staggering 80,000. Clearly, this upgrading method is not linear. The higher the level, the more HIDO coins are required. YCHN found this to be exorbitantly expensive. The notion of having to pay tens of thousands of HIDO coins was simply unacceptable to the girls. But this is just the beginning. We will be able to sign in daily from now on. Yet, even for us, we earn less than 1,000 HIDO coins each day. At this rate, how long will it take to level up? The girls pouted, clearly struggling to come to terms with the system's shocking upgrade demands. Rome wasn't built in a day, and moreover, HIDO coins can be obtained through means other than daily rewards. Yang Mingr seemed to have had an epiphany halfway through her sentence, pointing towards the marketplace. YCHN had already anticipated this. Relying solely on daily rewards wouldn't suffice. To achieve wealth, one must rely on oneself. Ding. The resource recovery system has been activated. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Resource recovery? Upon seeing these 4 characters, YCHN immediately understood. Chapter 107, Resource Recovery. It wasn't that YCHN had foresight. Rather, he had contemplated this long ago. There can be no gain without loss. Where there is buying, there must be selling. The system opened the HIDOSHNGCHing. Thus, other measures must be in place to allow the survivors to acquire HIDO coins. Today, the following resources are available for recovery. Rare grade camphor tree trunks. Recovery price, 6 HIDO coins per kilogram. Recovery limit, 1,000 kilograms. Wow, the system has initiated resource recovery. We can earn HIDO coins. I was just lamenting the insufficiency of HIDO coins. Let us grab our tools and head out to chop some trees. Bring out the mountain axe. I'm ready. HIDO coins, here I come. The system deity's words ignited a fervor among the eager survivors, akin to a collective shot of adrenaline. Charge. Don't fight me for it. The previously bustling chatroom suddenly fell silent. The recovery prices are quite low. Purchasing quality resources at the marketplace costs 15 HIDO coins per kilogram, yet recovery is only 6 HIDO coins. DL pouted, expressing her grievances about the prices set by the system. YCHN was unfazed. Isn't it the same in the real world? Buying a brand new smartphone costs 5,000 to 6,000, but returning it yields a significantly reduced price. YCHN, should we also go chop trees? Seeing everyone rushing to chop trees, Yang Mingr felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing they might miss out. Why not chop? YCHN replied nonchalantly, though his feet remained planted firmly. Chop trees, it's my specialty, and I'll handle all 1,000 kilograms. The boastful DDJN began to brag again. Now even the smallest among them, DL, started changing clothes, preparing for the expedition. No rush, no rush. YCHN waved his hand at them. The 3 stared at him in confusion. YCHN, however, leisurely reopened the system and calmly pulled up a map. Oh, how could I have forgotten about this map? DL smacked her forehead, grinning at YCHN. Yang Mingr and DDJN crowded around. Glancing at the map YCHN was studying and instantly understood. YCHN was looking at the treasure map, detailing the distribution of island resources. Though the system only required rare-grade tree trunks, it specified the tree species as camphor. Without this map, searching for camphor trees across the vast island would be akin to a headless fly wandering aimlessly. But with this resource distribution map in hand, DDJN, attach that trailer to our vehicle and prepare to set off to the northeastern forest of the island. Yichen meticulously examined the resource distribution map before ultimately selecting a forest densely populated with camphor trees. The reasoning behind bringing the trailer was quite straightforward. Yichen had repurposed it as a mobile warehouse. While others might perceive this trailer as a treasure of immense value, for the affluent Yichen, it had been relegated to the status of a mere rudimentary storage facility. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly provoke a chorus of survivalists lamenting the plight of this unfortunate trailer. The 4 individuals equipped themselves with tools, and with Dedawan at the helm, Yichen commenced their journey into the camphor grove as their guide. As anticipated, the earlier group of survivalists, fervently armed with an array of tools and determined to fell trees, soon encountered difficulties. Grass. Do we really need camphor trees? Who knows where to find them? I'm exhausted. I've searched for dozens of trees without locating a single one of the required grade. I'm almost lost in this forest, and I haven't seen even half a camphor tree. These aimless individuals, with their haphazard searching methods, would likely find nothing suitable by nightfall. Not only did they fail to collect the necessary logs for the system, but they also risked exhausting themselves in the process. In contrast, Yichen's group operated with far greater ease. They possessed ample manpower, sufficient tools, excellent transportation vehicles, and navigational assistance. Compared to their counterparts, who were like needles in a haystack, Yichen's team was akin to capturing turtles in a jar, effortlessly achieving their goals. 15 minutes later, under Yichen's guidance, Dedawan parked the trailer at the forest's edge. Yichen retrieved a prepared ordinary-grade handcart from the trailer, fully stocked with ammunition and supplies. Both Dedawan and Yichen grasped their axes and ventured into the grove. while the two young women closely followed, pushing the cart. The Dawan had left. There's a grade camphor tree 5 meters from you. I'll go right where there are two, Yichin directed. Not far into their trek. He precisely located 3 rare grade camphor trees. Excellent. Wow, this tree must weigh several hundred pounds. If we manage to fell 4 or 5, the system's 6,000 island coins will all be ours. The prospect of earning 6,000 island coins in a single day had Dawan grinning from ear to ear. His axe swings growing more vigorous. With a resounding thud, both Yichun and Dawan began their work. Timber. Soon enough, the robust Dawan was the first to topple a grade camphor tree. 3 minutes later, Yichun's tree also succumbed. They began chopping the thick trunks into manageable sections for the young women to transport. The two ladies took on the roles of loaders and haulers. And with the cart's assistance, their efficiency soared. The four worked tirelessly, with Yichun occasionally checking the chat room and system interface. It appeared that the number of people in the chat room was gradually increasing, with many voicing their frustrations. I'm aching all over and Haven T found a single tree. I'd rather be tending to my garden. I regret this decision. I'm starving and exhausted, and my legs feel like they're about to give out. The survivalists were beset by various troubles. Yichin glanced at the system interface, which showed the real-time updates of the remaining recovery limit. 2 hours had elapsed since the system issued this recovery task, with the limit now at 930 kilograms. In that time, only 70 kilograms of rare-grade camphor tree trunks had been collected. Yichun assessed the second tree he had felled, estimating its weight to be around 200 to 300 pounds. The Dawan finished processing the first tree and was assigned to another area. Yichun, I've roughly calculated that we already gathered about 300 kilograms. Yang Minger and Di Li busily transported the goods, and even with the handcart. It was evidently taxing for the two glamorous stars. If the Dawan and I fell one more tree, we'll call it a day? There's still 930 kilograms remaining. Shouldn't we gather more? Yang Minger eyed the system's announced remaining value, seemingly eager to claim the entire amount. Greed can lead to downfall. We should know when to stop. Yichun reassured, remaining unfazed. It was merely the first day, and ample opportunities awaited him to earn island coins. Suddenly, the Dawan, not far off, shouted, Yichun, come quickly. Look what I've found. Yichun set down his axe, and, accompanied by the two young women, hurried over. The Dawan was pointing at a cluster of dark, unappealing objects on a tree. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be mushrooms. These look inedible, Yang Minger remarked, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Yichun donned his magnifying glasses, and the system chimed, grade perfect mushroom, edible, with exquisite taste and rich nutrients. Consuming it may increase the probability of a survivor's sign-in rewards by 5 for 24 hours. Yichun was taken aback. Such an unassuming item possessed remarkable properties. The Dawan, carefully harvest it. This is a valuable find for Di Li. Yichun decisively instructed the Dawan to retrieve it for Di Li. For me? Why would you give me this? It looks so gross. Di Li protested vehemently, backing away as Yichun handed her the mushroom. Just take a look. The system says it's a good find. I'm sure the taste won't disappoint. Yichun encouraged, handing her the magnifying glasses. Reluctantly, Di Li donned the glasses, her expression still skeptical despite the system's endorsement. Yichun, having pocketed the mushroom, urged the Dawan to expedite the felling of the tree. Let us finish quickly. Once we fell my tree, we can wrap up. The Dawan, more avaricious than Yang Minger, insisted, we can't stop now. If we fell these 2 trees, we still won't reach 1,000 kilograms. Time is of the essence. We have plenty of opportunities to earn island coins later, Yichun replied, glancing again at the system's real-time updates showing the remaining recovery value, which had decreased by 50 kilograms to 880 kilograms. Clearly, others had also been felling rare-grade camphor trees and transporting them. With no time to waste, the two resumed their labor, wielding their axes with fervor. An hour later, the 4 of them finished processing the fallen trunks and transported them back to the trailer. The Dawan, drive quickly. We need to return and submit our resources. Before their return, Yichun checked the recovery value once more, which had dwindled to 720 kilograms. With 5 tree trunks in tow, the 4 set off back to their camp. 20 minutes later, they arrived and immediately began unloading their cargo. It appears that once the cooling period of 72 hours has elapsed, it is best to designate the supply distribution center within the trailer, thus eliminating the need for transportation time. This time, there is no alternative but to unload the cargo manually. The system indicates a remaining recovery value of 650 kilograms. The 4 individuals hastily set about unloading the goods. The system chimes repeatedly, notifying them of their contributions. You have submitted a 10-kilogram rare-grade camphorwood log. The system rewards you with 60 island coins. You have submitted a 20-kilogram rare-grade camphorwood log. The system rewards you with 120 island coins. As Yichun and his companions continue unloading, the The system's notifications persist. What is happening? In the blink of an eye, the recovery value plummets to 500 kilograms. How is this possible? It has decreased again, now to 450 kilograms. What is going on? It has dropped again, now only 380 kilograms. Who is responsible for this rapid decline? Observing the swift decrease in recovery value, the individuals in the chat room began to express their astonishment. 350 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 250 kilograms, 200 kilograms. In less than 20 minutes, the recovery value plummeted by 450 kilograms. After 35 minutes, it stabilized at 70 kilograms. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and his companions were utterly exhausted. Finally, they finished unloading. Boss, I can't go on. I need to lie down for a moment. The Dowan collapsed onto the ground in a starfish position. The two ladies, equally fatigued, leaned against each other as they sat on the ground. However, despite their exhaustion, the four felt a profound sense of happiness. In just 35 minutes, they had collectively unloaded 450 kilograms of rare-grade camphor wood logs, earning a total of 2,700 island coins. A staggering 2,700 island coins. Given that the system had allocated only 6,000 island coins in total as rewards, they had managed to secure nearly half of that amount. With just 4 of them, while the remaining survivors numbered 995, their achievement was enough to leave everyone astounded. What is going on? Why is the system no longer accepting submissions? I just brought back over 100 pounds of logs. I am on the verge of exhaustion. After all that effort, did I accomplish nothing? What a ridiculous system. Soon enough, the last 70 kilograms of recovery value was entirely consumed. Those who were slow to act, greedy for additional logs, found their efforts wasted. Huff, huff, ha ha ha. 2,700 coins, 2,700 coins. Boss, we've struck it rich. De Dewan, panting heavily, lay on the lawn, still managing to laugh heartily. On the first day, while most only received a mere handful of island coins from the system, Yi Chun and his team had amassed a remarkable total of 3,655 island coins. This was a significant lead over others. Ding. Today's resource recovery plan has been completed. Survivors, please be ready early tomorrow. The system's belated notification plunged those who had toiled all day without reward into despair. Boss, quickly check what we can buy with all these island coins. After a brief rest, the Dewan eagerly gulped down 3 large bottles of rare-grade freshwater, rejuvenating himself. Indeed, among the survivors, only these 4 could afford to drink freshwater as if it were seawater. Rare-grade freshwater was among the most urgently needed resources for most survivors. Yet in the hands of Yi Chen's group, it seemed as if it were free. With a lake of freshwater and a purifier capable of producing freshwater at any moment, they could drink their fill without concern. They seemed to disregard the necessity of conserving their resources, treating the island coins as if they were effortlessly acquired. Dealey, having spent considerable time with the Dewan, quickly recognized his character and playfully reprimanded him. Hey, I'm just asking casually, following the boss's lead. Yi Chen glanced at the island merchant's offerings. 2 bottles of ordinary grade freshwater, 1 island coin, promotional price. 500 grams of ordinary grade bread, 2 island coins. 1 kilogram of rare grade vegetables, 15 island coins. 1 kilogram of rare grade sand, 15 island coins. A rare grade freshwater fish, 2 kilograms, 70 island coins. A kilogram of rare grade logs, 70 island coins. A kilogram of rare grade grapes, 70 island coins. None of these items appeared to be necessary for him. On the contrary, it seemed he had accumulated a significant amount of goods awaiting sale. No need to rush. Perhaps they would encounter practical and cost-effective promotional items, with wealth in hand, who feared the lack of quality goods. Accumulating island coins was indeed the way to go.